Chapter 1. Invincible from the start? No. Capable of annihilation from the outset. Liyue's Ao Zong Mountain has long been renowned as a celestial mountain. However, at this moment, Ao Zong Mountain is far from the ethereal paradise shrouded in mystical mists. Instead, it has transformed into a terrifying realm, overshadowed by the oppressive aura of death, instilling fear in all who behold it. Between two towering peaks, a colossal canine head looms, towering as high as the mountains themselves. Wielding a long-handled axe, it is enveloped in violet flames that exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each step forward reverberates like thunder, shaking the very earth. The canine-headed figure rests the axe upon its right shoulder, surveying the vast expanse of Liyue from its elevated vantage point. It whispers softly, its voice resonating like the tolling of a bell, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Life and death are in perpetual cycle we live. They perish. It is worth mentioning that Neza has been in Teyvat for 5 centuries since arriving for Blue Star. In his youthful exuberance, he and his friends once engaged in a gaming session at an internet CAF, selecting the canine-headed champion in the hopes of carrying their team to victory. They believed that as long as they survived until the late game, he would become a deity within the Summoner's Rift. Yet, just as the character selection was finalized, the internet connection faltered. Upon restarting his computer and reconnecting to the game, he found himself not in the Summoner's Rift, but rather in Genshin Impact. His life had been reset entirely. Neza was acutely aware that he had entered a world teeming with formidable warriors and roaming demigods. At that time, he was merely a novice canine head. Thus he embraced his inherent nature, opting for a stealthy approach to develop in Teyvat. Initially, he utilized his Q ability, Soul Drain, to vanquish slimes, each yielding a mere 3 layers. Once he accumulated sufficient layers, he began to target the 6-layered hilichurls. Subsequently, he progressed to 12-layered hilichurl brutes, 50-layered hilichurl kings, 80-layered elemental beings, 120-layered pyro trees and cryo trees, and ultimately, the 200-layered beasts of the mirror. With each soul he consumed, Neza absorbed the elemental powers and strength of his adversaries, causing his own form to grow increasingly colossal, until he now stands as a titan, rivaling the mountains themselves. As for his soul layers, he reached over 100 million 3 centuries ago, and they have since devolved into a mere jumble of code. He recalls spending 50 years accumulating Q layers in Liyue. During that time, the yellow-robed Morix sought him out, and the two engaged in a brief clash, resulting in a stalemate. After 100 years of accumulation, he ventured to Inazuma, eager to witness the legendary blade of the Shogun. Following that encounter, it was rumored that Raiden Shogun fell into a state of paralysis and required nearly 20 years to regain her former might. After 200 years, he drifted to Sumu, utilizing the spatial prowess of the Beasts of the Mirror to infiltrate Nahida's chambers and engage in scholarly discussions. By that time, Neza had begun to grasp the essence of reincarnation, with Nahida claiming that should he desire, he could comprehend everything from the dawn of Teyvat to the moments of its potential demise. In the time that followed, Neza traversed the 7 nations, playfully slapping the wind god's rear, pilfering the Ice Queen's stockings, and even unscrewing 3 bolts from a child known as Scaramouche. He reveled in his mischief, for at that juncture, no one could thwart him. Eventually, Neza settled down in Ao Zong Mountain for a brief slumber, his form indistinguishable from the mountains surrounding him. His soul delved into the cycle of reincarnation, continuously accumulating soul drain for 3 centuries, before awakening once more. Neza remained uncertain whether his fully charged soul drain could sink Teyvat, yet he was resolute in his decision not to do so. The pursuit of power was meant to enhance the joy of experiencing the world, to possess ultimate strength, and then annihilate that very world would be a perversion of purpose. Gazing at the clouds on the horizon, Neza stretched his arms and shook off the dirt clinging to him, directing his gaze towards the distant harbor. I shall first seek a meal at Liyue Harbor before anything else. It is no exaggeration to assert that Neza is not only the strongest being in Teyvat, but also the most voracious. His appetite is proportional to his strength. According to his values from 3 centuries past, A month without 100 million mora would be impossible to endure. I wonder if mora has depreciated over the past 3 centuries, he mused. Perhaps I should change my form before heading out. Neza surveyed his imposing physique, realizing that venturing into Liyue harbor in this state would likely attract unwanted attention from the townsfolk. He delved into his own soul world, an obscured realm filled with the countless souls he had amassed over the years. They writhed in anguish, lamenting and cursing, but upon sensing Neza's presence, they all abruptly stood at attention. Amongst them, in a secluded corner, lay a young boy with black hair and eyes, peacefully asleep. Whose soul is this, and why is it so handsome? Neza pondered. It is my own. No matter then. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he infused his consciousness into that very soul. Simultaneously, his gargantuan canine form swiftly shrank, ultimately transforming into a black-haired youth who gradually opened his obsidian eyes. He hoisted the now diminutive long-handled axe onto his shoulder, a smirk gracing his lips. All right, let's embark on a grand adventure. Strangely enough, upon donning his original form, his field of vision became less expansive, and he felt disoriented as he traversed the forest. Although Neza possessed the ability to activate soul perception, encompassing the entirety of Liyue, doing so would inundate him with an overwhelming cacophony of voices, disrupting the tranquility. Perhaps it is best to inquire for directions instead. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted an elderly woman assisting an elderly man, both making their way up the mountain path with great difficulty. The old man was burdened with a heavy bundle of firewood, leaning on a cane, clearly enduring a strenuous journey. Neza hastily approached the elderly couple, smiling as he addressed the old man. Sir, may I ask how to get to Liyue harbor? Though Neza's existence spanned several centuries beyond the two elders, his youthful spirit remained intact. Thus, addressing the old man as Sir felt entirely appropriate. Liyue harbor? Young man, it lies in that direction, the old man replied, turning to point with his cane. Neza nodded appreciatively. Thank you kindly. His gaze then shifted to the old man's right leg, prompting him to inquire, Sir, it appears you have an ailment in that leg. Carrying such a heavy load may exacerbate your condition. The old man sighed in response. This leg has been ailing since my days in the Qinyan army. It has been many years. My partner is also advanced in age and struggles with her back, making it impossible for her to carry so much firewood. It's a difficult situation. Very well. Neza knelt and gently patted the old man's right leg before continuing down the mountain, leaving the elderly couple in a state of confusion as they watched his retreating figure. After taking but a few steps, the old man halted, casting a perplexed glance at his right leg. My dear, am I imagining things? Why do I feel as though my leg is functioning normally again, filled with vigor? Old man, you must be mistaken. Your leg has been nearly paralyzed for 30 years. His partner replied. Yet the old man sensed something was amiss. He relinquished his reliance on the cane and effortlessly lifted his right foot. He then stomped it down with force. Boom! The ground cracked like a spider's web, intricate fissures intertwining with strands of elemental energy. His partner's neck elongated in shock. Good heavens, old man, have you regained the strength of your youth? Nonsense. I was never this strong in my youth. Chapter 2, Don't Run, Zhongli. A man should face it, Hedon. Neza had just bestowed upon the old man the essence of a soul one, with an impressive 57 layers of power belonging to a Thunder Hilichurl king. The old man's leg, once devoid of circulation and nearly lifeless, had been revitalized by the infusion of this new soul. Moreover, this transformation was exceptionally potent for an ordinary individual. It is worth noting that the soul, refined by Neza, retained only its strength and would not morph the old man into a monster. As time passed, the power in his leg would gradually permeate throughout his entire being, ultimately transforming him into a formidable figure, endowed with the strength of a Thunder Hilichurl king. A saying comes to mind, your grandpa is still your grandpa. Traversing through the forests of Ao Zong Mountain, Neza walked across a vast plain, his surroundings marked by sandy terrain and sporadic rocky outcrops. In the distance loomed a majestic mountain, which, according to the old man, was likely Tianheng Mountain. Crossing it would lead him to Liyue harbor. Oh, Neza, casually shouldering his axe, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, sensing an intense surge of energy through his soul perception. The elemental force resonated like an expansive sea of stars, its might as solid and unyielding as the very rocks beneath him. Let me take a look. It seems to be around 3 million layers, Neza remarked nonchalantly. However, in truth, such a soul, with 3 million layers, was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Yet, when compared to him, it appeared as merely a small feather on a colossal phoenix. Soon, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, approaching Neza. Clad in splendid golden robes, he exuded an air of composure, walking leisurely as if meandering through the mortal realm. Yet his eyes bore the weight of millennia, deep and resolute. As Zhongli approached and halted 5 meters before Neza, he crossed his arms and offered a faint smile, his demeanor unyielding yet warm. "We meet again, my canine-headed friend." He had initially been engrossed in discussions with Hu Tao regarding the latest innovations in coffin crafting. However, at that moment, Zhongli sensed the awakening of a primordial beast's presence, gradually stirring back to life that he immediately thought of Neza. As the protector of Liyue, the Seven Archons felt compelled to inquire about Neza's intentions upon his emergence this time. It was not that he believed Neza possessed an inherently malevolent nature, rather, he was acutely aware that for this old canine companion, the destruction of Liyue could be as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. "Greetings, my dear Xiao Zhong," Neza chuckled heartily, approaching and giving Zhongli's shoulder a friendly pat. The revered Seven Archons, worshipped by the people of Liyue, did not perceive this gesture as offensive, nor did he resist it, allowing the moment to unfold naturally. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the time when he had aimed to strike Barbatos. The latter had, with tears in his eyes, eagerly presented his rear to Neza. It was not a matter of willingness, rather, refusal would result in punishment. In the eyes of many formidable figures across Teyvat, it was fortunate that this canine did not succumb to madness. If he were to unleash his wrath, he would become a veritable harbinger of chaos. "What's this? After centuries apart, do you wish to engage with me once more?" Neza teased. They had clashed in battle centuries prior, a contest that had ended in a stalemate. Perhaps it was time to settle the score. While it is not entirely unfeasible, Zhongli is indeed curious to ascertain the current level of development that Nasus has attained. However, there is a question he wishes to clarify first, but you must inform me of your intentions upon leaving. Will your actions pose a threat to Liyue? What, if I were to endanger Liyue, would you attempt to thwart me? Nasus chuckled as he spoke. The moment his words fell, even the steadfast Zhongli showed a flicker of emotion, though he had yet to retort. Nasus continued, "Rest assured, my affection for Liyue flows through my very veins. I would be remiss to destroy what I cherish." Zhongli replied, "A being who governs souls, a death deity, can indeed possess blood? Thus, little Kex, let us commence. I'll bring you down in a minute." Nasus grinned broadly, exuding arrogance. Zhongli, rubbing his forehead, remarked, "Did you not used to call me Xiao Zhong? Who cares about names? It's all the same. Come, I haven't fought anyone in 300 years. And my great axe is positively itching for action." Yes, soon as Nasus uttered these words, Zhongli swiftly leaped back a considerable distance, drawing his spear, the crescent pike, in a flash, and enveloping his entire body with a luminous yellow shield. Before the battle even commenced, Zhongli had expanded the shield to its utmost limit. He dared not underestimate Nasus. Who knows how much he has grown in these 3 centuries? A single misstep could see him struck by that soul-infused axe, leading him to languish in the Golden House for years. "Why, as the Emperor of Liyue, are you so fearful?" Nasus declared, as he stomped the ground with such force that it shattered beneath him. A vast fissure spreading outward, and a massive pit was born from his might. Zhongli, having retreated a safe distance, found himself within this range. He deftly sprang into the air, and amidst the swirling dust, Nasus emerged, axe raised high. The power of souls surged from his being into the axe handle, igniting violet flames that radiated a fearsome aura. 10 layers. 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, 100,000 layers, a million layers. 3 million layers. Nasus unleashed his might, ensuring the entangled energy barely reached the limits of Zhongli's own capabilities. After all, he could not have others claiming he bullied an ordinary god. How ludicrous. Boom! The axe collided with the spear held across Zhongli's chest. And in an instant, the strength of the axe overwhelmed his grip, forcing him back against his shield. Yet, the shield held only for a fleeting moment, shattering with the sound of breaking glass before erupting violently. As a result, Zhongli was thrust into the pit below, akin to a cannonball striking the earth with tremendous force. Shaking his dazed head, he realized his old friend was merely testing his strength against him. With a swift motion, he waved the crescent pike, dispersing the dust before his eyes, only to find a towering canine head preparing to strike him down with its axe, without a moment's hesitation. Zhongli enveloped himself in a protective shield, gazing at the approaching Nethys. This, by common logic, cannot be received head-on. Can it? Previously, he had been able to withstand Nethys' assault in mid-air due to the cushion of distance. But now Nethys was descending directly upon him, and the force he would endure was entirely different. Time to retreat. With a resounding crash, a rock erupted beneath Zhongli, propelling him 1,000 meters away. Mere seconds later, Nethys' axe struck the very spot where he had just stood. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed as the pit created by a single stomp was now eclipsed by an even larger one. The spectacle was akin to two small planets colliding from the heavens. Isnt Zhongli renowned as the greatest defender, yet he flees faster than a rabbit. Nethys scoffed at the sight of Zhongli retreating hundreds of meters away, casually waving a hand. Run all you like, withering away. Simultaneously, tendrils of dark purple mist enveloped Zhongli, limiting his movements while the shield formed from rock elements began to dissipate gradually. P.S. Zhongli. Care for a game? Chapter 3. A little financial gain. Zhongli Nethys, on the other hand, was in no rush. Casually carrying his axe, he strolled toward Zhongli. Leaning down, he teased, "Zhongli, are you still running?" Zhongli, wary of Nethys' playful gaze, replied, "I used to think this tactic of yours was rather despicable. But it is not without its solutions." Upon hearing this, Nethys furrowed his brow, intrigued by the method Zhongli intended to employ to escape his predicament, allowing him to proceed. Just as he contemplated this, Nethys noticed a brand new soul swiftly slipping away from beneath the Zhongli it had ensnared, its shape expanding rapidly. Once a distance of nearly 200 meters was established, a majestic dragon erupted from the earth. Hovering above and gazing down at Nethys, issuing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Roar, roar! The mighty Zhongli, revered as a god of war, would also grow in battle, especially when facing a top-tier powerhouse like Nethys. This was the result of his first encounter with Nethys, during which he devised the technique known as the Celestial Ancestor S transformation. At this moment, the Zhongli who had been ensnared by Nethys had transformed into a stone statue, while the true Zhongli now stood revealed, a colossal dragon. Upon summoning his true form, Zhongli's power began to swell that he was not idle. Extending his dragon claw into the void, he unleashed a torrent of rock elemental energy that coalesced above him into a meteor. Plummeting downward, boom! Nethys gazed up at the meteor, making no attempt to evade it. Allowing it to descend upon him, an immense shockwave rippled outward, sending dust swirling and bending the surrounding flora and rocks. My old friend, the end is not yet nigh. The dragon once more swung its mighty claws, summoning 9 massive rock pillars to stand around the meteor. These pillars resonated with one another, forming a golden barrier that ensnared Nethys within. After completing this feat, the dragon exhaled slowly. This seal was exponentially stronger than the one he had employed against the Lord of the Abyss, and surely even Nethys would find it challenging to escape. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp crack echoed as the barrier shattered, and the meteor split in two, revealing a young boy with dark eyes at its center. He grinned triumphantly at the dragon above him. Roar! At that moment, a colossal phantom canine head emerged behind the boy, its massive form looming above, compelling the dragon to look up in an instant. The rock pillars crumbled, the earth trembled, and the ground fissured, sending debris flying outward as the shockwave propelled the dragon several dozen meters away before it finally came to a halt. Such overwhelming power, merely through sheer force, had broken the seal. Zhongli could not help but be astonished by the scene before him. Noticing a bead of cold sweat trickling down the dragon's brow, below, Nethys casually rested the axe against his shoulder, calmly addressing Zhongli in the sky. Let us see how you intend to escape this time. As his words fell, purple flames of souls erupted from the ground beneath Nethys, rapidly expanding outward, encompassing the entire plain within its reach. Thinking of fleeing, it's not that simple. The range extends for dozens of kilometers. Time to reel you in. Nethys nonchalantly raised his hand, the purple flames converging like a net toward the sky, ensnaring Zhongli and the surrounding area within its fiery grasp. Next, the flames transformed into a gigantic purple hand that grasped the dragon's neck. It was important to note that they were separated by several hundred meters. Indeed, for one who governed souls, Nethys could freely manipulate them into any form he desired. Come here, he beckoned, as the soul hand tightened. The dragon was inexorably drawn toward him, and despite its vigorous struggles, escape was futile. This was a blow derived from the essence of the soul. It was impervious to physical and elemental damage, and any attempts to break free would require a soul of greater depth than Nethys' own. Still running. Are you? Oh, Emperor. Nethys chuckled, leaning in mockingly. The dragon slowly shook its head. Observing this, Nethys casually waved his hand, releasing the soul hand, allowing the dragon to exhale in relief. Nethys held a deep respect for Zhongli, despite possessing slightly greater power. After all, he was the embodiment of faith in Liyue, the guardian of the realm, and Nethys would not trouble him. Thus, with a grin, Nethys extended a hand that seemed to be asking for payment. Now that the fight is over, Emperor, how about some financial compensation? Zhongli, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, regarded the outstretched hand beneath the massive dragon head. How much do you want? Not much, just a couple of 100 million for the month. For Morix, the creator of the Mora, producing a couple of 100 million a month was hardly a challenge. As Nasus mused. Soon after, the dragon presented a name card, proclaiming, I, the mortal known as Zhongli, share a certain rapport with Dator of the Northland Bank. With this card, you may withdraw funds from the bank, and I shall repay the debt when the time comes. Nasus accepted the card and inquired about the withdrawal limit, yet received no reply. Upon glancing up, he saw the dragon had already taken to the skies, its vibrant vigor belied by its millennia of existence. 20 million. Nasus discerned the limit inscribed on the card and exclaimed in frustration, who on earth can make do with that? Next time he encountered Zhongli in Liyue, he would certainly give him a piece of his mind. With a disgruntled pout, Nasus reluctantly tucked the card into his pocket and made his way toward Liyue harbor but on a distant peak. Zhongli, having transformed into human form, stood with arms crossed, gazing at Nasus's departing silhouette. This fellow was maturing at an astonishing pace. It was evident that their skirmish was mere play for him, devoid of any seriousness. However, with a sound mind and a profound affection for Liyue, he would be a formidable protector. Even the celestial beings would think twice before threatening Liyue with him around. Navigating through Tianheng Mountain, Nasus could descend to Liyue harbor via a nearby pathway. Yet at the intersection, he was met with an imposing barricade guarded by the vigilant Xinyan army. Confused, Nasus glanced back, pondering whether these forces were attempting to obstruct his passage. Hey, you there, young man. What are you doing standing around? Get in here. Are you looking for trouble? A melodious voice pierced through the air. Following the sound, Nasus spotted a violet-haired girl wielding a longsword, clad in a purple robe and black stockings. Not at all resembling someone prepared for battle. Yet, even after 500 years, Nasus recognized her. She was Kaching, one of the 7 stars of light. As he beheld her playful eyes, he thought, what is this? Your idol just suffered a defeat at my hands, and now a fan steps up to the plate? Chapter 4. The mischievous Nasus and the teased Kaching Nasus was brought before Kaching by the Xinyan army, who scrutinized him with arms crossed. You, bold enough to return from beyond the front line. What is your name? Nasus met her gaze, responding, My name is Liyue. Do you have other titles? Nasus nodded. An elder dragon brother of mine refers to me as a demon god. But in truth, I am the god of death, Nasus. Kaching furrowed her brow. What nonsense is this? The so-called demon gods were eradicated during the War of the Demon Gods. So, Nasus, did you encounter anything unusual on your way from Tianheng Mountain? Unusual? Nasus replied. I don't believe so that he set his long-handled axe on the wooden table, took a seat on a stool, and casually rested his right leg over his left, reclining against the back of his head. Resembling a carefree elder, astonishing the nearby Qinyan soldiers. What audacity it took to act so brazenly before Lady Keqing. Yet, as she remained silent, they dared not interject, and unusual encounters. Keqing questioned, her brows knitted in confusion. That cannot be. Not long ago, storms and earthquakes were reported at the foot of Mount Aozong, causing the port to tremble violently. The monsters in the plains, the hilichurls, were terrified and fled, believing that Liyue harbor, with its formidable armed forces, was safer than their own territory. How absurd is that? You came from there, and you didn't notice anything amiss. Nasus realized the extent of the disturbance that had been wrought by his casual spar with Zhongli, which he had overlooked. Oh, I know of it. There was a canine-headed creature battling the dragon, and the dragon was ultimately subdued by it. It may have caused quite a stir, but rest assured, all is well. What are you rambling about? A canine-headed creature fighting a dragon. Keqing responded, incredulous, leaning closer to Liyue. Casting a sidelong glance at Nasus, she dismissed him as a mere braggart, scoffing to herself. Even if a canine-headed creature and a dragon were to clash, how could it possibly prevail? The dragon symbolizes you, our guardian deity. Surely, you must know that. Keqing's unspoken admiration for the Geo Archon, whose true form was that of a dragon, lingered in her heart. Hey, you little girl, what's wrong with a canine-headed creature? Isn't it just a casual tussle with a dragon? Nasus retorted. What do you think you are, so high and mighty, with a stern expression? Keqing turned away, muttering, forget it, I have urgent matters to attend to. The Qinyan army will escort you to the harbor. Nasus rolled his eyes, choosing not to spar further with her. If it weren't for the fact that you bear striking resemblance to my wife, I would have long since transformed you into a soul and confined you within the Hall of Souls for a proper lesson at that moment. A Qinyan soldier rushed to Keqing, reporting that a horde of hilichurls was advancing toward them, including 4 Thunder Shield hilichurl kings. Upon hearing the report, even Keqing's serious demeanor wavered, yet she gritted her teeth and commanded the Qinyan army to prepare for battle. Nasus, who had been indifferent until now, felt a surge of interest. A showdown between Keqing and the 4 Thunder Shield hilichurl kings promised to be quite the spectacle. Ascending a lookout tower, Nasus called out to the soldiers below, grinning as he waved, brothers, give it your all. And you little Keqing, don't forget to do your best. The people of Liyue are counting on you. Keqing turned reflexively, shooting Nasus an exasperated glare. Will you be quiet? You still have the energy to gloat? Just wait until the Thunder Shield hilichurl kings breach our defenses. Let us see how brazen you are then. So, Keqing, it's up to you to protect me. Do your best. I'll be watching closely. Nasus chuckled, clenching his right fist in encouragement. Keqing, frustrated, turned away, shaking her head. What on earth am I fighting for? Soon enough, the Qinyan army, led by Keqing, collided with the hilichurls, resulting in a fierce and spirited battle. Initially, the Qinyan soldiers shouted synchronized battle cries as they charged, but once the fighting commenced, they fell into disarray, scattering like loose sand. This was somewhat understandable. While the Qinyan soldiers fought with discipline and rhythm, the 4 hilichurl kings charged recklessly, quickly disrupting their formation. Choosing to confront them head-on at the barricade was a strategic move, as the barricade could not hold back the hilichurl kings if they were not contained. The monsters would flood into Liyue harbor, wreaking havoc among the populace. Nasus' gaze remained fixed on Keqing. He had to admit, her combat style was rather captivating. With her slender frame, she unleashed swift sword strikes. Her composed steps accompanied by flashes of lightning as she maneuvered through the hilichurls, exuding coolness and charisma. However, her efforts were largely in vain. Despite her tenacity, her attacks inflicted little damage. The smaller hilichurls felt the brunt of her strikes. But when her sword light grazed the Thunder Shield hilichurl kings, it barely made a scratch. Failing to pierce their electric shields, it was said that the electro slimes were Keqing's lifelong adversaries. But the Thunder Shield hilichurl kings did not share that belief. Panting heavily, Keqing felt the fatigue settling in, her palms growing weary from wielding her sword. Sweat had drenched her enticing black stockings. Yet her fierce gaze remained unyielding against the monsters. Lady Keqing, retreat. Lady Keqing. The soldiers cried out, their losses mounting. Continuing the fight would lead to total annihilation. Keqing hesitated, glancing at her troops, though she was still eager to fight. The soldiers were mere mortals, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Hilichurl kings. But what could be done? If they retreated, the monsters would surge into Liyue harbor, escalating the crisis beyond control. Suddenly, Keqing noticed Nasus still lounging atop the watchtower. Leisurely basking in the sun, that you're still here? Don't you see the Qinyan army can't hold this position? Are you just waiting to die? Frustrated, she snapped, I implore you, leave quickly and don't complicate matters for me. Keqing's temper flared. Facing the Thunder Shield Hilichurl kings, even the Qinyan army had to momentarily withdraw. How could he remain there, spectating? What audacity he had to act so nonchalantly amid such chaos. Hey, Keqing, let us make a deal, Nasus proposed casually. Such a critical moment. He wanted to negotiate? Keqing gritted her teeth, her patience nearly fraying that if you have something to say it quickly. I need to order the Qinyan army to retreat and establish a second line of defense midway up the mountain. If you want to survive, stick close to me. How about this? If you treat me to a month's worth of meals, I'll assist you. Nasus suggested with a grin that, it is also necessary to provide accommodation. The bed should be the soft variety. Ideally, I would like 2 maids to help warm my bed. Keqing. Chapter 5. This is clearly the abyssal giant's maw. Keqing was utterly stunned, or one might say. She was completely caught off guard. She thought that she truly could not find another person in Liyue harbor who would make such an outrageous joke at this time, and in this situation. The Qinyan army, standing beside Keqing, also found Nasus' arrogance to be excessive. Who did he think he was? The Electro-Regis Vine King, whom even Lady Keqing could not handle. Could he? What a joke. Anyone could do it, even you. Due to the urgency of the situation and her mental state teetering on the brink of collapse, Keqing unleashed a curse she had never uttered before. You really are a dog. Yet, Nasus' response made Keqing, who was reflecting on her own words, suddenly feel justified. Truly, the Yuheng star possesses remarkable insight. Nasus leaped down from the lookout with his long-handled axe, standing alone before the Qinyan army and Keqing. Facing the entire horde of Hilichurls, suddenly, a flash of purple light surged in his eyes, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth, enveloping all the Hilichurls. A miraculous scene unfolded. All the monsters, including the Electro-Regis Vine King, froze in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, unable to advance or retreat, merely trembling in place. What is happening? Keqing furrowed her brows in confusion, and the Qinyan soldiers were equally struck dumb by this bizarre spectacle. In reality, at that moment, the Hilichurls did not see Nasus, nor the dark-haired, dark-eyed youth. Instead, they beheld the colossal dog head looming behind him, soaring hundreds of meters high, which truly resembled the demon lord ruling this land. Though the monsters could not speak, they understood clearly that their lives and deaths rested in the whims of this demon lord. Just moments ago, the Qinyan soldiers who had been mocking Nasus fell silent. It was evident that this youth was no ordinary individual. Miss Keqing, you have yet to answer me. Keqing, taken aback by the question, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of contemplation, she replied, somewhat awkwardly, All right, if you can truly handle it. Not only will I cover a month's worth of meals, but I, Keqing, will provide for you for an entire year, with a firm slap on her chest. Keqing spoke with conviction, and naturally, as tea the following day, in the early morning, Nasus ventured into the back garden, where a large pastry and a barrel of red tea had already been arranged on the stone table. It was evident that Keqing had put considerable thought into it. According to the household servants, Keqing practiced swordsmanship here for 2 hours each morning before attending to her duties. She explained that Liyue is a land governed by contracts, where everyone lives in accordance with the law. However, as one in power, she must continually hone her strength to confront various external threats. After all, the esteemed Geo-Archon, revered by countless individuals, has maintained Liyue's peace for millennia due to his formidable power. Nasus sat on a stone chair, observing the violet-haired maiden skillfully wielding her longsword. The blade gleamed with sharpness, and her form was undeniably graceful. Yet, Without the backing of true strength, such finesse was merely ostentatious. At least, that was how it appeared to Nasus. He did not admire exquisite swordplay. He revered absolute power. Perhaps I should teach her, he mused. After all, it must be quite taxing to sustain me. Nasus moved closer to Keqing, and even from 2 meters away, he could detect the fragrant sweat emanating from her. You're here. Keqing sheathed her sword and adjusted her attire. This approach is insufficient, Nasus stated bluntly, dismissing her training method. Such practice may enhance your technique. Yet when faced with monsters of the caliber of the Electro-Hilichurl King, you will still find yourself powerless against it. That I understand, but I am at a loss. Keqing admitted, fully aware of her predicament. Elemental weaknesses were her Achilles heel. This was understandable, as all elemental beings shared similar vulnerabilities. However, a mere mortal woman, bound by the limitations of flesh and blood, could not compensate for such inherent deficiencies through sheer logic. If you persist in this mindset, then naturally you will find it difficult to progress. Nasus beckoned. Come closer. Once she approached, Nasus placed his hand gently upon her fair forehead, as if measuring her temperature. You realize that all things in this world possess a soul. Keqing replied ambiguously. All living beings consist of both body and soul, with the soul being the true essence. Take Morix, for instance. His soul is of draconic origin. Hence, when he returns to his true form, he transforms into a mighty dragon. Upon broaching a subject familiar to her, Keqing eagerly responded, I am aware. The Archon transforms into a colossal dragon each year to deliver divine decrees. What I wish to convey is that you possess a soul as well. And now I will assist you in awakening and mastering it. With a flourish, Nasus drew forth a life-sized apparition of Keqing, composed of violet mist. From her forehead, in an instant, the original Keqing's eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Nasus swiftly caught her, inhaling the lingering warmth of her body. How fragrant! My soul has left my body. Keqing gazed in shock at her own form cradled in Nasus' arms. You may interpret it that way, but do not be too astonished. The real spectacle is yet to come. Nasus touched the chest of the soul form of Keqing, and amidst her startled, arching back, he extracted a violet thread that he then connected to the nape of the flesh Keqing. With a sharp sound, the flesh Keqing jolted awake, straightening her posture as the soul form gradually adhered to her back. Resembling a protective spirit. You sense anything? At this moment, Keqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a young girl. That I can feel it. The soul is right behind me. Is that so? Then unleash a sword strike and observe the changes. Nasus replied with a smile, internally critiquing how weak. The soul's level was merely 172, equivalent to that of an ordinary pyro tree. This was understandable. Although Keqing possessed a vision, she was still merely a mortal with a vision, incomparable to those of mixed divine blood. Additionally, she had not focused on soul development, making her weakness somewhat excusable. With a swift motion, a fierce bolt of lightning surged past Nasus, while simultaneously, the soul behind Keqing executed a synchronized attack. Mirroring her movements, the two streams of sword energy coalesced into one, cleaving through the ground and splitting a distant stone platform in half. Coincidentally, Nasus' untouched breakfast was also reduced to shambles. Wow! I feel so powerful. It's as if my strength has doubled. Observing the animated Keqing, Nasus couldn't help but smile in response. Indeed, her power had indeed doubled. The relationship between soul and body is symbiotic. As the body reaches a certain level, so too does the soul, and their union yields a multiplied benefit. Conversely, the growth of the soul would enable the body to transcend its limits. Well, when you encounter the Electro-Hilichurl King next time, you won't find yourself in such a dire predicament. Half of the damage will be directed at the soul, thus evading the constraints of the electro element. This is wonderful. Nasus, I've been confined to my sword techniques without the ability to break through. But now I finally have a new direction. Keqing gazed earnestly at Nasus, her cheeks flushed with gratitude. You possess a delightful smile. Come, show me another one, and I shall teach you a technique. A technique? Nasus waved his hand, Summoning a long-handled axe from a distance into his grasp, he surveyed a particular spot in the courtyard and declared, "In Inazuma, there's a rather well-built general who, with concentrated effort, has cultivated an unparalleled strike. What I am about to teach you is the countless strikes of the unparalleled, Keqing." She was bewildered, yet profoundly impressed. With a casual flick of his hand, Nasus released a sword energy. But as it reached the stone platform, it inexplicably halted. With a resounding explosion, it erupted into numerous smaller sword energies that surged forth in all directions. Dust filled the courtyard, leaves scattered, and intricate sword marks marred the ground. Leaving one to believe a fierce battle had transpired, Keqing stared in astonishment at the spectacle, inhaling sharply. This is astonishing. Chapter 7. The startled Keqing. Since you can perceive the soul, you can also control it. The form of the soul can change infinitely, contingent upon the strength of your control. Keqing, give it a try. All right. Without hesitation, Keqing took action. With a wave of her hand, a sword energy burst forth, and as it reached a certain distance, she held her breath, delving into her heart and attempting to unleash the sword energy. However, it faltered, as if experiencing a short circuit, and before the sword energy could disperse, the soul behind her dissipated. Weakened, she collapsed onto the ground, fortuitously landing in Nasus's embrace. Nasus looked down at the exhausted Keqing and asked gently, "Do you know why you failed?" Though Keqing was frail, her consciousness remained. She looked up at him with pitiful eyes. "Uncertain. Your body is too weak to support the transformation of the soul." Nasus held her delicate form with utmost care. A mere misstep could cause her to shatter. "What should I do then?" Keqing tilted her head, her innocent gaze reminiscent of a child asking a physics teacher why the earth is round. Do not fret. Physical growth will promote soul evolution, and an increase in soul level will allow the body to break its limits. Henceforth, all you need to focus on is enhancing your soul. Understood, Nasus-sensei. Keqing's purple eyes widened as she looked at him with naive admiration. "Sensei?" Nasus rubbed his forehead, glancing at Keqing's graceful figure. "Let us not jump to titles so soon. What if we develop emotional ties later? It would tarnish my reputation." Keqing's mind momentarily struggled to comprehend Nasus's words that be by the way. "Keqing, what is it, sensei? You've practiced swordsmanship all morning, and your stockings are drenched in sweat. Would you like me to help you remove them?" No." The feeble Keqing clung tightly to Nasus, resembling a frightened kitten, her adorable fangs peeking out. Due to the excessive strain on her soul, Keqing retired to bed for rest. With nothing to occupy himself, Nasus found himself at a loss for what to do. Surely, he couldn't just crawl into her bed and indulge in a morning revelry, could he? While the conditions might allow it. Moral dilemmas did not concern him. After all, who could dictate the vastness of the world? Yet, one ought not to behave like a dog. He still remembered the 9 years of compulsory education he received 500 years ago. Not overthinking it, Nasus stepped outside for a leisurely stroll. The joy of life lies in the interactions between people. As he strolled down the street, passers-by greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Good morning, good morning." Young Nasus, the denizens of the port are notably warm-hearted. Following the gourmet incident at Wanmin Hall yesterday, most are now aware that a dashing guest has graced Keqing's household. Neza responds with a smile to each inquiry. And to be honest, the simplicity of the people's character is quite refreshing to the spirit. One cannot deny that Zhongli, this venerable elder, leads admirably. Why, good sir, money is not the issue. The real concern lies in your forging techniques, remarked the young nobleman. My establishment has been a time-honored family business for 800 years, a testament to quality that all of Liyue recognizes. Yet your expectations for quality seem rather excessive. Outside the weapon forging shop on the street, throngs of people gathered early in the morning, encircling 3 men at the center. Among them stood the owner of the forging shop, Zhongli, an old acquaintance of Neza, and the employer, the young nobleman who had come to procure a weapon. A connoisseur of combat, he is fervently passionate about various arms, and, having been introduced to this forge by Zhongli, sought a fitting one-handed sword, only to find none to his liking. It appears the exquisite craftsmanship left behind by the Geo Archon has not been inherited by the people of Liyue. The nobleman glanced at his friend Zhongli in Liyue. Isn't that right, Mr. Zhongli? Zhongli, however, remained silent by general reason. It is undeniable that in recent years, the forging skills of the people of Snezhnaya have indeed advanced remarkably. Showing signs of surpassing those of Liyue, he has resolved to refrain from meddling in these matters, allowing the common folk and the Seven Stars to develop independently. Interfering prematurely is a misguided approach. Seedlings must grow on their own to endure the next millennium. This declaration immediately incited the local populace's outcry. What are you saying, Snezhnayan? Our forging techniques in Liyue have always been recognized throughout Teyvat. So refrain from fabricating tales. Indeed, even if you are an executive from Snezhnaya, do not distort the truth. Snezhnaya is merely tinkering with gimmicks. True forging must adhere to tradition. After being chastised, the nobleman's mood soured. A fervent enthusiast of weaponry, he was intent on discussing the matter. In his view, the quality simply did not compare to that of Snezhnaya. All right, I shan't argue with you all. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Shall we? With that, the nobleman reached out, conjuring a curved bow, followed by a spear, a two-handed sword, and an array of peculiar weapons, all of which he presented to the forging shop owner. Why, good sir. These are all items I brought from Snezhnaya. Take a look. The gleaming surfaces and exceptional quality, with intricate patterns engraved upon the steel, were akin to fine art. After carefully examining the items, the forging master sighed and lowered his head. Observing this, the expressions of the onlookers dimmed, yet their suppressed frustrations began to rise. How infuriating! These Snezhnayans are truly insufferable. Suddenly, a black-haired youth surged into the crowd, striding forth with a long-handled axe. Who says Liyue's forging techniques are lacking? It's merely a matter of crafting a sword. Let's forge. Neza pointed at the nobleman. Who are you? Do you equate this pile of scrap to a sword? While Zhongli remained aloof, indifferent to worldly affairs. Neza's temper could not be contained. How dare they stir trouble in Liyue? He seized two gleaming swords, thrusting them before the nobleman, and in the latter's bewilderment, he gripped them tightly. With a crack, the sound echoed like the crunch of a crisp snack. Indeed, the two swords crumbled into fragments. My dual swords. The nobleman widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly taken aback. These swords were his most cherished weapons, crafted with painstaking precision over several years. The thought of such a casual destruction was unbearable. What sort of nonsense is this? Your sword is as fragile as the golden shrimp balls from Wanmin Hall next door. How could it possibly serve in battle? The nobleman glared at Neza, rendered speechless by the unexpected confrontation. Yet the reality remained that they had shattered with ease. Learn well and observe closely what constitutes true Liyue forging, Neza declared, his delicate hand sweeping forward. Swords, come forth. Suddenly, the weapons in the forging shop were drawn by an unseen force, levitating above Neza's head. With a decisive gesture, he clenched his palm, and all the weapons shattered into fragments. The crowd erupted in excitement, while the nobleman observed the spectacle with a mix of confusion and intrigue. This is not forging. It resembles wanton destruction. Only Zhongli remained calm, though even he was uncertain of Neza's intentions. Could this old friend truly forge? Chapter 8. Unprecedented, the Seven Elements Sword. Neza may not grasp the intricacies of forging, yet he possessed an unparalleled method of creation. Soul forging that he had previously stated that all things possess a soul. In his eyes, swords too possess a spirit. As such, Neza could alter the form of the soul, thereby influencing the shape of the sword. This principle is akin to refining the soul to transcend the corporeal. However, the fragments floating in mid-air bore weak soul energy, rendering them unrefinable. An indication of the forger's skilled IT is understandable. Even ordinary individuals seldom encounter this level of mastery. Only Zhongli and his old acquaintances could imbue weapons with souls. Neza gazed upward, his fiery soul igniting, searing the weapons with spectral flames. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the weapons coalesced into a singular form, forcibly merging into a sword. Heavens! Merely a wave of the hand to achieve such shape. This is a miracle. The forging master fell to his knees, gazing skyward with awe. The onlookers, though unable to comprehend, were profoundly moved, their eyes sparkling with wonder a brand new one-handed sword descended into Nez's palm, captivating the attention of all present. No further polishing was required. It had already been shaped by the soul to its sharpest potential. The blade glinted under the sun, dazzling all eyes, including the nobleman's. This sword. He approached in astonishment, eager to examine it closely, only to be interrupted by Nez's unyielding voice that, "I know you are eager, but patience is key. We have only just awakened the weapon soul. Next, we must imbue it with elements." Nez's words struck the crowd like thunder. What do you mean by imbuing elements? Weapons can possess elements. Even Zhongli's interest was piqued. Neza extended his palm, causing the one-handed sword to levitate, while 7 lights emerged from his hand, representing the 7 elements: fire, lightning, ice, grass, water, rock, and wind. Flames of 7 colors burned brightly, coalescing upon the sword's surface, etching 7 gemstones into its body. It is worth mentioning that as a spontaneous creation, Neza had not employed the finest materials. He had merely seized 7 slimes of different elements in the Hall of Souls and incorporated them into the sword. Thus, the first 7-element sword in Teyvat was born. The nobleman received the sword from Neza. His gaze remained transfixed upon its blade. For an aficionado of weaponry, this was undoubtedly the greatest treasure that I resonate with elements beyond just water. What's so surprising about that? Utilizing 7 elements in combat is hardly a rarity in Teyvat. I know of 2 siblings who do the same. Make sure to hunt slimes frequently to charge your weapon. Don't come crying to me when the elements run dry. Excellent. The nobleman was elated, treating the sword with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved, a blade that could wield 7 elements. This was true craftsmanship. Let it not be said that only Snezhnaya could produce such wonders. In the entirety of Teyvat, only Liyue could witness such miracles. Neza nodded, patting the nobleman's shoulder as he passed. Remember to declare that Liyue is the foremost in forging. Oh, and settle the bill with the master. Understood. In that instant, the crowd erupted into cheers, Neza's forging prowess allowing them to stand tall with pride. My old friend, your method of forging is indeed a breath of fresh air, Zhongli remarked as Neza approached. Are you leaving all the mess for me to clean up? Neza retorted with a hint of exasperation. Dear friend, if I were to intervene, I could not achieve such results as you have. While I too can imbue weapons with souls, I can only guide them with my own soul energy. Unlike you, who can command any soul with ease. This was precisely what Zhongli admired most about Neza, the ability to command all souls. A truly remarkable feat indeed, Neza teased, casting a meaningful glance at Zhongli. Shall I send you a few souls for your study? Though I am quite eager to delve in a matter, I shall refrain. I have resolved to spend the remainder of my life in the guise of Zhongli. Nasus then pondered and remarked, Do you have something to convey to me? Do not give me that. We have known each other for several centuries, have we not? Therefore, since I have made the journey to Liyue Harbor, you ought to treat me to a meal. Yes? Zhongli swiftly recalled the incident from yesterday when he slipped away. Naturally, he must extend a warm welcome to an old friend visiting Liyue. However, dear friend, you made a pact with Kitching yesterday, did you not? She will be responsible for your sustenance for a year. Correct? Since the contract has been established, the one who breaks it must face the penalty of salt. Nasus rolled his eyes, conceding that Zhongli was quite astute to receive news so swiftly, unable to extort any gains. Nasus waved goodbye and departed. He did not genuinely desire Mora. He merely relished the banter. Some truths he still comprehended. While Morix could effortlessly create Mora, it could not be manufactured indiscriminately. Everything must maintain balance. Whether in excess or deficiency, it could lead to the collapse of Liyue's economy. Should one request 10 billion Mora from Zhongli and spend it in Liyue, it would ultimately create a deficit of 10 billion in the economy, causing the Mora to depreciate accordingly. The result would be that the entire populace of Liyue would bear the burden of this 10 billion, at the saying a single thread can affect the whole fabric encapsulates this notion. As Nasus strolled down the street, he intended to purchase 2 large bags of snacks from Wanmin Hall, casually nibbling as he walked. Though he carried no money, he possessed the status of a guest of Kitching's household. Along with a visiting card from the Son of the North Bank, he could settle the bill anywhere. As he approached the entrance of Wanmin Hall, before he could greet anyone, Master Mao, The shopkeeper hurried over and pulled him aside. With a warm and earnest smile, he spoke to Nathursis in a tone befitting an elder. Young Nathursis, the weapons you forged earlier are truly remarkable. The villagers have praised them endlessly. Standing directly opposite Nathursis, he gave a thumbs up, affirming him as a senior. Not bad, Master Mao. Not just not bad. This is a unique craftsmanship, and please, do not call me Master Mao. It feels rather distant. Just call me Uncle Mao. Nathursis gazed up at the smiling Master Mao, whose eyes were nearly squinted with joy. All right, Uncle Mao. Soon, Master Mao continued. In Liyue, there are 3 major industries. First is cuisine, second is mining, and third is forging. Young man, your skills will surely be in high demand. Nathursis felt his eyelids involuntarily twitch at the nickname young man. What a peculiar way to address someone. By the way, do you know my daughter Zhongli? The one who cooked for you yesterday. What do you think of her? Master Mao shifted the topic slightly more seriously. Zhongli. I think she's wonderful, lively, and adorable. Indeed, though she runs around all day, she is incredibly endearing. You see, she excels in cooking and culinary arts, and you possess forging skills. Together, you both dominate 2 of Liyue's major industries. She is the head chef at Wanmin Hall, while you're a guest of Lady Keqing. Uncle Mao believes you 2 would make a splendid pair. It was at this moment that Nathursis finally comprehended the true reason behind Master Mao's visit. Uncle Mao, are you suggesting you wish to marry your daughter to me? Master Mao was taken aback by Nathursis' straightforwardness, so he decided to be candid. Although they had not met often, he had a keen eye for people. This young man was capable and reliable. Well, your appetite is quite substantial, and having Zhongli cook for you would undoubtedly be a blessing. When she prepares meals, you can seize the opportunity. How well-matched would that be? Master Mao's enthusiasm left even the typically unflappable Nathursis feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Perhaps this was the Liyue way of parenting. Uncle, have you discussed this matter with Zhongli? Master Mao shook his head. Not yet. Perhaps you should talk to her first? All right, I will return home and have a proper conversation with her. Nathursis scratched his cheek at tea that moment. Master Mao returned to the storefront, quickly approaching with 2 large bags in hand. Come. Uncle knows you have a big appetite, so I saved a large portion of snacks for you. Do not hesitate to treat me with courtesy. Nathursis accepted the snacks, feeling a bit embarrassed to mention Mora. Chapter 9. All shall enter the cycle with me. Teacher, you have returned. As Nathursis stepped into the living room. Keqing rose from the sofa, warmly addressing him as teacher. Ati settled onto the sofa opposite Keqing. The maid had yet to deliver the tea. Keqing took the initiative to serve him, pouring a cup of steaming black tea. As the Yuhing star, is it not beneath your dignity to show me such respect? This is what I ought to do, Nathursis sensei. Following the soul development session in the morning, Keqing now held a genuine admiration for her teacher. Although she had never voiced it, a barrier had lingered in her heart. In Liyue, as one of the 7 stars, she felt a significant gap in martial prowess compared to Ningguang. Keqing was inherently a fiercely competitive woman, and as the years passed, she found herself unable to escape the confines of mediocrity, limited to the realm of mortals in combat. She was on the verge of abandoning her aspirations for martial achievement, turning instead to work diligently in her career. This was also the fundamental reason for Keqing being known as Liyue's foremost workaholic. She thought, surely one of them must excel beyond Ningguang, be it in martial or professional pursuits. Yet despite her hard work and dedication, every time she looked up, she saw the majestic palace of the Jade Chamber overlooking all of Liyue, casting her slender figure in its shadow. People say that those who stand high can see far. Yet the heights she wished to reach were obscured by the grandeur of the palace. For someone as proud and noble as the Yuhing star, this was undoubtedly a significant blow. Over time, she feared being left far behind by Ningguang. She longed to stand at the forefront of Liyue, leading everyone with her decisiveness and wisdom. However, she felt powerless, until the arrival of Nathursis sensei disrupted the balance. Illuminating the path ahead, Keqing poured herself a cup of hot tea, cradling it in her hands as she cautiously savored it. Teacher, did you go out today? Did anything interesting happen? Oh, Master Mao from Wanmin Hall mentioned he wants to marry his daughter to me. Uffed. A mouthful of plain water sprayed directly onto Nathursis' face. He felt no discomfort, but the droplets carried the unique flavor of Keqing's mouth, which was not unpleasant. Keqing, do you treat your esteemed teacher in such a manner? What teacher could withstand such a trial? Nathursis wiped his mouth and showed Keqing his damp sleeve. I apologize, Nathursis-sensei. Keqing hurried over to help him dry off. So, have you accepted? Not yet. Why? Do you disapprove? The hand drying him paused momentarily. Of course not. It's just that if you marry Xiangling, I would have to call her teacher's wife, and I am not quite accustomed to that, though. I thought you might want to marry me. Do not jest, Nathursis-sensei. Keqing's delicate cheeks flushed slightly. I am but your disciple. The morning light illuminated the sky of Liyue, the rays filtering through the window, rousing Nathursis from slumber. He rose and had just donned his attire when a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, a girl with violet hair came into view. Keqing. Why the hurry? Though Keqing was a workaholic, she was not a careless individual. Something urgent must have arisen. Teacher, the maid will prepare a sufficient breakfast in the living room. I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot join you for breakfast. Keqing departed hastily, leaving Nathursis with no opportunity to inquire further. It mattered little. He felt no need to meddle in her work affairs. Seated at the dining table, Nathursis savored his breakfast. His decorum was primarily due to the presence of two young maids nearby, necessitating a degree of attention to his image. After all, they would be cohabiting for a year. He could not frighten them away at the outset. However, the young maids seemed a bit restless, whispering among themselves. What are you discussing? Let me in on the gossip. Dear maids, Nathursis casually asked. His refined appearance made him approachable, unlike Keqing's stern demeanor, encouraging them to open up. Sir, it is like this. One maid turned to him. The helper who frequently comes to our home had an accident this morning. Let us hope it is nothing serious. Otherwise, it will be challenging to find a chef that suits Keqing's tastes. Another maid nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence that the chef had an accident. Which chef? Is that why Keqing left in such a rush? Nathursis seized a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, finding the act of eating slice by slice rather cumbersome. It was rumored that Master Mao from Wanmin Hall had met with a tragic fate. His body now lay outside the establishment, attended by numerous physicians from Liyue, including the head of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Nathursis paused momentarily and turned to the speaking maid, inquiring if there had been any details about the incident. Just yesterday, he had conversed with Master Mao and was well aware of his soul. Surely, today was not the day of his demise. In fact, without Nathursis' consent, no one in this world could die or reincarnate at will. However, he had just glimpsed into the Hall of Souls and confirmed the presence of a new soul. Master Mao's. Such souls did not provide layers, and even if they did, Nathursis would opt to release them, placing them into a newborn to commence the cycle of reincarnation. According to the hurried reports from the Qinyan army, Master Mao had been embroiled in a conflict with a person from the Frosty Lands, culminating in that individual stabbing him in the street before vanishing without a trace. How audacious! Nathursis swept all the food off the table in one go, declaring he would take a stroll and reminding the maid to prepare a hearty lunch. After he disappeared from the living room, the two maids finally regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances. Xiaolin, did I just see correctly? Did Mr. Nathursis open his enormous mouth and swallow all the food along with the plate in one gulp? Don't be ridiculous, Xiaoi. How could someone so handsome do such a thing? Although the plate does seem to have vanished, by the time Nathursis arrived on the streets of Wanmin Hall, a considerable crowd had already gathered, broadly divided into 5 groups: ordinary passers-by, Xiangling's family, the Qinyan army along with Keqing, the physicians of Liyue, and finally, Hu Tao and Zhongli from the Wangsheng funeral parlor. The physicians covered Master Mao's body with a white cloth, shaking their heads in shame. Lady Keqing, perhaps it would be best to let the people from Wangsheng take him away. Master Mao had sustained 5 deep gashes to his chest, with burn marks from fire elements. He had barely grasped the situation before losing his life. Xiangling knelt before Master Mao's lifeless form, tears streaming involuntarily from her eyes, overwhelmed by sorrow and regret. Keqing found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. In the brief time she had stepped out to shop, Master Mao had been murdered. This guilt would undoubtedly haunt her for the rest of her life. Helpless, Keqing could only hope to bring the murderer to justice. Xiangling, I will find the culprit and give you and Master Mao an explanation. Nathursis strolled over to Zhongli, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed at the weeping girl and the cold body. Today was not the day of his death. This simple statement elicited peculiar expressions from both Zhongli and Hu Tao. Zhongli understood, knowing that Nethersis' abilities extended beyond mere strength. However, Hu Tao could not comprehend this. She marched boldly up to Nethersis, eyes wide with indignation, exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about? The man is already dead." She waved her fist dramatically, amplifying her tone. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully of the deceased in front of the head of the parlor? I must plan a proper funeral for you." Nethersis recognized Hu Tao as a spirited girl, yet it was surprising that she would consider arranging a funeral for someone so very much alive, as though death were a source of joy for her. Perhaps this aligned with some of Nethersis' own thoughts. "What? Aren't you anxious about the funeral?" Hu Tao explained, "Don't be fooled by your youth. Life is fleeting, and accidents can happen at any moment. Planning a funeral early brings peace of mind. Rest assured, as a friend of Zhongli, you are a friend of the parlor. When the time comes, there will be a grand celebration. And I will give you a 30% discount. When you pass, I promise you a splendid send-off." Observing this, Nethersis stole a glance at Zhongli, who shrugged, indicating his own helplessness regarding the girl. "Let us put the funeral planning aside for now. There are more intriguing matters at hand." Nethersis placed a hand on Zhongli's shoulder, proposing, "What do you say, Zhongli? Shall we delve into the cycle of reincarnation for a bit?" Master Mao was dead, his soul having ascended. No matter how formidable the abilities, he could not be resurrected. However, time was different. Should time flow backward, everything could be reset, and all causality could be reversed. Zhongli, calm and composed, appeared momentarily stunned, questioning, "Isn't that ill-advised? What's wrong with it? In this world, all life and death are cyclical. It is I who dictates the terms." Even Hu Tao, clever as she was, remained perplexed by the exchange between the two. As she tilted her head in contemplation, Nethersis lightly pressed his foot against the ground, and a fleeting purple light swiftly emanated from his feet, enveloping everyone present, sweeping through Liyue, covering Teyvat, and even extending beyond the stars into the void of false heavens. "Come now, all of you, enter the cycle with me." Chapter 10. Shall we engage in a battle now? Zhongli, to put it bluntly, it may be a bit excessive to thrust the entire world into the cycle of reincarnation and command time to reverse merely to save one individual. Perhaps it was coincidental that Master Mao had gifted Nethersis several bags of food just yesterday. Or maybe Nethersis simply wished to play. Yes, it was play. What of it? At that moment, those touched by the purple light began to vanish in reverse from the scene. Xiangling returned to the moment she had stepped out to shop. Keqing found herself back at her estate, discussing with the maids what delightful breakfast to prepare for Nethersis that Hu Tao sat atop a coffin in Wangxing parlor, pondering how to promote the establishment's business. Meanwhile, the blood and soul that had flowed away returned to Master Mao, who stood up and returned to the large pot in the shop, arms crossed, shouting to the passing crowd, "Come and taste the culinary delights of Wanmin Hall." The entire world reverted to the 10 minutes preceding Master Mao's tragic demise, save for Nethersis and Zhongli, who remained. "Old friend, are you not being a bit too defiant?" Though Zhongli's heart was tumultuous, he maintained his ethereal demeanor. "This is the power of the laws, is it not?" "Indeed, it is," Nethersis explained. Construct a world. 3 fundamental laws are required: space, time, and causality. All 3 are indispensable for entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, this temporal rift was merely a casual reversal on my part. It won't be long before the world's laws detect it and restore the normal flow of time. Yes, soon the world's laws will mend the rift Nethersis has created, reverting time to its rightful course, which will coincide with the scene of Master Mao's death. Yet, this interval is sufficient for Nethersis to reverse the causality. Incidentally, Nethersis possessed the power to contend against the very laws of the world. The it was just rather troublesome, for it entailed not only reversing time, but also affecting all those existing within this realm. Each individual perceives a world of their own, with so many people and worlds overlapping. Even Nethersis found it somewhat daunting. As the two discussed the laws, Master Mao, noticing them from the shop entrance, beamed, fetching 2 portions of snacks from the kitchen and cheerfully approaching. "Little Nethersis, out so early. Come, Uncle Mao made extra snacks this morning for you, with a twinkle in his eyes. Master Mao added, is this your friend? Come, take some too. You're too kind, Uncle Mao, Nathursis replied, though he reached into the bag for food despite his words of refusal. It's nothing. In Liyue, we live to eat, and I live for the people. Don't be shy. Eat more. The shop is busy in the morning, so Uncle Mao one tea keep you. After Master Mao returned to the shop, Zhongli, holding the green bean cake Nathursis had just handed to him, remarked, I didn't expect you to call Master Mao Uncle. Zhongli took a bite and found it a bit sweet. Unlike Zhongli, who merely sampled, Nathursis shoved several pieces of the green bean cake in his mouth in one go. Adapting to local customs, Zhongli took another bite and found it still quite sweet. Then, does this mean you should call me Emperor? Nathursis turned away, pouring the remaining snacks directly into his mouth, stating, it is the time for reincarnation. We must return soon. In other words, whatever we do here, if it has a significant impact, will reflect back in reality. So, how about we engage in an all-out battle? I believe it would become the talk of the townsfolk. A legendary duel between the two gods. Zhongli rubbed his brow, reflecting, actually, I think calling you Nathursis is quite fitting. In the early morning, the streets were bustling with pedestrians, and occasionally, a guest would visit Wanmin restaurant to purchase breakfast. Yet none were individuals like Nasus. It is rather amusing to think that two world-ending beings would lie in wait for an ordinary assassin. What a remarkable display of prestige. Unbeknownst to him, as Nathursis grasped a green bean cake, a passerby inadvertently brushed against his hand. He felt little from the encounter, but the person who collided with him stumbled, clutching their abdomen, on the verge of expressing their grievances. The newcomer donned an entirely black cloak, obscuring their face, exuding a chilling aura of menace. It was evident they belonged to the ilk that thrived in darkness and perished within it. Hey kid, you bumped into me. A raspy voice emerged from the depths of the cloak. What is it going to be? Shall you bump into me again to even the score, or would you prefer I compensate you with a green bean cake as an apology? Nathursis smiled, presenting the delicacy before him. Seeing Nathursis so compliant, the cloaked figure refrained from escalating the situation, dismissively swatting the treat from his hand with a cold huff as they proceeded towards Wanmin restaurant. Nathursis shrugged, withdrawing another green bean cake, pondering whether his actions might be construed as defying the will of the heavens. Given that in Li, sustenance was paramount, but by general rationality, it indeed seemed so. Judging by his attire, he is likely a debt collector from the Fatui, heading towards Wanmin restaurant. Zhongli remarked with a dispassionate expression. Let us observe what he intends to do. The debt collector stood before the establishment. Owner, I seek information regarding an individual, Nathursis, who dined here with Kaching a few days ago. Please provide me with a likeness. He tossed a bag of mora onto the counter. I'm sorry, but I do not recognize him. Master Mao replied, discerning that this guest harbored ill intentions. The Fatui's goodwill is one you must accept. I hope you do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Nathursis had not anticipated that the debt collector sought him, and he turned to tease Zhongli. It seems I've caught the Fatui's attention, and I'm feeling a tad anxious. You must assist me. If you require my aid, I shall certainly oblige, but the question remains, do you truly need it? Nathursis contemplated, his tone tinged with excitement. What if we venture into Snezhnaya, or perhaps instigate a war among nations? How does a game of supremacy sound? There are only 7 nations vying for dominance in Teyvat. They cannot withstand your antics. While they bantered, Nathursis noticed the debt collector growing impatient amidst a dispute with Master Mao. Suddenly, he executed a swift draw of his blade, vanishing from view before Master Mao. At that moment, it was likely that only Nathursis and Zhongli could discern his location. Nathursis couldn't help but remark that Snezhnaya's achievements in science and technology far surpassed those of Teyvat. Although they had not imbued their weapons with souls as he had, they had nonetheless utilized technology to infuse their arms with elemental powers. Clang! The dagger struck Master Mao's body, yet the sharp blade failed to pierce through, as if it had collided with solid rock and was violently rebuffed. Upon closer inspection, one could see a protective barrier surrounding Master Mao, adorned with ancient runes and emanating an aura of antiquity. The debt collector's eyes narrowed as he frantically searched for those obstructing his mission. Soon locking onto Nathursis and Zhongli, one stood with arms crossed, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well. exuding an air of indifference. Seemingly having anticipated this scenario, the other lounged with his hands behind his head, observing the unfolding events with the demeanor of one watching a jester. Chapter 11. Hu Tao. Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? The debt collector's expression indicated he was convinced that Nasus and Zhongli were the ones thwarting him. Yet, to Nasus' surprise, rather than redirecting his assault towards either of them, he hesitated for several moments before making a hasty retreat. Was this a trait of an assassin? It seemed he sensed impending danger. And no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Nasus lightly pressed his foot against the ground, drawing both Zhongli and the fleeing debt collector into the realm of souls. Darkness and silence enveloped the space, rendering the debt collector speechless, save for the cacophony of anguished cries and curses echoing from the depths of the souls. They were filled with fear, howling for slaughter, or lamenting in the absence of light. Four invisible hands of spirit seized the debt collector's limbs, lifting him before Nasus. Speak. Why have you sought me? Seeing the debt collector merely gazing at him in terror, devoid of any intention to confess, Nasus continued, Do not attempt to flaunt your assassin's code in the presence of the Grim Reaper. Confess your transgressions honestly, and I may grant you passage into reincarnation for a new life. Should you dare defy me, I shall ensure your soul wanders Teyvat for millennia. Nasus reached out, removing the debt collector's veil, revealing not a face resigned to death, but a trembling youth, visibly frightened. His pupils darted nervously between Nasus and Zhongli, growing increasingly terrified. Suddenly, Nasus recalled that within his realm, one could perceive the true essence of all beings. This meant, at this very moment, the debt collector should be witnessing a colossal canine head towering hundreds of meters behind Nasus, as well as a great dragon coiled behind Zhongli, embarks, and another entity more powerful than Morix. He gasped, his voice faltering, beads of cold sweat soaking his entire being. Answer me. Do not challenge the patience of the divine with mortal bravado. In Liyue, it was unlikely anyone could withstand the judgment of these two beings. In an instant, the debt collector's mental defenses crumbled. Fear had wholly overtaken him, rendering him akin to a frightened child confessing all. Just as Nasus had warned against challenging the gods, the lady instructed all potential threats to be eliminated before executing her secret plan, and you, possessing exceptional forging skills and having dealt with the beast horde attacking Liyue Harbor, have been deemed an uncertain factor by the Fatui, necessitating your eradication. Nasus raised an eyebrow, surprised to find himself included on the Fatui's execution list after only a few days in Liyue. They were rather professional, these Fatui. Secret plan? What sort of plan? Upon being questioned by Nasus, the debt collector hesitated for several seconds, choking on his words as he looked at Zhongli. The Liyue god-slaying plan. This revelation carried significant implications, as the only deity in Liyue was none other than Zhongli. Nasus turned to the impassive Zhongli. It seems they harbor little respect for my friend. They intend to eliminate you. What do you have to say? Zhongli did not directly respond to Nasus' inquiry, but instead questioned the debt collector. Is it the Gnosis you seek? I am unaware of the specifics. Only the lady knows the details of this plan. Even the Harbinger is merely executing her orders. Nasus casually placed his hands behind his head, noting discrepancies between the debt collector's information and what he knew. According to his understanding, the Gnosis was traded away through contract. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. All right, all questions resolved. Upon our return to reality, I will ensure your reincarnation. Nasus pondered. Let me think. Master Mao and Xiangling are both chefs who enjoy cooking wild boar. Very well, I shall reincarnate you as a wild boar roaming the outskirts of Liyue, pursued by the chefs of Liyue in your next life. The debt collector, confused, exclaimed, Huh? What do you mean, huh? When you were chasing Master Mao, why didn't you say, huh? Every action has its consequence. I am a reaper who values reason. The debt collector attempted to protest further, but Nasus offered him no opportunity, swiftly extracting his soul. Deprived of his essence, the debt collector soon fainted. Young man, strive to be a good wild boar in your next life. In the cycle of reincarnation, Nasus dealt with the debt collector, yet Master Mao remained unharmed. Thus, upon returning to the flow of time, Master Mao's fate would invert, ensuring his revival. Let us return, Zhongli. Nasus turned to Zhongli. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, "What troubles you, Zhongli?" After a brief hesitation, Zhongli seemed to have settled on a decision within himself. "Old friend, might I request a favor?" "Speak." Zhongli gazed upward towards the vast realm of souls, exhaling with a sense of relief that "I am aware of the Ice Queen. Once she resolves to seize the powers of the gods, she will stop at nothing to claim them. I have resolved to relinquish my ancient form and return to the clouds. The Gnosis, to me, or Liyue, is merely a harbinger of trouble that I hope you can assist me in trading away the Gnosis, orchestrating a calamity of the gods to herald the end of an era and usher in a new chapter for Liyue. Guided by the 7 stars that, you simply wish to retire, do you?" Nasus jested lightly. Indeed, though in both this life and the last, he remained oblivious to the reason the Queen of Winter sought the heart of God. However, it is not difficult to conjecture from the existing information. The nation of Winter declared war on the heavenly order. At this juncture, her theft of divine authority is undoubtedly an endeavor to amass strength. Of course, I shall assist you with your request. There is no need to fear the heavenly order. Should she dare to come, I could subdue her, and perhaps even mold her into a maidservant for Liyue. Wouldn't he that portray Liyue as might? Zhongli felt a twinge of embarrassment. "My old friend, you remain as carefree as ever. However, the heart of God is now a trivial artifact. What harm is there in bestowing it upon another? Furthermore, this grand scheme involving both gods and mortals necessitates the assistance of opposing forces, such as the Fatui. Very well. How could I deny an elder the desire to enjoy their twilight years?" Consequently, Nasus broke the cycle, bringing Zhongli back to reality. The scene outside remained unchanged since Nasus had departed. Xiangling still knelt on the ground. Keqing stood beside her, while Hu Tao gazed at Zhongli and Nasus with a look of confusion. To Hu Tao, it seemed as though Nasus and Zhongli had never left, or rather, that time outside had been suspended by Nasus. In truth, it was not the outside world that had been halted, but the realm of reincarnation. Regardless of the duration he spent there, he had frozen it in a single moment. Thus, upon his return to reality, it would appear as if he had never left at all. As for why Hu Tao, Keqing, and the others remained in this place, if causality had indeed reversed and Master Mao had not perished, then the news of his survival would not have reached them, and logically, they should not be present here. However, the causality that Nasus inverted in the cycle pertains solely to Master Mao and the debt collector, without involving others. The more individuals involved, the more complex the information, and the greater the energy Nasus would expend. He certainly preferred to avoid such troublesome matters whenever possible. Hey, is it just my imagination? Zhongli, why did you and this fellow seem to momentarily drift away in front of me? Hu Tao exclaimed, her eyes wide, pouting slightly. But never mind that. Zhongli, come help. We must place Master Mao in the coffin. Such a kind-hearted person deserves a grand funeral. As Hu Tao turned to approach Master Mao, her once innocent expression quickly faded into bewilderment. Who is that? Master Mao. Why does he look like he just awoke, scratching his head and surveying the surroundings? And the person covered in white cloth has transformed into a debt collector clad in a black cloak. Hu Tao gasped. What is happening? Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Chapter 12. Is the Grim Reaper armed with a scythe? Child, why are you crying? Did the suppliers swindle you again? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiangling turned, her eyes widening in astonishment as she took a moment to comprehend, then shouted, Father! Father! She rushed forward to embrace Master Mao, weeping uncontrollably. Lady Keqing, are we still to pursue the culprit? The sudden turn of events left the Qianyan army, who were preparing to hunt down the assailant, at a loss. The deceased was clearly Master Mao. How could he have been replaced in the blink of an eye? Moreover, none present, including Keqing, had noticed anything amiss, truly bizarre. After a moment of contemplation, Keqing remarked, I just examined the debt collector. He bears no external injuries, as if he died from sheer fright. However, since Master Mao is unharmed, the dagger that caused the wound and the fire element closely align with this debt collector. Could we not conclude the matter? She looked uncertainly at the Qianyan soldiers, who also scratched their heads in confusion. It seemed that everyone shared a lack of confidence regarding the situation. Hey, Zhongli, Hu Tao persistently nudged Zhongli's outer garment, her eyes wide with urgency. Did you see it? How did Master Mao suddenly stand up? I examined the corpse, and this is impossible. Indeed, Zhongli replied calmly. I did not catch the entire scene, but perhaps it is a fortunate turn of events. Hu Tao, there is no need for you to worry any longer. A fortunate turn of events? Hu Tao furrowed her brow. While Master Mao is indeed a wonderful uncle, such words cannot be used lightly. The dead cannot be revived. If one were to force a resurrection, it would contravene the order of death, which is forbidden by the Lord of Death. From a rational perspective, that is indeed the case. Rational? How can this be rational? The man was dead and now lives again. No. As the head of the establishment, I must uncover the truth behind this. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Nasus bid farewell to Zhongli and prepared to leave. He had departed too early in the morning, his stomach not fully satisfied, so it was prudent to return home for a meal. As for the matter he promised Zhongli, it would require careful planning. There was no need to rush if he were to take action. It must be spectacular. Nasus certainly would not follow the original route, for that would be foolish. First, Zhongli, as a Geo god, inexplicably fell from the heavens during the rite of summoning and declared his soul had returned to the heavens. Who would believe such a tale? Secondly, the young master awakened the vortex demon god from the depths, attracting the attention of the myriad adepti and travelers of Liyue, ultimately leading to the resistance against the demon being comprised of the old guard and foreign powers. This hardly represented a delegation of responsibility to the Seven Stars. The only significant action was Ningguang smashing the Yujing Terrace, yet merely dealt with a washed-up demon. If the guardianship of Liyue were to be entrusted to the next generation, this level of challenge was insufficient. A touch more difficulty was required. For instance, releasing the Ruochuo Dragon King seal beneath the Fushi tree, compelling the Adepti to confront it, thereby preventing their assistance to Liyue Harbor. Reviving the dragon Durin from the distant snowy mountains would allow it to strike Liyue from the skies, combined with the vortex demon god attacking from the sea, and he would personally eliminate Morix at the rite of summoning. Only then would people be convinced that if Liyue could resolve this calamity, it would not require divine intervention to safeguard the land for another millennium. Very well, let us proceed. Nasus traversed the bustling central street, unknowingly arriving between the Shinua Pavilion and the Liyue Pavilion. Looking down, he saw the 100 steps, and ahead lay the harbor and the ocean's surface connected to it. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly, a feminine voice drew Nasus's attention. Dressed in a somewhat mysterious chestnut robe that accentuated her figure, her snow-white legs appeared as tender as a baby's flesh, a sight to behold. The most striking feature was her eyes, which sparkled with a star-like radiance. Wasn't this Hu Tao, who had just been preparing his funeral at the Wangsheng funeral parlor? Hu Tao, is it my overwhelming charm that compelled you to chase after me? Or do you wish to discuss the arrangements for my funeral further? Nasus greeted her with a smile and a playful tone. Hu Tao, hands on her knees, gazed at Nasus with wide eyes, panting heavily. It was evident she had rushed over in a state of urgency. I just confirmed with Master Mao. It was you who saved him, right? As the head of the establishment, saving lives doesn't violate Liyue's laws, does it? Nasus casually replied, this matter is not something to be concealed. Since you've confirmed with Master Mao, I shall be forthright. Little did he know that in the next moment, Hu Tao stepped forward, gripping his cheeks with both hands, and fiercely declared, laws? If only it were that simple. Do you realize you have disrupted the balance of the world, the order of yin and yang? Although I am unsure how you revive Master Mao, pulling a deceased person back from the gates of the underworld invites divine retribution. Is it truly that grave? I shall be more cautious next time, Nasus replied, maintaining a smile, unfazed by Hu Tao's grip, which only served to infuriate her further. How can you remain so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Hu Tao placed her hands on her hips, speaking earnestly. If this world had deities governing life and death, you would surely be cast into the depths of hell, subjected to countless torments until you reflected upon your errors. Potentially reincarnating as a hilichurl or a slime, pursued by adventurers in Teyvat. You understand. Hu Tao relayed her chilling narrative with utmost seriousness. Yet Nasus remained unmoved. I am utterly astounded. How can someone as earnest as Zhongli have a friend as frivolous as you? I do not care. Although Liyue's laws lack provisions to punish your actions, as the 77th head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, I must vehemently condemn your behavior. You will accompany me back to the parlor, where you shall spend your remaining days in self-reflection and prayer for the dearly departed. Though Hu Tao did not explicitly state it, the dearly departed referred to the debt collector who should not have perished. According to the law, he was meant to die, yet in the order of yin and yang, he should not have died at this moment. Nasus pointed to himself, gazing into Hu Tao's large eyes. Me? Repent for someone else? Indeed. What of it? Disruption of order inevitably calls for atonement. Otherwise, one cannot hope to earn the forgiveness of the Lord of Death. Immediately thereafter, Hu Tao clenched her delicate fists before Nasus, her tone stern and resolute. Do not presume that just because we cannot reach out, this world is devoid of a deity governing the realms of life and death. And why grandfather once said that the Lord of Death is ever watchful over this world. Perhaps he is even now at your side, wielding a pitch-black scythe, prepared to drag you to the underworld for your penance. Nasus found himself stifling a laugh at Hu Tao's earnest demeanor. He turned to glance sideways before returning his gaze to her, scratching his cheek as he mused. Is there a possibility that the Lord of Death wields an axe instead? Chapter 13. Zhongli. Nasus, kneel before me. An axe? Hu Tao paused in astonishment, then vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, how could that be? He is the Lord of Death, certainly a skeletal figure clad in a black robe, brandishing a scythe of 10 meters in length. Floating in midair, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at Nasus, she implored, do not judge the image of the Lord of Death through the lens of mortal reasoning. Remember this. Come on, let us hurry along. You must atone for your sins at the Hall of Life, and occasionally assist this humble master in promoting burial culture and funeral design. Surely the Lord of Death will forgive you in consideration of my position. You simply wish to exploit me as free labor, don't you? Nonsense. This master is not of such ilk. Today, you must sincerely repent. Unable to withstand Hu Tao's vivaciousness, Nasus allowed her to drag him toward the Hall of Life. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he figured a stroll might be beneficial, perhaps even netting a free lunch, thus saving on expenses at Keqing's household. The Hall of Life is situated in the heart of Liyue, and it took little time to traverse from Xingyue Pavilion to the front of the Grand Hall stood an altar adorned with incense, surrounded by a plethora of fruits and foods, presumably offerings to the deity Hu Tao mentioned, the Lord of Death. If that is the case, does it mean I can indulge in these chicken legs and fruits? In the living room stood a familiar figure, presently gazing out the window, sipping tea intermittently from a steaming cup. Even the hall dedicated to escorting the dead possessed an air of comfort and elegance due to Zhongli's presence. Nasus couldn't help but internally scoff at Zhongli's carefree demeanor. Zhongli, why are you slacking off again? Hurry over here and provide your protection. I intend to summon the soul of one who should not have perished, and this fellow needs to pray for him properly. Oh. Turning around, Zhongli's calm gaze fell upon Nasus, who stood behind Hu Tao, seemingly surprised. My old friend, what brings you here? Nasus gestured helplessly, indicating his lack of a solution. Oh dear. Zhongli, come here. Your friend is utterly terrible, altering established facts to resurrect the deceased. This is a grave violation of the laws of life and death, and he must sincerely repent. By the way, Zhongli, as his friend, you two have failed in your supervisory duties. You ought to kneel and repent as well. Zhongli's composed expression faltered for a moment before he turned back to regard Nasus. This might just be the most amusing jest Nasus had heard all year. Zhongli is the Geo Archon Morix, guardian of Liyue for millennia, while he himself is the deity governing all souls. Now, to suggest that they both kneel before a debtor's soul for repentance, even the very thought would surely startle the Lord of Death himself. Zhongli understood Hu Tao well. He recognized her childlike nature, unbound by the constraints of worldly norms. Yet this very situation caused a flicker of concern within Zhongli. Even during the cataclysmic Archon War a millennium ago, he had maintained his composure. But now, he feared Hu Tao's recklessness might lead Nasus to unleash chaos upon Liyue. Who would be there to intervene? It might require an army of the strength that once obliterated the kingdom of Kenria to quell the disturbance. With a serious expression, Zhongli explained. Hu Tao, the debtor has indeed violated the law and is subject to judgment. Conversely, Master Mao has diligently served Liyue, and his resurrection is, in fact, a meritorious deed from a rational standpoint. We ought to express gratitude to my old friend. Humph, Zhongli, this matter shall not be overlooked by this master. Hu Tao crossed her arms defiantly, dismissing Zhongli's previous remarks. The Hall of Life collects the living's fees and guides the dead. It serves as a bridge between realms, and we cannot allow your friend to run amok. Humph. You must kneel and genuinely repent, and you too, Zhongli, shall not escape my judgment, though the event had yet to transpire. Nasus envisioned the scene Hu Tao described. Two world-ending deities kneeling before a debtor's soul, praying for him. Currently, the debtor's soul resided within Nasus's soul hall, disregarding whether Hu Tao could summon it. If it truly appeared, would it accept their repentance? Soon enough, Hu Tao stood before the altar, preparing her incantation. Zhongli, arms crossed, stood beside her, indeed taking on the role of protector, while Nasus positioned himself beneath the altar. Facing Hu Tao, there was an undeniable sense of ritual in the Hu Tao waved her hands before the altar, lowering her head as she moved back and forth, swaying rhythmically while chanting her original nursery rhyme. The great hill is ill. Two hills take a look, three hills gather, four hills howl. She made a face and extended her claws toward Nasus. Pausing for a moment, Hu Tao blinked, sensing something was amiss. Ordinarily, the soul of the deceased should appear at the altar by now. Yet there was no response. Nasus, uncertain of her meaning, speculated that perhaps her summoning had failed. Should I do something? Hearing this, Hu Tao, hands on her hips, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Ahem. Following my summoning technique. The debtor's soul has already attached itself to the altar. Next, you merely need to kneel and sincerely repent for your misdeeds until he is satisfied. Otherwise, if he decides to linger in Teyvat, you shall spend your life tormented by his ghost. Nasus stared into Hu Tao's eyes, which did not seem to convey jest. For 2 to 3 seconds he pondered her claim. Are you saying that the debtor's soul is indeed here in the hall? Yes, indeed. What of it? Is there something wrong? Hu Tao responded somewhat awkwardly. Nasus had just glanced at the soul hall. Had it not been for that lingering soul, he might have almost believed her. However, Hu Tao certainly had some skill. For the soul had reacted to her summoning, but alas, it was Nasus who held dominion over it. If it were merely wandering the world, it would likely have been summoned by Hu Tao. Nasus raised his gaze to meet Hu Tao's. Hu Tao, you suggest that we kneel before the debtor's soul for repentance. Shall we not inquire about its opinion? Let us see if it wishes for us to kneel, or if it dares to demand it. What do you mean? Hu Tao tilted her head in confusion. She too did not comprehend why she had been unable to summon the debtor's soul today. But she occasionally experienced failures without much concern. However, hearing Nasus's implication, it seemed he might possess some connection to that realm. Such matters cannot be treated lightly. Hu Tao naturally did not believe him. With conviction, she declared, Humph, are you suggesting that you can not only locate that person's soul, but also communicate with it, commanding it to treat you with respect? One might say so. Humph, this master will not be swayed by your tall tales. How could an ordinary person access such realms? Even I cannot command a soul to do anything. I see you merely wish to evade responsibility and avoid repentance. Well then, allow me to prove it to you. Nasus waved his hand, conjuring the hall that contained the imprisoned souls within the grand hall, drawing Hu Tao into the soul hall. Boom! In an instant, the hall of life collapsed, engulfed by darkness and silence. An atmosphere thick with fear and curses. Countless souls sprawled across this expanse, extending for untold miles. Hu Tao's eyes widened to their utmost human limits, her gaze darting around in continuous astonishment. Having long been involved in matters of the afterlife, she quickly recognized that these were all souls, countless souls. And what was that? A massive canine head, towering hundreds of meters, seemingly the sovereign of this realm, the ruler commanding all souls. This is, Hu Tao trembled as she murmured. Nasus interjected, completing her thought. The hall that confines souls. Then were you not always saying that the Lord of Death is ever vigilant over this world, perhaps even now wielding a scythe before you? Nasus shouldered a long-handled axe. adding with a hint of disappointment. Yet, to your dismay, the Lord of Death indeed wields an axe. Chapter 14. A proposal. Hu Tao's strange occurrences happen every year, yet this year seems particularly abundant. Even Hu Tao, who has just witnessed the resurrection of the deceased, finds herself ensnared in a tale of the bizarre that could leave her in a perpetual state of astonishment for an entire year. Is it true that the Grim Reaper exists in this world? The look in Hu Tao's eyes as she gazes at Neithers is filled with a ripple of wonder, yet tinged with a hint of disappointment. Her grandfather had once remarked that the Grim Reaper has always kept a watchful eye on the mortal realm, but who would have imagined that the Reaper appears younger than herself? Moreover, he carries an air of nonchalance, seemingly carefree. Can one truly expect a good death under such a Reaper? Surely, one must, considering there are 7 living deities. Having one Grim Reaper seems perfectly normal, does it not? Neithers beckons the soul of a debtor. The soul prostrates itself on the ground, pressing its head firmly against the cold surface, too afraid to look up or even to breathe loudly, its body trembling incessantly. Clearly in fear of some terrifying presence. Hu Tao, just look at how perfectly this fellow kneels, Neithers remarks. Hey, Grim Reaper, he's already dead, and yet you still bully him. Hu Tao pouts, her cheeks puffed out, staring defiantly at Neithers. Even if you're the Grim Reaper, you shouldn't act this way. It's infuriating. This Grim Reaper doesn't even spare the dead. Amused by her spiritedness, Neithers lifts the debtor's chin, teasingly saying, Hu Tao says I'm bullying you. Should I kneel before you now? The debtor, momentarily taken aback, gradually widens his eyes and frantically bows his head to the ground, banging it repeatedly as if trying to create a hole in the floor. Thankfully, he is merely a soul now. Otherwise, he would have died several times over. See, Hu Tao, I wanted to kneel, but he refuses. Neithers chuckles, I don't believe your nonsense. He is plainly terrified. Why aren't you afraid of me? Neithers himself finds it quite peculiar to me. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. I have nothing to fear when I've done no wrong. Even if you are the Grim Reaper, you should not act on a whim. Hu Tao asserts, hands on her hips, standing on tiptoe in front of Neithers, pushing her not-so-prominent chest outward, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Hu Tao, what's wrong? Neithers inquires, with you standing tall and proud, it seems you have a decent figure. You're talking nonsense. My figure has always been excellent. Hu Tao retorts, it's still Hu Tao. After all, if it were an ordinary girl discussing such matters, she would likely be blushing and flustered. However, Hu Tao's comment does indeed prompt Neithers to reflect as the Grim Reaper. He has not been particularly diligent. The balance of life and death in this world, much like Mora, requires careful control. An excess or deficiency could lead to chaos. Neithers' usual approach is straightforward. If there are too many living beings in Teyvat, he takes his axe and circles the continent, using his skills. Conversely, if there is an excess of the deceased, he enters the Hall of Souls to reincarnate those who weep the loudest. Yet, reincarnation is left to Neithers' random whims that a soul might reincarnate as a human in one life and a deity in the next, while some unfortunate souls may merely become wild grass or bouncy slimes. This is not the ideal method. Neithers believes a grading system should be established. Souls that have contributed to the world, been honest and hardworking, or struggled through lives of poverty should receive favorable evaluations. After reincarnation, they could be matched with families that correspond to their scores, embarking on entirely different new lives. This would uphold balance. However, this task is too cumbersome. Neithers is far too engrossed in his own leisure to attend to such matters. Yet, Hu Tao, being a girl who can also touch the boundary between life and death, would make a delightful proxy for him. It is often said that the deities of Teyvat delight in laziness, and Neithers must conform to local customs. If one is to be lazy, one must do so thoroughly. Hu Tao, look at our Archon in Liyue. He has 5 great protectors, the Yikshas, to fight for him, and the Liyue Qixing to handle affairs, living a carefree and luxurious life. What do you mean by that? Hu Tao squints, her large eyes narrowing. As the owner of the Wangshang funeral parlor, she is well aware that such lengthy preambles usually precede troublesome matters. I mean to say, I am, after all, a Grim Reaper, right? I should find someone to assist me in my duties, shouldn't I? Oh, Hu Tao exclaims, realization dawning upon her, dragging out the sound. You want me to help you manage matters of life and death? Neither's is about to affirm, but Hu Tao's expression turns resolute as she retorts, even though you are the Grim Reaper. I refuse. The sudden rejection catches Neither's off guard. Is the world so degraded that even a deity has become so cheap? Why not? This is work for the Grim Reaper. In terms of rank, it's even higher than the Geo Archon. Oh please, there's much to be done at the Wangsheng funeral parlor. I have many employees to support. And that one who does nothing but drink expensive tea, Zhongli, incurs substantial expenses that I simply have no time. Neither's finds himself speechless. This is quintessentially Hu Tao. Her thoughts often exceed the comprehension of ordinary minds. The average person would leap at the chance to serve a divine mandate. But Neither's has a solution for this situation. Hu Tao, don't you want to see the Wangsheng funeral parlor flourish under your stewardship? Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's eyes light up. Are you saying that if I take over your duties, I can make the Wangsheng funeral parlor thrive? Indeed, it will not just thrive, it will be exhilarating. Neither's clears his throat, elaborating. If you take over my duties, I will grant you access to the Hall of Souls, allowing you to enter at will. You will be able to observe the past of souls and personally guide them to their future. Based on the deeds of the souls, you will assign them scores and send them to families that match their evaluations. Just imagine, when an elderly client comes to discuss funeral arrangements, you observe their soul and reveal that they will be reborn into a wonderful family. Wouldn't they be overjoyed to promptly call their children to send money? Moreover, I will grant you the authority to command certain souls to fight alongside you. Picture this. When you host a funeral for a client, thousands of souls marching in honor. It would surely be the highlight of their life. Neither's paints a vivid picture, and Hu Tao, simply listening, feels exhilarated that a grand procession of souls would make for an impressive funeral. She yearns to orchestrate such an event herself, personally overseeing the reincarnation of those detestable treasure thieves and the Fatui into hilichurls. What a splendid idea. Grim Reaper, this plan is simply marvelous. It will surely be welcomed by the people of Liyue. Hu Tao exclaims, bubbling with excitement like a child, ready to dash out and deliver a memorable funeral at any moment. Chapter 15. Zhongli, are you jealous? Hu Tao, I am now granting you access. All right. The Hall of Souls is a realm created by Neither's, distinct from the serene land crafted by the Raiden Shogun or the dusty realm of Granny Ping. In this world, Neither's can accomplish anything he desires. After all, he can freely alter the forms of souls, transforming them into objects that serve his interests, and the number of souls here is boundless. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 wooden chairs materialize behind him and Hu Tao. Please take a seat. Once Hu Tao settles across from him, Neither's adds, Hu Tao, I am now setting up a program for you. You may call a system. With this system, you will be able to input whatever you wish to configure, and it will manifest in this world. Indeed, Neither's can manipulate the forms of souls, even those he has encountered in previous lives. A system? What a peculiar name. It is rather odd. This is my first time creating a reincarnation system. Neither stretches out his finger, sketching in the space between them. And with a few swift strokes, he forms a box containing a list. Host. Hu Tao position. Proxy executor scope of duties. Entire Hall of Souls current usable souls. 3,000. Categories unrestricted. This is Neither's first attempt at such a creation. It seems simple enough, yet it is quite comprehensive. After all, it encompasses the knowledge of all souls, forming a vast database. All right, you should be able to see the box appearing before you now. Yes, I see it. One may input their desires above, or manipulate the terrain to forge an entirely new world, and all will manifest. For everyday matters, the system may also be employed to handle them, which proves quite convenient. And this can even respond to voice commands. It is only natural with a multitude of souls present, the variety of voices is exceedingly vast, allowing one to set any desired sound. Voice control. Hu Tao heard this novel term, yet she instinctively grasped its meaning. Ever whimsical, she eagerly inquired, System, oh system, who is the most beautiful girl in this world? It is Hu Tao, undoubtedly Hu Tao. She laughed heartily, delighted to find the system so omniscient. Hearing this, Hu Tao's curiosity blossomed as she posed increasingly peculiar questions to the system. Isn't that obvious? The only living beings in this world are you and me, Nasus replied with a sidelong glance. That's not true, Hu Tao retorted, unconvinced by Nasus's words, and continued her inquiries. Then tell me, who is the ugliest person in this world? Nasus, without a doubt. It is Nasus. Upon hearing this, Nasus's eyelids twitched violently as he glanced at his own towering canine head. Standing several hundred meters high. Not particularly ugly, is it? Can I use this system in the outside world? Hu Tao posed a crucial question, of course, but only you can see and hear it. Furthermore, in the outside world, you cannot manifest your desires. I have only granted you 3,000 souls to take with you. That should suffice, no? Indeed, that is ample. In the future, you can summon the system to check which families have newborns and which souls meet the criteria for reincarnation, and you may arrange their rebirth. After imparting this knowledge, Nasus suddenly smiled and gave a thumbs up to Hu Tao. From now on, the responsibility of saving the world rests on your shoulders. Do your best. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Hu Tao, initially lost in the thrill of encountering new phenomena, was struck by a nagging feeling upon seeing Nasus's expression, as if she had been duped. And what of you, Nasus? What will you do next? The astute Hu Tao inquired. As for me, Nasus replied leisurely, cradling the back of his head, I shall accompany Zhongli to Mondstadt and tie a child named Vinny to a kite, then fly it atop Windrise. Or perhaps I shall invite them both to Inazuma, using force to coerce a woman named Xing into preparing a lavish banquet, or seek out an arrogant and alluring woman, compelling her to kneel and sing conquer. There are so many amusing endeavors. How could I squander my energy on such mundane affairs as reincarnation? After hearing Nasus's tales, Hu Tao blinked thrice in astonishment, unable to comprehend, yet profoundly shaken. How could someone as serious as Zhongli engage in such antics? Hu Tao shook her head vigorously, struggling to envision Zhongli joyfully flying a kite on the vast prairie. This is precisely what you fail to understand. Hu Tao.it is the juxtaposition of the serious and the frivolous that renders it amusing. Well, that is a fair point. By the way, it's around mealtime, isn't it, Hu Tao? Since I've made a rare visit, you must arrange a meal for me. Of course, Hu Tao readily agreed, but then added, however, Nasus, didn't you say everything could be manifested here? Could I not simply have the system conjure up a feast? That is not feasible, Nasus promptly countered. The essence of this world's ability to manifest everything lies in the malleability of souls. Thus, the method of manifestation involves transforming souls into designated objects. If you were to transmute into food, who knows how many unfortunate souls might be digested by you. Puffed. What am I even saying? Hu Tao quickly realized or blundered. In truth, Nasus had withheld a graver reality. A single individual can harbor but one soul. Even Morix is no exception. In heaven and earth, only Nasus possesses the capacity to devour souls for his own use. Of course, the stipulation regarding a person can harbor but one soul is applicable only in the absence of Nasus's intervention. Hadn't he previously attached 7 distinct souls to a weapon? Even when affecting the human body, the same principle applies. After all, he is the Reaper who governs souls. By the way, it is worth mentioning that all actions Hu Tao undertakes within the Hall of Souls are perceived by Nasus. And should any unforeseen events arise, Nasus can intervene at any moment. In the living room of the Hall of Rebirth, a wooden table is set. Zhongli's gaze occasionally falls upon Hu Tao, observing her as she converses animatedly with an unseen presence, occasionally gesturing and laughing joyously. Perplexed, Zhongli turned his attention to Nasus beside him. Old friend, what is Hu Tao up to? Oh, I gifted her an intriguing toy, and she is quite taken with it. A toy. I have yet to see any toy. Could you elaborate on its nature? What makes it so delightful to her? Zhongli inquired, his curiosity piqued, recalling the last time he saw Hu Tao so elated was when she sold 18 coffins in one go. Its function is rather singular. Omniscience, Nasus replied nonchalantly, though there is an element of exaggeration. While it encompasses the knowledge of countless souls, it falls short of true omniscience. Zhongli's calm demeanor wavered slightly. Old friend, this toy must be rare, yes? Zhongli, would you like one too? Oh no. I was merely inquiring. Zhongli quickly waved his hands in refusal, as it would be unbecoming for the Geo Archon to solicit gifts from others. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Hu Tao, and for the first time in millennia, a glimmer of envy crossed the face of the Geo god. Chapter 16. Ganyu, here is a rose for you. Ah, that was delightful, Nasus exclaimed, patting his belly, thoroughly satisfied. With a contented smile, he waved farewell to the astonished duo. Hu Tao swallowed hard, gazing at the empty plates strewn across the living room, all devoured by Nasus alone. While she and Zhongli had barely touched their chopsticks. Zhongli, are you aware of how much your friend can eat? I have heard rumors, but I remain astounded. Hu Tao activated the system, which she had affectionately named Xiaoteo. Xiaoteo, do you think Liyue will be devoured by Nasus? Master will not. Liyue will flourish unprecedentedly due to Nasus's presence, and with Liyue as the epicenter, the economy, military, and technology will expand across the 7 nations. By the way, Xiaoteo, do you withhold information about your creator from me? Of course not, as Nasus has not requested me to keep anything secret. Please do not be surprised that Hu Tao pondered, unable to comprehend how one could be so open-hearted. Is it because he is powerful enough? Is he a formidable fighter? I failed to see it. Just as Nasus finished his meal and intended to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. An amusing scene unfolded before him as he reached the center of the street. Passers-by and vendors retreated to the sides of the thoroughfare, observing a colossal procession in the middle of the road. This procession comprised entirely of laborers. Some wielded hoes, others held hammers, while a few pushed carts laden with minerals or rocks far exceeding their size. Given their sheer number and scale, Nasus initially assumed they had leveled a mountain and were transporting it back to Liyue Harbor. Leading the throng of miners was a girl with azure hair, clad in a costume that bore a resemblance to both a qipao and a belly band, perfectly accentuating the delicate curves of femininity. Her pink eyes, imbued with a dreamy languor, conveyed a melancholic charm that was utterly captivating. Yet, do not be deceived by her appearance. She could very well be an ancient crone of several millennia. What to do? Ganyu mused, one hand pressed to her forehead, clearly fraught with anxiety. Just yesterday, Keqing had instructed her to gather all the workers at the harbor to transport a large quantity of minerals to Liyue Harbor. However, they had only just begun, and many workers had already collapsed under the immense weight of the rocks, with half of the wooden carts used for transporting the minerals damaged. How on earth can we get these goods outside the city? The roads of the harbor are flat, yet this task is so arduous. Beyond the city lies only gravel and mountainous paths, rendering movement nearly impossible. Though, if the Archon is watching over Liyue, please convey to Ganyu how to transport these goods. Ganyu clasped her hands together and gazed skyward in prayer. The Archon is not present, but would you like some Tijishio? Suddenly, a handsome face she had never encountered appeared before her, startling Ganyu into taking 2 steps back. Once she regained her composure, she widened her eyes and glared at Nasus, seemingly irate. Sir, please do not appear so suddenly. It is quite frightening. The expression of anger can also possess a gentle quality. Nasus, with a smile gracing his face, struck a pose before Ganyu, and with a flair of elegance, conjured a vibrant red rose in the palm of his right hand, presenting it to her. Esteemed lady, you bear a striking resemblance to my wife from a past life. Thus, I bestow upon you this small token of affection. Do not refuse my goodwill, for this flower is not merely a blossom, but a living essence. Nasus was not deceiving Ganyu. Although Hu Tao could not manifest her spirit in the real world, he possessed that capability. Just moments ago, he had captured a fire slime, transformed it after removing the flames, and crafted this rose, a wife from a past life. Sir, please refrain from such frivolous jesting. How could I possibly resemble your former spouse? Ganyu clenched her fists tightly, her fair cheeks flushing with palpable warmth, attempting to convey her discomfort and disbelief through her body language. How could this young man behave in such a manner? He was a complete stranger, yet he audaciously claimed I resembled his past wife. Does he not feel any shame? Indeed, my previous wives number in the thousands. Rest assured, there is surely a place for you among them. Nasus spoke with earnest absurdity, nodding repeatedly to lend credence to his words. However, The true motive behind Nasus's approach to Ganyu was to recruit her as a maid to take home. Even before departing from the mountain of Uzang, he had asked Keqing to find him 2 maids to warm his bed, though she had likely forgotten about it by now. Thus, he had to seek out candidates himself. When considering who might be suitable for the role of maid, Ganyu stood out in Liyue. She had once followed Rex Lapis in a battle during the Archon War and had received teachings from the eloquent sage. And now she assisted the entirety of the Liyue Qixing. Who could possibly care for others better than Ganyu? Miss Ganyu, what should we do now? Please provide us with some guidance. The workers behind her began to stir, clamoring for a resolution to their predicament. Hearing their shouts, Ganyu found herself in a state of utter disarray. Oh no, the tasks assigned by Miss Keqing cannot be completed on time. In truth, it was impossible to deliver on schedule. Given the current industrial capabilities of Liyue, it was utterly unfeasible unless one utilized elemental or divine power. Nasus was unaware of why Ganyu refrained from using her abilities. Perhaps, like Zhongli, she desired to blend in as a mortal within Liyue. TSK. Speaking of which, Nasus couldn't help but critique. Zhongli wishes to emulate Barbatos in idleness. Yet Ganyu has so many responsibilities to tend to. Does she not realize that not utilizing her power is a waste of her Qilin essence? Upon overhearing the workers' continued ruckus, Nasus resolved to silence them. He strode past Ganyu, facing the collective of workers who were all gazing in his direction, and bellowed, "What are you all shouting about? You can't even arrange a few stones, and yet you dare to complain?" The tempers of the workers were not to be trifled with, and their voices were among the loudest in every trade. Soon enough, the workers shifted their ire from Ganyu to Nasus. "And who do you think you are? Have you ever done manual labor? How many tons of stone can you lift? Little boy, don't come here pretending to be a master. Tell Ganyu to hurry up with the arrangements. I still need to get paid in return." "Exactly. Your thighs are not even as thick as my arms, and you speak so arrogantly, thinking you can lift it?" Since advice had proven ineffective, Nasus saw no need for further counsel. In such moments, the best approach was to employ strength to silence them. He planted a foot upon the ground, and a formidable wave of energy surged forth, stirring up the dust and causing the workers to levitate into the air, landing unceremoniously on the ground. When the workers regained their senses, they discovered that minerals, rocks, and all tools were now suspended in midair. Bystanders, including children and the elderly, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the floating boulders. This was indeed a marvel in Liyue. How is this possible? Did that young man do all of this? The workers were now too captivated by the spectacle to continue their noise, and Nasus gently lowered the suspended stones back to the ground. It was not that Nasus refused to assist Ganyu with transporting goods. Rather, if he resolved this issue, the workers would be left to toil aimlessly. He would never disrupt the livelihoods of the common folk. "Sir, are you not an ordinary person yourself?" Ganyu inquired. "That's an interesting question. Care to guess what kind of celestial beast I am, little Qilin sister?" Nasus smiled, reaching out to caress Ganyu's antlers, which caused her to retreat a couple of steps, hastily shielding her head. "Sir, please do not touch my antlers. They are quite sensitive." "Your reasoning is rather poor," Nasus teased. Ganyu fumbled, unsure how to respond, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "All right, let us attend to business, since the workers cannot lift the load. Let us reduce the weight to something manageable for them." Nasus summoned his soul power, selecting a multitude of rock elementals from an immense array, subsequently imbuing them with potent rock elemental energy. With a wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped the minerals and stones, their outward appearance unchanged. Yet Nasus had manipulated their internal weight to a mere 10 pounds. Indeed, elemental power possesses various applications, depending on the wielder's ingenuity, and this was one of Nasus's remarkable innovations. "Try lifting it again," he called to a few nearby workers. "Brother, how can we possibly lift this? We are not blessed with your divine strength. I commanded you to lift it, so do it without further chatter." It seemed that scolding was the most effective method, as Nasus glared, and the workers hurriedly complied. "Hey, what is going on? Why has it become so much easier?" "Indeed, could it be that I have been favored by the Lord of Geo, granted divine strength?" Witnessing this change, the workers at the back eagerly joined in, effortlessly hoisting the boulders above their heads. Some even lifted them with one hand, while others tossed them into the air and caught them. The workers, though unfamiliar with elemental power, were enthralled, but Ganyu was different. She had observed closely and noted that the amount of rock elemental energy emanating from Nethys far exceeded that of Lady Ningguang. By several multiples, even tenfold. She could not quantify it precisely, but it was undeniably formidable. So much so that it instilled in her a sense of a WT that moment. Nethys had his back turned to Ganyu when he suddenly felt a tentative finger tapping him from behind. "What is it, Ganyu? Why you wouldn't happen to be the Lord of Geo, would you?" Ganyu asked cautiously. She was aware that the Geo Archon had taken on a mortal guise within Liyue, yet she had no knowledge of his true identity. "I'm not. Do you truly think the Archon would tease you?" Nethys retrieved the rose that Ganyu had been holding and tucked it into her flowing blue hair. The exquisite rose juxtaposed with the languid Ganyu resembled a fiery sun colliding with an icy mountain. "Ganyu, what do you think would happen?" "Huh." Ganyu tilted her head, perplexed. "It would melt. You foolish girl." "Oh," she replied weakly, feeling slightly disheartened by being called foolish. "So, is your heart melting now?" Nethys teased again. Ganyu gazed into Nethys's eyes, momentarily dazed before she realized, and playfully pushed him away. Please, do not jest with me any further." Returning to the matter at hand, Nethys accompanied Ganyu's team of workers outside the city. According to Ganyu, the minerals were needed by Kaching, who was undertaking a monumental project at the harbor, one that dwarfed even the palaces in the sky by several times over. Since Nethys was currently residing at Kaching's home and had been recognized as her mentor, it was only natural that he would want to see it for himself. On a mountain path, Nethys and Ganyu walked side by side at the front of the procession, with the sun beating down upon them from behind. Ganyu wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and occasionally tugged at her fitted pants and clothing, seemingly uncomfortable for some reason, her gait becoming somewhat awkward. "What's wrong?" Nethys, of course, noticed this detail. "Oh, it's nothing." Ganyu quickly waved her hand. "It's just that my clothes have become damp with sweat, and they feel so clingy and uncomfortable. But it's fine. We will arrive soon." Ganyu forced a smile, unsure of how to remedy the situation. If she were to freeze the sweat with her ice element, the resulting shards would only cling to her clothes, potentially causing rips, and that would be quite embarrassing. "No worries, I can help you wipe it off." "Huh." Ganyu turned to Nethys, momentarily taken aback. No, absolutely not. Rest assured, I'm not a villain." With resolute determination, Neza wasted no time, extending his hand to rest upon Ganyu's shoulder, summoning forth a surge of soul power. The abrupt gesture startled Ganyu, prompting her to instinctively hug herself tightly and close her eyes, murmuring, "Please, don't." This person, who appeared so refined and gentle, displayed such crude actions. I had clearly insisted it was unnecessary. Like a fluid spirit, the essence surged into Ganyu's attire, enveloping every bead of sweat before swiftly retreating. "I it over already." Ganyu mused, still feeling somewhat perplexed. The master's power was as fleeting as it was sudden. Indeed, how long could wiping away sweat possibly take? Neza opened his palm, revealing a substantial mass of crystalline mist, the result of Ganyu's perspiration. "Oh, it still retains the faint fragrance of a young maiden." Sir, this sweat is rather unclean. Please dispose of it quickly," Ganyu urged, her urgency palpable. "Unclean?" Neza chuckled, replying, "Ganyu, do you realize that if this were my previous world, a mere lump of water like this would have many gentlemen scrambling to acquire it at any cost?" "What? People actually buy sweat? How utterly absurd." Ganyu's pink eyes widened in disbelief, recalling her own peculiar experience of rolling down a hill as a chubby child, only to be snatched away by a beast that subsequently choked on her. She was astonished to find that others could be even more outrageous. "Look, we've arrived." Upon hearing this, Neza glanced ahead, indeed spotting Kaching and dozens of workers waiting nearby, beckoning them over. Notably, beside Kaching stood a platinum-haired woman, her regal features exuding an air of affluence. "Lu Guang has come as well. 2 of the Liyue 7 stars are here. It seems this is quite a grand undertaking." Chapter 18. I only need 3 minutes after reuniting with Kaching and the others. Neza finally grasped her true intentions. The recent beast attack on Liyue Harbor had prompted Kaching to conceive a plan to establish a defensive line against monsters, stretching from the outskirts of MT. Aozong in the north, to the depths of the chasm in the west, and to the foot of the snowy mountains in the east, comprising towering walls reaching 50 meters in height. The scale was monumental. Akin to a true Great Wall. It was as if Liyue was set to recreate the magnificent wonders of ancient China, and Neza silently marveled at the ambition. Teacher, what do you think of this Great Wall project? Keqing approached Neza, her hopeful gaze reminiscent of a young girl who had just received an award at school, eager for her father's praise. Remarkable, Neza said, raising his thumb in approval. Keqing felt a warmth in her heart. She had never needed validation from others as no one was more exceptional than she, but Neza was different. However, this project will require immense financial and human resources. Indeed, Lu Guang interjected, the scale of the engineering is so vast that even I find it daunting. Furthermore, even if we were to recruit all the miners, dock workers, and construction workers of the harbor, it would still take at least 30 years to complete the Great Wall. While I do not deny the strategic advantages this plan would bring to Liyue's defense, the costs are simply too high. Upon hearing this, Keqing's expression clouded with concern. As Liyue's overseer of land development, she had long contemplated the same issues. Yet, this was a matter of national strength, and no matter how much she wished otherwise, she could not alter this reality. Do not be disheartened. You are my disciple, Neza reassured her, patting her shoulder. He then turned to Lu Guang. You mentioned it would take 30 years? Indeed, Mr. Neza. This is a monumental undertaking. Unprecedented in Liyue's history. Without a 30-year time frame, completion is impossible. I believe it will only take 3 minutes. This simple statement caused the two most esteemed women in Liyue to widen their eyes in disbelief. A great wall stretching thousands of miles, encompassing the entire land of Liyue, could be completed in merely 3 minutes? Both Lu Guang and Keqing thought either they had lost their minds or Neza had. 3 minutes could accomplish nothing. The logistics of manpower and materials alone would be insurmountable. Even if every resource were readily available and there were sufficient workers simultaneously constructing, it would still be impossible. This was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Sir, is this jest not too grand? Lu Guang, as the enforcer of Liyue's laws and one of the most powerful and wealthy women in the region, possessed an astute ability to discern opportunities and read the room. How could someone deemed a teacher by Keqing possibly be a mere braggart? Teacher, did you perhaps misspeak? Did you mean to say 3 years? Keqing, too, was unconvinced that 3 minutes could suffice to finalize such a project. After all, even moving stones from Liyue Harbor was a strenuous task within 3 minutes. Keqing, since you formulated this plan, I presume you have already envisioned the preliminary surveys, anticipated scope, dimensions, and route in your mind? Yes, Keqing nodded emphatically. In fact, I had conceived this long ago, but was constrained by financial, human, and resource limitations, which is why I buried the thought. With that reassurance, Neza felt confident that everything would fall into place. He raised his right palm to Keqing. Come, Keqing, mimic my gesture. After a moment's hesitation, Keqing raised her hand, and Neza grasped it, their fingers intertwining, lifting their joined hands above their heads. Keqing, from this point onward, envision the entire Great Wall as you see it in your mind. What color is it? How broad and sturdy is it? What shape does it take? And what route does it follow? Visualize it all here. I'll give it AT or Y. As Keqing began to imagine, Neza received the images flowing into his mind. Yes, the grand vision of the Great Wall synchronized with Neza's thoughts. He then faced the mountains ahead, his eyes glowing with a violet light, an immense pressure radiating from his being. His voice, calm yet resonant, echoed like a dragon's roar across the earth and sky, reverberating like thunder. Neza, in the name of death, command you, let their souls construct my Great Wall of Liyue. Boom! In that moment, countless souls surged forth from the realm of spirits, aligning themselves precisely along the path of the Great Wall in Keqing's mind. From this point, they formed a circular line that traversed the chasm, Aozong, and the snowy mountains, ultimately connecting back here, although this would be a considerable expenditure of Neza soul energy. Restoring himself was a simple endeavor. He could effortlessly access the realm of reincarnation, conquer a nation or two, and then close the door. Notably, the true reincarnation realm Neza had created possessed an automatic restoration mechanism. Unlike the haphazard reversal executed by Master Mao, Neza could establish a 24-hour reincarnation cycle. Once completed, he could simply conquer again. After all, he could summon as many souls as he desired. Meanwhile, Ganyu, who had been distributing food to the workers, stood frozen in shock as many bowls and utensils slipped from their hands. What is that? A hilichurl Thunder King. So many of them. Not only that, but there were also rock-armored hilichurls, slimes, and wandering samurais. Heavens, they are clustered together, towering over 30 meters high. Are they all the souls of fallen monsters? Every worker, along with Ganyu and Lu Guang, gazed in astonishment. Yet in the next moment, these monstrous souls began to morph, transitioning from blue to green, ultimately culminating in a dusty yellow, forming a wall that stood 30 meters tall. As the transformation continued, these towering walls extended toward the distant rock god, gradually fading from sight. Just how far did this stretch? Could it truly encompass the entire land of Liyue, starting from here? Lu Guang gazed at the sprawling yellow earth wall. Unable to suppress her awe, she mused at the ancient Geo Archon. Adept at hurling rock spears to carve out the floating cloud pavilion, would pale in comparison to such divine craftsmanship. How astounding! Ganyu covered her pink lips, her eyes shimmering with excitement, that I once suspected he might be an immortal. But it seems I greatly underestimated him. His power is undoubtedly godlike, perhaps even on par with the Archon. It truly worked. Keqing watched in awe as her mental image materialized, creating ripples of exhilaration within her, rendering her speechless. She turned around and excitedly embraced Neza. Teacher, it really worked. This is wonderful. Feeling the soft touch of her embrace, Neza playfully brushed aside the purple strands of hair from her forehead. Having already embraced her, would it be inappropriate to steal another kiss? Startled, Keqing quickly released him, lowering her head in embarrassment. Teacher, that is not appropriate. I am your disciple. And what of being a disciple? Precisely because you are my disciple. You should be even closer to me than others. Keqing pursed her lips and murmured, That's not true. Chapter 19. Liyue, let us make a bet. After a series of events reached a conclusion, neither and Keqing did not head directly home, but instead made their way to the return mechanism at Tianheng Mountain. Keqing insisted on bringing him to see the return mechanism, asserting that if it could be repaired and improved, they could install one every 10 meters along the Great Wall, enhancing its deterrent power. Since it was Keqing's request, neither's had no choice but to accompany her. However, he had intended to discuss matters regarding the maid with Ganyu, which would have to be postponed. The return mechanism was situated atop a tall tower. Neithers climbed up and beheld the entire mechanism. He couldn't help but comment, Isn't it just a heap of scrap metal with a fancy name? It's not even scrap metal. It's more like rotting wood. The design was unchanged from what Neithers had seen in the game, and its power was rather unimpressive. Although Neithers' words generally resonated with Keqing, she felt compelled to defend the mechanism. Teacher, this is a divine contraption, a renowned artifact still existing in Liyue. How can it be considered mere scrap? Keqing wholeheartedly acknowledged Neithers' strength, her respect for him nearly rivaling that of the Emperor. Yet, when it came to crafting, the artisans of Liyue undoubtedly excel beyond him. It was a matter of technique rather than power. Teacher, why don't you see if it can be repaired or improved? If it could be used by the Qinyan army, that would be splendid. Previously, Ganyu and I had contemplated this, but we couldn't find a solution. Indeed, divine mechanisms are far too complex for mortals. Neithers reached out to grasp the return mechanism, enveloping it with his spiritual energy, and in an instant he understood its principles that it was hardly a sophisticated device. Its design was overly simplistic. Neithers did not boast. The truth was evident. The most crucial component of the return mechanism lay in its energy reception device, which accumulated power when fed energy and then released it. It functioned much like a water dispenser. As long as water was poured into its tank, it would fill up, and turning the switch would release the water. Moreover, the reception device was adjusted to only accept divine energy, with slight modifications to expand its range to encompass the 7 elements. Then even mortals could utilize it. Keqing, why don't you give it a try? So soon. Is it true? Has teacher already repaired it? Neithers nodded, instructing her, simply place your hand on the reception device and channel your electro energy. All right, Following neither's guidance, Keqing assumed her stance, her right eye aligning with the scope to locate a target. Across from the tower, another tower stood, where two hilichurls were patrolling with torches. "All right, it's you, little hilichurl," with a surge of elemental energy. Keqing unleashed a beam of electromagnetic light, instantly vaporizing the targeted hilichurl. The one behind it was startled, looking around frantically for the assailant. Upon spotting the culprit on the opposite tower, it stomped its feet in frustration, barking wildly. "Ha ha ha, teacher, that felt exhilarating. I want to shoot again." Keqing aimed once more at the bewildered hilichurl. Whoosh, a miss. Whoosh, another miss. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The opposite tower was riddled with holes. Yet Chapter 20. My lady, please take a seat with the vast reservoir of knowledge within Nasus. Discovering a tool superior to the Requiem machine was exceedingly simple. In his past life, he had access to various advanced products and firearms, all of which could be transformed using souls, subsequently upgraded through the mechanisms of this world. Nasus extracted a soul from the Celestial Hall and effortlessly conjured an M82A1. While the designation may sound unfamiliar, its alternative name resonates loudly. The King of Firearms, Barret. Nasus was confident that even without elemental enhancements, the Qinyan army could wield it to shake the foundations of any ordinary deity. Thereafter, Nasus affixed 7 slimes of differing elements onto the firearm, akin to how he had previously embedded elements into a longsword. This way, each shot fired by the Barret would be charged with the essence of 7 elements. The anemo element would induce diffusion, significantly increasing the burn rate of the bullets, thus augmenting their range and power. The geo element would enhance both the bullet and the firearm's mass, preventing the weapon from being compromised by excessive force. The hydro and cryo elements would cool the firearm. The dendro element would further escalate the burn rate, amplifying its potency. Meanwhile, the electro element would continuously apply electromagnetic effects to the bullets. Beyond these singular effects, the interaction of these 7 elements during the bullet's flight would transform the alloy projectile into a cataclysmic explosive overload. Nasus even endowed the Barret with interfaces for celestial and spiritual energy, allowing him to infuse high-tier soul extraction techniques into the weapon. However, pulling the trigger under such conditions would surely lead to catastrophic failure. After all, even a weapon crafted by Nasus himself could not withstand his own might. Once all procedures were completed, Nasus tossed the Barret to Liyue, the borrowing wind true monarch, adding a 15 times magnification scope, cautioning her against potential age-related vision issues, and challenging her to see if it was indeed more fascinating than her antiquated Requiem machine. "It certainly feels weighty, but I suspect it's merely for show," Liyue remarked. She took the firearm, fiddling with it for some time without understanding how to operate it. "There's a trigger you can pull. Just press it to fire. Surely you can manage that." Do you think I need your guidance?" Liyue retorted, her claws poised over the trigger. "This mere contraption forged by mortals, how powerful could it possibly be? It's likely only fit for hunting wild boars and hilichurls." "Very well, I shall reluctantly give it a try." Thus, Liyue began to pull the trigger. Why is this trigger so difficult to pull? It turned out that the trigger had been augmented with special powers to increase its weight and tension. Liyue focused her mind and exerted more force, and as she pulled the trigger, a radiant spectrum of colors erupted from the barrel, bathing the sky in hues reminiscent of the aurora. The explosive sound echoed, and the recoil propelled Liyue backwards, leaving deep scratch marks on the ground, a sound akin to grinding. Caught unprepared, the sudden explosion startled Liyue, causing her to drop the firearm in shock. "What was that? How do you find it?" "Liyue, is the power of my mechanism adequate?" Nasus teased as he approached her. "If you were to infuse it with celestial energy, its power could be even greater." "Power? It's merely passable," Liyue replied, her earlier composure replaced with a dry demeanor. "This cannot be counted as a loss for me, right?" Shinha, aware of her masteress pride, understood that while she could concede to others' merits, she would never admit to someone being superior. Though the weapon-S capabilities were impressive, in comparison to the Requiem machine, it likely fell short. Nasus anticipated Liyue's refusal to acknowledge the wager's outcome. But it was to be expected. After all, the notion of wagering her disciple as a maid was inherently absurd. It seemed that to secure Shinha as a maid, Nasus would need to devise alternative strategies. At that moment, Liyue, the borrowing wind true monarch, suddenly spoke. Young one, do you genuinely wish for Shinha to live in the mountains below? Indeed, having a celestial disciple to attend to me daily would be quite delightful. Nasus replied. Liyue pondered for a moment. She had initially considered allowing Shinha to descend, but was hesitant due to Shinha's solitary nature, fearing she might err in the mortal realm. Now that someone was willing to take her in, it was a fortunate turn of events. However, simply allowing Shinha to accompany him was too generous. She needed to impose some trials to assess his worthiness. Tomorrow, I shall await you at Mount Aozung. My old friends will be present, and if you can pass their challenges, I shall permit you to take Shinha down the mountain. Young one, do you dare? Nasus chuckled. Your leader, Zhongli, has already submitted to me. Do you think I cannot handle you? Very well, just ensure to make it interesting and not solely focus on combat. Oh, is it that you're not skilled in battle? Liyue noted with intrigue. Of course, how could a mortal dare to compare their combat prowess with that of celestial being? Nasus replied, I merely fear that I might accidentally end your life. If that is your concern, make sure your old friends bring their weapons. We shall have a proper contest. Shinha will remain with you for now. I shall return tomorrow to retrieve her, having made his bold declaration. Nasus departed with Keqing, primarily because he was feeling hungry once more. Liyue Harbor, Keqing's residence. Having satisfied his hunger, Nasus prepared to visit the North Country Bank to retrieve the mora indicated on his name card. After all, he was about to acquire Shinha as a maid and needed to retain some mora to care for her, as Keqing bore no obligation to do so. Upon entering the North Country Bank, Nasus found no attendants in the Grand Hall. Only the lady sat regally at the far end, one long leg crossed over the other, her alabaster skin strikingly radiant, given that it was all property of the Fatui. Seeking her assistance would be just as effective. Nasus strode closer and called out, Hey there, beautiful. I'd like to withdraw some funds. He casually tossed his name card toward her, with a sharp crack. It froze and subsequently shattered. Hey, lovely lady, don't do that. I can withdraw 20 million mora each month. You owe me compensation for that. The lady, with her haughty demeanor reminiscent of her in-game persona, glared down at him. Given Nasus' temperament, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. With narrowed eyes, she shot daggers at Nasus. What did you just call me? Do you have any idea who I am? Address me as lady. All right, I got it. Just hurry up and give me my money. Nasus replied dismissively, striding over to her seat and extending his hand for the funds. The lady slowly turned her head, her icy gaze locking onto Nasus' face. Are you seeking death? To everyone's surprise, Nasus boldly lifted her chin. Look at you, with such fair skin and a fine figure. There's no need to be so fierce. The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly. The lady rose, grasping Nasus by the collar, intent on freezing this impudent individual into an ice sculpture. However, to her shock, she realized she could not channel her elemental power. As if suppressed by some unseen force, I could see that moment. Nasus leaned closer, a smile gracing his face. My lady, please take a seat. Chapter 21. Mondstadt 500 years ago, Nasus released a modicum of his oppressive aura, a level of power far beyond what the lady could withstand. Trembling, she slowly returned to her seat, her neck arched, eyes brimming with astonishment. Who on earth are you, to conceal such immense power? She ground out through clenched teeth. Had it not been for their close proximity, Nasus might not have noticed how stunning her figure truly was. Setting aside her personality, such a physique could easily dominate Liyue. Moreover, there was an alluringly mischievous pride about her. Perfectly suited for training. Just imagine, compelling such a woman to perform tasks she would staunchly refuse would be incredibly exhilarating. Nasus felt his interest piqued. How about we play a game, my lady, from the outset? The lady had sensed Nasus' lingering gaze upon her figure for an extended period. His proposal to play a game was undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives. I warn you, I am the harbinger of Snidaya. Should you dare to harbor ill intentions towards me, the Fatui will hunt you to the ends of the earth. The more you say that, the more intrigued I become. Had she not been personally involved, the lady would have never believed that someone would dare to disrespect her. Typically, she was the one threatening others. Today, however, someone had come to bully her. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless, unable to resist Nasus. Not only was she unable to channel her elemental power, but even the slightest movement of her fingers felt laborious. This meant that whatever Nasus wished to do to her, she could only endure, causing this proud woman to feel a twinge of panic. What's wrong? Feeling anxious. Nethers raised the lady's chin, yet she did not respond, turning her face away. What an intriguing woman. I find myself quite taken with her. Rest assured, I do possess a modicum of interest in your physique, but I shall not force myself upon you. Humph. Nonetheless, you are presently in my grasp. Whatever you wish to do is entirely up to you. Do not harbor such resentment. You treat others in a similar manner, and they can only endure it. Nethers continued, I shall grant you one wish. However, once your desire is fulfilled, you must also satisfy one of my modest requests. Although the lady bore a wicked streak, she deserved a modicum of respect. How could one abuse their power to bully virtuous women? Nethers is, after all, a good man. That I have no wishes. If there were one, it would be for you to leave at once. The lady cast a wistful glance at Nethers, having silently vowed to repay the humiliation she endured today tenfold in the future. Nethers playfully brushed her hair aside and casually remarked, Rosalind, you wouldn't want Rustin to have perished 500 years ago in Mondstadt, would you? The lady, inadvertently catching wind of something monumental, abruptly turned to seize Nethers' hand. What did you say? Rustin was a figure deeply buried within her heart. His death transformed her from a pure and kind girl in Mondstadt into the imperious Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya. Yet he had died 5 centuries prior to so, my dear lady, have you considered my offer? You mean to say you can take me back to Mondstadt 500 years ago? The lady inquired, half in disbelief. Indeed. And what do you wish to gain from me? Nethers replied without hesitation, I shall take you back to Mondstadt 500 years ago, and in exchange, you must surrender your body to me. Whatever I desire, whenever and however I choose, you must comply. The lady gradually narrowed her eyes, realizing that Nethers was not jesting. How could such a nefarious man exist in Liyue? At this juncture, Nethers felt compelled to clarify. Do not misjudge me. I am not a villain. The union of man and woman is a perfectly natural affair. You possess beauty, and I have needs. I provide what you desire, and you offer your body to me. This is a fair exchange. Should you agree, we shall proceed. Should you disagree, I shall take my leave. Am I not being reasonable? Liyue is a land governed by contracts, where mutual exchange of equivalent stakes fulfills the agreement. Thus, Nethers could be deemed a model citizen. Absurd. The lady fell into deep contemplation. She yearned to return to 500 years ago to uncover what transpired in Mondstadt, why it failed to protect Rustin. For his demise, she harbored hatred for Mondstadt for 5 centuries, and for Barbatos as well. Now presented with an opportunity to unveil the truth, she refused to let it slip by, even if it meant sacrificing her body. Very well. The lady's clenched teeth suggested that her decision was not made lightly. If you can take me back, my body shall be yours henceforth. Excellent. Nethers snapped his fingers, and a portal through time and space materialized before them. Follow me. For one who commands the cycle of reincarnation, opening a temporal node posed little challenge to him. The timeline of Teyvat from its inception to the present resembled a film, and he could simply rewind it as one would a movie and replay it anew. As they emerged from the portal, the scenery unfolded before Nethers' eyes. He stood upon a hillside, surrounded by verdant grass and lush thickets, with Mondstadt directly ahead, separated by a tranquil lake. The time was 500 years prior, at the moment when Kenria had just been obliterated by divine decree, and calamity swept through the 7 nations. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosalind dashed down the hill, seemingly eager to enter Mondstadt. Though she was now Nethers' possession, there was no need to chase after her for protection. This woman could certainly hold her own in a fight. However, as Nethers descended halfway down the slope, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Rosalind, the esteemed Harbinger, was engaged in a fierce skirmish with a horde of hilichurls. Upon closer inspection, Nethers uncovered the truth behind this encounter. The hilichurls were enveloped in a faint green miasma, which not only eroded their consciousness, but also consumed other forms of power. This directly resulted in Rosalind's icy, malevolent eye's strength being siphoned away by these monsters, while the corrosive filth deterred her from engaging them in close combat. Was this the calamity of Kenria? Nethers approached Rosalind, glaring at the creatures before him. A surge of spiritual energy instantly swept over them, rendering them motionless as they collapsed, their eyes rolling back, without so much as a word of gratitude. Rosalind darted away. Nethers was in no hurry. He extended his hand, absorbing the vile energy from the hilichurls into his palm, then crushed it into a glassy orb for examination. Could this be the essence of corruption? Indeed, even cradled within his hand, Nethers could sense its potent, devouring nature. Elemental energy, mental vitality, and life force were all gradually being consumed. Yet, Nethers' power was boundless. Such trivial consumption posed no threat. However, it seemed the soul could not be devoured. Nethers tossed the orb into the air and swallowed it, placing it within his realm of souls. Chapter 22. Am I your future wife? Gazing upon the polluted hilichurls, Nethers pondered the extent of corruption currently plaguing the Seven Nations. Undoubtedly, the monsters on the continent at this juncture had been significantly empowered. As he descended the hillside and remained within the thicket, he heard the roars and curses of monsters echoing from outside Mondstadt. Even for one as invincible as Nethers, the sight was alarming. Countless tainted creatures, be they small hilichurls, ruffians, or the larger hilichurl kings and ruin guards, now surged together, their eyes blood-red, charging toward Mondstadt. They sought vengeance. Nethers gleaned this information from the depths of the monster's souls. Even in their corrupted state, they were retaliating against the Seven Nations for the downfall of Kenria. Fortunately, outside Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius, protectors of the Four Winds, had established a defensive line, clashing with the monsters before they could breach the city. What brings you here, O unfortunates not favored by fate? A voice called from behind, prompting him to turn and investigate. A platinum-haired woman stood before him, her eyes gleaming with the brilliance of rubies, clad in fiery red attire and a short skirt, holding an arcane tome. Nethers, a knowledgeable traveler of Teyvat, had never encountered a woman quite like her before. It was not merely a matter of beauty. There was an undeniable aura of wisdom about her, as though she could see through him. Beautiful lady, who are you? Alice. This name rang a bell for Nethers, as she was reputed to be one of the most enigmatic women in Teyvat. And you? Alice blinked her lovely eyes. Nethers, I have heard of you, Alice remarked, her expression turning peculiar. There is no record of you in the starry skies. Subsequently, a star chart appeared upon her tome, depicting symbols that Nethers could not decipher. Let me observe what your identity truly is. That's odd. Failing to extract useful information, Alice pouted. Yet, as an astrologer, such challenges were hardly insurmountable. Since I cannot glean anything useful about you, perhaps I should investigate whether my future is intertwined with yours? Alice resumed her manipulation of the star chart, crafting a new celestial map. Upon seeing the results, her eyes widened in disbelief. What is it, Alice? Nethers inquired, curious. The stars indicate that I shall be your wife in the future, and that you will have a daughter named Klee. Alice spoke words she could hardly believe. Yet, her divinations had never failed her. Could this man be a harbinger of chaos? Would he take advantage of her here? Alice, prone to flights of fancy, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. No way, this young man appears rather dashing. Could it be that I would genuinely fall for him and bear him a daughter? Impossible. After a moment's contemplation, Nethers spoke. It is indeed possible. 5 centuries from now, there is a little girl named Klee, and I never anticipated she would call me father. This journey has yielded unexpected rewards, a wife and daughter. Nethers reached out to take Alice's hand, but she quickly evaded him. What are you doing? I merely wish to take you home for a visit, my wife. Who is your wife? I get to agree to marry you, Alice retorted, her irritation palpable. There truly a child named Klee? I wonder if she is beautiful. No, she must be, for she is my daughter. But wait, how could I possibly marry and bear children with such a dubious individual? As an astrologer, you should comprehend that fate, by its very definition, is immutable and irreversible. Let us proceed swiftly to conclude this matter, for I cannot linger here much longer. Conclude what? What do you intend to do? Alice took a few steps back, brandishing her spellbook and eyeing Nethersis warily. Do not act recklessly. I am the mightiest force of Mondstadt, formidable in combat. She felt a flicker of panic. She had not anticipated his directness. Even if destiny dictated that they were meant to be, should it not unfold gradually to nurture their feelings? How could he so abruptly declare his intentions? This man is truly terrifying. Fate, do not jest with me. My destined partner ought not to resemble this. At that moment, a fresh round of roars from the beasts echoed in the distance, charging towards the gates of Monta. It suddenly dawned on Alice that she had come here to flank the horde of monsters and had completely forgotten her purpose in her fluster. She smacked her forehead, blaming him for distracting her from her vital mission. Subsequently, she made her way to the large tree beside Nathursis and began to climb, perhaps too preoccupied to remember she was wearing a short skirt. "Hey, are you attempting to tempt me?" Nathursis looked up and remarked. A rush of heat surged from Alice's feet to her neck. "You lewd scoundrel! Do not look." She hastily tried to cover her skirt, instinctively closing her legs to prevent any unwelcome glances from Nathursis. Yet, in her current posture, she might inadvertently provoke his primal instincts even more. That if you choose not to look, then do not get angry. Nathursis replied with a smirk, climbing up as well. What a decline in societal norms. Now even stealing a glance at one's wife draws criticism. "Why are you climbing so high?" Nathursis inquired as he settled on the same branch beside her. "To see farther. Not that it concerns you." She lifted her spell book, reciting incantations, as countless fireballs coalesced above it, hurling towards the distant beast horde. However, the results were less than satisfactory. The monsters remained intact, the fire elements absorbed by the filth clinging to their forms. This isn't working. The corrupt energy is far too overpowering. Nathursis supported his chin with one hand, quietly observing her. "Would you like your husband to assist?" "That would be splendid. If you can be of help, it would be most welcome. Mondstadt is in grave danger and could be breached by the beasts at any moment." Alice only then realized her previous statement was awry. She had just declared he was not her husband. Even though, well, not yet. Hey. What are you doing? Put me down. Nathursis scooped Alice into a bridal carry, responding, "Did you not say that standing high allows one to see far?" Then, with a surge of wind, elemental power beneath him, he levitated higher into the air. "You can wield wind, elemental power? I did not see a vision upon your person. Impressive, is it not?" As Nathursis ascended, Mondstadt below shrank into insignificance upon reaching a certain height. He paused in midair. "Alice, how would you prefer these monsters to meet their demise?" "Me." Alice squirmed in his embrace, turning her head to glance at the ground. "How can you strike those creatures from this altitude?" "Lower down, please." Nathursis shrugged off her concerns, opening his palm to reveal a sphere of electromagnetic energy formed from lightning elements. Soon, the sphere emitted an intense gravitational pull, causing the ground outside Mondstadt to crack and rise, while the beasts standing upon it were also drawn skyward. Ultimately, a colossal rock formed high above, obscuring the sunlight. Nathursis gazed at the massive stone that blotted out the sun and turned to Alice. "Is it not magnificent?" Alice, the self-proclaimed strongest mage of Mondstadt, could not help but express her astonishment. "What in the world is this technique?" "It is called earth-shattering starfall." Chapter 23. I refuse. On the road to the city. "I did not expect you to be quite formidable." Alice felt quite pleased with Nathursis' earlier display of power, though his actions were somewhat crude, and he often carried her about without warning. He seemed to possess a good nature. Naturally, how else would he live up to the title of Mondstadt's mightiest? Nathursis playfully tousled Alice's hair. "Do not fidget. We shall soon enter the city. And if the neighbors see, they will surely gossip." Alice pouted. Nathursis continued, "The beasts have been temporarily dealt with. Will you not invite me to your home for a visit? Do not flatter yourself. I never allow strange men into my abode." "I'm hardly a stranger." "That is irrelevant." Alice crossed her arms defiantly. "Who knows what impudent act you might suddenly commit? Are you suggesting I've been drugged by you?" Alice suddenly conceived a terrifying thought and hurriedly sought Nathursis' assurance. Nathursis playfully knocked her on the head. "You possess quite the imagination, don't you? Drugged?" Alice was taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of his blow, clutching her forehead with a whimper. It was merely a short while later. Two women approached from the gates of Mondstadt, one with wine-red hair and the other with platinum locks. As Alice explained. These two were the leaders of the Knights of Favonius and the Knights of the Lionfawn. They offered a formal knightly salute to Nasus. Thank you, traveler, for resolving Mondstadt's crisis. The speaker was Vinnie, the leader of the Knights of Favonius. Her name bore resemblance to that of the founding figure. Vanessa, Nasus waved dismissively. It was but a trifling matter. You must also be a deity of some sort. Are you not? Vinnie inquired cautiously, recognizing that the devastating power he had just demonstrated could not possibly stem from a mere mortal. This calamity arose from the joint efforts of the seven nations to eradicate Kenria. It would not be implausible for other deities to assist Mondstadt in its time of need. Your understanding could easily classify you as a deity from Liyue. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, though they refrained from probing further. Deities were beyond their reach. As long as they knew he was aiding Mondstadt, that sufficed. However, Alice stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. You're actually a god. Do not deceive me. I know all 7 gods, yet I have never seen one so lackadaisical. What? Is it so terrible to be a god? Shouldn't you take pride in having a daughter with a deity? Hey, do not say such things in front of so many people. Alice's face flushed crimson. She never expected Nasus to be so unabashed before the 2 captains. Good heavens, how could she face anyone ever again? Soon, Nasus followed the 2 captains into Mondstadt. The scenes within the city bore little resemblance to the Mondstadt Nasus had known. The construction was incomplete, lacking the romantic essence of a city woven from wind and poetry. More dire was the fact that Mondstadt was in a state of siege by the beasts, and the medical services within the city were ill-equipped to handle such a scale of casualties. Many knights lay injured on the streets, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, evoking an apocalyptic atmosphere. Nasus paused at a corner near the city gates, where a ragged little girl sat. A few dandelions scattered before her. She appeared to be selling flowers in a desperate bid for survival. Big brother, please buy some flowers. Little Lon is hungry, but my mommy and daddy have been taken away by the monsters. The girl held up a dandelion, and Nasus noticed her decayed hands, likely a result of contamination. He gently patted her head and took a dandelion, placing it in Alice's hair. Then he retrieved some bread and milk from the realm of souls and handed them to the little girl. Thank you, big brother. Since Hu Tao often worked in the realm, she had prepared provisions in advance, which Nasus now utilized. Then he grasped the little girl's hands, and a surge of soul energy flowed forth, visibly restoring her hands to health. All done. Little Lon's hands no longer hurt. The girl laughed, joyfully waving her hands in the air. This is yet another application of soul energy. Each time Nasus wielded his power, he healed himself by 10%. And now that his strength had reached its zenith, even that fraction could cure countless ailments. Such minor corruption posed no threat to him at all, with a mere flick of her wrist. Alice tugged at Neza's sleeve. Neza, look behind you. Upon turning, Neza noticed that many injured townsfolk had witnessed his recent act of healing a young girl, and now they knelt in his direction, yearning for his benevolent intervention. It is worth noting that prior to Neza's arrival in Mondstadt, no one had possessed the means to tend to contaminated wounds, not even the Seven Archons. The unfortunate souls were left to succumb to decay, gradually losing their senses, with some ultimately transforming into mindless, destructive monsters. Let us focus on something productive, Barbatos, Neza grumbled, though his complaint was more of a casual remark. He understood that this consuming energy was beyond Vinnie's capabilities. Brandishing his long-handled axe, Neza struck the ground, causing a green aura to emanate from the earth, instantly enveloping the entirety of Mondstadt. The verdant light sought out the afflicted, adhering to their wounds and healing them in an instant. It was nothing short of miraculous. The previously unconscious knights were now rising to their feet, when Kesha covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Healing is rather simple. The real challenge lies in preventing further contamination. Neza remarked. The onslaught of monsters continues, and the knights must remain in battle that I cannot linger here indefinitely, as the threat of pollution will persist. Upon hearing this, the 2 commanders' expressions darkened. Indeed, as long as the soldiers fought the beasts, they would inevitably face reinfection. Do you have a solution? Alice inquired hastily, If close combat leads to contamination, then we shall simply avoid it, Neza suggested, conjuring a barret imbued with elemental energy, which soon multiplied to exceed 100. These weapons are for you. Position the skilled archers atop the city walls. They should be able to fend off the monsters. When Kesha lifted one of the barrets, noting its considerable weight and the radiant glow of the 7 elements, a weapon unlike any she had ever seen. It not only contained elemental power, but also bore the strength of the soul, rendering it impervious to the tainted beast. I shall assist you only to this extent. The rest is for you to resolve. I have significant matters to attend to, Neza said, taking Alice's hand, leaving her momentarily bewildered as to his intentions. What are you doing? Take me home. I wish to see my future wife, he replied. Upon hearing this, Alice inhaled sharply. What do you mean by home? What could we possibly do there? I refuse. Chapter 24. Return in a modest dwelling within Mondstadt. The furnishings were so sparse as to consist solely of a table, a chair, and a bed. Yet everything was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust. Seated on a wooden chair, Neza addressed Alice, who sat upon the bed. You are the mightiest force in Mondstadt. How is it that you live in such poverty? Astrologers tend to be this way, she remarked. Neza, too, was rather impoverished, relying on resources from Kaching's household for sustenance. This was untenable. He resolved to devise a means of generating wealth upon his return. After all, there were times he wished to provide for his future wife when visiting the past, only to find himself devoid of funds. Rising to stretch, he cast a glance at Alice, who instinctively stood up. Resembling a frightened kitten, she attempted to retreat, but the bed's edge barred her way. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. We agreed on the road that if you behaved, I would bring you home to see. But I have come all this way to the past, and you would have me return so soon? Neza complained. What do you propose then? Just remember, no funny business. Alice pouted, her thoughts drifting to their future daughter. Still young, if Neza were to act recklessly now, she would be hundreds of years old by the time he returned. Would she not? That was indeed a truth, and Neza believed that should anything transpire here, the future would undoubtedly shift. If something were to occur, it would hasten the birth of Klee. You speak as if conception were a certainty after a single encounter. He teased. I never said such a thing. Alice's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable, as she wondered how the conversation had veered to such a topic. How about this? If you allow me a kiss, I shall return, and we can discuss other matters next time. What do you say, next time? Alice seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that if he were not to return, Klee might never be born without a kiss, however, was not entirely out of the question. After all, he was her destined partner. Even if it were to happen now, it would eventually occur. Fine, she decided, let this rogue have his way, just once agreed, but only a kiss. After that, you must leave. Very well. Neza stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her and leaning in to press his lips against hers. Alice, visibly tense, stood on tiptoe, her eyes tightly shut, her forehead and cheeks ablaze with heat. 10 minutes later, Alice adjusted her disheveled attire, angrily wiping her mouth. You deceitful scoundrel. You promised a mere kiss, yet you lingered for 10 minutes and even groped me. Hee, Neza chuckled awkwardly, enjoying the sweetness on his lips. He exited the room, reflecting on his purpose for journeying back 500 years to Mondstadt, to claim Rosalind as his own. Time had lingered long enough. It was time to seek her out. Activating his soul perception, Neza extended his awareness throughout Mondstadt, making it a simple task to locate an individual. Beneath the city wall, he discovered Rosalind, leaning against the structure, her gaze fixed ahead. Neza approached and stood beside her, observing a couple embracing nearby, their laughter evoking envy. That Rosalind's attention was drawn to this couple, young Rustin and young Rosalind. Indeed, she was gazing at her youthful self, alongside the Rustin she longed for. Are you not going to approach them? Neza casually inquired, noting that Rosalind had not yet made an effort to reconnect with Rustin, nor had they exchanged a single word. No, my younger self can be with him and embark on a new life. That is sufficient. At least I know that in another timeline, I am eternally united with her without experiencing the sorrow of separation, Rosalind recounted, wiping a tear from her eye. Thanks to Neza's intervention. The recent monster siege and the surplus of defensive weapons, it was highly probable that Rustin would survive this contamination. Conversely, young Rosalind would not harbor hatred towards Mondstadt due to Rustin's demise. Nor would she become a fearsome, which consumed by vengeance, ultimately falling under the sway of the Winter Queen as her pawn in a bid to usurp divine power. IT was indeed a new tale unfolding. Are you certain you do not wish to greet him, or perhaps share a time-crossing embrace? Neza suggested. Once I open the portal, your body shall belong solely to me. IT's words, Rosalind's brow furrowed. I have a question. Do you desire me for who I am, or merely for this present form? Neza replied. The one over there remains innocent and naive. I have no interest in her. It is your current proud and unruly demeanor that captivates me. The Grim Reaper certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. Indeed, with the lady no longer resisting, Neza soon opened the portal to time. Guiding her back with him to penis, Neza acquired a haughty plaything to indulge at will. Chapter 25. A glare, and Xiao vanished at Kaching's residence. In the early morning, Neza sat upon a stone chair in the back garden, enjoying pastries and sipping hot tea, while Kaching skillfully wielded her sword before him. Having satisfied his hunger, Neza prepared to venture to Mount Aozong to bring Shina down. Oh, by the way, due to yesterday's cycle, the lady had now become his possession. Neza could seek her out at any time, deriving pleasure from her exquisite form. Such actions might be deemed wicked, but how else could he substantiate his existence if he did not engage in such pursuits? It was rather absurd. Most would struggle to comprehend that Neza had reached the pinnacle of power, embodying an invincible state. Consequently, his emotions had begun to wane if he did not seek out amusement. He risked becoming as detached as Zhongli, perceiving the world with an insatiable indifference. This apathetic version of Neza was not what he desired. Life was meant for exhilaration. Master, do you think the immortals will give you a hard time on this visit to the mountain? Kaching inquired, her sword still poised as she approached him with concern. The last time, her master had made a fool of Liyue while borrowing the wind from Lord Juanjun. And this time, she was certain that she would rally the other immortals to make things difficult for him, given her penchant for preserving her dignity. Nathursis took a sip of red tea and grinned, saying they simply have not yet endured the harsh trials of society. After breakfast, Nathursis hefted his long-handled axe and set off for Mount Aozong. Interestingly, it was once his refuge. That time, he had concealed his presence so well that, apart from Oryx, no other celestial beings had detected him. This reveals a considerable disparity between the immortals and the deities. By the time Nathursis reached the lake atop Aozong, the celestial beings had been waiting for quite some time. Their synchronized gazes turned towards the approaching young man, exuding a formidable aura. Present were the true monarch of borrowing wind, Liyue, the true monarch of chopping the moon, Shuiyu, the true monarch of weaving water and stacking mountains, Liyue, along with the great sage of subduing demons, Xiao, and Shunhe, who stood behind Liyue. Such fervent enthusiasm from everyone. What a grand display. Nathursis casually walked before the assemblage, hands clasped behind his head. Though Shunhe was a child he had rescued, she had grown up under the watchful eyes of the immortals that, if you intend to take Shunhe down the mountain, the celestial beings must ascertain your qualifications. Liyue was the first to respond to Nathursis. Following that, the ever-indifferent Xiao stepped forth from the crowd, arms crossed. Shunhe is a solitary star, prone to harming those around her. Recklessly descending the mountain could easily lead to calamity. If those beside her cannot restrain her, it would serve no purpose. Xiao brandished a striking spear, spinning it with flair before finally pointing its tip at Nathursis. Come at me with all your might. If you can withstand my assault for 3 minutes, you will have passed my test. Nathursis understood Zhao's intentions. Due to her constitution, Shunhe's temperament could occasionally spiral out of control, and coupled with her innate divine power, she could indeed cause significant turmoil if left unchecked. Thus, it was vital to have someone with formidable combat prowess accompany her. But are you certain about going all out? Nathursis inquired, puzzled. Not even Xiao could withstand Nathursis's full strength. Even the embodiment of celestial principles might find itself obliterated. Liyue interjected, Fear not. Young one, Duchess, give it your all. The great sage of subduing demons was once one of the 5 great protectors under the former emperor. comparable in combat prowess to a demon god. Even among the celestial beings, he is the most formidable. How could a mere mortal hope to inflict harm upon him? Nasus shrugged, since Liyue was so confident. He thought, why not? The celestial beings expected Nasus to flee or evade after uttering this declaration. After all, merely enduring Zhao's assault for 3 minutes would suffice to pass the test. However, he audaciously stared down Zhao, showing no intention of retreating, utterly disregarding the celestial beings. Yet Zhao was a decisive and ruthless killer, and in an instant he unleashed his spear, transforming it into a whirling gale that charged straight for Nasus. The murderous intent was palpable, and even before the spear reached him, it stirred Nasus' dark locks. It was only when the spear tip was a mere meter away that Nasus began to move, slightly raising his head to glare at the approaching Zhao. Boom! The pressure emanating from the god of death descended upon Zhao, causing him to stagger in mid. Nasus responded with a sound. Through Shunha's ethereal form, he glimpsed the inner turmoil, the malevolent entities that plagued her constitution swirling within her blood. Originally, red threads had bound each of Shunha's joints, effectively restraining these malevolent forces from circulating throughout her body. However, with the unbinding of the threads, the malevolence began to flow freely. This action was perilous, for the unbound entities could seize control of Shunha's body at any moment. Yet, it was imperative, without liberating the malevolence, it would remain trapped within her. That said, since these entities were concealed within her blood, it would facilitate Nasus's efforts to expel them. The most sensitive part of the human body is, in fact, the soles of the feet, where blood vessels are densely concentrated. With sufficient stimulation, any pain would transmit directly to the brain. Coupled with the pressure from the soul, the malevolence would undoubtedly flee to the upper half of her body. Nasus lifted one of Shunha's delicate feet, using his finger to apply pressure to the sole, and as previously noted, the soles were particularly sensitive. With the infusion of his soul's energy, the sensation became overwhelming, prompting an involuntary cry from Shunha. Shunha, if possible, try not to make a sound. It greatly affects my concentration. I will try, Shunha replied, her face flushed with embarrassment as she clutched the bedding tightly, preparing for the next wave of stimulation. Nasus pressed down again with his right foot, and this time, Shunha did not cry out as loudly, though she nearly overturned the bedding. After completing this process, Nasus turned around, and, as he had anticipated, the malevolence had retreated to Shunha's upper body, now concentrated in her chest. Shunha, I may need to make an incision. Bear with me. Shunha tightened her grip on the bedding. Go ahead. Nasus slid his hand beneath Shunha's neck, and a gash appeared, blood gushing forth while a thick black mist poured out. The mist coalesced into a dark, grinning visage upon Shunha's body, as if it possessed consciousness. Nasus glared at it, and the black figure dissipated instantly. It is over, in a few days. I will check on you again, no. I believe I am already healed, Shunha replied earnestly, gazing into Nasus's eyes. She did not wish to endure the humiliation of being exposed before him again. That cannot be. Once we descend the mountain, you shall be my personal maid, and I must ensure your well-being. As Nasus escorted Shunha out of the cave, the other celestial beings quickly gathered around. Despite Nasus's claims of being able to dispel the malevolent presence, the celestial beings remained skeptical. After all, this was a dilemma that had eluded many of them for years. Yet now, the evidence lay before them. Shunha's condition had indeed been remedied. A truly astonishing feat. Liyue was the first to speak, circling around Shunha and noting that the disturbances plaguing her had been expelled from her body, a formidable successor indeed. She approached Nasus. Young man, you have healed Shunha. I ought to reward you in return. How about a divination? Oh, you can perform divination? Nasus inquired, intrigued at that moment. The ever-chatty Zhenjuan quickly interjected, a gleam of pride in his eyes. What are you saying? The divination of Liyue Zhenjuan transcends time and reincarnation. It knows the stars and the abyss, and has never failed. Well then, do tell me about my fortune. Soon, Liyue began to manipulate the divination symbols at his feet, and the celestial beings gathered around, except for the one still trapped beneath the earth, Zhao. The fortune, Liyue focused intently on the symbols. What a peculiar reading. What does it indicate? Liyue, please share with us, Liyue urged. The symbols suggest he may not require fortune at all. What does that mean? Lu Shui Dai Shan Jinjuan questioned. Puzzled, I am not certain. Why would the symbols display such a thing? Liyue replied, bewildered. This is absurd. The symbols indicate that he decides the strength of fortune himself. Moreover, it states that his power could pierce through Teyvat, his wisdom spans across time and reincarnation, and he shares the longevity of the heavens. Immortal and ageless, a sovereign of this world. The celestial beings began to sense something amiss, their gazes shifting to the smiling face of Nasus. Do not be so superstitious. Nasus waved his hand. Who could possibly pierce through Teyvat? Surely the symbols are flawed. Do not worry. Upon hearing Nasus's explanation, the celestial being's anxieties eased somewhat. Indeed, how could anyone possibly pierce through Teyvat? Chapter 27. Give me 1 million, and you shall rival the Archons. Rise and shine. Teacher, wake up. Nasus' .2 voices echoed simultaneously in Nasus's ears that he opened his eyes to find Kaching and Shenhe at either end of his bed. Leaning down and coaxing him awake. .1 was his disciple. In the other, his newly acquired maid. Perhaps this was the life a deity should lead. Zhongli, have you learned it yet? Kaching had already prepared warm water and a clean cloth, diligently wiping the grime from Nasus's face, while Shenhe disposed of the water afterward. The entire process required no intervention from Nasus, effectively rendering the invincible persona into that of a patient comfortable. After completing his morning routine, as he made his way from the corridor to the living room, Nasus noticed several servants carrying antiques and vases outside. He approached and called out to them. Did Kaching instruct you to move these? A worker politely replied, Yes, Mr. Nasus. Recently, the estate has encountered financial difficulties, and Miss Kaching instructed us to take some antiques to the port in exchange for Mora. Is the Yuheng Star in such dire straits? After dismissing the workers, Nasus entered the living room, where Kaching had already ordered the servants to prepare a substantial breakfast. Kaching, is the household in need of funds? Nasus inquired as he sat across from her. No. Kaching replied with a smile, that I saw the workers moving antiques out. It won't be long before the family fortune is depleted. It's nothing. Teacher, I have found several part-time jobs. With my abilities, I will surely be able to support you, she proclaimed confidently, thumping her chest. There's no need to overextend yourself. Nasus retrieved 2 million mora from the hall and placed it on the dining table. Here are 2 million mora. Make do with this for now. This mora had been withdrawn from the North Country Bank. The last time he brought the lady back from a cycle, she had given the money to Nasus. He had no personal need for mora, and 2 million was hardly enough for more than a few meals, so he decided to give it to Kaching for purchasing ingredients. However, it still seemed insufficient. Given Nasus's appetite, he would surely consume every bit of it. He needed to devise a way to acquire more funds. After breakfast, Nasus gathered Kaching and Shenhe, setting up a stall in the busiest area of Liyue Harbor. The stall bore no merchandise, just a table, a chair, and a flag. Nasus sat in the chair, with Kaching standing to his right and Shenhe holding the flag to his left. Teacher, are you serious about this title? Kaching asked, glancing at the flag, which proclaimed, Give me 1 million, and you shall obtain power rivaling the Archons. Give me 10 million, and you shall obtain power rivaling the Archons. Give me 100 million, and you shall obtain power rivaling the gods. Of course, on the desk lay 3 small wooden boxes, each containing a unique soul crafted by Neithers. The first was the soul of the Electro-Hilichurl King. Ingesting it would grant considerable resistance to electro damage, infused with a modicum of electro-elemental power, and most importantly, it could refine the body, enhancing one's physical prowess to rival that of the Electro-Hilichurl King. Theoretically, as long as the consumer was not utterly inept, they could wield immense strength and electro power, enabling them to engage in a contest of might with a typical character from Teyvat. The second was the soul of the Hydro Dragon King. The reason Neithers possessed this particular soul was rather straightforward. During the 3 centuries of his slumber, he had traversed the cycle of reincarnation numerous times, sweeping through Teyvat on each occasion. The Hydro Dragon King had undoubtedly been vanquished by Neithers countless times. The third was the soul of the Raiden Shogun. Each time Neithers ventured into Inazuma, during the cycle. The shogun would invariably attempt to thwart him, being a puppet compelled to carry out the commands of the shogun. However, she was consistently defeated by Neithers with a single strike. That it is estimated that the Raiden Shogun had been eliminated by Neithers over 3,000 times. These three souls, having been refined by Neithers, contained nothing but power, which could be obtained by consumption. However, the strength provided by Neithers did not guarantee that an ordinary individual could reach the same heights as the original owners. It is akin to the sword technique of wuxiang, a manifestation of the pursuit of eternal will. Even if one could replicate the same swordplay, they could never attain that level of mastery. Due to Keqing's presence and the extravagant title, the small stall quickly attracted a throng of onlookers. How could such a fortune exist, to gain power rivaling that of the Archons for merely 1 million mora? Indeed. Yet with Lady Keqing herself endorsing it, could it truly be effective? Is there anyone with a surplus of mora willing to purchase one for a trial? The crowd was intrigued, yet none dared to approach. For it all seemed too bizarre. Who would trade power, and to consume it and rival the Archons, the gods themselves? It was simply beyond reason. The vision was something ordinary individuals could only dream of obtaining. Now it could be purchased with mora, even surpassing the vision by multiples. Who could believe such a thing? Not long after, a woman stepped forth from the crowd, pointing at the leftmost box containing the Electro-Hilichurl King's soul. "May I purchase one to try?" "Of course," replied Neithers, handing her the left box. Soon, the crowd began to murmur. "Miss Inger, have you thought this through? That is 1 million mora. Whether it is worth a side. Could it truly rival the Archons? I, for one, do not believe it. If it were true, I would perform a handstand and drink water for you all." However, it was hard to dismiss, with Lady Keqing's endorsement. The spectacle was truly grand. Perhaps it was not merely a scam. Miss Inger took the wooden box without heeding the crowd's gazes, opened it, took out the pill within, and swallowed it whole. Strength was not solely a requirement for men. She desired it too. Living alone in Liyue Harbor and running a perfume shop, she occasionally encountered unscrupulous men who would make unwanted advances. Like this delicate woman, she had to endure, but who wouldn't wish to protect themselves if given the chance. After consuming the pill, Inger felt no immediate change. Her fists remained soft and feeble, as oh, it truly is ineffective. A fleeting look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Yet the very next moment, her eyes burst open. Radiating with the brilliance of thunder, the surge of electro-energy erupted from below, enveloping her entire being that a fierce wind swept through, causing her hair to stand on end. I feel my body brimming with power. She attempted to clench her fist and struck the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered like a spider's web. Is this real? The once frail Inger had transformed into a powerhouse. My word. This punch must have the strength of 20 years of training. "Boss, I want one no, I need 10. The crowd erupted in excitement, gazing at Inger as if she were an otherworldly being. The notion of wealth became trivial. The opportunity to gain Archon-level power was far too enticing for anyone to remain an ordinary person. Chapter 28. A windfall after Miss Inger's demonstration. The crowd surged forward, invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, forming a long line clamoring for the power that transcended even the Archons. "Mr. Neithers, please ensure I obtain an Archon-level pill. I want one too. If I could rival the Archons, I could surely become the captain of the Qixing. Look at your aspirations. Grant me Archon power. I shall challenge the Liyue Qixing. I shall conquer Keqing." The enthusiasm was palpable. Seated on a wooden chair, Neithers reclined, cradling his head, and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm afraid. Everyone, there is but one pill available." This declaration doused the crowd's fervor with cold water. Neithers had no intention of mass-producing these pills. That if too many individuals possessed extraordinary power, chaos would inevitably ensue. At that point, not even Morix himself could maintain order. Ultimately, Neithers merely sought to attract attention with the promise of an Archon-grade pill to create an atmosphere and draw in those willing to spend lavishly. The two pills ordinary folk could not afford would surely incite fierce competition among those truly capable of bidding high, resulting in a final price far exceeding a mere 1 or 2 billion mora. "Here they come," Neithers thought, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Make way, Suddenly, a debt collector cleared a path for the leading gentleman to step forth from the crowd. Tartaglia approached neither's table with a confident smile. I want both of those. No one else dare contest me. Having tasted success at the blacksmith shop, Tartaglia had received a 7-element sword from Neithers, which he cherished dearly. From that day forth, he recognized Neithers possessed extraordinary abilities. The items he offered were undoubtedly rare treasures. Securing them would undoubtedly enhance his strength, potentially allowing him to rise from the lowest rank of the Harbingers to among the top 3. Tartaglia was determined to seize this opportunity. Observing Tartaglia reaching for the wooden boxes on the table, Neithers interjected, "Hold on a moment, if it's just you bidding, and you take them for 1 billion, wouldn't that be an affront to the Archons and gods?" "Oh," Tartaglia responded, intrigued, "Mr. Neithers, I have mobilized the entire Northern Bank's funds today. Who would dare compete with me?" "Who knows?" Neithers feigned ignorance. "Throughout Liyue?" Aside from the northern bank of the cold country, there was another local giant. Given the extravagant nature of Neithers' offerings, she had no reason not to show up. Hey, look over there!" A voice rose from the crowd. Drawing their attention, the esteemed Lady Ningguang had arrived in person. Could it be for these 2 pills? It must be. After all, with Lady Keqing herself promoting it, is it surprising that Ningguang would come to support? Ningguang approached the table, flanked by 4 secretaries, confronting Tartaglia directly. She did not even glance at the wooden boxes, instead fixing her gaze on Neithers. "Sir, I vividly remember your remarkable feat of constructing the long wall in mere 3 minutes. Now, the enhancement pills you have crafted must be of unparalleled quality. Ningguang absolutely must acquire them." Uncertain whether the pills contained any genuine efficacy, and having not witnessed Inger's transformation firsthand, Ningguang firmly believed that a being capable of such miraculous feats as Neithers could not create mere ordinary products. Despite harboring 1,000 doubts regarding the pill's potency, she was confident that Neithers had achieved heights unattainable by mere mortals. "Since both of you have shown interest in the pills within the boxes, it shall be a matter of the highest bid," Neithers declared, stacking the 2 boxes together. "The total value is 1.1 billion. Bid freely, I bid 10 billion mora," Tartaglia proclaimed, arms crossed, and nonchalantly declared his offer. However, upon realizing his competitor was Ningguang, he added, "Furthermore, regardless of what Miss Ningguang bids, I shall add an additional billion mora. I must secure these pills today." Keqing, standing beside Neithers, couldn't help but twitch at the outrageous bid. Did he print his money, even with the Northern Bank's backing? Such extravagance was unwarranted. Nevertheless, despite being Neithers' disciple and spending each day in his company, she too had not anticipated that the pills contained genuine efficacy. After the realization that the first pill could indeed enhance one's physical condition, Keqing shifted her focus to the latter, 2.1 rivaling the might of a god, and the other matching that of a deity. If the claims were true, why would her master choose to sell them? Does he not worry about being purchased by the Winter Kingdom or by those with sinister intentions? Moreover, she desires them greatly. Ningguang covered her mouth and smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Tartaglia. "Sir, if I offer 280 million mora, would you consider adding another 100 million? Of course," Tartaglia waved his hand dismissively, "that I hope Miss Ningguang can see this through. To merchants, these 2 pills are merely commodities, yet to warriors, they are priceless treasures." Ningguang chuckled. "Indeed, I am a merchant, but I shall not treat these 2 pills as mere goods." She understood well what it meant to rival a god or deity. It signified that Liyue would gain a guardian akin to the Geo Archon, enhancing the nation's power and providing a crucial opportunity for Liyue to remain steadfast in Teyvat. As a merchant, Ningguang would naturally refrain from relinquishing such valuable items to foreign lands. As the Tianquan star, she too aspired to match the might of gods or deities, thus replacing the old sages and archons, allowing a new force to take the helm in Liyue. Her ambition cast a shadow over the 7 nations. "Come," Ningguang called out, summoning her 4 secretaries. "Since the sir is so confident in competing with me, let us calculate how much liquid cash is currently available at the North Bank." The 4 secretaries began scribbling notes in their ledgers, and eventually, one stepped forward. "Miss Ningguang, the North Bank currently has approximately 27 billion mora available for use." Upon hearing this, Tartaglia's brows twitched, a sense of foreboding washing over him. All right, I understand, Ningguang nodded, stepping in front of Tartaglia. I shall offer 28 billion mora, sir. Could you possibly add another 100 million on top of that? Tartaglia was momentarily speechless, glancing at his fellow debt negotiators, who merely shrugged, indicating their inability to assist. The accounts of the North Bank have been thoroughly calculated by Miss Ningguang. We can indeed only provide a maximum of 27 billion. At that moment, Neza rose, presenting 2 wooden boxes with a smile. The IT seems Miss Ningguang has outdone us. These belong to you now. Thank you. In the future, the Chuanyu Pavilion will send someone to deliver the mora to Keqing's residence. Ningguang received the wooden boxes without opening them in public, bidding farewell to Neza and Keqing before returning to the Chuanyu Pavilion. Such significant treasures required her immediate attention. As the bidding concluded, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Tartaglia still standing there in a daze. Neza approached him, patting his shoulder. You truly wish for this? Indeed, I shall not forego any opportunity to gain power. Then, actually, I have intentionally reserved a box for you, of divine caliber, for 27 billion. You want it? In truth, Neza had planned this from the outset. Pitting Liyue's 2 wealthiest individuals against each other in bidding would inevitably lead to one side emerging victorious with a higher price. At that point, Neza would present another box of pills at the highest bid, thus profiting from both parties. Fantastic, absolutely marvelous. Tartaglia responded almost instantaneously. A martial enthusiast, mora held no real significance. Exchanging the entire North Bank's wealth for power was, for him, a resounding victory. Chapter 29. Oh no, the elemental energy is running low. Neza was uncertain about the strength of the North Bank and the Chuanyu Pavilion. However, at this moment, he was undoubtedly the individual with the highest cash flow in all of Liyue. Together, they totaled over 50 billion mora, enough to sustain them for a year or two, with expenses covered by the North Bank and the Chuanyu Pavilion, sparing the common populace from any burden. Perhaps it would be prudent to reap another harvest in 2 months? Or perhaps not. Creating a god or deity every 2 months would certainly make Zhongli's eyelids twitch, and he would undoubtedly come to confront him. It seemed somewhat exaggerated. The celestial beings who once battled alongside Zhongli took millennia to reach the level of gods. Yet now Neza could casually fabricate them, rendering the concept of gods and deities far too trivial. On the way back, Neza noticed Keqing deep in thought. Her hand resting on her chin, he inquired, "What troubles you, Keqing?" "Teacher, do those 2 boxes truly contain the power to rival gods or deities?" Keqing was aware of Neza's immense strength, potentially surpassing even that of the Archon. Yet if such power were bestowed upon others, Ningguang was one thing, but Tartaglia was a potential enemy of Liyue. If he were ever to turn against Liyue, would that not be cultivating a disaster? Rest assured, I do not peddle counterfeit goods. Keqing halted in her tracks, her eyes wide with surprise. She quickly grasped Neza's arm, exclaiming, "Teacher, are you not afraid that one day they might wield your power against you?" Neza chuckled, ruffling Keqing's hair, which barely reached his height. "If a couple of deities could deal with your teacher, then you greatly underestimate your mentor." Neza gazed towards the end of the street and added, "Keqing, do you know what true strength is?" Keqing shook her head. "True strength first requires others to recognize your might. In this world, with its current level of power, anyone without divine-level strength standing before me would not even comprehend what they are facing." Keqing did not quite grasp this, turning to Shenhui, who appeared equally perplexed. "Shenhui, did you understand?" Shenhui pondered for a moment before replying. "Does this mean that only by reaching the level of divinity can one truly grasp the gulf between themselves and Neza? Thus feeling fear, the average person cannot even sense that fear." Roughly speaking, Neza affirmed, "When it comes down to it, whether gods or demons, it makes little difference to me. They're all merely a matter of a single strike. Gods and mortals are alike." Keqing retorted, this time kicking at the gravel beneath her feet, appearing somewhat petulant. "But teacher, Ningguang currently possesses such formidable power, and I would also very much like to have it. Yet I lack the funds." Neza pinched her cheek playfully. "You are my disciple. If you cannot acquire the strength to slay 7 gods in the future, would that not be a disgrace to your teacher?" Speaking of which, Neza indeed needed to expedite the training of Kaching and Shenhui's strengths. After all, he must assist Zhongli in relinquishing his ancient form. This would require a cataclysm capable of devastating Liyue to transition. Allowing a newly empowered Liyue to address the ensuing crisis, as the orchestrator of this event, Neza not only needed to ensure that the creatures attacking Liyue were even more formidable than those depicted in the original story, but he also had to transform the new forces of Liyue that would resolve this catastrophe. If the resolution mirrored the original, with celestial beings and travelers saving the day, what would that prove about the strength of Liyue's new generation? Ultimately, it would hold no significance. Neza would first cultivate Kaching and Shenhui to be as powerful as Zhongli. No, his disciples must surpass even 3 Zhongli. Afterward, Kaching escorted Shenhui back to the residence, while Neza concocted a reason to slip away first. As for what he intended to do, he kept it to himself. Could he share the matter of seeking payment from Rosalind with his disciples? Neza deemed it inappropriate, as it would tarnish his scholarly reputation. Nevertheless, having lived for 5 centuries, Neza had witnessed all manner of storms and tempests. The thought of instructing Rosalind soon caused a devilish grin to creep across his lips. He found himself anticipating it. Forcing the proud woman to lower herself to engage in undignified tasks was precisely the game a deity ought to play. Neza pushed open the doors of the North Bank. Inside, 2 individuals were embroiled in a rather heated argument. "Why did you utilize such a substantial amount of funds without my permission?" The lady glared at Tartaglia, her eyes blazing with fury. "This is a critical moment, and you have left the entire bank without a single mora to mobilize. How am I to initiate the god-slaying plan now?" "Oh, please." Tartaglia ceased his fidgeting with the wooden box, waving his hand dismissively. "It's just over 200 million mora. Let the wealthy shuffle a few hundred million back here." "Humph, you speak so lightly of it as an executive. I have yet to see you accomplish anything significant, yet the bank's accounts seem to grow more burdensome by the day." Neza's entrance had provided him with quite the spectacle. The 2 immediately ceased their quarrel upon noticing him. "What brings you here?" Rosalind's expression soured. "I came to see you." "What? Am I not welcome?" Neza strode to the center of the hall, locking eyes with Rosalind. Today she wore her usual splendid attire. Her golden hair was elegantly styled atop her head, leaving a single lock to cascade down her right cheek. Tall and statuesque, her long legs were accentuated by a skirt with a split that revealed glimpses of her exquisite limbs to onlookers. Coupled with her regal and alluring stance, Neza felt his desire for conquest surge with each passing moment. Of course. "You are welcome." Dardalia leapt from his wooden chair, exclaiming, "Rosalind, we have a distinguished guest." The last 7-element sword was crafted by his hand. Rosalind narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed immovably on Neithers, and remarked, "So it is I was wondering when Liyue would unveil another prominent figure, though. You 2 are acquainted?" Dardalia inquired, gesturing between Rosalind and Neithers. "Acquainted is an understatement," Rosalind replied, her teeth clenched, hesitating to voice the bitterness of becoming another's pawn. "Let us find a more suitable place to converse, shall we?" she suggested, seeking Neithers' approval. "Very well," Neithers replied with a smile. Thus, Neithers and Rosalind made their way out of the northern bank, leaving Dardalia pondering the peculiar dynamic. How strange, he mused, this haughty woman, who typically looks down on everyone, now seems to hold Neithers' decisions in high regard. However, he dismissed the thought, considering her affairs beyond his concern. With that, Dardalia retrieved one of the orbs from the wooden box and placed it in his mouth, the power to rival the divine. Could it truly be real? Suddenly, his eyes blazed with a stormy light, and within his vision appeared a woman drawing a blade, her fierce swing unleashing a tremendous sword intent. And no thoughts, no distractions. Dardalia found himself entranced, murmuring the name. The sword intent lingered in his mind, its movements, expressions, and the elemental force required to unleash that strike felt like memories conjured from thin air. A fervor ignited in his gaze as he hastily drew the 7-element sword. In an instant, a violet glow erupted, and he tightened his grip, swinging upwards to cleave the rooftop, slicing through the air and releasing a crescent-shaped, thunderous sword aura that divided the clouds above. Dardalia gazed in astonishment at the sword in his hand, poised to critique his creation, when suddenly darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed, unconscious. Alas, I lack the elemental power to wield this strike. Chapter 30. Afternoon tea at the Glaze Pavilion. On the second floor in a private room, Neithers sat by the window. Outside, the streets of Liyue bustled with a vibrant throng. Drawing his attention away from the lively scene, Neithers turned to Rosalind. Seated opposite him, their eyes met. Rosalind's gaze flickered, her expression betraying an unusual tension, a rare sight for the typically proud lady. She pinched her thigh, her nails sinking into her soft flesh, and the sting emboldened her to speak. Though I have made a pact with you, it seems today is not the right time for your visit. Her tone was softer than usual, lacking her customary arrogance. Rosalind was acutely aware that the young man before her possessed the power to shake the very foundations of Teyvat, and she vividly recalled the day he effortlessly tore through the fabric of time. Such a display commanded respect even from the queen herself, so there was no need to maintain an air of superiority in his presence. "Why is that?" Neithers asked casually. "I am not feeling well today," Rosalind replied, biting her lip. Even witches have their moments of vulnerability, and she was uncertain whether revealing this truth would grant her reprieve today. According to their agreement and his nearly invincible might, should he wish to play, she would have no choice but to endure the pain. "That is quite understandable," Neithers replied with a smile. "But do not be anxious. I rather enjoy your haughty demeanor, to be honest. Were it not for your mischievous spirit, I would find you far less intriguing." His words were sincere, if Neithers merely issued commands to which she complied. It would lack excitement. However, when a proud individual is compelled by circumstance to undertake actions against their will, all while begrudgingly retaliating with disdainful glances, it becomes far more entertaining. Neithers relished this dynamic. After all, his true nature was that of a trickster god, hidden beneath the guise of a desert deity. Noticing Neithers' lack of insistence, Rosalind sighed in relief. She then cast an indignant glare at him, crossing her arms defiantly and crossing one long, elegant leg over the other. Since he preferred her authentic self, she decided to abandon her pretense. Who would have thought you possessed such a wicked sense of humor? However, I did not come here without purpose, Neithers responded, causing Rosalind, who had just relaxed, to tense once more. "What do you intend to do?" she asked apprehensively. Neithers tapped the table lightly. Rosalind's body quivered slightly, her expression perplexed as she hastily inquired. "What do you mean?" Leaning forward, Neithers lifted her delicate chin with a finger brushing against the rosy corner of her lips. "You are quite intelligent. Surely you understand what I mean. Hurry now, time waits for no one." Rosalind clutched the hem of her dress, her mind racing as she began to comprehend what this man desired of her, that a flush of heat spread across her cheeks, turning her porcelain skin a deep crimson. "Here? Are you certain? Perhaps we should postpone until another day." The bustling streets of Liyue lay just outside, teeming with people, and the pavilion staff were stationed nearby, ready to burst in at any moment. The thought of being seen in such an undignified manner was intolerable. Her breathing quickened. She had never engaged in such play, and had it not been for Neithers' suggestion, she would never have entertained the idea. Her thigh felt as though it might be torn apart from her grip, and she bit her lip as she gazed across the table. I lack experience. That only adds to the excitement." Neithers replied with a playful smile. "Indeed, if one begins with expertise, the process of growth is lost along with much of the enjoyment. But if one starts with reluctance, then moves to acceptance, liberation, and maturity, that is the essence of true development." Neithers mused that he could write a book titled Rosalind's Journey of Discovery. With no alternative, Rosalind shot Neithers a sharp glare at the tea that moment. He reclined, closing his eyes and resting his head, his nonchalance revealing a stark truth to Rosalind. Today, she would have to acquiesce to his desires. After calming her nerves, Rosalind took a deep breath. Then, she crouched down, leaning forward, and began to crawl. Neithers relished the game of a deity, sensing that the fun was just beginning. Yet he felt something was still amiss. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the private room, accompanied by the voice of a staff member. "Lady Rosalind, your snacks and hot tea are ready. May I bring them in now?" Upon hearing the sound, Rosalind's heart raced, and she almost shouted for the staff member to stay out, but someone beat her to it. Neithers called out, Come in. Rosalind's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom that neithers would invite another person inside. A quick glance revealed the staff member was likely arranging the dishes, oblivious to the presence of anyone else in the room. Thank goodness. However, the pounding of her heart threatened to burst from her throat as she felt a gentle kick against her leg, a reminder not to stop. The staff member, having set down the tea, wore a puzzled expression as he glanced at the empty seat across from neithers, then at the open window, and addressed neithers. Sir, what about the lady who accompanied you? How curious. I did not see her leave. The attentive staff member earned neither's silent admiration. He lifted a cup of tea, blowing away the steam with satisfaction before sipping, then gazed dreamily at the curious staff member. Who knows? Perhaps she is hiding somewhere. Neither's eyes sparkled, teasing the staff member. Why not take a look around the room? Chapter 31. Whispers of a demon following neither's lead. The staff member's gaze swept across the entire room, ultimately settling beneath the table. If the lady had not left, she was most likely concealed beneath it, but the whereabouts of a guest and their activities were of no concern to him. He offered neithers a graceful salute, his eyes level with the tabletop, while below, Rosalind's right hand was adorned with swirling ice flowers. Had the staff member dared to lower his head just a fraction more, she would not have hesitated to craft an exquisite ice sculpture. Enjoy your meal, dear guest. I shall take my leave, the staff member concluded. Ultimately, the shop assistant's gaze failed to meet Rosalind's eyes. She waved her hand to disperse the icy flowers and resumed her tasks. However, at that moment, her brain short-circuited, her expression struck as if by lightning. This jolt was as fervent as flames and as scalding as boiling water, enveloping Rosalind in a relentless surge of heat. With a swift motion, she dashed out from beneath the table, firmly covering her mouth with her hand, and flung open the wooden door of the room, racing towards the restroom of the Liyue pavilion. Just as she steadied herself, the attendant outside turned to glance, only to be taken aback by the sight of a proud woman's back. The attendant scratched his head, puzzled at her presence in the room. Moreover, what did her actions signify? The Liyue pavilion was renowned in Liyue. The cuisine surely couldn't be that dreadful. Why on earth was she on the verge of vomiting? Nasus had not felt so invigorated in a long time. He anticipated that Rosalind could bring such joy to others, and he resolved to seek her out more often. After approximately 10 minutes in the private room, Rosalind finally pushed the door open, shutting it tightly behind her, startling the attendant. She had thoroughly washed her face, even her platinum hair glistening with moisture, appearing refreshingly ethereal. You must be satisfied now? With one hand on her hip, Rosalind seemed both furious and yet restrained. It is acceptable, Nasus beckoned her over, patting the space beside him invitingly. Rosalind dared not refuse. She was acutely aware that she had no choice. She settled beside Nasus, her left arm and leg brushing against his right side. An intimate connection forged between them. One of his hands snaked around her waist, and without warning, his palm began to explore with unwelcome boldness the slight frown marred her brow. Just as she was about to voice her discomfort, Rosalind stifled her words. She thought that if she cried out, the person beside her would only become more reckless. Endurance was a means to ensure her own well-being, especially as her current situation was far from convenient. Indeed, you are well taken care of, my lady, Nasus remarked, turning to face her. Look into my eyes and tell me, am I truly wicked? Rosalind met his dark gaze. His eyes, initially appearing gentle and refined, gave off an impression of kindness. Yet whether he was genuinely benevolent, only Rosalind could ascertain. Do you wish to hear the truth? What else could it be? Nasus retorted. Not wicked, Rosalind replied coolly, merely a touch devilish. Nasus blinked in surprise, but then gently brushed a strand of her hair aside. Chuckling, in truth, I find it rather agreeable. He shifted his hand from his upper body, resting on the soft flesh of Rosalind's waist, the smooth and supple sensation captivating him. He stated earnestly, the pursuit of pleasure knows no right or wrong. The error lies within the methods employed to seek that pleasure. I reside in Liyue, and while I possess the means to defy contracts, I choose to uphold them that I fulfill your desires, and in return, you fulfill mine as per our agreement, an equitable exchange, just and lawful. Moreover, I have taken your physical well-being into account, providing you with varied forms of service, is that not exceptionally considerate. Rosalind regarded Nethersis with a peculiar expression. Should I bestow upon you the title of model citizen? Nethersis shook his chapter 32. Hu Tao's work. Rosalind resigned from the office of Nethersis, citing physical discomfort as her reason. She meticulously reapplied her lipstick, as it had faded somewhat, and spritzed some perfume on her face before taking her leave. Nethersis did not stop her. He had cultivated the habit of savoring experiences gradually, believing that only through such appreciation could one attain true joy of body and mind. In summary, Nethersis held a certain expectation for this toy, pondering how to introduce more creativity into their interactions in the future. Rising, Nethersis pushed open the wooden door of the private chamber. Let the merriment conclude here. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. His next destination was the Yonder Hall. Firstly, he wished to ascertain how Hu Tao had been faring lately. After all, she was engaged in the business of reaping souls. And, as her employer, it was only fitting for Nethersis to show some concern. Secondly, he intended to discuss with Zhongli the matter of the long-departed bodies. Nethersis was already preparing to initiate his plans. The Liyue Pavilion and the Yonder Hall were both situated along the central street of Liyue, and it did not take Nethersis long to walk there from his current location. Upon arrival, he discovered that neither Zhongli nor Hu Tao were present in the main hall. Inquiring with the staff of the Yonder Hall, he learned that the two had not left the premises, suggesting they must be in the Soul Sanctuary. To his surprise, Hu Tao had also brought Zhongli inside. However, within the sanctuary, Nethersis had specifically set restrictions preventing exploration, meaning Hu Tao could not use the system to investigate Zhongli's true identity. Furthermore, Nethersis had concealed his draconic form, ensuring Hu Tao remained unaware that Zhongli was, in fact, Morix. Before long, Nethersis entered the Soul Sanctuary. He gasped, his eyes widening. Were it not for the multitude of souls resonating around him, he would have believed he had entered the wrong place. The sanctuary was divided into two realms that on one side lay lush green grass, azure skies, flowing streams, villages, streets, and city-states, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Resembling a paradise, there was also an expansive meadow, caressed by a gentle breeze, with a round white wooden table positioned at its center, shaded by a large floral umbrella that shielded one from the sun's rays. Beneath the umbrella sat two individuals alongside the souls of two massive ancient rock lizards that Hu Tao was diligently recording information with a brush and a booklet, while Zhongli observed a long line of souls waiting for rebirth. On the opposing side, the atmosphere was starkly different, cloaked in shades of dark red and black. An sunlight graced the land, only a blood-red moon that cast an eerie pallor over the world. There were no cities or rivers, only pools of molten lava, jagged mountains adorned with sharp spires, and instruments of torture crafted from massive iron chains and gears. It was immediately apparent that this was a realm of judgment for transgressors, where the damned souls of those who had erred in their past lives were condemned. Not a thought of heaven, a thought of hell. Nethersis murmured to himself. It was evident that Hu Tao had utilized the powers he bestowed upon her to reshape the Soul Sanctuary. The souls who had committed virtuous deeds could dwell in paradise, reveling in joy while awaiting their next reincarnation. Conversely, those who had erred were sent directly to hell, enduring torture and tribulation until they reflected upon their misdeeds and awakened to the truth, after which they would be granted rebirth. His astonishment. This girl had quite the knack for her role. She performed far better than he, the Grim Reaper. Nethersis prepared to greet her, but as the next soul in line approached the table, he decided to wait until Hu Tao had concluded her business. And no matter how lackadaisical he might be, he was still the Grim Reaper, and inspections of work were still a necessity that a young man of about 20 stepped forward. Although in a state of soul, he carried himself with poise, standing tall with a white spear in hand, exuding an air of authority. He must have been a member of the Qianyan army during his lifetime. Zhongli. Hu Tao inscribed his name in her booklet and inquired, "You passed away at such a young age? Pray tell, did you commit some misdeed?" Zhongli lowered his head, seemingly hesitant to share his tale. After considerable deliberation, he confessed to Hu Tao, "Grim Reaper Proxy, I was once a soldier in the Qianyan army of Liyue. I served diligently for 3 years, upholding my duties with utmost care. However, due to work commitments, I was often away from home, leaving my wife to reside with my idle elder brother. Upon returning home, I learned from a friend that for the past 3 years, they had been engaging in illicit activities behind my back, day and night without pause. They even wrote to me daily, claiming all was well. Unable to bear it, I stormed into the room on my first day back and killed them both before taking my own life. What a peculiar tale, yet you possess remarkable courage. Hu Tao examined Zhongli's file and found his claims to be true. He had indeed been the victim of infidelity. Fear not, do not be anxious. She reassured him with a wave of her hand and a smile. Although you have taken lives and bear heavy sins, there are reasons behind your actions. It is particularly cathartic that I, the master of this hall, cough cough, your grim reaper proxy, shall arrange for you a good family. You may depart now. I will schedule your rebirth for tomorrow. Just as Zhongli was about to express his gratitude, 2 souls suddenly leaped out from behind him. Those wretched adulterers. Injustice, cried a beautiful young woman, kneeling at the table, tears streaming down her face. Grim Reaper proxy, you mustn't listen to that bastard Zhongli. This is clearly a frame-up. He killed without reason and now seeks to ruin my next life. How malicious. The frail woman shot a venomous glare at Zhongli, while his elder brother knelt beside her in agreement. Indeed, is there any justification for murder? Grim Reaper proxy, do not be deceived by these criminals. Who dares to deceive me? Hu Tao retorted, her lips curling in disdain as she observed the intruding pair. You too, will you not stand in line properly? Be careful, or I shall send you both to hell for 3 days and nights of roasting. With her hands on her hips, she glared at the young wife. Now, what is the meaning of this? The woman, sobbing and sniffling, replied, Grim Reaper proxy, you must judge fairly. Why should a young person like me have to join the Qinyan army? Years away from home, earning a salary that barely buys 2 pieces of perfume, and facing the constant danger of death. Look at me, so young and beautiful. To waste my youth on such a short-lived existence is utterly tragic. The only time I shared a bed with him was on our wedding night. I never saw him again. As a woman, you surely understand the loneliness of waiting in an empty house. Thus, when Brother Zhang came to comfort me, I couldn't help but feel drawn to him. This not entirely understandable. Indeed, Brother Zhang chimed in. Xiaowen was all alone at home, lonely and without a man to care for her. The roof leaked, the floor needed repairs, and new lanterns had to be hung, all of which I had to manage. Over time, feelings developed. Is that not human nature? Exactly. The young wife shot another resentful look at Zhongli. He sends only 2,000 more a month, hardly enough to live on. Brother Zhang is his own brother, taking such good care of the household, yet he resorts to murder, truly heartless. After listening to this exchange, Hu Tao pouted and scratched her cheek, feeling somewhat bewildered. She turned to Zhongli, who was sipping tea, and quietly asked, Hey Zhongli, what do they mean by rolling the bed sheet? I've never heard of it before. Coughing slightly from the hot tea, Zhongli managed to contain himself. Forgive me for my ignorance, but perhaps you should inquire with your system about this matter. However, 2,000 more should indeed be the total income for a typical Qinyan soldier each month. Chapter 33. I was wrong. Grim Reaper. Little Tao Tao, are you there? Come out and explain to me what rolling the bedsheet means. Hu Tao silently chanted in her heart. If she did not clarify this behavior, it would be difficult for her to determine whether Zhong's victims were truly wronged. Thus, she would be unable to assess their actions for a moral judgment regarding their reincarnation. Zhongli, that fellow, often seemed so profound and knowledgeable, yet how could he not even understand something as common as household behavior? Well, at least I have the omniscient little Tao Tao. Otherwise, being a Grim Reaper proxy would be quite the challenge. Ding, proxy master, while this knowledge may be premature for you, concerning matters of reincarnation, this system, little Tao Tao, dares not be negligent. Rolling the bedsheet refers to the intimate act of coupling, one before the other, one above the other, creating a delightful commotion, her system explained in a remarkably humanized manner. Little Tao Tao, how come I don't understand what you're saying? Hu Tao puffed her cheeks, appearing quite confused. Sighing, the system replied, Then I must be blunt that IT simply means, upon hearing little Tao Tao's straightforward explanation, Hu Tao blinked rapidly, stunned for quite some time. Oh, I think I just heard something extraordinary. The temperature within her body surged abruptly, flooding her cheeks with a burning sensation, leaving her breathless to the point that she dared not inhale audibly. She cupped her increasingly feverish cheeks with both hands, which at that moment resembled a perfectly ripened apple. Who, pray tell, compelled you to speak such things to me? You are utterly insufferable. Little Tao Dao, fully aware of the circumstances, glared at the two individuals below the stage, steeling herself as she brought her palm down forcefully upon the table, causing Zhongli's teacup to leap 3 centimeters into the air. Audacious, with one hand placed defiantly on her hip and the other pointed accusatorily at the kneeling woman and man, she exclaimed, "How dare you impart such peculiar knowledge to this agent in public? Such vulgarity is bad enough, but to flaunt such filth is utterly unacceptable." She directed her finger at the woman. "Your behavior is unbecoming, a disgrace to the virtues of womanhood, and as a wife, you have sullied the most noble and sacred profession in the eyes of this hall master." Then she pointed at the man. "You, betraying brotherhood and despising kinship, fixated on your brother's wife, are truly lower than swine and dogs, deserving of a brutal demise. Humph, you infuriate me." With her legs apart and hands on her hips, she stood up, fuming, declaring, "In the name of the Grim Reaper, I shall enact the utmost punishment." "Humph, since you so relish being stripped of your garments," very Hu Tao continued, stating, "we can certainly transport the food from Teyvat to this realm and establish hunger levels for the souls, allowing them to genuinely exist within this necropolis. This is Hu Tao's aspiration, to enable the deceased to live peacefully and joyfully before embarking on their journey of reincarnation. However, would this not significantly diminish the supply of ingredients from Teyvat? Indeed, the ratio of the undead to the living is essentially 1-to-1, that if the souls also require sustenance, then we would have to pilfer from the total amount of ingredients available to the living." "Not at all, my Lord Death," Hu Tao elucidated. "We can cultivate fields, grow crops, and raise livestock here, allowing the souls to sow, nurture, and reap. The more they work, the more they harvest. Moreover, we can have your esteemed friend, the Geo Archon, produce Mora for currency exchange within this world." Hu Tao grasped Nez's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she added, "There's an even more intriguing concept, a currency exchange between the realms of the living and the dead." "Oh," Neza paused, intrigued by the notion. "That sounds like a fascinating game. When the Hall of Rebirth introduces a new currency, the spirit coin, 100 Mora from Teyvat could be exchanged for 100 spirit coins, which could then be used for rituals honoring the deceased in the realm of the dead. These spirit coins would convert back into Mora for sustenance. Thus, those souls who departed with regrets and unfulfilled desires could joyfully experience life in the afterlife, compensating for their earthly shortcomings. We could even grant special privileges to obedient and diligent souls, allowing them to communicate with their families in dreams, encouraging them to offer more spirit coins to the realm of the dead. In this way, the Hall of Rebirth would earn a modest profit while allowing the deceased, who could not experience joy in life, to find solace in this world. My Lord Death, do you not often say that all things must be balanced? I believe this is the essence of balance." Upon hearing Hu Tao's passionate discourse, Neza could not help but applaud in approval. The living die in life, the dead live in death, and then return to life. This cycle of life and death indeed creates true equilibrium. Impressive, quite impressive. Hu Tao, you truly deserve to be my chosen agent of death. I approve of this project. Really, that's wonderful. Hu Tao clenched her fists, a radiant smile of joy illuminating her face. Ahem. Zhongli cleared his throat, sensing a troubling thought surfacing in his mind. This directly pertained to whether he could enjoy a peaceful retirement in the future, and he felt compelled to voice his concerns. "Have you considered that the Geo Archon has already labored for thousands of years to create Mora for Teyvat? Now, he must also generate Mora for the deceased, and at a rate 100 times greater. Well, from a rational standpoint, I doubt he would be particularly amenable to this." Hu Tao turned to Zhongli, her cheeks puffed in indignation, after all her efforts in devising a plan. Zhongli had dismissed it, and she was not pleased. "Zhongli, why are you constantly contradicting me today? Be careful, or I might dock your salary." Indeed, Zhongli, Neza chimed in, rising to his feet to tease Zhongli. Whether the Archon agrees is his concern. It has nothing to do with you. Zhongli de not the Archon, right? Hu Tao? Exactly. If you keep opposing us, Zhongli, I will withhold your bonus. Just think about how you will afford tea. Yes, yes, I concur, Neza echoed. Besides, whether the Archon consents or not, he must ultimately comply. If he disagrees, we shall simply fight him. Right, Hu Tao? That's right. I asked Xiao Tao, and she told me that my Lord Death is quite formidable. He has nothing to fear from the Archon. So, Zhongli, why are you worried? My Lord Death won't harm you. Zhongli. Chapter 35. The troubled Zhongli came to a realization. In the presence of Neza and Hu Tao, protesting was utterly futile. His rational theories would not find acceptance. Even with the knowledge of his identity, his old friend Neza deliberately sought to vex him. It was simply in his nature, as for Hu Tao, regardless of the identity before her. She remained steadfast in her whimsical pursuits. Such was her innate disposition. In this current age, it seemed that reasoning had become obsolete. Furthermore, my Lord Death, Hu Tao shook Neza's arm, her innocent eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you truly not afraid of the Geo Archon? If that is the case, I have a small wish. He. Afraid, Neza replied curtly, and Hu Tao's expression fell in disappointment. He continued, afraid that he might hasten his own demise. Neza's reference to demise implied a long overdue retirement to enjoy the peace of life, free from worldly matters. That sounds splendid, Hu Tao exclaimed, revealing her small wish. The funeral rites at the Hall of Rebirth could certainly be implemented according to rank. Based on the deceased's reputation, status, power, and wealth, we could continually elevate the standards. That I envision a funeral where the highest honor is for my Lord Death, to borrow my 3,000 ghostly soldiers for the procession. But I still feel it could be even more spectacular. With arms outstretched, she declared dreamily, I want the funeral services of the Hall of Rebirth and the renown of my Lord Death to resonate throughout Teyvat, achieving worldwide fame. Therefore, it is imperative that we elevate the funeral rituals. Elevate, please elaborate. Strangely enough, Hu Tao's enthusiasm piqued Neza's interest. Meanwhile, Zhongli, unable to focus on his tea, frowned, listening intently to every word Hu Tao uttered. What new madness had she conjured? Neza's existence had already left him quite perturbed, but now Hu Tao, under Neza's protection, only exacerbated his anxiety. Look, the Archon's true form is that of a dragon. Right? If, on the day of the funeral, a dragon could lead the way, accompanied by 3,000 ghostly soldiers, while I stand atop the dragon, one hand wielding a gong and the other a drum, playing the song of rebirth. How captivating would that be? Hu Tao clasped her hands together, gazing skyward in prayer. With Morix leading the charge and 3,000 ghostly soldiers in procession, such a grand funeral ceremony would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir throughout Teyvat. Perhaps even those who wish to avoid death would rush to Liyue to arrange their own funerals. Zhongli's pupils constricted in alarm, and he waved his hands in protest. Absolutely not, Zhongli asserted, as the Geo Archon. How could he preside over another's funeral? Such notions are shallow, foolish, and ignorant. Hu Tao rushed in front of Zhongli, fists clenched, exclaiming loudly, Zhongli, you must realize that death is the greatest event in existence. The separation of life and death encapsulates a lifetime's worth of experiences in that final journey. Ordinary people cannot perceive the Archon during their lives, yet after their passing, they can have the Archon escort them, concluding their final moments. How perfect is that? This is precisely what a deity should do. Bring joy to the living and ensure the dead can rest in peace. My Lord Death, what do you think? Hu Tao turned back to Neza. Neza's admiration for Hu Tao's ideas only grew. He could not contain his laughter as he patted Zhongli on the shoulder, saying to Hu Tao, I find it quite agreeable. Morix leading the way, 3,000 ghostly soldiers in procession. Just hearing the name aligns perfectly with the reputation of the deity of death. Hu Tao. As my agent, you are free to proceed. Should anyone oppose, I shall make them comply. Ha! Zhongli observed Hu Tao and Neza, pressing a hand to his forehead, feeling rather exasperated. Having lived for thousands of years, he had traversed the world with reason and strength. However, now he found himself outmatched by Neza in battle and outwitted by Hu Tao in reasoning. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to retire. "So, my Lord Death, when will you bring the Archon over?" Hu Tao grasped the hem of Neza's garment. Looking up, "I shall speak with him now and bring him over in a few days." Neza replied with a smile. "Zhongli, would you accompany me?" As Hu Tao waved them off, Neza took the reluctant Zhongli with him, and the two walked side by side along the streets of Liyue. "My old friend, you have truly put me in a predicament this time." "That cannot be helped," Neza replied without a trace of remorse. In fact, I am already preparing to assist you with your funeral services." "Oh, I shall begin implementing this upon my return today." "What do you plan to do?" Zhongli inquired, curious about how Neza would devise this plan. Neza casually rested his hands behind his head, responding, "It's quite simple. Create several world-ending figures in Liyue. Release a few world-destroying monsters, and ignite the conflict between them. For instance, the 4 souls I recently sold have brought both the 11th and Ningguang to the threshold of divinity, once battle erupts. The intensity of the conflict will surely surpass the original summoning ceremony for the gods." Neza was preparing to direct a spectacle of battlefield grandeur, one that would surpass even the Archon War of 1,000 years past. "And what about me?" Zhongli spoke of the pivotal figure in this plan, himself. "Rest assured, everything is meticulously arranged on the day of the celestial ceremony. I shall personally take action to eliminate you, and only then will the others make their appearances." "You will come in person?" Zhongli exclaimed in astonishment. "You wouldn't truly act, would you?" "Fear not. It will be more convincing than reality itself." Nathursis revealed a playful smile before waving his hand and departing. A gentle breeze caressed Zhongli's cheek as he stood upon a stone arch bridge, gazing at Nathursis' retreating figure. It seemed the War of the Archons would once again unfold in Liyue. No, given that an old friend was orchestrating this battleground, it must be on a divine scale. However, that is for the best that truly relinquish his ancient form. How could Liyue's multitude of souls be persuaded without a genuine divine conflict? Whether it be the 7 stars or the celestial beings, may they all forget the ancient deity Morix during this war. Nathursis had no intention of frightening Zhongli. Zhongli surely understood that without a profound stimulus, Liyue could never believe that the mighty god of war, the emperor, could fall victim to an assassination. Likewise, without a colossal war erupting, Zhongli could not ascertain whether the new generation of Liyue could truly inherit the mantle of safeguarding Liyue from him. However, prior to that, the combat prowess of Kaqing and Shunhe must first be cultivated. As mentioned previously, Nathursis would elevate those by his side to a level surpassing that of deities, but he was not boasting. He already had a feasible plan in mind. Traversing the bustling streets of Liyue, he ascended the steps of Yujing Terrace and returned to Kaqing's residence. Just as he approached the entrance, Kaqing came running towards him, clutching a white envelope. "Teacher, you have finally returned." Is there something amiss?" "The acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius from Mondstadt, Jean, has sent you a letter." "Oh." Nathursis' expression shifted to one of peculiarity. He recalled that he had little interaction with Grandmaster Jean. The last time he visited Mondstadt was centuries ago, long before Jean's birth. Nathursis picked up the envelope, which bore the words to Nathursis, personally, and proceeded to open it before Kaqing. Chapter 36. Mr. Nathursis, Mondstadt needs you to save it. Dear Mr. Nathursis, greetings. I am Jean, the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt. I apologize for contacting you in such an abrupt manner, but circumstances necessitated. I implore you to read on. Before addressing the matter at hand, I wish to pose a question. You wouldn't want your daughter to grow up to be a chaotic force that sends people fleeing and wilts flowers in her wake, would you? Upon reading this, Nathursis was taken aback. What was going on here? First, he had a daughter. Secondly, his daughter was causing trouble in Mondstadt. This revelation caught Nathursis off guard. Indeed, due to the incident involving Rosalind, he had visited Mondstadt 500 years AG. It was there that he encountered his future wife, who deduced that he had a daughter named Klee. However, 5 centuries ago, he had not yet engaged in any intimate encounters with Alice, at least, not in Nathursis' memory. Yet now, it was an established fact that Klee was indeed his daughter. Nathursis pondered. Thus, there was but one truth: he would eventually unlock the cycle of reincarnation and travel back to Mondstadt 300, 200, or merely a few decades prior to locate Alice. Something must have transpired that led her to conceive Klee. Although Nathursis had not yet undertaken such feats, he believed it was within his capabilities. However, for Klee to be labeled a chaotic force at such a tender age in Mondstadt, he chuckled softly, secretly applauding his daughter. After all, she was indeed his daughter, so much like her father. Confirming he had a daughter who was a chaotic force brought a smile to Nathursis's face as he continued reading the letter. While it may be unfair to label Klee in such a manner, I feel it is my duty to inform you. After Ms. Alice's departure, I became Klee's de facto guardian. Klee is not like children from ordinary families. She lacks parental companionship and has not attended the academies of Mondstadt. The knights have been responsible for her upkeep. However, this child has a penchant for mischief and a tendency toward violence. Just a month ago, upon her release from confinement, Klee went to Starsnatch Cliff to catch fish with explosives, causing such destruction that the entire lake boiled, littered with the carcasses of countless fish. Local fishermen flocked to the knights to lodge complaints and seek compensation for the calamity. Not long after, she ventured to Windrise and inadvertently obliterated the 7 statue of the Archons with her explosions. My sister, Barbara, the priestess of Mondstadt, wept for a week at home, hoping that the Anemo Archon, Barbatos, would forgive her. Following this incident, I reprimanded Klee severely and confined her for an entire week. However, recalling her youth and sincerity during her repentance, I, as her guardian, softened my heart and released her. Alas, 3 days ago, she went to Springvale to assist her friend Razor in catching wild boars. Unfortunately, she ignited 2 hills in Springvale, and the flames were so fierce that even the knights could not contain them. To make matters worse, one of those hills was the vineyard of the renowned Mondstadt winery, which suffered the loss of nearly half its raw materials for wine production. The vineyard's proprietor, Dilek, sought compensation from the knights. Given the knights' limited financial capacity, settling this debt would be exceedingly difficult, especially with the Anemo Archon wreaking havoc in the vicinity, leading to a significant economic downturn in Mondstadt that if the knights falter, the entire city may plunge into a prolonged financial crisis. With Alice now wandering the realms and untraceable, I can only turn to you that I hope you can bring substantial funds to Mondstadt to settle the debts incurred by Klee's actions and, if possible, take Klee back to Liyue. Though I cherish this child dearly, and the knights regard her as their own, we can no longer endure the chaos. You need not worry about her previous upkeep expenses. But please address the debt issue promptly. Otherwise, this nation may very well crumble under your daughters. No, my misdeeds. Best wishes, Mr. Nathursis. Mondstadt requires your salvation. Upon finishing the letter, Nathursis could not contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty guffaw. Ha ha! Impressive, my dear. Causing such chaos at such a young age, you certainly have not brought shame upon our family. Ha ha! My daughter is truly remarkable. Observing Nathursis's unabashed mirth, Kachin could not help but wear a joyful expression herself. Teacher, what has brought you such happiness? May I hear about it as well? Here. Nathursis handed the envelope to Kachin. After you read this, meet me in the back garden. I have something of great importance to present to you. With that, he ruffled the back of his head in high spirits and sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Very well, teacher. Although Kachin had not spent much time with Nathursis, she was well aware that few things could genuinely bring him joy. The last time, when they sold their power at the city center, they earned an astonishing 500 billion without him batting an eye. Thus, she eagerly anticipated what could possibly elicit such hearty laughter from him. With a smile reminiscent of an amused aunt, Kachin opened the envelope, wondering if perhaps her teacher had suddenly acquired a well-behaved and clever daughter. Her violet eyes scanned the text on the paper. Her hands clutching the envelope trembled forward, while her slender waist leaned back, her violet pupils widening to near human limits. Teacher truly has a daughter? Her body stiffened as she crumpled the envelope, struggling to believe this reality. She then sank to the ground in disbelief, her lips pouting like a child whose ice cream had fallen to the ground. What a pity. Why was it that upon hearing this news, she could not feel happiness? Kachin herself was unsure why she felt this way. Was it because she had grown reliant on her teacher, accustomed to being protected by him, or had that protective sentiment taken on a twisted form? How could I think of my teacher in such a way? Kachin cradled her delicate face, shaking her head vigorously. And he has a daughter now. She gazed up at the clouds above, wrapping her arms around her frail form, wishing that she were the one to have given birth to that daughter. Then, her teacher would not have to regard their year-long contract and could forever stand behind her. Kaching's eyes widened as she suddenly realized her own mental disarray. Having uttered such blasphemous thoughts, she pinched her thigh beneath her black stockings, using the pain to restore her clarity. After a brief moment, she patted her cheeks. Listen well, Kaching. You must never entertain such thoughts again. Kaching rose to her feet, brushed off the dirt from her attire, and restored her radiant smile. As if nothing had transpired, she trotted lightly towards the back garden. Chapter 37. Kaching, I have a gift for you. Nasus stood amidst the flowers in the back garden, gazing out at Liyue harbor. He planned a journey to Mondstadt the following day to bring his daughter home. Speaking of which, there were also some monsters in Mondstadt that could be captured and utilized in the divine conflict. Since Zhongli intended to take his leave, the occasion would need to be grander. However, before that, he needed to push Kaching's powers to their limits. Yes, Nasus had already conceived of what abilities he wished to bestow upon her. Teacher, I'm here. Turning around, Kaching approached with light, buoyant steps, her purple skirt fluttering gracefully, twin tails bouncing in rhythm with her movements, and her exquisite features adorned with a brilliant smile. She exuded an unyielding vitality of youth. Standing obediently before Nasus, her hands clasped behind her back, she awaited the gift he had prepared for her. Hey, you seem a bit flushed, Nasus remarked, reaching out to cover one side of her face. The blush appeared as if it had been imprinted by a hand, rather than being a natural blush. Ts nothing. Teacher, I just wasn't feeling well today, and patted my cheeks to stay awake. As the star of Jade Balance, Kaching was a woman capable of harboring secrets. Any special feeling she held for her teacher would remain buried, never surfacing in her future life, unless the one who instigated such emotions in her were to inquire or reciprocate them. So, teacher, what are you planning to give Kaching? I'm quite eager, Kaching said mischievously, revealing her adorable canines. The usually serious Kaching seldom displayed her childlike demeanor in front of others, but it was evident that Nasus was an exception. Weren't you saying that Ningguang's strength has significantly increased, widening the gap between you two? Ah, teacher, you still remember that? Kaching felt warmth in her heart. The mere fact that her teacher recalled this indicated she held a place in his thoughts. As fellow members of the Seven Stars, both being strong women, Kaching had been engaged in a competitive race with Ningguang. Neither wished to fall behind in this pursuit. Yet in reality, Ningguang had consistently maintained an upper hand over Kaching in terms of wealth, status, and strength. This time, having acquired 2 souls from her teacher, her power had reached a divine level, effectively propelling Kaching from her position to the heights of Sky Island. This thought lingered in Kaching's mind. Leaving her apprehensive, she longed for those 2 souls as well. According to her teacher, one of them concealed the pinnacle of the Raiden Shogun's martial prowess, a symbol of ultimate strength, having reached the zenith of swordsmanship. What could possibly surpass it? Teacher, why not gift me one of the Shogun's souls? Kaching raised her head earnestly and said, I believe that with my talent, I could master the Wushang sword, and with my eye of God attuned to the electro element, I would undoubtedly resonate better with the Raiden Shogun. The Akti was somewhat embarrassing for Kaching to compare herself to a deity. Nasus chuckled, ruffling Kaching's hair. You are my disciple. If mastering only the Wushang sword were the extent of your abilities, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for me? Ah, Kaching, initially reveling in the affection of her teacher's gesture, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Teacher, that is the ultimate symbol. Legend has it that that sword cleaved through the entire canyon. An awe-inspiring force comparable to the establishment of the Cloud Ascension Pavilion by the Emperor. How could that be embarrassing for you? If your disciple could wield such a technique, it would only enhance your prestige. Nasus smiled and turned, lifting his gaze to meet the sun directly, the blinding radiance failing to force his eyes to squint. Kaching, the world is vast. Today, I shall take you to see it. Kaching did not fully comprehend the meaning behind his words. Standing behind Nasus, she suddenly recalled another matter, which she found difficult to voice, fidgeting as she spoke softly, fearful of dismaying her teacher. May I ask you a question, teacher? Nasus was intrigued by Kaching's unexpected inquiry. What question? What must I do to graduate, teacher? Kaching cautiously broached the subject. Graduate? What? Do you no longer wish to be my disciple? No, absolutely not. Kaching quickly waved her hands in denial, explaining it's just for some personal reasons. I wish to graduate sooner and then address you by name. Nathursis did not quite grasp what Kaching meant, but he suspected that graduating from his tutelage would not be an easy feat. Then you may need to train for several millennia. Kaching gasped in astonishment, thinking that by then her bones would have turned to dust, because the condition for graduating from my tutelage is that you must defeat me first. Kaching. Her despondent expression amused Nathursis, who gently patted her head again. You needn't be so downcast. Calling me teacher is quite nice. And didn't I just mention that the world is vast? I shall take you to see it. Perhaps after witnessing it, you will confidently stand before me and declare, now my strength surpasses yours. Teacher, please don't jest with Kaching. Surpassing you? Kaching had never dared to entertain such a thought. The ability to bestow ordinary individuals with godlike powers. Just how formidable was her teacher? Perhaps even training under him would not reveal the full extent of his strength. Yes, she pondered this. Nathursis suddenly scooped her up in a princess carry. Teacher, cling tightly to my neck and bury your head in my embrace. The place we are heading to may be too overwhelming for you. Nathursis lifted his gaze to the sun, squatting into a stance, the corners of his mouth curling upwards before he leapt into the sky. From this moment onwards, the back garden of Kaching's residence would be reduced to a wasteland, like a bullet shot at breakneck speed. They surged towards the heavens. Upon reaching the clouds, a powerful surge of electro-elemental energy erupted from Nathursis' being, creating an immense repulsive force that propelled him skyward while green wind, elemental energy, spiraled above, intercepting the rushing air resistance, ensuring that Kaching would not be easily torn apart by friction. Peeking out like a curious kitten from Nathursis' embrace, Kaching stole a glance below, realizing that not only was the back garden invisible, but the entirety of Teyvat was beyond her sight. The world appeared spherical. Teacher, is all of Teyvat really a sphere? Perhaps. All things tend to return to balance in the cosmos, influenced by rules and gravity. Everything ultimately forms into a shape that maintains equilibrium. But what about those flying meteors? They are spherical. Kaching pointed at the meteors amidst the vast starry sky, inquiring like a child seeking answers. Those meteors are currently unstable, but during their flight, they will collide with other celestial bodies, fragment, shatter, and through the influence of gravity, they will eventually recombine and merge, ultimately forming a sphere. Kaching gazed up at her teacher from her position. Though she understood little, she found him incredibly charming when he spoke of grand principles. We're almost there. That a surge of soul energy suddenly emanated from Nathursis, enveloping both him and Kaching, preventing light and heat from penetrating this protective barrier. Before long, Nathursis set Kaching down, and at that moment, they found themselves standing on the sun's surface. Before their eyes lay a dazzling expanse of golden flames. No, it was a series of solar flares, perpetually radiating an indomitable energy. Were it not for the vast reserves of soul energy within Nathursis, the sheer brilliance and heat would likely have incinerated Kaching countless times over. Kaching, this sphere beneath your feet will be the source of your power from now on. Nathursis kicked the sun lightly and addressed her. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Light of Nathursis. Well, in the conventional terminology of Teyvat, it should be referred to as the God of Light. P.S. Nathursis observed Kaching's bewildered expression and mused, my disciple, is such energy truly fitting for you? Chapter 38. Disciple, may I graduate now? Nathursis intended to bestow the light of the sun upon Kaching, an endeavor far from simple. However, the starry sky of Teyvat was but an illusion, including the sun beneath their feet, which was artificially created. Compared to the original sun of Planet Blue, its heat and luminosity paled in comparison. Were it the original sun, Nathursis could not guarantee his ability to fully control it. After all, that celestial body was over 33,000 times larger than Blue Planet, and Blue Planet itself was thousands of times larger than Teyvat. Thus, to wield this artificial star, Nathursis merely needed to move a finger. Teacher, are you truly going to give me the sun? That's just too extravagant. This is a matter that Kaching could scarcely dare to imagine. She clutched at the hem of Neza's garment, cautiously extricating her jade-like foot, enveloped in black silk, to lightly touch the flame before hastily retracting it. Even with her teacher's soul power shielding her from the sun's scorching rays, Keqing was still fearful that the flame might scorch her. After all, it was an unimaginable scenario. How could she possibly control this colossal fireball, larger than Teyvat itself? She lifted her delicate chin, gazing at her teacher with a look of innocent anticipation, hoping for an answer. Keqing, do not consider this an exaggeration. Everything possesses a soul. As the sovereign of souls, I can control it. If it lacks a soul, then we shall bestow one upon it. Indeed, even this fabricated sun incessantly radiates light and heat, mercilessly projecting energy onto the earth and the starry sky. IT can be regarded as a soulless entity of energy. Neza stepped out from the barrier of souls and onto the sun's surface, an endless torrent of souls bursting forth from within him, spreading outward from his feet to envelop the boundless fireball. In mere seconds, the immense sun was shrouded in a purplish hue, transformed into a violet sphere. The brilliance could not penetrate this layer of violet flames like the that moment. All of Teyvat was plunged into darkness. In Inazuma, beneath the sakura tree, Miko gazed at the heavens, her expression one of known for her clarity and mastery over all matters. She was now taken aback as the sun vanished, replaced by a purple sphere that cast a dim, violet glow upon the land. Was this an eclipse? Even from a mountain's height, she could hear the sounds of terror and chaos emanating from Inazuma City. In Liyue Harbor, under the organization of the 7 Stars and 8 Gates, lanterns were lit in every household, illuminating the port in a riot of colors. Yet today, a spectacle unseen by most was unfolding. Crowds gathered in the streets, pointing at the purple sun, abuzz with speculation. My goodness, what's going on here? An elder scratched his head in bewilderment. Heaven knows, this is utterly unfathomable. The neighbors need not be overly anxious. I once perused ancient texts from Liyue, and such phenomena are referred to as a total solar eclipse. Fear not, for in a few minutes the sun shall return, said the young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, holding a book in one hand while the other rested behind his back. His words meant to reassure. Yet, he too wore a frown that a total solar eclipse is supposed to be pitch black. Isn't it? This purple flame seems far too dim and unsettling. Outside the Wangsheng funeral parlor, Hu Tao nudged Zhongli. Zhongli, look, that purple light is so beautiful, so stunning, reminiscent of the 3,000 souls bestowed upon me by Lord of Death. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, a stark contrast to the general populace's reaction. From a rational perspective, well, this cannot be rationalized. Zhongli gazed upward, a hint of concern in his eyes, that he sensed that an old friend was up to something intriguing. However, dear friend, you must act quickly. The temperature in Teyvat is plummeting. If we delay too long, ordinary folk may freeze to death. Keqing, the entire sun is now under my control, Neza declared, opening his palm to reveal a point of light that intensified in brilliance and warmth. I can extract the sun's energy and alter its form. The intensity of light and temperature can be adjusted at will. But, teacher, my soul is particularly frail. How can I possibly master it? Keqing asked, feeling overwhelmed. How could she ever match her teacher's ability to envelop the sun with her soul? Even if she drained her entire being, it could not compare to a mere ray of light. Your trepidation is understandable, but do not fret next time, Neza replied, taking Keqing's hand and raising it before them with a smile. Have you heard of alternating current? Keqing shook her head vigorously. This sun is now connected to my soul. I can wield it as I choose, much like a circuit breaker, but if I were to establish a connection to your soul, you would be linked to me and the sun in parallel. Of course, Neza was merely creating a conduit for Keqing to connect to the sun. It could not link to the realm of souls. The vastness of that soul was beyond Keqing's capacity to control. Keqing, feeling somewhat lost, asked anxiously, does this mean my soul will remain connected to you forever, never depart? Neza affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, as long as I do not turn off the switch, your soul will be eternally bound to mine, unable to escape. Would you agree to this? I would. Teacher, Keqing replied without hesitation, a smile gracing her lips, filled with joy. Very well. Neza lightly tapped her forehead, and the next instant, her soul form materialized behind her. Just as he had when he first awakened her soul, Neza reached out to touch the chest of Soul Kaching, drawing forth a purple line that connected to the point of light in his palm. Suddenly, the purple soul form of Kaching ignited, golden light surging forth to completely envelop the violet hue. Additionally, the eyes of her corporeal form burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Holy, resplendent, powerful. I can feel it, Kaching exclaimed as she clasped her hands together. Distinctly sensing her soul tethered to the switch in her teacher's hand, the other end leading directly to the sun. This is so powerful. I feel invincible now. Can I even challenge you, teacher? Neza teased, simultaneously retracting the soul he had enveloped around the sun, condensing it into a single point to extract solar energy. After a brief night, Teyvat returned to its bright day. Teacher, this energy is truly immense. Indeed, it is a gift I bestow upon you. Neza continued, however, due to the sheer magnitude of this energy, I have set a switch in your mind. You can adjust the intensity of light, the heat, and even the form at will. This switch allows you to harness solar energy freely. Without it, each time you engage in battle, you would unleash all your energy, and that would spell disaster for Teyvat. Thank you, teacher, for your thoughtfulness. With this switch, I need not consciously manipulate the sun with my soul. I can use energy to achieve anything at will, Kaching said mischievously, smiling as she placed a hand on Neza's shoulder. Neza raised an eyebrow in confusion, only to find himself, and Kaching transformed into a golden flash that shot down toward the ground. When they regained their senses, Neza and Kaching found themselves back in the garden, albeit standing amidst ruins. This is incredibly effective. This power. I just made a small attempt and succeeded, Kaching exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Neza. Teacher, praise me. My prowess now surpasses yours. Am I ready to embark on my journey? Chapter 39. Teacher, do take care. One must admit, Kaching is quite astute. Having just acquired the sun's energy, she could already perform such a remarkable displacement skill. She had just transported him back to her residence at the speed of light. At first glance, it appeared effortless, but the intricacies within were anything but simple. Kaching had established a connection with the sun, allowing her soul to directly control it via the switch, making it unsurprising to say that the sun was essentially an extension of Kaching's soul. Thus, she had just utilized her soul to concentrate the light particles from the sun onto her residence. Following that, her soul propelled her physical form, allowing her body to achieve light speed. Firstly, the soul would never harm the physical body. Therefore, Kaching, accelerated to light speed by sunlight, would not suffer physical disintegration from the sudden burst of extreme acceleration. Secondly, why was Kaching, moving at light speed, not torn apart by air resistance? This is precisely why Neza praised her intelligence. The light that everyone perceives can be seen, but not touched, leading many to believe it lacks mass. This is a misconception. Light is composed of light particles, moving at light speed since their inception, eternally unceasing, and indeed possesses kinetic mass. Just now, Kaching had harnessed her soul to control these light particles, directing them toward Liyue while simultaneously colliding with the obstructing air particles, preemptively resolving all impediments. In the end, her physical form soared along this path at light speed, unimpeded. Impressive, my Kaching. You have not brought shame to your teacher. You are indeed destined to be a mistress of light. Neza gave her a thumbs up. Teacher, this technique was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Not bad, right? Receiving praise from her teacher filled Kaching with warmth. Indeed, very impressive. You anticipated the collision of light particles, resolved all obstacles, and then proceeded with high-speed movement. Truly worthy of you. Kaching appeared somewhat perplexed. Did I not merely use my soul to guide my physical form? Was there any need to consider obstacles? Neithers glanced into Kaching's eyes, hesitating and with a squint of trepidation. He inquired, Did you not consider the particle collisions, air resistance, and the physical burdens imposed by the acceleration of light speed? Kaching scratched her cheek innocently and replied, Teacher, what are particles? What is air resistance? And what burdens could possibly arise? Hiss. Neithers nearly fell back at a 45-degree angle. The IT was evident that Keqing had not contemplated any of the aforementioned factors. She had relied entirely on luck to execute the displacement technique that Neithers had analyzed. This was absurd. Had Keqing made even the slightest miscalculation, her return to the residence could have resulted in nothing but a pool of blood. No, that was not right. At such high speeds, there would be no blood left at all. Her very soul might be torn apart into molecular fragments, scattered across the heavens and the earth. Even for him, the remnants of his soul would perish several tens of thousands of times over, especially in such elevated layers. Keqing, oh Keqing, just as Neithers was about to caution her to exercise more prudence with such techniques. A golden flash whizzed by, and Keqing vanished before his eyes. If you return as a pile of molecules, how long will it take for me to piece you back together? Neithers felt a headache coming on. However, fortunately, even light speed is not infinite. After all, it has a measurable velocity. He recalled it to be 3 by 10 to the 8th meters per second. Since there is a speed, it cannot escape the definition of time, nor the grasp of reincarnation. Thus, should Keqing be torn to shreds by resistance, there remains a chance for salvation. With a whoosh, a golden light flickered, and his adorable disciple reappeared, holding a golden hairpin. I am truly remarkable. Keqing grinned mischievously at the hairpin in her hand. From where did you pilfer this hairpin, Keqing? Teacher, guess, she replied, deliberately withholding the details. From Liyue Harbor, atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. Lady Ningguang, congratulations on your mastery of swordsmanship. How splendid! Not only is Lady Ningguang the highest-ranking Tianquan of Liyue, but with her newfound strength, she is surely one step closer to realizing the vision of Chuanyu Pavilion enveloping the 7 nations. The female secretaries clapped and cheered genuinely for Ningguang's current achievements. Meanwhile, Ningguang stood at the edge of Chuanyu Pavilion, gazing down at the vast expanse of light in her right hand. She wielded a sword imbued with formidable electro-elemental power, while her left hand held a tome. Gathering the resplendent might of the earth, .1, I sparkled like a violet lightning bolt, while the other bore the weight of a mountain. Who would have thought that the pills crafted by Mr. Neithers would possess such remarkable effects? This 280 billion mora was indeed well spent. Now, with the wuxiang in my right hand, I possess the mightiest strike, and with the earth's power in my left, I have the most unyielding defense. In today's Liyue, beneath the 7 stars and above the Emperor, who could possibly defeat me, an immortal? I think not, for I am an immortal now. No, I've already stepped half a foot into the realm of divinity. At this moment, Ningguang suddenly recalled a proud girl who had always pursued her, whether in status, wealth, or martial prowess. Yet today, that girl is far behind, and there is no possibility of surpassing me. Ningguang smiled radiantly. Keqing, do you hear me? I have ascended before you. With a heart stirred with emotion, she brushed a strand of her platinum hair from her forehead, only to realize that her coiled hair had all tumbled down in disarray. Ningguang puzzled as she patted her head. Where's my hairpin? In Liyue, at Keqing's residence. Keqing withdrew her gaze from the hairpin, a bright smile almost bursting forth. She relished the feeling of power that came and went like the wind. And even more, the thrill of seeing Ningguang humbled. However, there was a matter of greater importance that demanded her attention. She turned to her teacher, placing a hand upon her chest. Teacher, you previously stated that if I defeat you, I would be allowed to graduate. Is that true? Keqing yearned to graduate, not to part ways with her teacher, but because certain matters could only be realized when she and her teacher were in an equal relationship. Indeed, is it so that you possess such confidence to triumph over me? Yes, Keqing replied emphatically, her gemstone-like eyes shimmering with determination. Bathed in sunlight, her speed transcended human limits. She understood her teacher was formidable, extraordinarily so, but she could hardly conceive of any means to evade such velocity. Just moments ago, atop the high heavens, her teacher spoke of the concept of the universe, and from that discourse, Keqing absorbed a crucial piece of knowledge. Light is the ultimate speed of the universe. And now, she is that very light. Furthermore, the energy of the sun is not merely confined to speed. Its brilliance and heat are equally powerful. If she unleashed her full potential, her teacher would likely find it a headache. Wait, Suddenly, Keqing recalled a critical issue. Her cheeks flushed as she discussed with her teacher. Teacher, you must not play tricks. You are not allowed to turn off my switch, for that would be unfair. Pouting adorably, she insisted, her demeanor utterly charming, that I would never resort to such petty tactics. Come now, let me witness your confidence. Neithers chuckled, but do not claim that your teacher has bullied you afterward. Upon receiving her teacher's consent, Keqing burst into laughter. Teacher, you should be cautious. Do not say that your disciple is bullying you. Humph, my current speed and energy surpass yours. After a moment of pride, Keqing produced Ningguang's hairpin. Teacher, I shall toss the hairpin into the sky. The moment it touches the ground, the battle will commence. How does that sound? Keqing nodded affirmatively, then tossed the hairpin skyward. She resolved to bring her teacher down within a second. She possessed the confidence to make this decision, for the energy surging within her exceeded her wildest imaginings. Even when facing her strongest teacher, the hairpin ascended to its zenith before slowly descending to the ground, and with a clang, Keqing transformed into a swirl of golden light. While Neithers had already prepared his stance, extending his hand forward, muttering incantations, freezed, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wind stilled. The brook ceased its flow. The bustling Liyue harbor fell silent. Ningguang, tidying her hair, halted mid-motion. Zhongli St paused in mid-air. The entirety of Teyvat entered an eternal stillness. Time had frozen, and though Keqing had metamorphosed into a radiant golden light, she remained poised, sword thrusting forward, forever captured in that moment of assured victory. Chapter 40. My foolish disciple. Freezing time may pose a challenge for others, yet for Neithers, it was as simple as a flick of his finger, if one were to liken a film to a river of time. Then reincarnation would be akin to dragging the mouse to rewind the movie to the beginning or any point for replay. Meanwhile, freezing is merely pressing the pause button in the present. It goes without saying that the power of reincarnation surpasses that of freezing. As long as Neithers wishes, he could even edit this river of time, causing temporal disarray. Naturally, due to the inherent restorative function of the world's laws, it would resist the frozen time instigated by Neithers, restoring its original state. Given his current level of soul, at full capacity, he could freeze Teyvat for a maximum of 36 hours. Comparatively, a certain non-human vampire could manage only 5 seconds. By contrast, Neithers' strength is indeed on a different level altogether. In summary, at this moment, only Neithers could move freely within Teyvat. He approached the poised Keqing, ready for her strike to sow. Keqing, to challenge your teacher, you are a mere 10,000 years too early. Neithers gently caressed Keqing's cheek. She smiled brightly, revealing a playful fong, her eyes gleaming with excitement, as though victory were already hers. 1 foot half-crouched in a stance, the other firmly planted, her silhouette accentuated by the black silk that wrapped around her exquisite form. This posture was indeed provocative. Although time does not freeze, and space cannot shift, the forces of interaction also dissipate. In this moment, Neithers could engage in any amusing endeavor without it being recorded by time or infringing upon any laws. After all, this event had, in strict terms, never occurred in Teyvat. Yet, one must not act so brazenly. Moreover, she is his beloved disciple, ahem, that can be discussed when the time comes for her to leave the tutelage. At that moment, 4 ethereal purple hands of souls extended from behind Neithers, each grasping Keqing's limbs. Based on the solar energy extracted by Keqing, it was calculated that she would dash forward an additional 10 meters at the speed of light. While Neithers similarly adjusted the strength of the soul hands, ensuring they would not entirely negate Keqing's momentum. Consequently, due to the obstruction of the soul hands, Keqing would only advance a meter, propelled by inertia. Neithers then unfurled his arms, standing 1 meter before Keqing, and released the frozen time. Ding! The flow of time resumed, and Keqing transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards Neithers. Thud! Keqing collided with something soft, her hands instinctively pressing against her teacher's chest as if against a wall. Hey, Keqing, I understand your desire to defeat me, but is it really necessary to embrace me so eagerly right from the start? I didn't mean to, teacher, Keqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in terror as she hastily withdrew her hands, her cheeks flushing with the speed of light. What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, he was 10 meters away. How could he suddenly be right in front of me? Impossible. How could he possibly be faster than me? With no time to ponder, Keqing gritted her teeth, determined to move at the speed of light once more. She refused to lose this battle. She did not want to accompany her teacher into the future as a mere disciple. Swish, swish, swish. Yet her body only radiated golden light without moving an inch. It dawned on her that her limbs were bound by her teacher's ethereal hands. Due to the exaggerated arc of her movements, her arms spread wide and her legs splayed, forming a large letter before her teacher. How utterly humiliating. Keqing, although you can move at the speed of light, being restrained by me before you even start means all your efforts are in vain. Surrender. Teacher, you're bullying me. I don't even know what just happened. Keqing's face scrunched up, her lips pouting in a manner that conveyed her grievance. Yet she insisted, I haven't lost? Oh, what can you possibly do in this state? Teacher, don't forget that light is not only the fastest speed in the universe, but its energy is also immense. If I unleash it here, you might want to avoid the aftermath, right? That's a rather clever idea. Why not give it a try? Neithers nodded, seemingly indifferent to the proposition. Are you certain? Teacher? Keqing's pupils contracted slightly, knowing her teacher should comprehend the magnitude of the energy. Once unleashed, could he truly remain unscathed? Truth be told, Keqing felt uncertain and worries, for I am invincible. Neithers maintained his nonchalance, even playfully pinching Keqing's cheek. All right, teacher, you asked for it? Keqing clenched her teeth, though her bravado masked her vigilance over the switch. Should her teacher exhibit any sign of pain, she would cease the release of energy. After all, she did not believe that her teacher could mock her with a smile while facing such energy. Whoosh! Golden light flickered as searing energy and blinding radiance erupted from within Keqing, growing ever more potent. However, rather than harming her teacher, this energy coalesced into a brilliant beam, shooting skyward. What is happening? Keqing gazed at her teacher in confusion. The release mode she had set was supposed to radiate energy outward from her as the center. Why had the energy not dispersed, but instead concentrated upward? She scrutinized the large switch, confirming her connection to the sun was unobstructed, and her teacher had not interfered. Why? Then, Keqing summoned every ounce of her strength. Pushing the power to unleash solar energy once more, a formidable beam shot from above her head, tearing through the clouds and penetrating the atmosphere, even bringing down several meteors from outer space. Yet, it was all in vain. The energy did not affect the ground nor her teacher, who stood merely a meter away like a tea that moment. Neither strolled towards her, cupping one side of her face, and said, My foolish disciple, you may be astonished that such potent solar energy cannot be released even a meter away. Look closely at your surroundings. As Keqing turned her head, she beheld the 4 ethereal hands, each emanating purple flames, forming an illusory barrier that enveloped her within a meter's radius. Indeed, solar energy was formidable, but also adhered to the principles of natural LAWD. You understand the concept of light refraction? Teacher, I do not, Keqing replied, lifting her delicate chin, transforming into a docile and charming apprentice. Observe this illusory barrier. Neithers pointed to the barrier. I have crafted this layer of medium specifically for your light. Light behaves differently when traversing various mediums. And this particular layer I have set will refract your light skyward, and no matter how you unleash it, it will merely dissipate into the air. Neithers gently tapped Keqing's forehead. You understand now. I understand, teacher, Keqing pouted. Neithers stroked her head, releasing her from the restraints before continuing. Keqing, until your strength reaches invincibility, you must wield wisdom to navigate your powers. Many possess great energy in this world, but if one merely releases it recklessly, they cannot be deemed a true strength. Understood, teacher. Keqing stood behind Neithers, pouting. How frustrating. Not only is my teacher overwhelmingly powerful, but his breadth of knowledge is vast as well. How on earth am I supposed to graduate? Chapter 41. Shina shops for clothes Neithers had bestowed upon Keqing the primal power, and how to develop it henceforth was for her to contemplate. However, Even with her newfound solar energy, her strength could already be deemed terrifying. In Neither's absence from Liyue, she could still protect it. Next, it was time to turn to Shinha. Speaking of which, Shinha possessed impressive combat capabilities in her own right. Firstly, she was endowed with innate strength. Secondly, she had been taught by numerous immortals, mastering an array of celestial techniques and talismanic methods. In fact, within the original story, she had exchanged blows with a god-level monster's spouse. Nevertheless, now that she had become Neither's maid, her combat prowess could not be confined to merely that. Just as he had granted Keqing the light of the sun, what gift was to be bestowed upon Shinha? In truth, Neither's already had an answer in mind. Upon hearing from Keqing that Shinha was not at home and seemed to have gone out shopping, Neither's felt a twinge of surprise, as far as he knew. Shinha spent most of her time in the Zhong Mountains, rarely venturing to Liyue Harbor. Outside a clothing store, Shinha's attire and the subtle aura of immortality surrounding her drew the attention of many passers-by. Which family does this girl belong to? She is so beautiful. Indeed, she is lovely, but have you noticed her expression? 2 parts innocent, 3 parts melancholic, and 5 parts fierce. Really, everyone, keep your distance. This woman could very well be a harbinger of disaster. The murmurs of the crowd prompted Shinha to glance over with the corner of her eye before retracting her gaze. In her past, she might have retaliated against such comments, but her master had taught her never to lay hands on mortals. Additionally, since Neither's had cured her of the loneliness calamity, she was no longer so easily provoked. Shinha turned her attention to the sign of the clothing store, her eyes glowing with a white luminescence. She hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. Just as she had observed, the residents of Liyue Harbor were avoiding her, labeling her as a disaster. Indeed, Shinha would not dispute that claim as a child, due to her loneliness calamity. She had inadvertently caused her parents' demise. The villagers had regarded her as a demon, allowing her father to abandon her in a cave filled with monsters. Perhaps it was because of her that the villagers had been forced to leave their homeland. Everyone feared her, dreaded her. No one dared to approach or communicate with her, let alone befriend her. It was only later that she met her master, who took her up the mountain, taught her spells, and bound her malevolence with a red string, allowing her to merely survive in the mortal realm. Initially, she had thought she would live out her days in solitude alongside her master on the mountain. However, Neither's arrival had transformed her perspective on life. Not only had he completely cured her of the loneliness calamity, but he also enabled her to interact with others without causing them harm. He had brought her down the mountain to integrate into the life she was meant to have. Thus, Shinha resolved to repay this sense of belonging as a competent maid by remaining by Neither's side. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the shop. "Hello, miss. Welcome to our store. How may I assist you today?" The salesgirl at the counter greeted her with a warm smile, her eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Shinha softly responded with a hum, then spoke earnestly, her voice low and devoid of emotion. "Could you help me find some clothing for a male, approximately this height?" Indeed, Shinha wishes to purchase an article of clothing for nieces. Recently, she has perused literature on the guidelines for training a professional maid. The content is rather straightforward. To serve the master above all, performing actions that bring joy to them, either proactively or passively. The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback before offering a rather stiff smile, realizing that Shinha was likely not a frequent shopper. Such a simplistic introduction would hardly suffice to select an appropriate garment. "Miss, are you intending to buy clothing for your husband?" Shinha quickly waved her hand. "No, it should be referred to as the master, right?" The assistant's eyes twinkled as she pondered. "Are you perhaps a maid?" Shinha replied softly, "Then we must consider your master's style, his work attire, battle garb, and leisure wear, among others." The assistant elaborated extensively, leaving Shinha in a state of hesitation. Would buying so many garments truly delight him? The book mentioned that gifts for the master should be meticulously selected and unique. This seemed quite troublesome. Suddenly, Shinha turned to the assistant and said, "Actually, I don't necessarily need to buy clothing for my master. I merely wish to do something that will bring him joy. Could you assist me?" Upon meeting her expressionless visage, the assistant discerned sincerity and a hint of vulnerability in her gaze. What a beautiful girl, she thought, Yet why does this sense of loneliness make me want to protect her? I see. That simplifies things. Leave it to me, the assistant exclaimed, rising on her toes and confidently patting her chest. As a fellow service provider, I know precisely what customers desire. Your master surely feels the same. She scampered out from behind the counter, taking Shinha's hand to lead her to the clothing selection area. Follow me, and I shall ensure your master is left in awe. Shinha was brought to the maid costume section. Her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at the assistant. These do not seem to be garments for men, do they? That's exactly right. The assistant beamed at Shinha. You need not fret over what your master would find pleasing. Instead, consider what attire would bring him joy through your appearance. You are your master's favorite maid. After all, you must adorn yourself beautifully to present a fresh and captivating version of yourself. He will undoubtedly be delighted. Is that truly the case? Shinha's emotions stirred. Indeed, the assistant pointed to a particular outfit, a pure black strap dress complemented by highly elastic black stockings and shiny black shoes, even without trying it on. The alluring image was palpable. Look at this. It's a style favored by many mature ladies, and bosses adore this color. With your figure, your master will find it impossible to take his eyes off you when you wear it. Wouldn't this reveal too much? Shinha asked, her fingers nervously caressing the strap dress. It was evident that it would expose ample skin on her chest, arms, and waist. Not at all, miss. This is the latest trend in Liyue. Having been imported from the land of winter, where the girls are even bolder. After the assistant's explanation, she pointed out another outfit, an archetypal maid costume, featuring a pleated skirt with blue and white accents, paired with sheer, over-the-knee white stockings, accentuating the legs and torso beautifully. This ensemble leans toward the cute style. I can add a pair of cat ears for you, and when you wear it, you'll embody the perfect blend of elegance and charm, capturing your master's heart. Shinha examined the skirt size and the stocking's elasticity, feeling that they might fit rather snugly. That's the brilliance of it. The assistant exclaimed that if wearing something uncomfortable keeps your body in a tense state, your master will undoubtedly cherish you even more. Though he may verbally protest, seeing you in discomfort will likely bring a smile to his heart. Afterward, the assistant suggested various outfits, bunny girl costumes, swimwear, and vibrant, spicy attire. Ultimately, Shinha gathered all these garments and approached the counter. Looking up at the shop assistant, I've thought it over. Perhaps I shall purchase them all. This way, I can change outfits daily and observe if his mood improves. Does that sound good? That sounds absolutely splendid. The assistant clasped Shinha's hands excitedly. Miss, you have grasped the true essence of being a maid. You will undoubtedly become the most beautiful maid in your master's eyes, making it impossible for him to be apart from you. Thank you. Shinha nodded in response, though no one noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, suggesting that the prospect of acquiring these garments brought her some joy. Chapter 42. Bestowing you power, named Collapse. Shinha exited the shop carrying several bags of clothing, her spirits quite buoyant, strolling along the streets of Liyue. She surveyed the various shops, contemplating whether to purchase additional items. Keqing, now Nasus's disciple and housekeeper, managed all their mora and had given Shinha a lavish allowance of 1 million mora, encouraging her to buy whatever she fancied while out, with the option to return for more if needed. This alleviated her concerns about expenditures. Candied hawthorn for sale. Candied hawthorn for sale. Following the sound, Shinha spotted an elderly woman holding a wooden stake adorned with candied hawthorn skewers. Calling out cheerfully, with the vibrant red of the candied fruit reflected in her eyes, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and approached the vendor. Memories of her childhood in the village beneath Tianheng Mountain resurfaced. Their family was not prosperous, perhaps due to her fate's shortcomings, and her interactions with her parents and the villagers were far from harmonious. Occasionally, she would see children her age holding her father's hand, happily licking a candied hawthorn, their laughter ringing out. Yet, Shinha could only watch enviously from behind the broken wooden window, her eyes shimmering with longing. She mused that if she could only have a taste of a candied hawthorn back then, it would have been the happiest moment of her life. Granny, may I have a candied hawthorn, please? Shinha gently squatted down to match the elderly woman's height, brushing her silver hair aside as she spoke softly. Though her expression was neutral, she exuded a warm, gentle, and gracious aura. Oh, what a beautiful girl! such lovely hair and eyes, like a fairy. The grandmother chuckled kindly. Here, take one from me, dear. Shinha accepted the candied hawthorn, tilting her head in confusion. Aren't you going to charge me? Hee hee, just for good luck. No charge, the grandmother replied with a smile. You see, my daughter-in-law just gave birth to a precious granddaughter the day before yesterday. Her pure and natural gaze reminds me of yours. I can only hope she grows up to be as beautiful as you, and then all the boys in Liyue Harbor will surely be clamoring to pursue her. Thank you, Granny. Receiving such a gift. Shinha felt a complex shift in her emotions. It seemed that even a disaster like her could bring good fortune to others. This subtle sensation allowed her to grasp the meaning of existence. She unwrapped the candied hawthorn and brought it to her lips, extending her tongue to taste it. So sweet. She continued to lick it, savoring each bite as she walked down the street, until she came to a halt before a young boy with black eyes and hair. You've arrived? Nasus regarded Shinha, who held several large bags in one hand and the candied hawthorn in the other, occasionally licking it with satisfaction. He had always been most concerned about Shinha, as her years spent on the mountain had left her lacking in worldly experience. She would rather act than speak. Now, being able to buy and eat for herself marked significant progress. May I have a taste? Nasus inquired with a smile. The candied hawthorn? Shinha hesitated, glancing at the treat in her hand, reluctant to part with it, as it had been a gift from the grandmother. But I am your master. Nasus stepped closer, and Shinha instinctively took a step back, gripping the candied hawthorn tightly to prevent him from taking it away. Her indifferent gaze oscillated between Nasus and the candied hawthorn, and then she extended her tongue to taste each piece of fruit on the skewer before offering it to him. Oh, you want some? Nasus was momentarily taken aback. This maid is exceedingly adorable. However, it was understandable that after spending years with the reclusive Liyue on the mountain and avoiding human interaction, Shinha would display such childlike innocence. Moreover, if someone were to snatch candy from an ordinary girl, she might cry for quite some time. Yet if someone were to take Shinha's candy, she would likely unleash her fierce personality, ready to duel for 300 rounds. Without further thought, Nasus reached out to examine the bags Shinha was holding. What have you bought? May I see? This will not do. Shinha tightly clutched the bag, turning away to prevent Neza from coming near. The shop assistant had mentioned that it was necessary to change into these garments while the master was resting before approaching him, as this would yield unexpected results if revealed too soon. The thrill would be diminished, and the encounter would lack novelty. That's so. Chi-Chu. Considering that every girl harbors her own secrets, Neza, as the master, felt it inappropriate to meddle in Shinha's affairs. He worried that Shinha might have encountered some peculiar literature, met strange individuals, or acquired unusual knowledge, leading her to undertake bizarre actions. After all, she was a newcomer to the world, a blank slate easily colored. However, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be doing well. Shinha, I wish to take you to a certain place. Are you amenable? Will there be a need for combat? No need. Simply follow me. Very well. Neza nodded, stepping beside Shinha and wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The difference in tactile sensation compared to Keqing was overwhelmingly vast. Keqing exuded a sense of elegance and sharpness, while Shinha radiated warmth and softness, his fingers sinking into her flesh to evoke a delightful elasticity and unparalleled comfort. Hey, across the street, two young men were transfixed by the sight. Ergu, I too wish to embrace such a beautiful girl. Indeed, he is merely slightly more handsome than I, just a tad. Their expressions were filled with envy and jealousy. Those two seemed to have vanished all of a sudden. Ergu rubbed his eyes, watching as Neza and Shinha disappeared from sight. That I told you, a handsome lad paired with such a stunning sister cannot possibly exist in reality. It must all be an illusion. Behold, begone, vile spirits. The other young man clasped his hands together, reassuring himself that what he had seen was merely a mirage. Here, amidst the unfamiliar surroundings, Shinha was filled with curiosity as she wandered across the vast prairie. Holding a candied hawthorn point 500 years ago, Mondstadt, just after the cataclysm of Kenria, Neza casually informed Shinha. Indeed, he had brought Shinha back 500 years, even earlier than their previous encounter. At this juncture, the heavenly principles had just vanquished Kenria with the 7 gods. marking the period when Teyvat was most severely tainted by forbidden powers. This force spread across the seven nations, instilling fear in gods, immortals, monsters, and humans alike. It also caused countless separations, regrets, and calamities. Conversely, if this energy was so voracious, how high could one rise with mastery over it? Sir, what is your purpose in bringing me here? Neza replied with a calm demeanor, to bestow upon you a power known as destruction, following Kuching's ascension to the sun god. You shall be the second deity specifically chosen by me, Neza, the god of destruction. Chapter 43. Are you defying the god of death? In truth, Neza could not clearly define whether this forbidden energy indeed constituted destruction. His knowledge was derived from the amalgamation of all souls. However, the concept of destruction lay beyond the confines of Teyvat, and perhaps even far beyond the headquarters of MiHoYo on Blue Star, where it had yet to be determined whether to incorporate the concept of destruction into Genshin Impact. Nevertheless, Neza found the term quite fitting and powerful, so he decided to employ it for now. Are you referring to that tainted energy? How could I possibly master such a force? Moreover, it is dispersed across the seven nations. How would you have me collect it? As a disciple of the immortals. Shinha was well aware of Teyvat's arduous history. 500 years ago, in the original timeline, this energy had swept through the seven nations, contaminating and devouring all, causing destruction far exceeding the casualties of the Archon War, like the radiant moon compared to the countless stars. How could she, as a mere mortal, hope to wield such power, even if she was slightly stronger than the average human? Neza chuckled. Collecting it is not overly difficult, nor is controlling it. He summoned a long-handled axe on his right shoulder. Gazing towards the sky, that AS for the challenges, behold, they have arrived. Shinha followed Neza's gaze, watching as a colossal island descended from the heavens, casting a massive shadow that ultimately loomed above her head. Is this the scale of the Yujing Terrace? No, it is that island that perpetually floats in the northwest skies of Liyue. Shinha exclaimed in astonishment. She had heard her master speak of an island floating high above the northwest of Liyue, inhabited by beings whom neither mortals nor gods could defy. Her master had admonished her never to discuss the island or contemplate its mysteries. Sir, my master spoke of this island. Shinha quickly turned to face Neza. Her expression somewhat flustered. A warm hand rested on her shoulder. Do not be anxious. Shinha, it is they who should feel the trepidation. Neza casually reassured her. He looked upward as several figures slowly descended from the Grand Island. From left to right, the god of fire, the god of water, the ice empress, Morix, Barbatos, and a figure wielding a floral parasol. Raiden Makoto, based on Neza's knowledge, that was indeed Raiden Makoto, but at this moment, she was still alive? No. Raiden Makoto slightly lifted her parasol, seemingly curious about who Neza was, only to quickly shield her face once more. Thus, Neza comprehended the situation. Half of her face was corroded by a dark energy, likely preventing her from returning to Inazuma alive. This was also the reason why the Kenrya people wore masks. Their bodies were, to varying degrees, entwined with tainted energy. In summary, Raiden Makoto had been polluted. Her body weakened, yet she still descended from the island, bearing an air of exhaustion. The reason lay in the presence of another, higher entity commanding them, the maintainer of heavenly principles. Much like Shinha, her expression was devoid of emotion, yet she appeared more mechanical, more frigid. To describe her as a deity would be inaccurate. She resembled an emotionless instrument of slaughter. She hovered above the others, perpetually gazing down upon Neza and Shinha. Her pure white hair danced in the wind, her golden pupils, and skin so pale it seemed sculpted from marble. A swirling array of dark red squares encircled her, indicating energy of a higher order. Beyond the seven elements, intriguing. Neza observed the maintainer of heavenly principles and suddenly chuckled. For such an emotionless killing machine, within Neza's soul perception, she possessed layers, more than 30 million, exceeding even Morix, the oldest among the seven gods. By a factor of 10, the maintainer of heavenly principles descended towards Neza, each step forming a dark red stare beneath her feet, coldly asserting, "You do not belong here, and you are an exception." The maintainer narrowed her eyes. Scrutinizing Neza. My knowledge repository does not contain your information. Why is that? Many travelers traverse the starry seas, and countless interlopers have come to Teyvat. Yet, how do you escape the grasp of the world tree? Neza shrugged, extending his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Curious, are you? Defeat me, and perhaps I'll tell you, Neza's existence transcended life and death, detached from the cycle of reincarnation, and even time could not fully ensnare the vast soul that he embodied. As a being that consumed and housed countless souls, he cannot be classified as either human or deity. Rather, he was an entity that defied description within the knowledge of Teyvat. Knowledge could not encapsulate him. Time could not seize him. So how could his information be recorded? He would only live on in the memories of those who encountered him, and those memories would vanish with their passing, never to be inscribed upon the world tree. Did the world reject him? The world simply could not comprehend him. You wish to defy the heavenly principles. The dark red squares shifted, encircling the maintainer. Interlopers who arrive in Teyvat have but two paths. First, to accept the rules here and survive. Second, to face divine retribution for their transgressions. Neza retorted, "Are you defying the god of death?" If the maintainer of heavenly principles possessed a soul, then she naturally fell under his jurisdiction, who granted her the audacity to challenge him in his domain. Furthermore, allow me to present a chilling truth. 500 years hence, you shall discover my existence, but dare only to cower upon the floating island. Too fearful to confront me. Yet now, having only just discovered me, do you truly dare to stand against me? 500 years hence. The maintainer of heavenly principles narrowed her eyes once more. You have traversed time? This is the great sin of time, and I shall not allow you to continue existing in Teyvat. This ends here. Interloper, bring it on. Today, I shall show you what true power entails. Nathursis waved his long-handled axe, and then remarked, Shunhee, place your hand upon my shoulder. I shall present you with something exhilarating shortly. Defy time. Defy the laws of nature. You are the adversary of the world. The crimson cubes surged forth like tendrils towards Nathursis. Yet at the very moment they were to make contact with his form, he transformed into golden light and retreated 10 meters alongside Shunhee, evading the grasp of the tendrils. This radiance? The sustainer of heavenly principles abruptly turned to gaze at the distant sun on the horizon, which still shone bright. No, it was he who had pilfered the sunlight from 500 years hence. You dare to claim the light of the sun for yourself? She demanded in fury. Nathursis waved his hand with a chuckle. Do not misunderstand. I have not claimed it for myself, merely gifted it to my precious disciple. Remarkably effective. I must say that moment. Raiden Makoto, observing from the periphery, cleared her throat twice. Ahem. Bull, are you all right? Zhongli inquired with concern. The taint of this polluted lightning was a force that no means could dispel. It could only be endured by the body itself. However, Baal's physique was not as robust as that of the other deities, leaving him vulnerable to the corruption that ravaged his form, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Morix, the power that boy wielded, does not seem to belong to the seven elements, does it? Indeed, Morix confirmed, that is the light of the sun, or the light element, which should be regarded as the eighth element. Distinct from the seventh, he cast his gaze towards the sun in the distance, and then towards Shun-He beside Nathursis, pondering. Though faint, that subtle celestial energy carries the essence of Liyue. She hails from Liyue. Thus, does that boy also originate from Liyue 500 years hence? How astonishing that Liyue of 500 years in the future would give rise to a being capable of contending with the heavenly principles. Will this herald a transformation of the era? Did you not anticipate it? The sustainer of heavenly principles, the artificial sun you crafted within the realm of false heavens, can indeed be augmented like this to achieve light-speed movement. My disciple has developed it. Impressive, is it not? The sustainer of heavenly principles incessantly launched cubes in assault, yet their speed was woefully inferior to that of Nathursis, rendering them utterly incapable of making contact. This was an affront to the heavenly principles. A power forged by their own hands now turned against them. But do not misconstrue. While this power is intriguing, it does not represent my true strength. Nathursis proclaimed, raising his gaze to the heavenly principles that you wish to witness my genuine power. Today, I am in the mood to grant you this opportunity. With a swish, Nathursis and Shun he shot upwards like a golden flash, halting at the base of the sky island, overlooking the heavenly principles and the gathered deities below. Raising his long-handled axe, a surge of soul power erupted forth. 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, 100,000 layers, 1,000,000 layers, 100,000,000 layers, 364 layers, P.S. Shun-He inquired how to collect the corruption scattered across the 7 nations of the mortal realm. The answer, of course, by harvesting all of Teyvat, including the 7 nations. Chapter 44. The 7 gods were alarmed. The vast reservoir of souls stored within the axe's handle continuously emanated an unmatched wave of energy and pressure akin to the Grim Reaper. Launching an assault upon all of Teyvat, in an instant, the earth fractured, mountains crumbled, magma surged forth from the depths, and the oceans, including the forbidden sea beyond the borders, roiled incessantly before Nathursis' axe could strike down. The entire Teyvat trembled. The 7 gods, they were in a state of alarm. Souls, an entirely new form of power, distinct from the 7 elements, proved to be terrifyingly potent. The god of flame, beads of cold sweat on his brow, exclaimed in astonishment, "What does he intend to do? This grand display does not seem indicative of an attack on others." The water god concurred. "He comes from 500 years hence. Thus, there must be something he desires from 500 years ago." Barbatos pondered, "But a war has just erupted here, with tainted energy in abundance. Could he be seeking to follow in the footsteps of Kenria and touch upon forbidden power? Touch upon? I think not. Be why common rationale. This old friend merely wishes to play." Morix noted, having caught himself referring to Nathursis as an old acquaintance, which puzzled him. Ball cleared her throat and turned to Morix with a smile. "I truly envy you. Morix, memories are like seeds. Time allows them to sprout, whether positively or negatively. You must have a significant bond with this fellow 500 years from now. Ah, I truly envy you, lions." Thinking of Inazuma, "I suppose I shall have to let my sister take the reins. That I wonder if her temperament will allow her to maintain a good relationship with this individual. I am quite worried." The Ice Queen gazed at Nathursis high above, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. What a fascinating T.O. openly challenged the heavenly principles and looked down upon her with a superior stance, compelling her to submit. Is this not what she has longed for? As a deity, how could she languish beneath the heavenly principles for long? Should she be fortunate enough to return to the land of winter after this battle, she would undoubtedly command the nation to rise against the throne above the heavens. Only by standing at the pinnacle can one truly perceive the truth. At this moment, the sustainer of heavenly principles was too preoccupied to heed the various ulterior motives of the gathered deities. She gazed skyward, flapping her wings and soaring directly upwards. Yet the higher she ascended, the more sluggish her flight became, and the weight pressing upon her form intensified. At last, at a certain moment, she came to a complete standstill. No matter how she summoned her power, she could not advance even a single step. This energy had reached the apex of the material realm, yet its essence lay within the soul, transcending the plane of reality and unreality with an enigmatic force. And its magnitude surpassed the totality of souls within Teyvat by several tens of times. How could this be possible? The closer she drew to Nathursis, the more incredulous she became. The quality of the souls varied, yet their sheer number was sufficient to create over a dozen Teyvats, which was utterly staggering. The sustainer of heavenly principles felt a sense of trepidation within her pupils. Such overwhelming energy could easily manifest as an external third throne, and it was likely the most formidable throughout the ages. Are you intending to penetrate Teyvat with such tremendous energy? The sustainer of heavenly principles called out from afar. Indeed, I wish to collect certain items. You have no objections, do you? Nathursis jested. Objections? You would annihilate the world for something, and now you inquire about my opinion as the maintainer of order. Are you insulting the heavenly principles? The emotionless machine seemed to experience a surge of emotional turmoil. Yet this sense of impotence in her desire to judge rendered her authority feel diminished. Not be angry. Such occurrences have transpired many times before, typically concluding before your arrival. Be obedient. Close your eyes, and it will soon be over. Many times? The sustainer of heavenly principles' pupils constricted, yet her fury could not be transformed into the energy necessary to breach the barrier of that power. Feel free to try and stop me if you're so enraged. Just now, having obliterated Kenria, can you now protect Teyvat from my grasp? Nathursis brandished his long-handled axe and effortlessly swung it downward. Simultaneously, a colossal canine head, towering hundreds of meters, loomed between heaven and earth, wielding an equally massive long-handled axe to strike downwards. An infinite surge of soul energy erupted from the ground, the terrifying purple flames cascading like a deluge, illuminating all of Teyvat. With a crack, the air warped, shattering like glass. Time became chaotic, and everyone's memories fragmented. Insignificant actions became farcical in the face of this annihilating force, those illuminated by the purple radiance, gods. Immortals and the sustainer of heavenly principles were enveloped in darkness, silence, and void on that day. The gods recalled the terror imposed by the colossal canine head and the humiliation of being imprisoned within Teyvat. Gazing towards the stars, it was as if this land had never existed. It had utterly vanished from the cosmos. With a rustle, countless souls surged from the darkness, entering Nathursis' being, who had not harvested souls for a long time, thus indulging in a nourishing feast. Ding! Soul harvesting strike layer count exceeded 1 billion layers. Total layers of soul harvesting strike. 364 layers. Of course, the untainted monsters of Kenria also entered Nathursis' body alongside the souls. That corrupted energy now resided within Nathursis' sanctuary, floating amidst the dark, starry expanse. Nathursis turned. How was it? Shunhe. Exciting, was it not? Shunhe was now in a state of blankness. Her hand gripping Nathursis' shoulder had torn his clothing. What just transpired? I witnessed it with my own eyes, yet I dare not recall. Sir, did you just annihilate a Teyvat? Yes, you have annihilated many before. Indeed, and all this to gather corrupted energy, which you present to me as a gift? Precisely. Oh my. Shunhe's worldview has shattered into a myriad of fragments. As she reflects on recent events, she recalls how her master wagered with the esteemed gentleman and summoned the celestial beings to torment him. What a reckless gamble this was. Master, it is truly miraculous that you have survived from thousands of years ago until now. Will they ever return to their former state? With her large, bright eyes, Shunhe addressed Nasus. They will die in the river of time. Every moment holds its necessary existence. It is indispensable. I have established a 24-hour cycle, after which Teyvat will revert to its original state, erasing all memories of us. As if nothing has transpired. Oh, Shunhe sighed in relief, pondering whether to feel joy or sorrow over your act of destroying a world to present me with a gift, such as the delight of being my maid. You shall experience even more exhilarating events in the future. As she spoke, Nasus unexpectedly placed his hand upon Shunhe's bosom. Huh, what are you doing? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to extract your soul. Soul? Shunhe glared at Nasus, realizing that there are other ways to extract a soul. Why must it be here? True, but I am accustomed to this. Chapter 45. Am I the embodiment of chaos? No, I am a harbinger of disaster. Unlike Kaching, Shunhe's soul had been developed by the Lord of Cloud and Wind. Within the celestial art she practiced, the divine maiden's soul dispatching technique contained a spirit that was, in fact, Shunhe's soul. Thus, while Nasus' method of soul extraction might deceive Kaching, it could not fool Shunhe. However, as her master, it is his duty to ensure the well-being and growth of his maid. How could he possibly be so shameless as to exploit the excuse of soul development to indulge in such sensations? Shunhe's cold gaze bore into Nasus, recalling her master's words. If Nasus were to bully her after descending the mountain, she should write to her master, who would surely bring the celestial beings to avenge her. Yet, if her master and the elders were to discover how formidable her master truly is, they might refrain from intervening. Nevertheless, the book states that a maid ought to regard all of her master's actions as just, and her very existence is to be a sacrifice for justice. Contemplating this, Shunhe's psychological barriers regarding being bullied began to dissolve. Furthermore, his palm was warm, and being caressed brought her an unprecedented sense of safety. a happiness she had never experienced after enduring so much suffering. This what it feels like to be cared for. Quite pleasant. Indeed, Shinha, the Lord of Cloud and Wind, wishes for you to learn celestial arts, allowing your soul to transform into a spirit that mirrors your form. Next, I shall reshape it. The ethereal, light blue spirit now stood before Nasus, resembling Shinha in both appearance and stature. Who would have thought that the Lord of Cloud possessed such skill in soul development? Earning Nasus a modicum of respect for her. What form shall it take, then? Nasus glanced at Shinha and smiled. From now on, address me as your master. I feel embarrassed. What of it? Being my maid is a position of high esteem. Some toys might dream of such a status. Oh. Shinha brushed her white hair and remarked, it seems that calling you master is more challenging than lifting 1,000-pound boulder. Nasus nodded with satisfaction, explaining that the form to be shaped would be a hall, designed to contain the energy of chaos. Although the hall that your soul can expand is rather limited, I will compress the chaotic energy and envelop it with your soul, refining it thereafter. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic energy that had polluted the monsters floated before him. Darkness, devouring, and destruction were the first impressions that Shinha received from this energy, sending shivers down her spine and making her hesitant to approach. Can I truly wield this energy? I feel that merely approaching it could tear my body apart. Shinha expressed her genuine fears. You think too much. Even Moritz would shake his head before this energy. To attempt to control it directly is unrealistic. Hanhao's soul surged forth from Nasus, enveloping the chaotic energy, compressing it with an immense quantity of souls. Previously, Nasus had claimed that chaos cannot consume souls. But in truth, he had erred in judgment. Chaos can indeed consume souls. For instance, Shinha's soul would instantly be reduced to ashes upon contact with it, and even Nasus would require considerable effort to retrieve it. To refer to chaos merely as energy may not be entirely accurate. It should be considered a mechanism, a principle. It devours land, life, and souls, forming crystalline shards that fall to the earth, buried within the crust. And after eons of incubation, it ultimately releases these lands, lives, and souls back to the world. In summary, if an equal amount of chaos were to consume an equal amount of Nasus' souls, he too would be corrupted. However, Nasus' souls within the hall, while individually quantifiable, are part of a greater whole due to his existence. Their quantity would crush chaos to the ground with an overwhelming force. You must either consume it entirely or be unable to consume a single bite. Yet to attempt total consumption would require chaos to burst forth countless times. Eventually, the chaotic energy formed a rectangular prism, drifting within Nasus' palm, which he then surrounded with a purple barrier, preventing its energy from leaking. Shinha, I have crafted a prison for chaos using the power of souls, and within this prison, I have opened a door. There lies your access to extract chaotic energy on the prism, shrouded in purple flames. A small window appeared, now locked shut, which Nasus could open at will. How can I control it? Shinha inquired, just as Nasus molded her spirit into another rectangular prism, nearly matching the size of the one containing chaos. Use your soul to construct the hall, enveloping all chaos, then draw a line from your soul to the one I have established here. Thus, your soul will join my soul's hall, becoming one. Chaos will then fear you, unable to devour you. Why do you keep drawing lines from my chest? Shinha glared at Nasus, witnessing him connect a line from her chest to her soul, feeling the intensity of the connection surpass that of her physical body. Next time, I promised, of course, a line also connected Nasus' body to Shinha's soul hall. And by the way, 500 years hence, a line of soul also connects to Nasus from the sun, allowing Kaching to maintain a perpetual connection with the sun through him. This line has withstood the passage of 500 years, further demonstrating the vastness of Nasus' soul system, transcending the confines of time and space. Ding! Shinha sensed a surge of soul energy, as powerful malevolent energy manifested within her transformed rectangular soul, only to be suppressed by an even greater force of soul power, forcing it into submission for her use. The gap opened above the prism, and her master's soul stood guard, granting her passage. As her thoughts turned, she extracted the chaotic energy from the gap, gathering it into her right palm, giving birth to a sphere of dark energy. The energy orb pulsated and writhed, accompanied by arcs of darkness that detonated in the air, as if declaring its supremacy over everything. Yet upon contact with Shunha's palm, it caused no harm whatsoever. Why? Shunha gazed at Nasus in confusion. Are you wondering why chaos, having left your soul hall and entered the outside world, cannot harm your physical body? Shunha nodded. Excellent question, but refrain from asking next time, Nasus replied. The soul and body exist in a symbiotic relationship. Your body is intertwined with your soul, permeating your entirety, while your soul is connected to mine, under the protection of this greater whole. Thus, when chaos comes into contact with your body, it inevitably brushes against my soul, and it dares not consume me. Does it? Right, little chaos? Nasus shot a glare at the audacious energy orb, which then lay submissively in Shunha's palm, as if seeking her favor. Hey, this malevolent energy has become so endearing. Shunha found its behavior intriguing. Indeed, just as I am your master, you will be its master as well. You can wield your soul power to control it, transforming it into any shape you desire for your offensive maneuvers. Imachim. Shunha nodded and commanded the energy orb to morph into a weapon form, which turned out to be her exclusive weapon, the calming disaster. However, at that moment, it appeared pitch black, emanating a terrifying aura. The calming disaster, as its name implies, is a weapon for quelling disasters, and presently, Shunha embodies disaster itself. P.S. Thus, it is said that only disaster could defeat disaster. Chapter 46. Do you desire the heart of the Anemo god? After bestowing the power of collapse upon Shunha, Nasus manipulated time and space, restoring the flow of time to its natural order. Together, he and Shunha returned to the bustling streets of Liyue, with plans to journey to Mondstadt to retrieve his daughter the following day. Nasus had one more place to visit before then, thus bidding farewell to Shunha and instructing her to return home alone. Aren't you going home to rest today? Shunha inquired, taken aback by Nasus' departure. Indeed. Shunha, do you have other matters to attend to? Actually, I have something I wish to show you, but it can only be revealed at home. Nasus responded with curiosity. What is it that cannot be seen here? Well, the elder sister mentioned that it must be shown at a specific location, at a specific time, to a specific person. Hearing this, Nasus' interest was piqued. However, I must first take care of some business today. I may not return tonight. Do not wait for me. You and Kuching should meet me at the city gate tomorrow to collect my daughter. Daughter? Shunha was taken aback by this surprising revelation. At that moment, Nasus had already waved goodbye and departed. Without further thought, Shunha cradled her belongings and made her way to Kuching's residence. Unexpectedly, the two young men who had previously exhibited envy and jealousy upon seeing her, noticed her solitary departure with her arms full of items, and chose to follow her. They likely recalled the expression of the little girl who had sold her candied hawthorns to Shunha, who now held 5 or 6 strings of them. Hey, beautiful, you're carrying so much as a girl. It must be exhausting. Let me help you, one of the young men called out. Hey, ergo, do you even understand? The other admonished, she should be addressed as Fairy's sister. Sister, how about joining us at the port for some drinks and poetry? We have plenty of female friends. It will be quite amusing. Shunha slowly turned around, her white hair cascading along her cheek, her luminous eyes meeting those of the two youths, exuding an icy, merciless aura that seemed to drop the temperature in the vicinity. Both young men instinctively recoiled, recognizing her beauty but feeling overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. And so cold, they muttered, rendered speechless and hesitant to provoke her further, nearly gasping for breath. Suddenly, dark flames flickered within her white pupils, and this time, the sensation shifted dramatically. It was a gaze imbued with destructive intent, heralding disaster, as if merely looking into her eyes could lead to one's own annihilation, vanishing forever from the sky. Yes, forgive us, fairy sister. They stammered, trembling, as they huddled together on the ground, thoroughly frightened. Shunha turned away, ignoring their presence. Her master had once cautioned her to disregard any strangers who approach her carelessly, particularly men, for they often sought to lead one to taverns, intoxicate them, and then commit unspeakable acts. Yet, she was not permitted to harm mortals, Perhaps such behavior was simply a trend in Liyue's evolving civilization. However, if Nasus dared to overstep his bounds, she was to unleash her full fury upon him, as he was remarkably resilient. Once Shenhe had distanced herself from the two young men, they gasped for air, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Goodness, I nearly soiled myself. Has the difficulty of approaching girls in Liyue Harbor become this daunting? One exclaimed, Indeed. That girl, named Hu Tao from before, was terrifying. Hundreds of ghosts emerged from her body and scared me to death. Nasus arrived at the docks, where a seaside villa prepared by Rosalind awaited him. Approaching the entrance, he spotted a proud woman intending to close the door and leave, only to be startled upon seeing Nasus. She quickly reopened the door, slipping back inside and addressing him. Why you're here unexpectedly? Please come in. Nasus strode inside, locking the door behind him as he surveyed the lavish interior. I must admit, your efficiency is commendable. The house is already beautifully adorned. But he approached Rosalind, his hand gliding across her waist, and then firmly grasped her shapely form. The sensation was exquisite. Rosalind felt the shift in her body, her face twitching as she instinctively rose on her toes, leaning closer to Nasus, their bodies aligning intimately. Truly, a fine choice of plaything, he remarked. Will you be staying the night? Rosalind inquired, her tone betraying her own anxiety. Yes, accompany me. I have matters of interest to discuss with you. But I have been feeling unwell these past few days. Rest assured, until your health is restored, I shall not impose upon you. You may relish the tranquility before the storm. Nasus ventured deeper into the room, searching for the bathroom. Follow me. What for? Rosalind asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. As my toy, is it not your duty to assist me with my bath? Watching Nasus disappear into the living room, Rosalind glanced back at the door, ensuring it was securely locked before following him. Though she served as a harbinger, she retained her pride. The sound of her heels echoed through the hall, her enchanting figure swaying gracefully, her long, porcelain legs crossing in a dance of elegance. Yet from now on, she would only open her door for one man. This man possessed the power to challenge the world, and by winning his favor, she could significantly reduce the challenges ahead. Having sworn her life to the queen, it was only fitting that she now offer her body in service, all for the sake of the impending winter. The warm glow of the lanterns illuminated their forms as they shed their garments. Standing bare before one another, Nasus sat upon a wooden stool, facing the bathroom wall, indulging in the moment, while Rosalind knelt on the floor, holding a white cloth to wipe him down. Hey, Rosalind, I plan to go to Mondstadt to bring my daughter home. You should accompany me, daughter. Rosalind was taken aback, though she understood it wasn't her place to concern herself with such matters. Yes, I have a daughter, and she is quite adorable. Are you not concerned that I might share this information with your daughter and wife? Rosalind asked curiously. Nasus chuckled. You could certainly try, much like when I presented you with two choices from Rustin that I wouldn't dare. Rosalind replied, well aware that to threaten another required absolute strength. To act recklessly would only result in a merciless downfall. So she continued to wipe silently. Suddenly, Nasus turned, cupping half his face, teasing. So, Rosalind, do you covet the heart of the NMO? Rosalind's pupils flickered, and she admitted, I cannot deny, you truly intend to gift such a significant item to your toy? Not necessarily. It will depend on your dedication to your duties. Astute as she was, Rosalind took a moment to comprehend the implications of his words. After a brief pause, she recognized the weight of the situation and bowed her head in submission. Chapter 47. Arrival at Wangshu. Having cleaned himself, Nasus reclined upon a sumptuous bed. The room, adorned in this ancient style, was immaculate and tasteful, infused with fragrant incense that rendered one nearly euphoric. Leaning against the headboard, he sprawled out in a star shape, inhaling the aroma while gently closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Rosalind diligently massaged him, glancing at his relaxed form as she hesitantly asked, Am I performing adequately? Not bad. On a scale of 10, I would rate you a 7. And what of the heart of the NMO? I will seek it from Barbatos, and if he refuses, I shall spank him. How to put it? Wendy was also an old friend of Nasus. On the surface, requesting the heart of the Anemo from him could jeopardize their friendship, but it was not quite so simple. Both Zhongli and Wendy, being of divine stature, understood that the heart was merely an energy core connecting to Celestia. What does this signify? It indicates that Celestia, through the heart, governs the Seven Archons of Teyvat, a tool of divine authority over their actions. Thus, the Seven Archons resonate with the energy of the heart to bestow vision upon the people of Teyvat, that in this manner. All the elemental beings are interconnected through the Seven Archons, and the throne above represents their dominion over all of Teyvat. Understanding this intricate web of relations reveals why the Seven Archons must either rely on performance or negotiation to relinquish the heart. Could Wendy truly contend with the lady? How could it be possible? If a confrontation were to occur, the queen might not even recognize her. The scattered troops venture into Inazuma to seize the Nasus. Would Raiden Makoto, as the creator, be unaware of this? What a jest! It is merely a matter of reluctance to take action. For them, the Nasus is nothing but a significant inconvenience. And now the queen is gathering these troubles, having them delivered to her through mutual collaboration. How delightful! Enough of this. It's time to sleep. Oh, Rosalind, with her body gracefully curved and turned away from Neza, reclines in a side position, the covers tossed aside, presenting her enchanting form perfectly before his eyes. Her streamlined figure, with alluring curves, glistens like translucent skin. Her touch reveals a wealth of collagen, so smooth, so enticing. Embracing her from behind, Neza savors the lingering warmth emanating from her. Initially, perhaps due to the presence of the evil eye, there's a slight chill, but gradually the warmth within begins to rise. That a witch's constitution, radiating warmth from within, serves as a perfect source of heat for Neza. Could you refrain from roaming hands? No. Neza closes his eyes, inhaling her fragrance, practicing the grip of his palm. Even in invincibility, one must continuously practice. What if one becomes rusty? The idea of learning and reviewing holds a certain logic. Rosalind finds herself powerless to protest. Ultimately closing her eyes in a mixture of resentment and humiliation, a tear slips down her cheek. All for the sake of the winter solstice, Fatui Kaching's residence. Neza does not return home tonight. Kaching and Shinha are enjoying the moonlight in the back garden. Despite its dilapidated state, setting up a table is still feasible. A wooden table holds a platter of mooncakes, with the two seated on either side. Today marks the 15th day of the 8th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a traditional holiday in Liyue, where mooncakes and moon-gazing have become customary. Kaching, resting her fragrant chin on the table, gazes up at the bright moon while thinking of Neza. She picks up a piece of mooncake, pouting as she takes a bite. Wishing her mentor were present today, Shinha brushes her hair back, maintaining a proper posture with her hands resting on her legs. Tilting her head, her icy gaze reflecting the full moon as she sighs, the moonlight is truly beautiful. The morning sun casts its rays upon Neza's face as he opens his eyes, looking out at the open window. The sea is in tumult, the sunlight bright. You have finally awakened. Standing by the bedside, Rosalind, already dressed, says, I have taken a lead to mine. Tea would be inconvenient for you if I accompanied you, wouldn't it? Neza waves his hand in agreement. With his affirmative response, Rosalind turns, lifting her chin and straightening her posture, her gaze sharpening, returning to her former proud demeanor. Her alluring stride causes her steep hips to sway enticingly as she disappears from the room. Within this abode, she is but a toy, yet upon leaving, she embodies a lady of great stature. Her inherent pride has never been forgotten. Conversely, Neza finds himself drawn to her rebellious nature, but perhaps he has exerted too much pressure? It seems Rosalind has become overly compliant before him. Such a scenario is uninteresting. Thus, he resolved to alter his training approach in the future. Upon departing the residence, Neza arrives at the rendezvous point, where Kaching and Shinha have been waiting for some time. She dons a purple robe-like dress, light and agile, complemented by black stockings that wrap around her legs and hips, adding a hint of sensuality to her charming appearance. Perhaps her consistent status as a beauty is the reason the developers have chosen not to enhance her in the game. After all points are allocated to her looks. Indeed, a transient sea. Forever, Kaching. She flutters towards Neza like a butterfly, seemingly after a night apart, as if 3 autumns have passed. Raising her exquisitely delicate chin, she smiles up at him. Teacher, Kaching has arrived. Neza ruffles her hair, simultaneously noticing Shunha standing to the side, carrying the bag from yesterday. Shinha, are you still bringing that bag? She nods lightly in response, yet offers no explanation, leaving Neza puzzled about her thoughts, according to the professional maid training manual. Article 7. As a maid, one must always remember to devote oneself to the pleasure of the master, regardless of the environment or crisis. The maid's duty remains unchanged. When necessary, Shinha will take action to provide Neza, or rather, the master, with a bit of excitement. During the journey, they appreciate the scenery and engage in conversation, without encountering anything particularly noteworthy. Before long, they arrive at Wangshu Inn, having left in a hurry that morning. And with Rosalind unable to cook, Neza has yet to eat and intends to indulge in the inn's cuisine. The trio sits in the open courtyard, awaiting the proprietor to serve their meal. Interestingly, adjacent to them are several tables of raucous patrons, particularly boisterous and unrestrained, members of the Fatui. The gathering is quite sizable, with 4 electro-sorcerers, 2 electro-hammer vanguards, 2 cryo-Fatui, 2 hydro-Fatui, and 10 pyro-gunner skirmishers divided into 2 teams. In addition to a pyro debt collector, the debt collector rises, draped in a black cloak, exuding an aura of intimidation, addressing the other Fatui. Everyone keep your spirits high. The esteemed lady shall be arriving in Mondstadt today. As the station forces of Mondstadt, we must make a grand display. Do not lose face in front of her. Remember this. At that moment, a gentle-looking girl rushes into the courtyard, with platinum hair styled in twin ponytails, warm blue eyes, and dressed in a white pleated skirt with blue trim and pure white stockings. She appears natural and charming. The key detail is that she dons the ceremonial hat of Mondstadt's clergy. Upon entering, she breathlessly leans on her knees, looking utterly exhausted. Oh no, this is it. Lady, you sent me to Wangshu Inn to greet the Star of Jade, but you didn't tell me what she looks like. The next second, she kneels, gazing skyward, hands clasped in prayer, pleading, "Oh Barbatos, if you're watching me from above, please tell me what the Star of Jade looks like. I do not wish to disappoint my lady." As soon as this was uttered, the gazes of Neza, the 2 companions, and the nearby Fatui members were all drawn to her. The debt collector crossed his arms and took 2 steps closer to Barbara, coldly remarking, "Are you here to amuse us?" Praying to Mondstadt's deity within Liyue's territory. Furthermore, even if you beseech your wind god in Mondstadt, will he heed your call? There are those who adore a god who does not fulfill his duties. This is precisely why I never wish to remain in Mondstadt. Interacting with you is simply foolish I hope the esteemed lady will take me to Liyue this time. Chapter 48. Those not favored by the sun. Barbara gazes up at the debt collector while kneeling. Having run too hastily, she had not noticed the multitude of Fatui members present. Although these fellows are stationed as local diplomatic envoys in Mondstadt, the Fatui's reputation across the continent is notoriously foul. Would they suddenly harbor ill intentions towards me? As Barbara considers this, a wave of fear washes over her. Having spent years as a clergy member within the church, she rarely leaves Mondstadt. Healing and saving others is manageable. But if it comes to battle, even if their voices are louder or their tones more menacing, she would likely crumble to the ground, utterly defenseless. She begins to clasp her hands in prayer once more. "O Barbatos, please bless me. May they merely be passing by." A sorcerer approaches the debt collector, walking with an alluring sway, nearly twisting her waist. Compared to Rosalind's stride, hers is 7 parts similar, 3 parts superior. How fortunate. With a carefree grin, she whispers seductively into the debt collector's ear, "That girl is Barbara, the keeper of the sky's loot, the clergy member. Upon hearing this, the debt collector's pupils constrict, as the current head stationed in Mondstadt. He is well aware that the esteemed lady's visit is to execute a plan to seize the powers of the gods. The sky's loot is a crucial tool in this scheme. It can summon the East Wind Dragon, a guardian of the Anemo, and with this creature present, it greatly increases the likelihood of drawing out the Anemo deity. However, as he surveys the scene, he notices another table. Despite being stationed in a remote area, the Fatui's intelligence-gathering capabilities are commendable. That white-haired woman and black-haired youth may be unidentified, but the purple-haired girl is unmistakably one of the Liyue Qixing. The Star of Jade. Are you concerned about the Star of Jade? The sorceress Lei Ying continued. Ah, that woman possesses a certain expertise in work and land development. However, her combat abilities are rather mediocre. With the number of personnel and weaponry we have brought this time, including the formidable Thunderhammer, which is particularly effective against lightning elements, we should have no trouble restraining her movements. Are you suggesting that we merely need to limit her actions without causing her harm? This way, it would not create significant diplomatic blunders between Liyue and Snezhnaya. Then we can hold Barbara hostage and compel her to surrender the Sky Harp upon our return to Mondstadt. Correct? Precisely. For the sake of Mondstadt's plans, what does it matter if we offend a member of the Liyue Qixing? The fact that we did not kill her is already a noteworthy accomplishment. When we meet with Lady, if we possess this priestess, she will undoubtedly be quite pleased. That makes sense. Upon hearing that Lady would be happy, the concerns of the handler dissipated in an instant. Little did they know, at that moment, in a private room on the second floor of Wangshu Inn, a haughty woman gazed down through the railing. What a bunch of fools! Of all the people to offend, why must they oppose us? Please do not invoke my name. Do not drag me into this mess. Keqing approached Barbara, kneeling on one knee to match her height, and warmly said, "You must be the sister of the acting grandmaster, correct?" "Huh. You know the acting grandmaster?" Keqing helped Barbara to her feet, explaining that they had communicated through letters, where the acting grandmaster had sought her advice regarding the construction and development of Mondstadt, as well as the layout and beneficial economic projects of the surrounding villages. Could it be that you are the esteemed Keqing? Indeed. Wow, Lady Keqing, you look so young and beautiful. Barbara's cheeks flushed slightly. Ha! Did you expect me to be an old crone with a face full of wrinkles? Most people who have never seen me think the same. Come, have some water. And just as Keqing turned, a serious voice rang out behind her. Miss Keqing, might you grant me a favor and hand over this young lady to us? Keqing furrowed her brows, bringing Barbara behind her as she turned to tea that moment. Shinha had no intention of fighting. She stood beside Neza, preparing tea for him and occasionally offering him a piece of cake. Neza reclined with his hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. It must be said that the Fatui from Mondstadt are considerably bolder than those from Liyue. Neza displayed a playful smile, glancing at the proud woman on the second floor of Wangshu. Is it ignorance that breeds their courage, or has Rosalind emboldened them? At that moment, Rosalind on the second floor noticed Neza's gaze and quickly gestured with her hands, signaling, "This matter has nothing to do with me." Grant you a favor? On what grounds? Keqing would not indulge these foolish Fatui. The handler remained unperturbed. You need not concern yourself with my favor, but our executive officer holds the 8th seat among the Fatui, serving as a crucial diplomatic envoy between Mondstadt and Liyue. Can you afford to disregard her? And what of it? Keqing placed one hand on her hip, utterly baffled by the audacity of these Fatui. The handler scoffed. Given your attitude, it seems there is nothing to discuss. Do not blame us for our harsh methods. Yuheng, you should understand why the Fatui are called such. As soon as the words left his lips, the other members rose, with 4 thunder sorceresses standing behind him, surrounded by swirling lightning, while ice and hydro Fatui raised their ice and water guns, and the skirmishers aimed their firearms at Keqing. Barbara, frightened by the display, fidgeted anxiously, glancing around before finally turning to Neza, who wore a bemused expression. Hey, stop watching the show. Aren't you supposed to be Lady Keqing's attendants? Hurry and help. She then looked at Shinha, pleading, I will use healing waters to mend your wounds from behind. Please, don't just sit there. She was utterly frantic. Shinha slowly poured her a cup of hot tea and set down a plate of pastries. Drink some water. Do not worry that ain't tea present. Miss Keqing possesses strength that could rank among the top 5 in this world. Barbara was perplexed, turning anxiously. She saw Keqing reach out to touch the blue sky. Facing the numerous Fatui alone, and boldly declared, You wish to strike. Have you consulted the sun's opinion? The Fatui exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Keqing was rambling about. Suddenly, the light that had been shining upon them began to fade. Although their eyes were unharmed, they could no longer see the sunlight. My eyes. Why? I feel no pain, yet I cannot see. Everyone frantically grasped at their eyes, bewildered. The sun had rejected them. They would be eternally deprived of light. Umph. Those who are forsaken by the sun shall repent in everlasting darkness. Chapter 49. Shall we gamble again? At the outdoor dining table, Barbara cradled a cup of water, sipping the hot tea that had restored much of her strength after her arduous journey. She listened as Keqing introduced the other two individuals. Keqing sat beside her, pointing to Neza. "This is my teacher." Neza. A mouthful of hot tea sprayed across Neza's face. Shinha, with a stoic expression, handed him a handkerchief to wipe it off. While he chuckled, "The Mondstadters are quite warm-hearted." He recalled a similar experience when he first visited Keqing's residence. However, Keqing's scent was delightful, while Barbara's was somewhat sweet. Do not inquire how he discerned this. Simply put, it is the instinct of an LSP. You are so young, yet you're the teacher of Lady Keqing? She holds the same status as the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. Barbara's eyes widened in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. This was akin to being the teacher of an esteemed elder sister, who should typically be a revered figure, yet appeared even younger than her. Nevertheless, Liyue is the oldest nation in Teyvat, brimming with talent, so it is not surprising. Barbara took another sip of tea, feeling it warm and soothing as it glided down her throat. Keqing smiled with her eyes narrowed. "Well, do not be deceived by my teacher's youth. He has a daughter who is several years old." Another mouthful of hot tea sprayed across Neza's face. Shinha, having just returned to her seat, silently approached once more to wipe it off. Compared to the previous time, this experience was markedly more stimulating. Based on Neza's seasoned experience, the tea must have reached his throat and possibly even his stomach. It was somewhat perverse to think this way. But alas, it was the truth. "Mr. Neza, you must be Klee's father, right?" Barbara exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Goodness, how can you have such an older daughter at such a young age? Has he disregarded the law?" The regulations in the Liyue are far more stringent than those in Mondstadt. How could he avoid spending a lifetime in prison? "Oh, he is Keqing's teacher. Then it is of no concern." Upon hearing the topic of his daughter, Neza's eyes lit up with excitement as he leaned in to respond. "Indeed, my daughter resembles me. Does she not?" Barbara scrutinized him closely for a moment before pondering. Not quite like a biological child. How terrifying it is for someone so young to have such an older daughter. His wife must be but a few years older than Klee, right? Neza felt a bit awkward and scratched his head in an attempt to ease the tension. Well, after all, daughters tend to take after their mothers. But Klee is so adorable. Barbara clenched her fists. "Isn't she?" Barbara's mood then soured. "But she is just too cute. Everyone in the Knights can't bear to punish her. So she often gets into significant trouble. Just like my daughter, not only does she wreak havoc on a grand scale, but she also makes it impossible for others to discipline her." Speaking of this, Neza could not help but feel proud. Once they reached Mondstadt, he would ensure to impart wisdom to his daughter, enabling her to become the most carefree person in the world. She could do whatever she wished, blow up whatever she desired, and everything would be supported by her father. Such pride. Considering Barbara's physical condition, Neza decided to rest for 3 hours at Wangshu. Speaking of which, there was a friend here with whom he could share a few words. He walked to the top floor of Wangshu, stepping into the outdoor courtyard, where he stood by the railing, gazing at the continuous mountains and lakes. What a splendid landscape of Liyue, Neza mused to himself, smiling as he turned to the air before him, asking, "What do you think?" Since arriving at Wangshu, he had discovered the presence of Xiao, who silently observed him, even concealing himself within the very air. There was a certain air of a reclusive sage about him. Soon, a figure materialized from the atmosphere, standing at the height of Neza's neck, yet his countenance was indifferent, exuding an undeniable charm as he clasped his hands across his chest, gazing down at the land of Liyue. Although he was as handsome as Neza, his presence was strikingly minimal, as if everything in the world was unrelated to him. Of course, this was Liyue, which we guardians cherish. Naturally brimming with splendor, he spoke in a subdued tone, his emotions neither humble nor arrogant, seemingly having forgotten the incident when Neza had once stared him down with such intensity. With that expression and posture, Neza momentarily thought he would utter, "Mortal eyes perceive, Yet what is seen may not be the truth. Xiao turned, his indifferent gaze locking on Inez's eyes, expressing surprise that a being like him would associate with mortals. Mortals? Are you referring to Keqing? Who else could it be? Xiao turned back to survey the distance, stating coldly, I know all the hard work she has put in to become one of the Liyue at Qixing. It has not been an easy journey, yet she remains bound by the limitations of her mortal form. Whenever Liyue faces any significant disturbance, what can she truly accomplish with her abilities? Neza questioned. Did you not notice her methods against the Fatui just now? Apologies, but I harbor no interest in the conflicts of mortals. Are you not aware that she's my disciple? And what of it? Can you elevate her to the status of an immortal? Xiao turned to face Neza, stating she is not like Shunhe. Although both are mortals, Shunhe possesses divine strength that allows her to wield powers surpassing mortal limits. Engaging in conversation seemed to invigorate Xiao. He carried himself with a certain gravitas. This wouldn't do. He needed to be tested. Xiao, the challenge you presented to me at MT Yaozong was effortlessly resolved. Today, I shall have my disciple test you in turn. Upon hearing this, Zhao's expression shifted abruptly. You wish for a mortal to challenge me. Humph, such disrespect towards an immortal master. If it were you, I could concede, but a mortal, how could they possibly rival a deity? Neza leaned against the railing, turning to smile. Let us not engage in a mere test. How about we make a wager? Fighting alone is rather dull. A gamble adds an element of intrigue. Wager. What shall we wager? Xiao narrowed his eyes. The mention of a wager stirred something within him. He recalled hearing from Liyue about a bet Neza made, resulting in Shunhe's departure. Now, was he interested in betting again? Neza gazed into Zhao's eyes. You are cold, unfeeling, and fierce. In battle, you strike directly at the heart, without hesitation. Bound by the burdens of karma, you endure endless trials without decay. You are, in my eyes, the ideal candidate for a killer. Xiao understood Neza's proposition, yet he could hardly believe it. You wish for me to become your assassin? Neza nodded. Xiao replied coolly, that is utterly impossible. I've signed a pact with the Emperor to protect Liyue. Wielding this spear to slay countless demons and spirits for millennia, as long as the Emperor does not depart before me, the pact shall remain in effect. Neza chuckled. There is a possibility, you know. Xiao furrowed his brow as Neza elaborated. Morix is soon to fall. During this year's rite of invoking the immortals, there will be a mere feigned death. What? Even Xiao was taken aback, that he will not be astonished. You will learn of it during this year's rite. However, do not seek him out, nor investigate the reasons that if he wishes to part from this world, he will sever ties with you all. Of course. In the future, he may reach out to you in a mortal guise. Thus, the guardian of Liyue, who has maintained peace for millennia, deserves to be left in peace, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years. Sipping tea, engaging in conversation, fishing, flying kites, and occasionally dancing on graves, singing dirges. How delightful! Xiao struggled to grasp the full meaning, yet Neza's demeanor suggested he was not jesting, although he had not seen the Emperor in a long time. It seemed unlikely he would be as carefree as Neza suggested. Suddenly, Neza donned a comical expression. Xiao, you wouldn't want to see the last wisp of the soul of the guardian Yasha, who was once appointed by Morix as the protector named Copper Sparrow, dissipate into the wind at the foot of Tianheng Mountain, would you? Upon hearing the name Copper Sparrow, Xiao was plunged into distant memories. Back then, he was a newcomer promoted by the Emperor, lacking in both experience and strength among the Yashas in the fight against demons, yet he was incredibly spirited. Every time he encountered Xiao, he would enthusiastically call out Senior from a distance, and in time, Xiao affectionately referred to him as Little Copper Sparrow. Upon returning from campaigns, Little Copper Sparrow would regale Xiao with tales of how many beasts he had slain, boasting of his valor on the battlefield or how much stronger he had become that day. Xiao would patiently listen until the end, afterwards offering him insights on combat, occasionally training him to see if he had truly grown. Xiao had witnessed too many comrades fall in battle, often the most spirited newcomers. He could no longer recall how many years had passed since that morning when Copper Sparrow set out with their squad, promising to share roasted tiger fish with Xiao upon his return. Since then, Copper Sparrow had never returned. Only Xiao sat alone at the wooden table in the dining hall, gazing at the plate of roasted fish, waiting for his friend. Later, he learned that Copper Sparrow's squad had been devoured by demons. That night, Xiao, alongside Pun, rushed to the battlefield, dispatching countless beasts. Amidst the carnage, he found Copper Sparrow, barely clinging to life. His blood stained Zhao's hands. As he lay in his embrace, struggling for breath, pleading, "Senior, my life has reached its end, but I yearn to witness the peaceful era of Liyue 1,000 years from now. Can you help me?" Xiao brought him to the southern foot of Tianheng Mountain, constructing a temporary shrine named the Copper Sparrow Temple. He assisted in setting up a formation, leaving behind a fragment of his soul, so that a millennium later, he might glimpse the grandeur of Liyue. Though Xiao was the most ruthless among the Emperor's guardians, he was not devoid of emotion. The name Copper Sparrow stirred buried memories within him. "Are you saying that if I win this wager, you could resurrect Copper Sparrow?" "Indeed," Neza replied. "How shall I put it? If Copper Sparrow were truly dead, I would be reluctant to undertake such a task. After all, too much time has passed, defying the laws of death. However, if a fragment of his soul still lingers, I could restore his essence and reforge his body. Strictly speaking, it would not be resurrection, but healing. There is a saying, dead, but not entirely gone." Xiao crossed his arms, scrutinizing Neza's words. After the incident at Mtiaozong, he deduced that Neza possessed formidable soul power. After all, back then, just a glare from him had left Xiao gasping for breath. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to possess means of revival. Moreover, the opposing side of this wager was a battle against the mortal Keqing. Having fought through the age of the Archon War for millennia, he had battled both beasts and gods. His body, entwined with the grudges of the gods, was constantly assailed by karma and inner demons. How could he possibly lose in a confrontation with a mortal? Xiao could hardly believe it. He couldn't even fathom such a possibility. The Emperor had once told him that he was the strongest among the immortals who roamed Liyue, aside from himself. There was no chance he would be defeated. He looked up at Neza and declared, "I accept this wager." "Good, very good," Neza replied with a smile. "Now the seat of the assassin is secured." "Splendid." Outside Wangshu Inn, upon the plains, a clash between immortals and mortals was on the brink of eruption. Facing Neza at the top tier of Wangshu, on the left side of the plains stood one of the mightiest Yushas, the demon subduing sage. Shout out at this moment, he donned a ghostly mask, wielding a green pin, exuding an aura of impending slaughter that deterred all who approached. On the right side stood one of the current Liyue Qixing, the Jade Balanced Star, Keqing, armed with the unassuming sword dragon's whisper. Her legs spread apart. She pointed the sword's tip toward the ground, in the face of an immortal. Even one of the strongest, she showed no signs of retreat. "Though I have never engaged in combat with mortals, due to certain special circumstances today, I must secure victory in this duel," Xiao stated coolly. "Let us introduce ourselves. This is a mark of respect in a battle between deities that I am one of the 5 great guardian Yushas appointed by the former Geo Archon. The demon subduing sage, Xiao, with the guardian name, Golden Peng." Keqing's sharp gaze intensified with an imposing presence as she declared, "I am Yuheng, one of the Liyue Qixing." Suddenly shifting her demeanor, she proclaimed, "No, I am the sun's light, designated by the grim reaper Nasus. Keqing, I am the chosen of my master and the embodiment of the sun, destined to never encounter defeat in the battles to come. Senior, this signifies that you shall taste your first defeat in your struggles against mortals." Arrogance and disrespect towards the celestial master. A green miasma erupted from Zhao's form, vivid yet exuding a terrifying aura. They writhed in anguish, harboring hatred, and screamed for blood. Boom! In an instant, Xiao transformed into a whirlwind, darting towards Keqing with astonishing speed. This strike, a fusion of slaughter and velocity, was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to withstand. The battle was poised to be concluded. Ding! The clash between Puai and the dragon's lament resonated across the plains with a crystalline sound. With a casual lift of her hand, Keqing effortlessly parried this assault. How could this be? Zhao's eyes widened. Such speed would challenge even the pinnacle of mortals, Shenhe, yet she seemed to handle it with ease. "Senior, do you wish to end this duel with a single blow?" "It may not be so simple," Keqing replied. Having reached the speed of light, her dynamic vision had long surpassed human limits when Xiao launched his attack. Perhaps it appeared swift, But to Kaching, it was akin to stillness. She could even unleash hundreds of strikes in that fleeting moment without him noticing. With one failed attempt, Xiao swiftly altered his stance, wielding Pui with remarkable agility, aiming for Kaching's vital points. Yet that slender figure danced like a willow in the wind, evading all attacks with graceful movements. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Zhao's strikes accelerated, the glint of Pui became nearly invisible. Nevertheless, Kaching continued to evade with remarkable ease, not once raising her long sword in defense. Dodging the attacks of the speedster Xiao with such elegance was a profound insult to the latter. Kaching even smiled. Addressing Xiao, "Senior, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" Xiao was perplexed, but his pupils suddenly constricted as so fast. The Kaching before him transformed into a golden flash, instantly repositioning herself in front of him, executing a stunning maneuver midair before delivering a kick to his abdomen. Chapter 51. This assassin is a bit cold amidst the blinding golden light. Xiao was propelled like a shooting aurora into the distance. His body shattered through several rocks before finally crashing into a small hill. Before the battle commenced, Nasus had instructed both Xiao and Kaching to relish the fight, assuring them that he would heal any injury sustained. Thus, Kaching fought without reservation. That kick felt exhilarating. Kaching gleefully gazed into the distance. The lightspeed kick was a recent invention of hers, utilizing her soul's connection to propel her leg to light speed, countering the rebound damage with light particles upon impact. That I truly am a genius. With a determined gaze, Kaching transformed once more into a golden flash, instantly reappearing before Xiao. At this moment, he leaned against the rocky surface. Seated on the ground, his ghostly visage now stripped away to reveal his indifferent expression. Cough. A spray of blood escaped his lips, and he appeared utterly exhausted, yet his eyes remained fixed on Kaching with disbelief. His worldview was collapsing. You call this a mortal? Xiao thought, having barely glimpsed Kaching's movements before being sent flying. Those seemingly frail legs contained an astonishing weight of power, though he dared not entertain the thought. The sensations he felt while sparring with the Emperor were rendered feeble in comparison to the force behind Kaching's legs. Of course, neither the duel with the Emperor nor this contest with Kaching was intended to be serious. But that kick truly hurt. Cough. Blood erupted again from Zhao's mouth, and he felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Dizziness clouded his mind, and his grip on Pui grew weak. "Senior, concede. The master will heal you," Kaching urged, addressing the seated Xiao. While the master could mend physical wounds, the pain was undeniably real, and Kaching felt reluctant to further torment her senior. After all, she held profound respect for the celestial beings at her core. "Concede?" Xiao braced himself against Pui embedded in the ground, staggering to his feet, the cracking of his bones audible. In my life's creed, conceding has never been an option. To defeat me, you must incapacitate me, rendering me unable to fight. Green flames flickered in the corners of his eyes as Xiao trembled, thrusting Pui forward. Swish! The brilliant golden light flashed, and Kaching retreated 10 meters away. Indeed, she had perused the ancient texts of Liyue. Senior Xiao, a guardian of the Emperor, was among the 5 great protectors, renowned as the mightiest golden-winged general. Having battled fiends and beasts for years, how could he readily accept defeat in a mortal contest? However, as the master's disciple, Kaching would never allow him to lose face. "Forgive me, senior. If one of us must fall, it can only be you." Kaching raised the dragon's lament skyward, aiming precisely at the sun hanging high above. A golden ray enveloped the sword's body, transforming the seemingly lackluster longsword into a radiant weapon. She declared with formidable resolve, "O sun in the heavens, heed my command." Simultaneously, Xiao gazed upwards, his pupils constricting. He could not fathom why Kaching would perform such an act. The sun, how could it heed the call of a mortal? Even deities could not accomplish that. Yet as he pondered, the sun above, surprisingly anthropomorphized, began to turn slowly, facing him directly. "The sun is facing me?" "Impossible," Xiao muttered, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Inazuma, a deity, had once suppressed the populace with thunder. There were those who claimed that some living beings dared to confront the might of thunder, a grand ambition for mere mortals. But now he stood before the son of Teyvat, high and untouchable. Could one truly confront such power? Zhao's worldview shattered entirely. Keqing casually swung her radiant sword at T that moment. The sun above unleashed for blinding beams of light, piercing the ground around Zhao and encasing him within a radiant square prison. The pillars of light resonated with one another, forming a cube-like cage that radiated blinding brilliance. Sacred, inviolable, the power of the divine. Zhao surveyed the luminous prison surrounding him, realizing both his forward and backward paths were sealed. Raising his gaze, he found the top also enveloped in light. Finally, he glanced at the ground. This was the only escape route remaining. Zhao plunged the tip of Pui into the earth, preparing to infuse it with wind elemental energy to break through the ground. However, the sensation returned was quite peculiar. He lifted his gaze and discovered that the tip of his spear, no longer intact, had been melted away, the edges seared hot, emitting curling white smoke. The ground below was sealed, exuding an unbearable heat. Even the slightest touch of Pui resulted in instant melting, and to charge through the barrier with his body would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Of course, Keqing was consciously regulating the temperature of the light barrier, ensuring that the extreme heat remained contained within, sparing the surrounding environment. Otherwise, Zhao would have already been incinerated. Before long, Keqing extended her hand forward, casually grasping. The golden cube began to constrict, swiftly closing in on Zhao until it reached within a meter of him. Senior Zhao, Keqing called from beyond the light barrier, though there may be a million ways to determine the outcome of this battle. Your only possibility now is to be defeated. Her melodious voice echoed within the relentless golden prison. Zhao realized with astonishment that the current Liyue Qixing was leagues ahead of him. Truth be told, before the sun, he possessed no chance of victory. As Keqing articulated, to lose held a million possibilities. Every action he contemplated was futile, had the era of the celestial gods truly passed. Emperor, he recalled the words often spoken. The grand vision awaits the emergence of new talents. Zhao finally comprehended. He opened his right palm, and Pui slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. A voice lay flat on the ground. When a warrior relinquishes his weapon, it signifies an acknowledgement of defeat. The golden veil dissipated under Keqing's command, and a dark purple hand of the soul emerged from the upper levels of Wangshu, grasping Zhao's form and drawing him back to Neza's side. Furthermore, the power of soul absorption was activated during this process. Just before hitting the ground, Zhao's grievously injured body was entirely healed by a kick from Keqing. After all, if his disciple can command the sun, and he possesses the ability to heal himself instantaneously, what is there to find strange? I have lost, and I shall accept this outcome, Zhao stated indifferently, facing Neza, though he would not easily admit defeat. Being an immortal, he would submit to the established result. Reflecting on that day, when Ziyue Jiangzhenjun performed a divination for him, declaring him the sovereign of all living beings, immortal and indestructible. It might indeed hold truth that you have any further demands? Neza inquired with a smile. Demands? Zhao hesitated for a moment before replying. If I must voice any, there are two. First, if the Emperor's death is merely feigned, I will immediately sever our contract. Second, Zhao locked eyes with Neza, recalling what he had heard from Liyue and Jiefeng Zhenjun about Neza's exceptional alchemical skills, and just moments ago his disciple Keqing had damaged his weapon. As my employer, will you not compensate for this? Naturally, as my assassin, I shall provide you with a weapon capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Moreover, even if you lose, I will resurrect the Copper Sparrow. But that must await my return from Mondstadt. Neza had acquired a loyal assassin, albeit a rather cold one. P.S. Dear readers, although this book has received its fair share of criticism, the fact that you are reading this indicates you are a true fan. Despite its dismal rating of 6.3, it is on the brink of recommendation. The debut on Tomato is a critical time for every book, and I hope you will encourage updates. If you could also offer some support, it would mean the world to me. Please, this is truly important to me. With hands clasped together, I humbly represent Neza, kneeling and pressing down on the assassin Zhao's head, commanding my disciple Keqing to summon the Maid Shinha, admonish the Geo Archon Zhongli, and allow the Reaper, Hu Tao, to kneel here in gratitude. Chapter 52. The curious Shinha in the private room of Wangshu Inn, Neza lounged lazily on the bed. In an hour, they would set off for Mondstadt, and he would soon meet his daughter, Eskli's father. Should he prepare a gift for their first meeting? Neza rolled his head on the bed. Anxieties creeping in even for someone as formidable as him. After all, his daughter was so adorable. He must present her with something truly special. Suddenly, Neza sat up at the edge of the bed. Straightening his posture, Dakli's favorite pastimes were blowing up mountains and fish, and her greatest ambition was to create weapons for such endeavors. If he were to craft a nuclear bomb for her, surely she would be delighted, wouldn't she? Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the private room was rapped upon, and with a creak, it opened just a crack that a woman with a bland expression stepped inside, closing the door behind her. What the? Neza's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed Shinha, but this version of her was unlike anything Neza had ever encountered, both in-game and out. If Liyue and Jie Fengjinjun were to see her like this, he might very well confine her within a room and whip her for 3 days and nights. The ethereal qipao she typically donned had been entirely replaced with a form-fitting bunny girl outfit. Black represented seduction, and Neza wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Moreover, the ensemble clung to Shinha's form, accentuating her curves, with sheer silk enveloping her bosom, waist, and thighs, presenting her figure in vivid detail, the streamlined silhouette, alluring shape. And her bare feet adorned in black stockings ignited a passionate fire within him, leaving his eyes fixated upon her. Shinha, Neza cautiously called out. He was uncertain which string had been misplayed for Shinha to enter dressed in such a manner to entice him. But he felt compelled to state that if this were a test for a master, he might very well find it difficult to withstand. This was utterly absurd. Observing Shinha's cheeks, innocent and cold yet pure, contrasted sharply with her now fiery and restless physique. Please, don't. Neza waved his hands in front of him, trying to signal Shinha to keep her distance. While I enjoy the thrill of excitement, I intended to cultivate you into a professional maid. In this regard, Neza had no intention of indulging in frivolity. Shinha, as a disciple of the celestial realm, exuded an air of aloofness and was devoid of emotion, adding a certain prestige when she stood behind him at various events. However, if this continued, it would surely lead to corruption. Neza cast a furtive glance. This look was on par with, if not surpassing, Rosalind's. Shinha, with her naturally innocent eyes, gazed into Neza's, her cold demeanor breaking into a charming smile. Master, do I look good? This was something Shinha had gleaned from her studies. According to Rule 13 of the Professional Maid Training Manual, upon donning attire favored by the master, a professional maid must present a smile and seek compliments. This way, the master would be enveloped in a sense of accomplishment, unable to extricate himself. Neza placed a hand over his face. Though he had once stated that engaging a respectable person in indecorous activities could yield pleasure. Shinha, you are a disciple of the celestial realm. Who has led you astray? Noticing Neza's silence, Shinha fell into contemplation. Amendment to Rule 13. Should your master remain unresponsive when seeking praise, you must take the initiative. Creatively employ your attire to perform cute gestures and ask again. This will surely turn the tide. Shinha had committed this rule to memory. She swept her white hair behind her ear, lightly biting her lower lip, causing a slight sheen of moisture to form. Suddenly, she crouched down, her hands mimicking a kitten's mewling, and once more addressed Neza. Master, you still haven't answered me. Neza once again covered his face in response. Nearly cracking under the pressure, seeing Shinha's eager expression, he could only helplessly retort, You do look good, but it's rather enticing in a way that may lead to crimes. Receiving this affirmation, Shinha quickly recalled Rule 15 from the maid manual. This was the decisive moment. If a maid and her master had progressed to this stage, congratulations. Success was but a step away. At this point, one must administer a potent remedy to ensure the master is utterly captivated. With that, Shinha, clad in her provocative bunny girl outfit, stepped closer to Neza, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, gazing at him with her innocent, pleading eyes. So, Master, do you desire me? Shinha did not comprehend the implications of her words. But as it was recorded in her book, she faithfully enacted it, convinced it would bring joy to Neza. Neza stared into her eyes, seated on the bed, his hands encircling Shinha's slim waist if he did not intervene. It was likely Shinha would draw even nearer. Shinha, stop this, his soul had just flickered, and he was already apprehensive that Shinha might perform some outrageous act, causing him to lose control right there. Exhaling deeply, Neza reminded himself of his principles. If he were to act, it must be with mutual consent. For instance, with Rosalind, it was Neza who offered the choice, and she willingly accepted. However, Shinha was clearly not in the same category. She simply did not understand. Someone must have taught her poorly. Shinha, can you tell me who instructed you in this behavior? Shinha raised her innocent gaze, sensing Neza's displeasure. I learned it from a book. I thought it would make you happy, Dad. If it doesn't, I won't study it anymore. What book? May I see it? Shinha emotionlessly reached in her upper garment, producing a small booklet. She carried it with her, indicating its significance to her. Indeed, the aspiration to become a qualified maid had become Shinha's reason for existence, for it was Neza who had healed her and brought her back to her rightful world. The Professional Maid Training Manual. Neza perused its contents, rubbing his temples in disbelief. Was Shinha's recent behavior truly derived from this manual? What a peculiar book it was. He glanced at the author's name in the lower right corner, Friend of Liyue Harbor Women. How absurd! Upon returning, he would ensure it was eradicated for so brazenly corrupting such a spirited Shinha. Shinha, if you wish to learn about maid duties, merely reading is insufficient. You need to find a suitable teacher. Nessa suddenly had a thought. In Mondstadt, there's a maid named Noelle. You could exchange insights with her, learning from one another. Noelle, so innocent and pure, would surely ensure that Shinha does not turn astray. Oh, Shinha lowered her head, feeling dejected. The knowledge from the book had proven ineffective, and her spirits fell. After a few moments, she lifted her gaze and asked, So, will I still need to wear these outfits in the future? I purchased so many sets in various styles. Nasus scratched his cheek, observing Shinha's graceful form, and hesitated. Perhaps it would be acceptable to wear them occasionally. To be honest, after witnessing this side of Shinha, he felt that forbidding her completely would lead to future regret. However, indulging in it once in a while should be harmless, right? He chuckled to himself. Speaking of which, if the Lord of the Winds, Liyue, were to learn of this, would he not flap his wings in a frenzy, chasing after him in a fit of rage? Shinha, having heard Nasus's words, replied calmly, I understand. She truly believed she comprehended the situation. The books had mentioned that some masters possessed peculiar personalities, often saying one thing while thinking another. Nasus must belong to this category. With this realization, Shinha firmly established her future learning strategy. She must thoroughly grasp the contents of the code, applying them practically, and engage in discussions with Noelle from Mondstadt to explore the knowledge contained within the texts. Yes, Shinha raised her fist to cheer herself on. Nasus looked at her with a puzzled expression. This Shinha seemed to genuinely understand. Brimming with confidence, she would surely abandon the bookish knowledge in favor of becoming a perfect maid. Go for it. Nasus joined her in raising his fist in encouragement. Meanwhile, outside the elegant room, Keqing leaned against the wooden door. Seated on the floor, her arms wrapped around herself, pouting as she gazed toward the horizon. How envious she felt of Shinha, who could don beautiful clothes and skirts to request rewards from a teacher. If only she could, Keqing would love to be a maid rather than a disciple. She pouted, drawing circles on the floor with her finger. In another elegant room, a sliver of light peeked through the wooden door as Rosalind quietly observed Keqing from within. Yu Hongxing, Keqing, had caught the attention of the one who chose her as a disciple. Humph, how enviable. I am no less capable than her, to gain powers bestowed by him without having to sell my body or soul. How infuriating. How disgraceful. If given the choice, who would willingly become a mere toy? Rosalind's eyes, filled with jealousy, slid along the wooden door, leaving 5 scratch marks behind. Chapter 53. Heroes protecting Mondstadt and Mondstadt at the city gates. Due to Keqing's presence, the 11th Harbinger of the Fatui has come to visit. Led by Jean, the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, numerous knight members awaited at the entrance. Indeed, Nasus and his companions had convened there with Rosalind's team. Nasus struck his signature pose, cradling the back of his head. Yet again, he was greeted with a comical sight. The Fatui agents trailing behind Rosalind all bore green lanterns upon their heads, the faint glow illuminating the darkness around them. Nasus was unsure whose idea it was, but it was quite clever. Unable to behold the sun's brilliance, they had cleverly turned to light to guide their way. This green lantern must have originated from some alchemical genius in the land of winter. Quite ingenious, Nasus strolled over leisurely. Rosalind, why do all your subordinates have green lanterns on their heads? Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Rosalind shot him an annoyed glance. Perhaps they just became blind while walking. And the lanterns keep them safe. From now on, whether outside or indoors, Rosalind would not show Nasus any kindness, maintaining her proud demeanor as a lady, as was his insistence. Rosalind herself found it perplexing that this fellow's taste was so peculiar. Oh, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Nasus's eyes. Shall we make a deal? I could cure them, and no need for that. Rosalind interrupted, but fearing Nasus might take offense and later direct his ire toward her in their solitary moments. She quickly added, the lanterns are quite good. They have character. She would never sacrifice her own body to save these foolish subordinates. Yet, why was this man so fixated on her? Having gained nothing, Nasus turned to leave. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Nurturing a pet required patience that no, she hadn't even advanced to the status of a pet yet. She was still merely a toy out on the other side. Jean stood before Keqing, saluting with a hand on her chest in a standard knightly gesture. Miss Keqing, she glanced at Rosalind, whose expression was less than favorable, and Lady Rosalind, welcome to Mondstadt. Keqing smiled in response. But her attention was drawn to the members of the Knights of Favonius behind Jean. How strange. Although young, she was well-versed. Typically, soldiers from various nations in Teyvat wielded long pole weapons, yet the knights here bore weapons resembling guns, cannons, and hammers. Would they truly use such items in combat? Moreover, Keqing frowned. She felt as though she had seen such weapon designs before, but could not recall where. Miss Keqing, Jean called out, noticing her curiosity regarding the knight's weaponry. She stepped aside, gesturing toward one of the knight's weapons. You may be quite curious about how Mondstadt possesses such unusual arms. Standing tall, Jean's eyes sparkled with longing. 500 years ago, during a period of catastrophe, Mondstadt was visited by a mysterious deity who, with its divine power, shaped a colossal stone that blotted out the sky, vanquishing the monsters of the time. It then entered Mondstadt, miraculously healing the knights and citizens who had been tainted, leaving behind these powerful weapons, which allowed Mondstadt to survive until now. Jean continued to explain, smiling at Keqing. These divine weapons number 100 in total. Only the most veteran and experienced knights are permitted to wield them. They are known as divine relics, the spear of the sky, the Barret. Keqing's eyes sparkled. It sounded incredibly cool. Indeed, Miss Keqing, look here. Jean pointed to a massive statue nearby. Previously, Keqing had been too focused on greeting Jean to notice the imposing statue standing beside the gates of Mondstadt, rivaling that of the Seven Archons. The statue depicted a young boy with short hair, gazing skyward while cradling a girl holding a magical tome in a princess carry. Keqing furrowed her brow, casting a suspicious glance at Nasus. This pose, this resemblance, and the act of holding a girl. How similar it was to her teacher. Could it be that deities share similar interests? This figure was the mysterious deity who aided Mondstadt. While there were no records of the girl he held, 500 years ago, he ascended into the heavens in this very posture, using his divine power to banish evil. Though this deity later vanished. Even after 5 centuries, he remained beloved by the people, his faith second only to that of Barbatos, the Seven Archons. Jean's eyes shimmered with admiration that, in truth, she was the most devoted fan of this deity. However, as the acting Grand Master of the Knights, and with her sister Barbara's beliefs in conflict, she would never speak of it openly. Tiske, still beneath Barbatos? How disappointing! Nasus clicked his tongue, approaching with an air of defiance. Keqing quickly grasped his sleeve. Teacher, this is the hero who protects Mondstadt, a mysterious deity. Please show him some respect. Keqing understood her teacher's nature, but as a disciple and Yu Hongxing, she felt compelled to remind him of the diplomatic decorum between nations. Then she raised her delicate chin, scrutinizing her teacher's face. However, teacher, this deity bears a striking resemblance to you. Both are quite handsome. She then began to kick the ground, pouting as she muttered, "And like you, he seems to enjoy holding girls casually." The key point being, not holding catching. Meanwhile, Rosalind observed this interaction, mentally scoffing, "Not just similar, it's uncanny. What on earth is happening in this world? Is it my values that have become distorted, or has the world itself collapsed? How can such a demon be revered as a deity by the masses? Oh, the Queen of Omnipotence, under the leadership of Jean, Kia, and others arrive at the Knights of Favonius confinement chamber, due to the recent economic downturn in Mondstadt and the chaos caused by the Anemo dragon outside. Jean was quite uneasy about letting Klee venture out. Thus, she decided to keep her in the confinement chamber. After all, it felt like home to Klee, a place she had grown accustomed to, seated on a small stool. Klee's feet dangled above the ground as she swung them back and forth, her head bobbing side to side while humming a delightful little tune. Tap, tap, tap. She was concocting her latest bomb. This time, she was certain her explosive would send all the fish flying. Just as her excitement peaked, Klee pouted, expressing her discontent. But Jean said that if Daddy doesn't like Klee playing with bombs, he won't take Klee home. Reluctantly, Klee began to disassemble the bomb she had just made, piece by piece, until it was tucked away in her small backpack. After placing it inside, she cast a few innocent glances at it before leaving. Feeling a pang of regret, Jean had told her that Klee needed to be obedient so that Daddy would be pleased. Hence, Klee resolved to be a good child. Creak. The door of the confinement chamber swung open, revealing the knights outside. A tall young man with black eyes and hair stepped inside. Klee quickly jumped off her stool, scampering a couple of steps forward to gaze up at him. The young man knelt down to her level, looking at her with a warm expression. "Are you Klee's daddy?" she asked, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Kia, her usually bright demeanor now tinged with a hint of shyness. To Kia's heart raced as he beheld his adorable daughter, and he felt a sudden wave of gentleness wash over him that he ruffled Klee's hair and softly said, "Guess who I am, my precious daughter." Chapter 54. The bond between father and daughter. Kia knelt on the ground, gazing quietly at Klee. With her bright red eyes, fair skin, and petite stature, she was undeniably charming. She blinked her large, innocent eyes, staring at him with a dazed expression. Her hands were tucked into the straps of her backpack, and her well-behaved demeanor filled Kia with overwhelming affection. Suddenly, Klee seemed to have an epiphany, her face lighting up with excitement. "Daddy, wait a moment. Klee has a little gift for you." She unfastened her backpack, placed it on the ground, and buried her little head inside, searching diligently. Finally, she emerged with a spherical bomb crafted from dandelion flowers. Originally, Klee had intended to gift Daddy a bouncing bomb, but Jean had said that would make him upset. She feared that if he got angry, he might abandon her again, so she used her save pocket money to buy dandelion flowers to create this bomb instead. Klee didn't want to be called a bad child who had no parents to care for her, which is why she was reluctant to attend the academy. Furthermore, with few companions, Klee longed to venture out and make friends with the hilichurls, to engage in joyful activities with the little fish and shrimp in the pond, and to let the wild grass and flowers on the roadside accompany her childhood growth. Kia accepted the dandelion bomb, gently stroking Klee's head. "What a wonderful gift. Daddy loves it. Now what gift does Klee desire?" "Daddy can give you anything. A gift?" Klee's eyes sparkled, only to dim shortly after. She swayed her hands in front of Kia, realizing that since this was her first meeting with Daddy, she couldn't accept his gift, especially since she felt like a bad child. With a downcast expression, she looked at the ground, embodying a posture of remorse. Jean had told her that Daddy had come to Mondstadt to repay a debt for her, so she had to behave and listen well. Otherwise, Daddy would not take Klee home. Kia's expression shifted unexpectedly as he remarked with an odd tone, "Who said my Klee is a bad child? If something like that happens again, you must tell Daddy, and I'll take you to smash his dog head." Huh. Klee's small frame froze momentarily. Daddy was so fierce, but seemed he truly cared about Klee. Observing this scene from outside the confinement chamber, Jean and the others instinctively touched their foreheads, displaying expressions of exasperation. Could it be that this father and daughter both harbored violent tendencies? A foreboding sense suddenly washed over Jean. What kind of child would this man raise Klee to be? Hand in hand, Kia led Klee to Jean's office. In addition to Kia and Klee, there were Jean, Lisa, and Dialect present. Kia instructed Kaching to coordinate the compensation for Mondstadt Winery, specifically regarding the mountain of raw materials that Klee had blown up. Additionally, he directed Kaching to represent the estate in Liyue in making a substantial donation to Mondstadt, as it was only fitting for a neighboring nation to assist in times of disaster and showcase the prestige of Liyue. Meanwhile, Kia and Klee exchanged glances, wide-eyed. Upon hearing the astronomical figures being discussed nearby, Klee tugged at Kia's pant leg, looking up innocently. "Daddy, did Klee cause you trouble?" Klee wrote a long guarantee this time, promising not to blow up mountains or fish anymore. She clung to Kia's leg, rubbing her cheek against his trousers. "So, Daddy, could you please not be angry with Klee? Don't leave her again that I'll go to Liyue with you, study hard, and be a good child who listens to Daddy." Kia crouched down, pinching Klee's cheek playfully. "Silly Klee, how could Daddy be angry with you? Daddy is actually proud of you." Klee's large eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend, but feeling utterly amazed. Klee had blown up 2 mountains and even damaged Barbatos' statue. Yet, Daddy was not only unperturbed but proud of her. "That's right," Kia said, stroking Klee's head and pointing at Kaching, who was engaged in negotiations. "Look at that purple-haired lady. She practices swordsmanship under the sun every day and works diligently, ultimately becoming the sun god. And that white-haired lady, plagued by evil spirits, became easily angered and transformed into the god of destruction." Kia gazed at Klee, cradling her adorable face. "And you, my little Klee, you love playing with bombs and enjoy blowing things up. That is just your nature as a child. And as my daughter, you should embrace your innate tendencies and be free-spirited. Who knows, you might grow up to be the god of destruction one day." "Huh." Klee's eyes widened even further, sparkling with excitement. God of Destruction. What a cool name. Klee loves it. She had been suppressing her true nature until now, but she realized that Daddy was different from the other adults. He didn't oppose her at all. "Oh yeah." Klee lifted her delicate little face, looking up adorably. "Daddy, you don't mind if Klee blows up fish, right?" "How can I mind? Daddy wholeheartedly approves." "Then, Daddy, you don't mind if Klee blows up mountains?" "Of course, whatever you blow up, that purple lady will compensate for it. Just blow away. With Daddy around, you can do anything in this world. And Daddy, you don't mind if Klee makes bombs?" "Absolutely. Daddy will even teach you how to create even more powerful bombs." Kia's face broke into a smile as he wrapped his arm around Klee's shoulders. "Klee, have you ever been to Liyue?" Klee nodded vigorously. "Klee has been there. I even have a little friend there." "Wonderful. Klee, did you know that in the sea outside Liyue Harbor, there are 2 giant octopuses, possibly even larger than the Knight's headquarters?" "Huh?" Klee exclaimed in astonishment. "Are there really such huge octopuses?" "Indeed. Once we reach Liyue, Daddy will take you to blow up the octopuses." "That sounds fantastic." "Yay!" Klee hugged Kia tightly, turning her jubilant face towards him and planting a big kiss on his cheek, giggling. Kia smiled brightly, placing a kiss on Klee's forehead as well. Unbeknownst to them, those who had been discussing business had long since abandoned their discussions, their attention entirely focused on the father-daughter duo. Dialec's eyelids twitched. If it weren't for his need to maintain his usual stoic demeanor, he would have rushed back to the winery to mobilize all the workers to secure every raw material base within a 10-mile radius. This father and daughter were nothing short of a walking calamity in Mondstadt. Lisa covered her mouth in shock, thinking to herself, this is not cute at all. Jean placed a hand on her chest, facing Kia with a serious expression. "Mr. Kia, while I understand you dote on Klee, teaching her like this could lead to significant trouble." Kia lifted Klee into his arms, addressing Jean calmly. "It's all right. Klee is my child and is destined to pursue an extraordinary path." He then pressed his forehead against Klee's, declaring, "She is destined to become the goddess of destruction." Except for Kaching and Shunha, everyone in the office was holding their heads in their hands, suffering from a sudden bout of headache. They all shared the same perplexity. Could it be that this father and daughter together would not bring about the end of the world? Chapter 55 Dialect. "I wouldn't mind dyeing my hair green, in light of the outrageous remarks made by Nasus and Klee." Captain Jean wished to intervene, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, this was a matter concerning a biological father and his daughter. However, as Klee's former guardian, Jean sincerely hoped for Klee to have a bright future. Thus, she offered a heartfelt prayer to the divine being she had pledged her faith to owe. That mysterious deity who saved Mondstadt. Can you hear me? I am Jean, the acting captain of the Knights of Favonius, your devoted believer, if you are still watching over your followers in this world. Please respond to my prayer. Grant little Klee the opportunity to flourish and have a warm, beautiful future. Creak. The door to the office swung open, and a plump knight rushed in, performed the knightly salute, and nervously reported to Jean. Acting captain, just now, the convoy importing food from Mondstadt to Liyue was attacked by the Anemo dragon again. What? Jean furrowed her brows and rushed in, then slapped her forehead, shaking her head helplessly. This marks the 12th incident this month. It seems this situation is proving to be more troublesome than the prospect of Ness's corrupting Klee. Hearing this, Dialek crossed his arms and remarked coldly, "Humph, is this the efficiency of your knights? If you continue to let the Anemo dragon run rampant, Mondstadt will inevitably fall into paralysis." Jean, the captain, found herself at a loss for a retort to Dialek's words. He was not only her senior, but also the largest taxpayer in Mondstadt. Strictly speaking, this disaster had inflicted the heaviest losses on Dialek's winery. I could see that moment. Klee was tugging at Ness's pant leg, her big eyes fixated on him. "What is wrong, Klee?" Nessus inquired softly, looking down. "Daddy, are you strong at fighting?" "Very strong." "Then can you defeat the Anemo dragon?" I should be slightly stronger than it." Nessus replied with a smile, gently stroking Klee's little face that in truth, when he had come to Mondstadt to spank Barbatos. The Anemo dragon had been watching nearby. Yet at that time, it had trembled, kneeling behind Barbatos, too afraid to look up, witnessing as the rear of its master gradually swelled and turned red, tears streaming down its face. It wasn't that it didn't want to speak up for its master. It simply lacked the courage to raise its gaze. The Anemo dragon did possess some strength, and whenever it met Ness's eyes, a primal fear emanated from its very soul, as though a mere glare could shatter it. How could it dare to protest? It was fortunate enough not to be made to present its rear for punishment. After all, it was Barbatos who was being dealt with, not it. "Daddy, that guy's really bad. Much worse than Klee. Can you help the uncles and aunts of the knights deal with it?" Due to the protagonist relationship, all the older brothers and sisters related to Klee are now elevated in status. Since it was his daughter's request, how could Nessus refuse? He lifted Klee and faced the members of the knights, saying, "Sure, but let Aunt Kaching and Aunt Shina handle this little matter." "A little matter? What?" "Oh." Nessus, defining the defeat of the Anemo dragon as a trivial task, immediately drew puzzled glances from Jean. Lisa and Dialek, the Anemo dragon, once one of the Four Winds Guardians, was undoubtedly one of Mondstadt's top combatants. Having survived for thousands of years, it participated in the Archon War alongside Barbatos and had vanquished the formidable evil dragon during a millennium ago. Not to mention enduring the cataclysm 500 years prior to it was a divine being with a rare and illustrious record, and to think subduing it was merely a small task. Even Barbatos himself would not dare to make such bold claims in this context. Captain Jean placed a hand on her chest and addressed Nessus. "Mr. Nessus, I am pleased that you possess a vision to help Mondstadt out of its predicament, but as Miss Kaching's teacher and an important guest of Mondstadt, how could we allow you to involve yourselves in such perilous matters? Moreover, Miss Kaching has already contributed significantly to Mondstadt, alleviating a substantial part of the city's needs. You have helped enough, and the knights cannot dare to ask for more." Suddenly, Kaching, who had remained silent, spoke with confidence. "No need to worry, Captain Jean. Perhaps you are unaware, but my teacher is the mightiest of deities, the deity." Upon hearing this crucial information, Captain Jean turned to Nessus, her gaze unwavering. Nessus disregarded the gazes of those around him, carrying Klee to stand beside Kaching. For Kaching and Shinha, defeating the Anemo dragon was hardly a challenge. The powers they possessed would deliver a dimensional blow to the Anemo dragon. The only difficulty lay in locating it. He placed his hand on Kaching's shoulder. "Kaching, close your eyes and follow the soul of your teacher. I will help you find it." "All right, teacher." Boom! An intangible wave of soul perception emanated from beneath Ness's feet, instantly enveloping the expanse of Mondstadt. In the ruins of the Anemo dragon to the northwest of Mondstadt, a dragon corrupted by the abyss suddenly opened its eyes. Initially bewildered, It pondered the source of this perception. This aura, its eyes soon filled with blood, fear enveloping its massive form, cold sweat streaming down as it began to tremble. It. Could it be that esteemed individual? Its tongue stumbled over itself. The tremors stirred the abyss mage, who had been dozing atop its head, awake. The mage kicked it twice and grumbled, "Hey, what are you so scared of? Is a ghost coming?" "No, no ghost is coming. The Grim Reaper is..." "Teacher, I found it." Keqing noted the precise location of the Anemo dragon and approached Shinha, resting on her shoulder. "Shinha, let us go." A golden flash surged within the office. Everyone fell silent. Captain Jean scanned the area for Keqing and Shinha, wondering how they had suddenly vanished. "Mr. Nasus, have Keqing and the others left?" "It has been 5 or 6 seconds. By now, they should have arrived at the Anemo dragon ruins." "No, perhaps they have already captured the Anemo dragon." Captain Jean, along with Lisa and Dialek, stared expressionlessly at Nessus and Klee, who was perched on his shoulder, counting his hair one strand at a time. Dialek, usually calm and collected, instinctively categorized Nessus as a prominent young talent from Liyue upon learning of his relationship with Keqing. He thought he was mistaken. This was clearly just a smooth-talking ordinary boy. 5 or 6 seconds to depart from here, defeat the Anemo dragon, and return to Mondstadt. Sorry, but even the novelists from Liyue, who embellish tales daily, wouldn't he dare to write such a scenario. Dialek crossed his arms, slightly closing his eyes in contemplation, muttering to himself that if such a possibility truly existed, I wouldn't mind dyeing my hair green. Creak! The door to the acting captain's office was abruptly flung open, and Dialek's heart raced as he quickly turned his gaze. A knight burst into the office, pointing outside and exclaiming loudly to Captain Jean, "Acting Captain, the Anemo dragon is now lying right outside the knight's headquarters." Chapter 56. "Grandpa, your hairstyle looks quite spirited today." Upon hearing the knight's report, everyone rushed out of the office. Nessus placed Klee on his shoulders, a riding position, as she joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm so high up. Be careful, Klee. Don't bump into the door." Emisham. Gripping Klee's slender little legs, Nessus slowly exited the knight's headquarters. At this moment, the courtyard outside was bustling with excitement, filled with numerous onlookers and knights. What kind of melon were they here to witness? Before them loomed the fearsome Anemo dragon, wreaking havoc around Mondstadt. Its colossal form was crammed into the modest courtyard, desperately retracting its wings and limbs to avoid inflicting unnecessary damage upon the city structures. Cowering, it trembled, burying its head in the ground while its forepaws were neatly folded in front of its head. Resembling a figure kneeling in submission that it was attempting to appease, the dragon was fervently showcasing its benign nature to the two women perched atop its head. Today's bizarre occurrences had left the Anemo dragon utterly speechless. Upon witnessing the man's arrival in Mondstadt, a primal instinct surged within it, urging it to flee this treacherous place. With a mighty flap of its wings, it soared thousands of meters into the sky. However, a brilliant golden beam of light sliced through the heavens, striking its wing. Like paper, a gaping hole was torn into it, causing the creature to stagger. Fortunately, it was merely a singular wound. It could still fly. Yet, in an instant, a purple-haired girl and a white-haired woman appeared before it, as if summoned by a phantom. The purple-haired girl snapped her fingers towards the sky, plunging the dragon into a brief darkness, leaving it disoriented and blind. Yet even without sight, it prepared to flap its wings and escape in any direction. It was likely another woman who intervened, lightly touching it, and in that moment, its body felt as if struck by lightning, its functions rapidly deteriorating until it could no longer move its wings. The entire dragon became paralyzed. Thus, it began its free fall, bracing for a catastrophic collision with the ruins of Mondstadt. Perhaps it was yet another girl who touched it again, and before it knew it, it was transported to this very place. Absurd. The Anemo dragon, having experienced the cataclysm of the Archon War, felt that these two women were more formidable than any Archon. Indeed, even more than the Seven themselves. Such an extraordinary combat prowess. Why not seek Barbatos for a deity's favor instead of tormenting a mere dragon? Keqing kicked the Anemo dragon and patted its head. "Hey, big fellow, you'd best behave. There are numerous spectators, and you cannot appear fierce. You must be obedient and gentle like a pet." Otherwise, I'll set your scales ablaze. Oh, you understand. The Anemo dragon, using all its might, wagged its tail in submission. The world had turned upside down. Being a dragon was indeed challenging. Was this truly the Anemo dragon? It appeared rather unthreatening. No? Miss Kaching, may I approach and touch it? Feel free. This dragon poses no threat. Kaching casually patted the dragon's head, demonstrating to the crowd that it was harmless. As one of the Liyue Qixing, Kaching understood that the Anemo dragon instilled considerable fear in Mondstadt. Seizing this opportunity to alleviate the public's fears was, indeed, a welcome endeavor. Miss Kaching, I brought a camera from Fontaine. May I take a picture with it? I want to pose with its claws holding me. No problem. Initially, the crowd harbored some trepidation, but the Anemo dragon's docility in the presence of Kaching and Shinha gradually dissipated their fears. They all rushed forward to play with it, transforming the once mighty creature into a mere mascot. Teacher, you've arrived. Nasus strolled over, with Klee standing atop his shoulders, beaming with warmth and kindness. The Anemo dragon, drawn to the sound, turned its head, its previously indifferent demeanor suddenly bristling with alarm. An overwhelming sense of dread welled up within it. And Neza had once told the Anemo dragon that he had vanquished it over 2,000 times throughout the cycles of reincarnation. Yet, strangely, the dragon bore him no malice. Instead, with each death, it came to respect him more and more. Hee, Daddy, it seems like it's quite afraid of Klee. Klee exclaimed, pointing at the Anemo dragon in astonishment. Indeed, sweetheart. Would you like to play with it? Neza gently set Klee down. Huh. Can Klee play with it? Klee blinked her large eyes, her last upgraded bomb waterproof, yet it would still fall silent without air. Thus, she yearned to stuff one of her bouncy bombs into its mouth to see if it would explode. Daddy, can I? Klee tugged at Neza's pant leg. Of course, my dear. Neza ruffled Klee's hair. What ill intentions could a child harbor? It was merely a matter of blowing up a dragon. Afterward, Daddy would heal it, and they could continue the fun. Huh. The Anemo dragon gazed at little Klee, realizing she must be the daughter of Lady Alice and Lord Neza. This was the end. The offspring of these two formidable beings was surely even more fearsome. It stared blankly at Neza. My lord, I was merely momentarily swayed by the abyss. I promise I shall never endanger Mondstadt again. Would it be possible, considering my connection to Barbatos, that you refrain from exploding me? In its prime, it could have easily withstood Klee's 2 bombs, but now, its body had been disrupted by the ruin, leaving it in a weakened state. Oh dear. Neza waved his hand dismissively. My daughter is so adorable. Just play with her a little. Trust me, it will pass soon enough, and I will heal you afterward. It's all right, just be obedient. The Anemo dragon found itself at a loss for words. Barbatos, please come and deal with this situation. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop in Mondstadt, a green figure stealthily poked its head out. Oh dear, poor de Valen. Vinny took a sip from his apple cider. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I am utterly powerless before Brother Neza. If I were to speak on your behalf, he might spank me in public. And who would come to my aid then? Just endure it. It will soon pass. Klee, cradling a round bomb, cheerfully approached the Anemo dragon's head. Hey, big guy, open your mouth. Hurry, Klee can hardly wait. The Anemo dragon seemed to attempt to elicit sympathy from Klee through a display of cuteness, but she regarded it with disdain. Humph. Klee won't fall for your tricks. Not long ago, you bullied the knights terribly. Klee is here to avenge her older brothers and sisters. The Anemo dragon glanced at Neza, who gave a symbolic nod. Ultimately, it hesitantly opened its mouth. Stop right there. A girl clad in white stockings with twin ponytails dashed forward. She stood before the Anemo dragon, arms outstretched, forbidding anyone from taking photos, playing with it, or stuffing bombs into its mouth. Barbara huffed indignantly. I won't allow you to bully it any longer. Though the Anemo dragon had erred, it was still a creature favored by the Anemo Archon. As a believer of Lord Barbatos, she absolutely would not permit anyone to mistreat it. The Anemo dragon gazed at the adorable girl before it, feeling a surge of gratitude. Truly, she is my little angel. Charge, Barbara. Seeing Barbara rush forward, Jean, the acting grandmaster, who had previously refrained from intervening, approached Neza. Initially, She had held back out of consideration for punishing the Anemo dragon and alleviating the fears of the citizens. I believe the Anemo dragon has come to its senses by now that to punish it further might be a desecration of Lord Barbatos. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Neza? And little Klee, shall we let go? Klee pondered for a moment before looking up at Neza. Daddy, I think the acting grandmaster is right. Perhaps Klee won't blow it up after all. As you wish, sweetheart. Neza lifted Klee again. Then we shan't bully the dragon anymore. Let us find someone else to torment. Hadadi took a few steps toward the edge of the knight's perimeter, where a cool-headed man with red hair was attempting to sneak away. Klee, did you hear that big brother say earlier? If he could defeat the Anemo dragon within 5 seconds, he would dye his hair green? I did, Daddy. It was big brother Dialek who said that. Klee pointed at Dialek, who abruptly halted in his tracks. Then Klee, have the knights taught you that one must be honest and keep their word? Of course. The acting grandmaster often teaches Klee this. Oh, and big brother Dialek has also told Klee that the wines of Mondstadt must have quality and credibility to sell better. So, what shall we do now, little Klee? Klee extended her hand toward Dialek, as if attempting to playfully tug at his hair, intending to dye big brother Dialek's hair green. P.S. Nieces embraced Klee as they approached Dialek. Reluctantly, yet adhering to his principles of honesty and integrity, Dialek found himself with Klee's hair now tinted. Klee was responsible for the dyeing, while Nieces provided the materials. He extracted the soul of a dendro slime from the sanctum, transformed it into dye, and handed it over to Klee. With meticulous care, Klee styled Dialek's hair as follows. Ultimately, with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, Dialek traversed the bustling streets of Mondstadt, returning to the winery. He settled onto the sofa in the winery's hall, propping his hands on Wolf's end, and declared with piercing eyes, before dawn arrives, someone must first illuminate the darkness that a maid approached with tea. Her eyes shimmering with a green glow. Wow, Grandpa, your hairstyle looks splendid today. Chapter 57. How can adults and children behave alike? In the wind dragon ruins, within a hidden relic, the radiance could not penetrate. Darkness enveloped the grand hall, with flickering campfires casting a faint glow within. Your Highness, the mage controlling the Anemo dragon has been ambushed, and the dragon has been taken, reported an abyss apostle to the princess seated on the throne. Her captivating eyes narrowed coldly. Was it the Anemo Archon or the Fatui? Neither of my subordinates have investigated and found that it was the Liyue Qixing and disciples of the Adepti. Liyue people. A peculiar expression crossed Ying's face. Indeed, Your Highness, the abyss apostle continued. Furthermore, I have discovered that these two individuals are associated with a youth named Nasus. He has previously demonstrated power rivaling that of the Archons in Liyue, possesses exceptional alchemical skills, and has opened spatial nodes to capture individuals at Liyue Harbor during an auction of soul pills. We have roughly grasped Nasus's formidable abilities. And what else? His powers may pertain to souls. Ying's expression shifted dramatically. She stood up, exclaiming, "Souls!" She commanded the entire Abyss Order, rampaging across the continent, in search of someone capable of controlling souls. Only those who wield the power over souls possess the ability to combat the taint of forbidden corruption. They could rescue the mindless hilichurls from decay. This was essential to realize the shared vision of all followers within their order. The restoration plan for Kenria, however, controlling a being of Archon caliber would be quite challenging. Indeed, Your Highness, but there is no need for control. Merely threatening him will suffice. What do you mean? This individual has a daughter named Klee, residing in Mondstadt. You mean to capture his daughter and then leverage her to compel him to assist the Order? Yes, I shall personally undertake this task. With my spatial traversal abilities, capturing a child in Mondstadt will be exceedingly simple. Ying pondered deeply. Although the Abyss Order was notorious throughout Teyvat before the restoration of Kenria, it would be prudent not to create more enemies. Upon bringing Klee back to the Order, you must ensure her safety, treat her well, and make no mistakes if a friendly negotiation can be achieved. That would be ideal. If not, do not provoke him by threatening his daughter. He had an unsettling premonition that this man named Nasus might not be as straightforward as the intelligence suggested. Furthermore, she recalled a youth from hundreds of years ago who had roamed the Seven Nations, causing great distress to the gods with his overwhelming power. Legend has it that he vanished in Liyue. Could it be him? In Mondstadt, Nasus directed Kaching and Shunha to lie in wait at the Knights of Favonius. The tree referred to the Anemo dragon, while the rabbit signified Barbatos. After all, he had promised Rosalind to present her with the heart of the Anemo Archon, and he intended to keep his word. Otherwise, how could he face her when she demanded various poses in the future? There was also the risk that she might seek it herself and end up harmed. And losing such an entertaining toy would leave him without recourse to justify it. He had not yet had his fill of fun, and could not be carelessly broken. Meanwhile, Nasus himself held Klee's little hand as they exited the city. Blowing up fish and mountains was secondary. The priority was that Klee was his precious daughter, and Nasus was determined to make her become exactly what she desired. Yes, upon returning from this outing, his daughter would henceforth be known as Destruction God Klee. As they approached the city gates, a fiery-haired girl stood guard. Klee dashed over, calling out, "Sister Amber." "Oh, little Klee. This is Klee's daddy. Daddy is taking Klee out to blow up fish today. Sister Amber can come too." "Shh. Keep your voice down, Klee." Amber crouched down, hurriedly covering Klee's small mouth. Although Amber was now a big sister, she occasionally accompanied Klee to blow up fish. She also had a keen interest in explosives. It would be troublesome if the other knights overheard. Otherwise, Amber would have to report to the confinement room again. Klee hugged Amber's leg, whispering, "Then let us go blow up fish together. Sister Amber. Now may not be the best time." Amber hesitated. As a result, Klee tugged at her leg and ran toward the city gates. "Daddy, come help Klee. Klee can't push Sister Amber alone." "Oh." Amber looked at Nasus in surprise. Klee was still far too naive. How could an adult resort to such childish tactics to take her away? "All right, Klee, Daddy will come help you." Amber stared in disbelief as Nasus truly approached her. "Daddy," Klee pulled on her left leg while Nasus lifted her right leg, making it easy for Amber to exit. "All right, Klee, you must put in some effort now." "Don't worry, Daddy. Klee is very strong." Amber initially thought Nasus was merely playing along, but to her astonishment, he genuinely came over, lifting her right leg while Klee raised her left. With no support for her body, and Klee being relatively short, she had to wrap her arms around Nasus's neck to maintain her balance. Why are adults so childish, always picking people up? She was a girl after all. Thus, Amber was effectively robbed and taken away by this father-daughter duo at Starfall Lake. Nasus and Amber sat upon the grass, gazing at Klee, who was repeatedly tossing explosives into the lake. Starfall Lake was quite vast, and the bombs Klee had brought were not specialized area explosives, failing to detonate the fish in the deeper waters. She pouted as she ran back, adopting a duck-like sitting posture on Nasus's lap. "Daddy, I was afraid you would oppose Klee playing with bombs. So Klee hasn't made any specialized bombs lately, and the fish won't explode." Her little mouth pouting endeared her to Nasus. "What should we do then?" Nasus stroked Klee's hair. "How about Daddy helps Klee blow them up?" Klee nodded vigorously. Amber, intrigued, added, "The science of explosives is quite intricate. Without prolonged exposure, one cannot create anything impressive. However, since you're Klee's father, there must be some inherited talent, right?" She said to Nasus, "Sir, I have some knowledge regarding explosives. You can start, and I will point out any shortcomings." "Thank you, Sister Amber," Klee exclaimed. "Daddy, Sister Amber is amazing. Her Baron Bunny is very powerful." Nasus nodded. "Since that's the case, Daddy must put in the effort and show off with something substantial." At that moment, a group of treasure thieves stealthily approached nearby, hiding in a small valley. Hey, Brother Zhong, look at that girl. She's quite a catch. You called me here to rob, yet you're ogling?" Zhong glanced at the trio, his gaze fixating on Amber. "Well, she certainly is something. You know, after seeing so many sultry women at the harbor, it's refreshing to see such an upright little sister." "Right indeed, Brother Zhong. Let's leave the woman and capture the child to sell back in Liyue Harbor. Then eliminate the man?" Zhong hesitated. "We just moved from Liyue. Is it wise to start with such violence on our first job?" He surveyed the trio before saying, "Let's observe what they are up to first. We can decide later." Chapter 58. Is this what you call blowing up fish? The soul of neithers can be molded into any tool he desires, naturally including bombs. However, his understanding of bombs may differ significantly from that of Klee and Amber. After all, in the annals of modern history, it was gunpowder that propelled the machinations of war. Ultimately, it was also related to gunpowder that brought an end to conflicts, instilling a sense of caution among nations. Indeed, gunpowder has evolved, transforming into quantum, neutron, and proton, collectively referred to as nucleons. Neithers, having lived in a previous life, is well acquainted with this concept, and in Teyvat he possesses a vast repository of knowledge regarding sentient beings. He can leverage this treasure trove of information to deduce the composition, reactions, and explosive effects akin to those of his past existence, such as nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and nuclear reactors. Extending his hand forward, Neithers casually grasped several high-tier souls from the sanctum. In his mind, he recalled the appearance of missiles, nuclear warheads, from his previous life, while simultaneously, the knowledge repository began to calculate the destructive power he aimed to manifest, determining the necessary nucleons and their arrangement. Soon, a Dongfeng series missile, capable of instilling global dread, coalesced before him. Neithers deliberately minimized the nuclear payload, controlling the frequency of the nuclear reaction to ultimately diminish its destructive capacity. He merely wished to demonstrate the might of nuclear energy to his child. There was no need for excessive force. Observing the formidable missile, measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, Neithers mused. Interestingly, this contraption requires no ignition device, nor does it necessitate navigational maps. It will strike precisely where indicated. The reason, of course, lies in its essence being composed of souls. Within Neithers' perception, it could leap effortlessly to any desired location. Furthermore, as souls possess intellect, even if Klee's perception were to falter, she could simply command the soul to target her desired point of destruction prior to launch. Mr. Neithers, is this what you call a bomb? Amber approached the missile, tapping it with her knuckles. How solid, she remarked, feeling the missile's exterior. Turning back, she patted her chest and quipped to Neithers. Forgive my candor, but this thing might be too heavy to wield. Let alone use against fish, and with such a sturdy shell, it wouldn't even explode. The MY nose is quite sensitive, and I can't detect any traces of the fire element. Klee sat on Neithers' lap, gazing up at her father with wide, innocent eyes. Although she remained silent, her thoughts mirrored Amber's. Klee, in the future, you must create bombs like your father, Neithers encouraged. However, Klee could hardly lift it. Neithers chuckled softly. Then, casting a sharp glance at the missile's base, he ignited the fuse with ghostly purple flames. Boom! The missile expelled a torrent of superheated gas, soaring skyward in an instant. Neithers had already sensed the surrounding life forms. Aside from them, only a band of treasure hunters remained. Oh, and 2 individuals, one on standby, the other observing. However, this diminished version of the missile should pose no threat to them. That a surge of soul energy enveloped him and a portion of the area behind him, shielding innocent bystanders from the nuclear blast. Once the missile ascended to a certain altitude, it adjusted its trajectory, ultimately descending upon the center of Starfall Lake. What kind of bomb is this, capable of flying so high? Amber took a few steps forward, gazing at the distant glimmering point in the sky, murmuring in awe. Neithers cautioned, do not step beyond the purple light. Otherwise, your body will vaporize. Amber shrugged off the warning. Standing before the light curtain, fixated on the glowing point colliding with the water surface. Vaporize? You mean turn into air? How is that even possible? There's no bomb like that. Then from a distance a blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening roar that compelled Amber to cover her ears. Boom. She stood dumbfounded, wondering what she had just witnessed. The land, trees, and gusts of wind outside the purple light were uprooted and hurled away. The landscape surrounding Starfall Lake had been irrevocably altered. At the lake's center, a colossal mushroom cloud began to rise, sending waves of water cascading into the sky, creating an artificial rain as the droplets fell into the lake. The water began to boil. What terrifying temperatures! Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Amber sank to the ground. Without the protective purple light, she might have truly faced death. Too terrifying. She hugged herself, trembling at the thought. Was this still about fishing? Wow! Klee's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the mushroom cloud. Daddy, can Klee make bombs like that? Of course you can, Neithers replied, ruffling his daughter's hair. Today, I will teach you how to make bombs. Far more impressive than this. Yay! Huh. No. Absolutely not. Amber rushed to Neithers' side, exclaiming passionately, you mustn't let Klee play with such bombs. Otherwise, Mondstadt will surely not see the sun rise again next year. Neithers waved his hand reassuringly. Do not worry. Klee will come back to Liyue with me. I will keep an eye on her. Moreover, since he intended to mold Klee into a god of destruction, Neithers would implement a guiding program before she matured and established her own moral framework. This program would assess her destructive actions, whether against the landscape, people, animals, or deities, permitting destruction when appropriate, while challenging her actions with a profoundly humanistic approach, teaching her what is permissible and what is not. In a certain valley, a group of treasure hunters peeked out, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded the distant spectacle, exchanging glances with one another. Brother Zhong, do we still proceed with the heist? One asked, bewildered. With a swift slap, Brother Zhong retorted fiercely, are you out of your mind? You want to go head first into that? The younger member innocently raised his head, but it's been ages since we last scored. Forget it. Let us get out of here. Indeed, Neithers had just protected this group. To turn his daughter's ambitions against them would be far too easy. Not far from their escape, a young man with an indifferent expression awaited them. As a Liyue native engaging in wrongdoing abroad, I consider it my failure as his assassin. It is also my duty to eliminate anyone who seeks to obstruct him. Shao remained weaponless, merely crossing his arms. Quietly observing the band of treasure hunters, one of the younger members charged forward, hurling accusations. Hey, those three over there are beyond us. What are you blocking the way for? Do you even know who Brother Zhong is? He is famous in Liyue. He is a powerhouse. The young man stomped his feet angrily. Shao cast a piercing glance at the young man. The weight of accumulated sins surged forth, causing him to collapse. Drained of life. Subsequently, the power of the wind element enveloped Zhao's right foot, and with a mere stomp, the ground transformed into a formation. Countless green spikes erupted from the earth, akin to branches sprouting from trees. Piercing through all present, turning his back on the group, Shao remarked coolly, the burden of my sins has only grown heavier. Yet, why does retribution remain elusive? Chapter 59. Klee's little baby Klee. Do you wish to become as powerful as father? I absolutely do, Klee exclaimed, bouncing excitedly before Neithers, her exhilaration unrestrained. Meanwhile, Amber sat on the ground, observing the two share their laughter. Hey, are you sure this won't cause a major incident? Neithers gently cradled Klee under her arms, lifting her to face him. Their foreheads touched lightly, a purple line connecting them. From his sanctum, Neithers conjured a smaller chamber, meticulously selecting millions of souls to coalesce within. Henceforth, this would serve as the material for Klee's bomb-making endeavors. Klee, can you feel it? Yes, Klee can feel it. So many adorable monsters. They're all frightened of Klee. These souls, aware they would soon be fashioned into bombs by the endearing girl, nonetheless regarded her with utmost respect. After all, who could deny that the Reaper is her father? This was a trial, but also an opportunity. The souls recognized that although the little girl relished in chaos, her heart remained kind in the sanctum. They resolved to honor her and serve this little lady well, hoping that she might speak kindly of them to her father, granting them the chance for rebirth in the next life. In the next life, we will be honest, ordinary people in Liyue, diligently living without transgressing any longer. Nasus nodded thoughtfully and began to configure the assistance and growth program for Klee. Klee, what kind of guidance do you require to embrace destruction? Nasus pondered whether Klee would comprehend his words, but she lifted her head and replied, Daddy, Amber has Count Bunny with her and Fiscal as Oz by her side. But my bouncing bomb doesn't talk, nor doesn't want to play with me, so I wish for a little baby to keep me company. Is that all right, Daddy? Of course, Nasus responded. But what kind of little baby do you like? I hope she is as big as the one-eyed treasure and just as adorable as little Klee. She can help me make bombs, throw them, and accompany me for meals, shopping, and even sleeping. Klee's requests were modest. And Nasus assured her, I will fulfill your wishes, that he contemplated a suitable form for Klee's little baby. So, as big as the one-eyed treasure, is it? Excellent, he thought, envisioning a design. Mark 44 from the Iron Man series. The Hulkbuster armor. This armor would embody 3 powerful souls intertwined within it. The first soul belonged to Nasus, the Dendro Archon, a paragon of wisdom and gentleness, whose presence would soothe Klee's spirit and offer benevolent advice regarding destruction. The second soul was that of Morix, also known as Zhongli, whose steadfastness would ensure the armor's durability and impart a sense of justice, guiding Klee toward the right path in life. The third was the Electro Archon, Raiden Shogun, a decisive and resolute one who would ensure that Klee retained her individuality and moral compass amidst the influences of the other two. Thus, the armor would possess three distinct ideologies. And Nasus believed that through their interactions, Klee would discover her own path in life. It is worth noting that the armor's consciousness would merely offer Klee suggestions. The ultimate decision would always rest with her. Whether to act or refrain, to destroy or preserve, would be Klee's prerogative. Finally, Nasus integrated concepts of various missiles and nuclear weapons into the armor, allowing it to utilize the souls for production. He adjusted the armor's personality to be soft, cute, and endearing. With a resounding clang, a large armor piece descended from the air. Its primary colors were red and yellow, and its eyes gleamed brightly as it introduced itself to little Klee. "Hello. Little Klee, I'm your little baby, tiny Klee." "Wow," Klee exclaimed, excitedly taking tiny steps in place, her eyes sparkling. "Will you always play with me?" "Indeed. Tiny will always be by your side, ready to sleep, fish, shop, and even merge with little Klee." "Merge too? Hee hee. Daddy, I really love this little baby. I'm glad you like it," Nasus chuckled, gently patting Klee's head. I could see that moment. Amber nervously approached the steel armor's exterior. "Hard. So hard. But it seems quite adorable. It shouldn't take Klee to destroy the world, right?" Unbeknownst to them, a green figure stealthily approached, hesitating to greet them from a distance. Nasus, long time no see. It was Vinny, who had been lingering around Valen, contemplating how to rescue him, but feeling apprehensive due to the two charming girls nearby. Yet he worried about the abyssal forces corrupting Valen, and thus mustered the courage to seek out Nasus. Nasus, aware of Vinny's presence, beckoned him closer. "Come here, don't be shy, I'm not a bad person." Vinny scratched his head, chuckling nervously. "Maybe, Nasus, I'll just chat with you from here." "That won't do, if you don't come closer. I might have my disciples and maiden stewed Valen. Given that Mondstadt is struggling economically lately, it wouldn't be unreasonable to stew him, right?" Vinny's expression darkened as he cautiously approached. "Brother, please, this time in front of the believers, could you spare me some dignity and not spank me?" As the Anemo Archon, he could typically withstand such treatment. But facing Nasus, a mere slap would strike at his very soul, sending shockwaves throughout his being. "Why are you shirking your responsibilities?" Nasus crouched down to Klee's level. "Honey, do you recognize this bard?" "Yes, I know him." "He is a drunkard." Nasus nodded. "Correct, but not entirely. Klee, this drunkard used to bully your daddy, often slapping my behind. So arrogant. You must help me avenge this, all right?" "Leave it to me," Klee declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Vinny. "You shan't bully daddy. Klee will slap you too." Vinny's eyes widened in disbelief, raising his hands defensively. "I didn't do anything. I'm innocent." Klee paid no heed, commanding Tiny to lift Vinny by the collar. Delivering slap after slap, the air filled with cries of dismay as Vinny realized that this imposing armor dealt with the soul, not just the body. Meanwhile, Amber watched in astonishment. Hadn't that fellow just mentioned he wouldn't act in front of his believers? Could it be he is Barbatos? In other words, Klee was striking the behind of Barbatos himself? Good heavens! She glanced at Nasus and Klee, pondering who these two truly were. Amber rushed to shield Vinny, just as Barbara had done for the Anemo dragon, exclaiming, "You shall not bully Barbatos any further." Vinny looked on with a pitiful expression as Amber stood protectively before him. "Amber, you really are my little angel." After their playful antics, Nasus instructed Amber to take Klee back to Mondstadt. Though he wished to ensure Klee's safety, in the current state of Teyvat, few could pose a threat to her. Moreover, their souls were intertwined, allowing him to respond swiftly to any danger. Nasus remained behind to discuss matters concerning the Gnosis with Vinny. They sat on the grass, and Nasus reached forward, summoning two ethereal hands from the still waters of the lake. Retrieving two freshly cooked fish, he offered one to Vinny. "Here, try this. It's freshly made with a hint of nuclear seasoning. The flavor is bound to be exhilarating. If it were not for me, you'd likely never have the chance to taste it in your lifetime." Such a dish was unsuitable for Klee and Amber, but Vinny should manage. Brother, every time you serve me, it's a lesson. Nuclear bomb fish, another new concept. Vinny bit into the nuclear fish, the unadulterated taste bursting with a sharp, invigorating essence, mingling with a hint of wild energy that it was not mere diffusion. It was fission and fusion. What a bold flavor, Vinny exclaimed, pulling out his half-finished apple cider, taking a sip before passing it to Nasus, who then savored the cooked fish. Nasus turned and asked, "Do you still carry the Gnosis?" "So you finally want it?" Vinny replied, excitement evident in his voice. Previously, he had pleaded for Nasus to take it, but he had shown little interest, a god who preferred a lounge about. Vinny understood the broader picture. If Nasus desired his Gnosis, he would relinquish it without hesitation, shielding himself from blame should divine retribution arise. "Ah, I picked up a toy I quite enjoy," Nasus mused, grabbing 2 more fish and handing one to Vinny, though a hint of melancholy crept into his expression. My level. Power has become too inflated. If I do not seek out some exhilarating experiences, I may gradually lose my human emotions." When he comprehended Nez's sentiments. Although he was uncertain about the extent of Nez's powers, he recognized that being excessively formidable might not necessarily be advantageous. For when one encounters no obstacles in their endeavors, and can simply wave their hand to acquire whatever they desire, the gratification derived from the arduous pursuit of a goal is entirely absent. Such a person would not find joy in amassing billions, nor would they take pride in vanquishing a formidable faction. Moreover, the massacre of an entire world would evoke no emotional upheaval. Invincibility indeed breeds envy, a quality that is both enviable and unattainable. When he shifted the topic, inquiring whether he might have the opportunity to glimpse or perhaps even handle the intriguing toys that piqued his elder brother's interest. Although Wendy was oblivious to the nature of these toys, he speculated that since Neza found them captivating, they must be rare treasures not easily acquired by even the 7 gods. Neza shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Actually, Klee is quite gentle. Perhaps I, as her father, should take over?" "Ah, never mind that," Wendy retorted. Amidst their casual conversation, most of the fish in the lake had found their way into Neza's belly, effectively realizing the concept of resource recycling. Wendy handed over the heart of God to Neza, finally managing to rid himself of this troublesome burden. Moreover, with Neza as the recipient, this excuse would hold validity wherever they might go. Reflecting on his last encounter with Rosalind, which had occurred 2 days prior, Neza mused that she should have recovered by now. Perhaps he would seek her out this evening to discuss the ideals of life. With the heart of God to stimulate her, she would undoubtedly articulate her aspirations with grandeur and fervor. However, he considered the fact that Klee, having just met her father for the first time, would likely cry and demand to sleep alongside him. Neza's expression darkened as he found himself in a quandary. Should he pursue the thrill or prioritize spending time with his daughter? Observing Neza's furrowed brow, Wendy, with the tone of a seasoned confidant, remarked, "Neza, my brother, you ought to relish greater freedom in this land. Heed the whispers of the wind. That holds some truth," Neza acknowledged. No sooner had he spoken than a golden flash illuminated the space before them. A charming girl with purple hair and violet eyes appeared before Neza. "Kaching?" Neza inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be by the Anemo dragon's side?" Initially, Neza had intended to use the Anemo dragon to lure Wendy out. In truth, he had another motive. Upon capturing the Anemo dragon, he had casually seized an abyss mage, pondering whether someone might come to rescue it. Was it a princess? Or perhaps a prince? Kaching's expression turned grim. The mage was missing. Neza raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was indeed unexpected. Kaching and Shina represented the pinnacle of speed and strength in Teyvat, managing to rescue someone from their grasp without being detected. This indicated that the rescuer possessed considerable skill. Neza rose, stretching luxuriously. "Let us return and investigate." As he made this motion, Wendy appeared eager to slip away. Noticing Neza's gaze, he hastily waved his hands in explanation. I think I'll sit this one out. Those Abyss Order folks are quite cunning, and I prefer not to entangle myself with them. Perhaps, Neza, I should check on my little niece. It could be dangerous for her to be alone in Mondstadt. I'll go protect her." Neza shot Wendy a look of exasperation. Little Klee would be much better suited to protect you. She is far stronger than you. You are the leader of Mondstadt. How could you fear the Abyss Order? You are not fulfilling your role as a deity appropriately. When he made a cute face, feeling reassured by Neza's words. With a flash of gold, Neza and Keqing departed, instantly arriving at the knight's prison. Awaiting them were Captain Jean, Lisa, and Shinha. Neza approached the prison door, which led to an empty cell, presumably the holding place for the Abyss Mage. The door remained locked, indicating it had not been opened, and the mage had vanished from within. Captain Jean calmly addressed Neza. Sir, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. The lock remains intact, yet the individual has simply disappeared. Furthermore, Keqing and Miss Shinha are outside and heard no unusual sounds. Lisa continued, there are no traces of magic or elemental residue in the cell. How could such a transfer occur? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Neza, as this defiance of logic was indeed perplexing. Of course, Keqing could achieve such feats, but she would still leave elemental traces behind. However, in this instance, there were none. Neza shrugged, explaining that the principle was quite simple, merely a clever manipulation of space. They had already surmised who was responsible, that it could either be Ether or Lumen, or perhaps an Abyss Apostle. Clenching his fist, Neza swung his arm, causing a crack to form in the air, revealing a shattered portal behind his fist. He stepped through this rupture, and moments later, with a resounding crack, another hole appeared in the cell, through which he emerged. It was that effortless. Turning to the astonished onlookers outside the prison, Neza nonchalantly stated that such casual manipulation of spatial distortion was quite common on the continent. Those scattered teleportation anchors throughout the world were designed using such tricks. Captain Jean, what are you pondering? Neza inquired upon noticing Jean deep in thought. That I am considering whether the Abyss Order would go so far as to tear open space merely to rescue a mage. She replied. Neza casually remarked, perhaps this mage holds significant importance to them. Jean was unconvinced and voiced her concerns. Do you think it's possible that the Abyss Order is deliberately drawing our attention while they target others? Neza nodded thoughtfully. Your reasoning does possess some merit. But who might they be after? Jean shook her head. I am uncertain. Neza's gaze shifted, contemplating surely no one would be foolish enough to seek out his daughter. Would they? With Klee's current destructive capabilities, even if Zhongli, Wendy, and the Raiden Shogun were bound together, she could easily handle them. Moreover, with Xiao always on standby beside her, and Wendy accompanying her, surely no one would dare to provoke her recklessly. Chapter 61. Apostle, what manner of being have I provoked? In the streets of Mondstadt, the townsfolk gathered on either side of the road, gazing at the spectacle unfolding in the center. Klee, seated in her tiny hands, lifted high in the air. She was out shopping, purchasing items for her little companion. Neza had endowed this companion with emotions, pain perception, taste, touch, and sight, allowing it to eat and wear whatever Klee could. Klee intended to dress her little friend in the most delightful attire. Excuse me, are you busy, sir? Klee inquired as she passed a clothing store, addressing the shop assistant. The assistant, though somewhat intimidated by the sight of Klee's companion, managed to muster a smile. Oh, is it little Klee? Are you here to buy some clothes? Yes, Klee exclaimed, standing on her hands, her tiny fists clenched in excitement. I want to buy a cute pink and red outfit for my little friend. Can you help me, sister? The assistant wiped the sweat from her brow. Custom orders were possible, but this hardly seemed like a small outfit. If this little friend were to stand tall, it might well be larger than the store's entrance. However, dear, custom orders do require a deposit, she added. Klee presented a handful of mora from her small backpack. Sister, is this enough? Well, Klee, the specifications for this custom order are quite large. You may need a bit more. The assistant replied. Klee's enthusiasm waned. Then I will go back and ask Aunt Keqing for more money. I'll be back shortly. Keqing, the esteemed Yuhing star from Liyue? The shop assistant suddenly recalled. Klee, is your father's name Neza? The same Neza who is the teacher of Yuhing star? Yes. Klee nodded adorably. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept your money? The shop assistant pushed the mora back toward Klee. Your father and Miss Keqing have generously donated a substantial amount for disaster relief in Mondstadt and resolved the dragon crisis. They are heroes of Mondstadt. I shall make you a set free of charge. Klee exclaimed in astonishment. But Daddy said that Klee must not use her identity and powers to seek petty advantages. Klee is afraid that when I return, Daddy will scold me, that it's all right. It's all right. Being able to help the heroes of Mondstadt brings great joy to my sister. She pondered for a moment, her finger resting on her chin. Naively contemplating, once those tiny clothes are ready, I shall give my sister a gift too. The acting grandmaster taught me that one should practice reciprocity. This time, Klee had mastered the art of crafting formidable bombs, which her sister would surely find useful. After a brief reflection, her sister recalled that her husband was a fisherman from Qingchuan town and surmised that he could indeed make use of a bomb. All right then, thank you, Klee. Klee then perched herself on a tiny hand and ventured into a narrow alley. Now that we have the clothes, let us buy you some shoes, Xiao. Thank you, Klee. Once I have shoes, I want tea to stir the townsfolk while walking. However, Klee, what kind of bomb do you intend to give to your sister? Klee raised her head in thought. Let us give her the kind of bomb that Daddy uses. Can Xiao make it? It's possible, but I wouldn't recommend it, came the cautious reply. Drawing from the databank, she deduced that her sister likely wished to present the bomb to her husband, who was a fisherman, thus concluding that the bomb would be intended for fishing purposes. Therefore, the TNT content of the bomb should be regulated to avoid environmental damage and prevent harm to others. What do you think, little Klee? All right, Klee cannot harm the environment or injure anyone. Otherwise, Daddy would surely be displeased. Ding dong. Xiao detected a foul energy approaching nearby, urging little Klee to exercise caution. Klee stared blankly towards the end of the alley. Soon, a shadowy door emerged just 10 meters in front of her, for which a towering humanoid monster stepped forth. The Abyss is unstoppable. The Abyss Apostle was about to utter a chilling line in a raspy voice when he noticed the armor cradling Klee, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. What is this? The intricate patterns and exterior of the armor captivated his gaze. It could move freely and even utter words. This was a creation far more advanced than the alchemical technology of Kenria. No, I even sensed the presence of divinity that my sense of smell malfunctioning. Yet, as an Abyss Apostle, he had no reason to fear a mere child. Moreover, such alchemical products might simply be hollow shells. How could the mortal realm possibly possess alchemical technology rivaling that of Kenria? Mere bluster. The Abyss is unbeatable. The Abyss Apostle waved his hands, summoning 2 short blades formed from water elements, stepping forward to declare, Little one, I mean you no harm, but today you must accompany me. Upon hearing this, Klee puffed her cheeks and stood up, pointing at the Abyss Apostle. Klee won't allow you to come any closer. You are a bad person. Xiao had previously warned Klee, and the database classified the Apostle as malevolent. Klee also had her own standard for discerning good from evil. Yes, ugly ones are definitely bad people. Daddy said that Klee must become a destroyer in the future, and if bad people stand in Klee's way, she must destroy them. Klee had just communicated with Xiao, taking into account the safety of the older brothers and sisters in Mondstadt. Xiao advised Klee not to destroy the Apostle directly here, but to use a special method to send him away first, and then destroy him. The Abyss Apostle dismissed her concerns. Stepping forward once more, Deities are of no consequence before the Abyss. As he spoke, the temperature in the area suddenly surged, waves of heat striking his face that he discovered that around Klee and the armor, a multitude of destructive weapons he had never encountered before had materialized. With flames jetting from their bases, they resembled missiles launched by the ruin guards. However, their specifications were beyond comparison. The Abyss Apostle instinctively took a step back. What was this elusive, destructive energy? As a survivor of Kenria, a realm of advanced technology, he had no concept of nuclear energy, but could sense the immense power contained within these missiles, should they detonate recklessly. Not only would he be unable to survive, but he could also obliterate all of Mondstadt. How could such a young child possess such colossal energy? The misjudgment of combat power on both sides prompted the Apostle to instinctively reach behind him to open a spatial gate. Intending to flee, whoosh, a beam of golden light pierced his knee, causing him to kneel. When he looked up, he saw a purple-haired girl gazing down at him, her finger glowing with golden light, as if ready to blast his head off at any moment. Fool, my teacher's daughter is not someone you can lay a hand on, Prepare to face the judgment of the sun. Liyue has 7 stars, Yu Hong. The apostle did not understand why the 7 stars possessed such power. But the radiance was overwhelmingly bright, a force beyond his capacity to contend with. Soon, his attention was drawn to a white-haired woman. Shenhe approached the spatial gate he had opened, and with a crack of dark lightning, the space began to collapse. I'm a servant of Neza, and Klee is naturally my little master. You wish to bully her? Do you seek to be consumed by ruin? Her cold visage delivered words that pierced to the bone. The Adeptus of Mt. Aozong. The apostle's pupils constricted. This forbidden power is immense, reaching a magnitude that rivals the entirety of the Kenria disaster. She hasn't even been tainted by the forbidden. Why? Panic spread within the apostle's heart as he instinctively glanced towards the city wall beside the alley. If there was any chance of escape, it would have to be by scaling the wall. However, a green figure holding a harp watched him from above, grinning. I am Barbatos. I'm the Bard Vinny, known for meddling in others' affairs. Do not bully my niece. If her father gets angry, then this Teyvat will pay the price. While the apostle did not recognize Vinny, he certainly knew the wind god Barbatos. The child's uncle was actually one of the 7. He could not fathom why these individuals had come to surround him, but he realized he had to escape at all costs. The apostle shifted his gaze to another part of the wall, where yet another figure awaited him. An arrogant woman accompanied by a group of lantern-carrying electro-sorcerers. Although the Fatui had a notorious reputation, the Abyss Order was an organization that was equally abhorred across the continent. As an executive, it was only reasonable to eradicate such dark forces. Rosalind would naturally not reveal her true intentions. However, if that man's daughter were bullied in Mondstadt, and she happened to know of it, she could not afford to act indifferently, for if that man found out, she would be doomed. The Fatui? The blazing witch of fire? Rosalind. The apostle's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, struggling to comprehend why. Whether it be the 7 stars, the Adeptus, or even the wind god, that was understandable. Yet why would the Fatui also assist Mondstadt? In truth, he had not noticed that a seemingly indifferent assassin leaned against the distant corner. Yet upon seeing so many people act, Xiao was not inclined to intervene. The apostle turned his head, scrutinizing the fiery girl with newfound seriousness. What kind of existence have we provoked in the abyss? Suddenly, boom, a terrifying pressure surged from the distance. The entire city of Mondstadt was enveloped in violet flames, ultimately forming a colossal cage that encompassed the entire city. The sky dimmed, and the clouds transformed into a dark purple hue. In an instant, all those within the alley were thrust into the realm of souls. Chapter 62. Survival and desperation. Here, the Abyss Apostle found himself bewildered by his surroundings. His gaze was not fixed on those like Kaching, who had also been drawn into this space, but rather he cautiously examined the environment around him. The kingdom of Kenria and the Abyss Order had traversed every corner of Teyvat, yet he had never heard a place like this. Darkness and silence interchanged, with enormous gears and chains hovering in midair. Scorching mountains of flames and boiling blood waters, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an eerie pallor over this world, filling it with an unsettling atmosphere. Turning back, the Abyss Apostle glimpsed a distant expanse bathed in warm sunlight, a serene meadow that stood in stark contrast to this hellish environment. Heaven and hell. On the lawn, a gigantic floral umbrella was propped open, beneath which stood 2 figures. Following the Fatui, the Liyue, 7 stars, the Adeptus, and the wind god Barbatos, he was once again taken aback. Morix. The mortal guise of the Geo-Archon had eluded the denizens of Liyue, but it could not be concealed from the Abyss Order. Yet it was precisely because of the multitude of involved parties that the Abyss Apostle felt an even deeper dread. What have we truly provoked? Your Highness, daring not to delve too deeply, the Apostle of the Abyss glanced back once more to last. He had located the master who had ushered him into this realm. Before him, in the enveloping darkness, loomed a colossal pyramid, constructed from countless souls, all of whom seemed to roar in agony. His own form appeared minuscule in comparison, like a diminutive ant crawling slowly at the foot of a towering mountain. Rendered only capable of gazing upwards, to the apex of the pyramid rested a throne of obsidian hue, directly facing him. Upon this throne sat a youth with black eyes and hair, propped up on one hand. Gazing down at him with a benevolent expression, Nethers whispered softly, his voice not loud yet ethereal and melodious, resonating through the realms of life and death. Without permission, you may not raise your gaze. As the words traveled, the Apostle of the Abyss felt the weight of a tremendous pressure crash upon him like a bolt from the blue, compelling his knees to buckle and forcing his head downward in a desperate struggle to maintain his composure. Welcome to my world, little friend of the Abyss, unblessed by the Grim Reaper. Daddy, Daddy. Nethers turned his attention to the base of the pyramid, where the little Klee was scampering towards him with tiny, hurried steps. With a wave of his hand, a large spectral hand enveloped her and brought her into his embrace. The overwhelming might that could intimidate the 7 gods and the Abyss had no effect on Klee. She excitedly threw her arms around Nethers' neck, her cherubic face rubbing against him. Hee. Daddy, you look so handsome. Of course, for I am Klee's father, Nethers replied, pinching Klee's cheek before placing her between his legs. Locking his gaze onto the Apostle of the Abyss below the pyramid, Why, little darling, how would you like to torment him? Concerned that the Apostle was too far away for Klee to see clearly. Nethers casually waved his hand. .4 black chains materialized in the air, binding the Apostle's limbs before drawing him closer to Nethers' line of sight. Klee gazed curiously at the Apostle, her innocent mind concocting amusing scenarios. Yet the Apostle spoke first. My Lord Death, the Abyss harbors no intention of defying you. The prince merely instructed the Apostle to retrieve Klee without any desire to harm her. I implore you to show mercy. Upon witnessing this spectacle, anyone who still stubbornly believed the Abyss was insurmountable was either a fool or mad, that if there existed even the slightest chance for survival, the Apostle should have been pleading. For he bore the weighty duty of reviving the kingdom of Canria. Nethers toyed with his daughter's platinum locks, addressing the Apostle, whether out of benevolence or malice. To take her without the consent of either Klee or myself is a capital offense. Nethers suddenly chuckled. However, to allow you to die so easily would be both tedious and unexciting. Let me arrange for you a survival challenge. The Apostle of the Abyss fell silent. What is this survival challenge? Nethers waved his hand, and within this space, an island measuring 100,000 by 100,000 meters appeared. With a mere gesture, it became a world unto itself. On this island, I shall dispatch 99 monsters of varying levels. And along with you, there shall be a total of 100 beings, ranging from lowly hilichurls to mighty archons and their kin, scattered across the island's expanse. You will have one day. Each hour the map will shrink, and a pressure from the Grim Reaper shall converge towards the center, killing anyone who touches it. After 24 hours, the map will shrink to a mere 300 square meters. In the end, only one shall emerge alive. The Apostle understood. He must survive amidst monsters, including archons, until the very end. Furthermore, merely fleeing would serve no purpose, for the island would ultimately shrink, and even if he were fortunate enough to evade all the monsters, he would still have to confront the ultimate boss who had risen from the fray. He cautiously inquired, If I survive, will you spare me? Nethers waved his hand dismissively. Uncertain. It depends on whether your master can present me with a reason to spare you. Should she fail to rescue you, I will continue to conjure islands, prolonging this ordeal indefinitely. As soon as the words left his lips, Nethers cast the Apostle into the island with the chains. Immediately thereafter, from the Hall of Souls, 99 creatures of varying sizes, levels, and combat prowess surged forth, rushing onto the island. They were exhilarated. Having been imprisoned for so long, who knew when they might be reborn? Now, survival on the island would grant them the chance to create their own opportunities. Let the carnage commence. As long as they lived, hope remained. Regaining his composure, Nethers turned his gaze to the Grand Hall. Having become too engrossed in the game, he had unwittingly drawn everyone present into this space. This would not do. He would return tomorrow to see if the Apostle of the Abyss still lived, utilizing him to negotiate with a prince or princess behind him. But for now, he must seize this precious time to engage in endeavors of greater significance. Nethers dissolved the Hall of Souls and returned to the Knight's Order with Klee and Kitching. In Teyvat's time, at 5 in the afternoon, Klee's small room was adorned with numerous adorable, pink toys, and various bouncing bombs, as well as a petite, soft bed. Klee tugged at Nether's pant leg. "Daddy, are you going out to be busy again tonight? Won't you stay and sleep with little Klee? Klee wants to sleep with Daddy." Nethers knelt down, gently pinching Klee's cheek. "Daddy has very important matters to attend to, so Klee will sleep with Aunt Kitching and Aunt Shinna tonight." "All right, M'Machim." Klee nodded her little head, realizing she would no longer be alone. "Then, Daddy, can you stay with Klee tomorrow and in the future? Klee wants to sleep with Daddy and Aunt Kitching and Aunt Shinha." Nethers raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kaching and Shinha. Shinha placed a hand on her chest, her expression icy as she stated, "As my duty demands, I can do that." Rule 20 of the Professional Maid Training Manual. To be the master's warm blanket and ensure their comfort is essential. Moreover, now that the master had been divided, Shinha must remember this rule even more diligently. "Rest assured, Master, I have found a way to integrate into the mortal realm. Perhaps in the future, I can even bring you down the mountain and impart this manual to you. Thus, you too can descend and no longer talk to yourself in the cave." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaching wiped the blood from her nose, rising to her feet, though she was desperately trying to suppress her emotions. Her exquisite cheeks were still tinted with a rosy hue. She cupped her flushed face, gazing at her teacher, Nethers. Noticing his attention, she hastily turned to Shinha. "No, please, teacher. This moment is so awkward. Do not look at Kaching." But why was Shinha so composed? If she were to agree, it would mean sharing a bed with her teacher in the future. If word got out, wouldn't people say that Kaching was betraying her master? No, this was progressing too quickly. She couldn't accept it all at once. Just then, Klee ran to Kaching's feet, hugging her black silk-clad thigh and nuzzling against it, then looking up with wide eyes. "Aunt Kaching, don't you like little Klee?" "No, of course not." "How could I not like Klee?" Kaching replied awkwardly, her laughter dry. "But Aunt Kaching, you don't want to sleep with Klee." Klee pouted her little lips, innocent and pitiful. Full of grievance, "I certainly want to sleep with Klee." Kaching stroked Klee's head, but if the teacher also wanted to sleep with Klee, her doll-like face turned scarlet as she looked at her teacher. Feeling utterly flustered, Nethers, remaining calm, nodded reassuringly at Kaching, signaling her to relax. "Oh," Kaching responded, lowering her head. In truth, Nethers' heart was bursting with joy. This little Klee truly was his own flesh and blood. Afterward, Nethers stepped out of the Knight's Order, instructing Shinha to address the corruption issue plaguing the Anemo dragon. Given her abilities, absorbing that tainted energy would be a remarkably simple task. And by the way, Shinha mentioned that once she dealt with the Anemo dragon, she would seek out the Maid Noel to exchange knowledge about maid duties. Naturally, she would return before Klee went to sleep. Nethers thought this was a good idea. Shinha indeed lacked in the area of caregiving. If she could learn from the gentle and pure Noel, she would undoubtedly return transformed. Next, Nethers walked along the path leading to the Winter Envoy, casually tossing the Anemo heart into the air before catching it again. After their last outing to the Liyue Pavilion, he felt the itch for another exhilarating adventure. And a trip to the seaside villa at the dock had also provided some enjoyment. Breathing in the liberating winds of Mondstadt, he murmured to himself, "The scent of romance wafts through the air. Shall I indulge in even more liberating pursuits today?" With great effort, he had come to this free city-state, and he could not leave with any regrets. With his hands clasped behind his head, Nethers approached the encampment of the Winter Envoy. Before he arrived, the sentinels of the foolish crowd had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As he walked, he unleashed the oppressive aura of death, rendering all but Rosalind unconscious. Upon entering the grand hall where Rosalind resided, he found the floors strewn with bodies of men and women alike. This was, of course, for Rosalind's benefit. She wished to keep her relationship with Nethers a secret. However, Nethers was not one to engage in stealthy maneuvers. Rather than discreetly informing Rosalind, he chose to incapacitate the entire foolish crowd and stride in boldly. After all, he was a deity. He would not cower like a mere dog. Gazing upward at the throne, he found Rosalind seated regally, her long legs crossed in a manner that revealed a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Noticing Nethers' unabashed scrutiny, she tugged at her skirt, which did little to conceal much, and lowered her other leg, bringing her limbs together, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Rosalind furrowed her brow, glancing at her sprawled subordinates. Didn't I say not to come to crowded places? Fear not. Those who have seen me have already fallen. No one will know of my visit. Neithers replied as he approached the throne, looking up at Rosalind. Her smooth thighs swayed above, the hem of her skirt dancing along. But Neithers found his curiosity thwarted by the obscuring flesh and fabric. This must be what they call the absolute territory. Just a glance. Yet your foot trembles? Neithers moved closer, taking hold of one of her feet. With you below and me above, it's only natural for a woman to feel a bit uneasy, is it not? Rosalind shot him a defiant look, though she refrained from fully expressing her indignation. Her struggle to suppress her anger was rather amusing to Neithers. He moved upward again, gently lifting one of her legs until it was perpendicular to her body that he scrutinized it closely. Crystal clear, smooth and elegantly long, it possessed a certain voluptuousness. Indeed, he could entertain himself with this leg for an entire year. With her right leg elevated, Rosalind could do little but recline in her seat, desperately tugging at her skirt to prevent it from slipping. Though her alluring form had already been thoroughly examined by this demon, her instinct as a woman compelled her to maintain her modesty. Should she become indifferent to such trivialities, it would signify that she was being gradually consumed by the demon's advances. She was a lady, an executive of the foolish crowd, proud and determined to hold her ground. Neithers took a seat to the right of the lady, facing her left side, while she remained oriented toward the hall. This arrangement created a rather peculiar scenario. Notably, as Neithers sat down, he continued to embrace Rosalind's right leg, making it appear as though she were being split in two. He attempted to unfasten the black high heel adorning Rosalind's right foot. Minutes passed, and Neithers was still at it, causing Rosalind to grow increasingly impatient. How vexing, he muttered. Had he employed sheer force, he could have shattered it instantly, but he was wary of damaging his toy. In a fit of frustration, he bit down, effortlessly severing the heel, then flung it aside in anger, inadvertently striking a thunderhammer vanguard in the nose. In mere seconds, blood gushed forth, uncontrollably spilling from his nostrils. Damn it, the other one! Rosalind detected Neithers' irritation and hastily prepared to extend her left foot. However, as she faced the hall, extending her left foot necessitated that she turn toward Neithers, shifting her stance. She turned to face his back and extended her left foot. The moment she did, an unsettling feeling washed over her. This posture was undeniably humiliating. Yes, her left and right legs had been divided by Neithers, creating an indecent tableau that if anyone were to witness Rosalind in this compromising position, their heart would race, and they might even feel as though they were being preyed upon. Rosalind's pupils dilated in shock. Just then, the thunderhammer, struck in the nose, reached up to touch his injury, then straightened up, shaking off his dizziness. Chapter 64. Mondstadt, statue of the Anemo god, the noble lady reclined on the throne. Her long jade legs elevated at a 45-degree angle, necessitating that she brace herself with her hands to avoid discomfort in her lower back. What drew the eye even more was the way her legs parted, giving the impression that she was ensnaring the young man beside her. The thunderhammer, gripping his weapon, stood rigid, his mouth agape in stunned silence as his hammer clattered to the ground. My lady. He attempted to utter something, but his nosebleed erupted like a torrential flood, sending crimson jets skyward before he collapsed, utterly defeated. Neithers glanced over, noting the vanguard's ungracious downfall, which rendered his intervention unnecessary. He casually tossed the other shoe he had just removed behind him. Turning to face Rosalind, her expression was far from pleasant. Her clenched jaw revealed a mixture of indignation and resentment. "What's that expression on your face?" Rosalind inhaled deeply, turning her head away in a huff. Her delicate hand, covering her teeth, clenched in anger. "Are you upset?" Neithers gently caressed her long legs. Rosalind shot him a fierce glare. "Do I even have the right to be angry?" Neithers shrugged, retrieving the heart of God from his pocket, pinching it between his fingers and holding it before Rosalind. "What a beautiful piece, glimmering and vibrant. You desire it." Before long, Rosalind reclined, attempting to reach for the heart of God in Neithers' grasp. However, as she approached, he playfully flicked her forehead, sending her back to her previous position. Rubbing her slightly reddened forehead, she protested, "You promised you would give it to me." "Of course, I never go back on my word." "It's yours and yours alone," Neithers assured her. "However, I haven't had my fill today. Your body should be recovered. Yes? Recovered? Rosalind suddenly grasped Neither's intentions for the day. Instinctively, she contemplated fabricating an excuse to delay. But refusing would mean relinquishing the heart of God. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, I suppose I am recovered. Excellent. Neithers nodded, retrieving a set of attire he had pilfered from Shuna as wardrobe. Ah, yes, the bunny girl outfit with sheer stockings that I saw that day in Wangshu. Both Shunha and Rosalind possessed the most desirable figures among women. Neithers was confident that it would fit her exquisitely. Put it on and accompany me. Rosalind tugged at the tight-fitting black stockings and bodysuit, which clung to her form. She had seen this style in the Winter Kingdom, but had dismissed it as too embarrassing to wear. Can I not wear it? No, Neithers replied with a chuckle, then pointed at her original attire, which promptly tore apart with a resounding rip, scattering debris throughout the grand hall and filling the air with a lingering scent of youthful fragrance. Rosalind instinctively shielded her body, glaring at Neithers with fury to, I'll change, but must you be so crude? Neithers grinned. Ah, that's the expression I adored, oh keep it. You truly are insufferable. 2 minutes later, clad in the bunny girl ensemble. Rosalind stood before Neithers, her resentful eyes adorned with cute bunny ears, her jaw clenched in fury, one hand on her hip. The snug bodysuit accentuated her curves, revealing a hint of her allure. Below, her enticing legs, clad in sheer black stockings, made contact with the floor, every contour accentuated. Were Neithers to offer his opinion, he would deem her a bewitching blend of cuteness and sensuality. So, you've made me wear this humiliating outfit. Where do you intend to take me? Out, to experience the culture, feel the winds of freedom, and savor the essence of romance. Neithers replied cheerfully. Have you lost your mind? You want me to go out dressed like this? Rosalind exclaimed in shock. Fear not. Neithers waved his hand dismissively. I've set up barriers around us, creating a separate space. We can see and hear others, but they cannot see us. Rosalind raised her gaze and indeed saw a violet barrier of approximately 5 square meters enveloping her and Neithers. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that if she were to step outside, the passers-by chatting and greeting one another, though oblivious to their presence, would render her utterly uncomfortable. This man was truly perverse when it came to his whims. She clutched the heart of God tightly. However, she had also obtained what she desired and would need to rely on him for even more in the future. Upon this reflection, a sense of ease washed over her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an iron collar encircled her neck, followed by a black chain that Neithers grasped in his right hand. Hey, what are you doing? The amiable youth shook the chain playfully, pulling Rosalind closer with a gentle tug. Oh, it's nothing, merely adding a bit of spice to life. You don't mind, do you? I don't. Rosalind hurriedly stowed the heart of God away, adjusting her pace to match that of the chain, and soon found herself at the Mondstadt marketplace. She was uncertain where Neithers intended to take her, but if he was determined to engage in something scandalous on such a crowded street, she wouldn't put it past him. Still, Rosalind had underestimated the depths of Neithers' twisted sense of amusement. She was led beneath the immense statue of the Seven Archons, where he was currently gazing up at the deity. She could hardly fathom what he might do next, and her legs began to weaken involuntarily. Come, let us go to the palms cradling the statue. Neithers turned with a smile. This is the god of freedom. You were once her follower, so you should feel even more liberated. He patted her head, asserting that in this city, one ought to enjoy themselves. With work being a secondary concern, he then lifted Rosalind. Leaping onto the statue's outstretched hands, perched at the edge of the stone palm, her feet naturally dangled downwards, and Rosalind wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, perhaps we should find another place? Look below. So many people. So many followers. I simply cannot feel free here. Neithers glanced down. Indeed, a multitude of followers, led by Barbara, knelt beneath the statue, their hands clasped in prayer, gazing upwards, their eyes converging upon Neithers and Rosalind. Although Rosalind considered herself above all others, the thought of engaging in indecent acts while being observed made her heart race with anxiety. But the surroundings are so pleasant, and the air is so fresh. As he spoke, Neithers' warm hand began to roam, causing Rosalind to shut her eyes tightly, her entire body tensing. She thought to herself that if there were to be a next life, she would surely wish never to encounter this man again. However, fate has a penchant for playing tricks, as all of 1's past and present were held in this man's hands. Chapter 65. I shall ascend to divinity. Recently, the dragon calamity in Mondstadt had come to a close. Barbara promptly brought her instructor to the statue of the Anemo Archon to express her gratitude. Indeed, prior to the calamity, they had made a wish to the Anemo Archon, hoping that Lord Barbatos would protect Mondstadt once more. Barbara stood, brushing off the dust from her white silk trousers, before raising her gaze to the statue, placing a hand upon her chest. "Thank you, Barbatos." Barbara puffed her lips, her eyes brimming with confusion. How strange. This time, during the prayer to the Anemo Archon, the followers scattered dandelion seeds into the sky, hoping they would ride the winds of freedom to convey the Mondstadt people's blessings to the Archon. However, as the dandelions fell upon the statue's hands, they failed to descend, accumulating in mid-air. Naturally, those flying from the side could not penetrate the barrier, and instead fell to the ground. It was as if an invisible cube measuring 5 meters on each side had obstructed the space. The situation was soon noticed by other female priests, who flocked over. Gazing upwards, the citizens of Mondstadt, who had come to the square for a stroll, scratched their heads in bewilderment as more and more people gathered. Murmurs filled the air. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fierce battle being waged above the statue, where the witch and the god exhibited their myriad skills in a grand display of offense and defense. This was a trial, a battleground of spear and shield. One priest remarked, "Barbara, the dandelions cannot drift with the wind, indicating that our blessings cannot reach Lord Barbatos. Why not go up and see what the matter is?" Barbara pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, I shall take a look." Standing at the foot of the statue, she earnestly placed her hand on her chest, saying, "Lord Barbatos, Barbara wishes for the blessings of the faithful to genuinely reach you. I certainly mean no disrespect. Please forgive me." 2 minutes later, Barbara arrived at the head of the statue, bowing down, her hands resting on her knees as she gasped for breath. So tiring. After a few deep breaths, she leaned closer to the statue's head, stepping forward only to stumble with a loud thud. Barbara supported her head, gazing forward. There was nothing there. How could she have bumped into something? She extended her hands forward, feeling an invisible wall before her, puzzled by the presence of such a barrier. In reality, just beyond this invisible wall, there was another follower of the Anemo Archon, supporting themselves against the wall and seemingly trembling for some unknown reason. With significant amplitude, their lips formed words of struggle and screams, yet no sound escaped. The followers seemed to notice Barbara's presence, their eyes wide with terror. Despite not uttering a sound, they swiftly covered their mouth, their face reddening with exquisite beauty. Yet for reasons unknown, their shaking intensified. Soon after, they were lifted, their legs spread apart. And then, after much contemplation, Barbara could not comprehend what was unfolding and could only watch silently at the wall. Meanwhile, the follower inside the wall gazed back at her. One was a cute girl tilting her head in confusion, while the other was an arrogant woman dancing wildly, swaying up and down, left and right, completely lost in the moment. Following this incident, it was recorded as an urban legend within Mondstadt. Teyvat time, 10 o'clock at night. The starry sky was adorned with countless stars, and the bright moon was enveloped in starlight. Nethers lounged atop the giant hand of the Anemo Archon, stretching lazily as he caressed the woman in his embrace, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Rosalind blinked her drowsy eyes, weakly murmuring, "Nethers, could you let me rest for a moment?" Nethers regarded her thoughtfully before conceding, "Very well, but only for a final respite." Upon hearing this, Rosalind's pleading gaze dimmed, and she weakly replied, "You said the same an hour ago." Rosalind was oblivious to how long she had remained atop the Anemo Archon's statue. All she knew was that when Nethers escorted her back to the ambassador's residence to sleep, the dawn had already broken, that if she could return to her youthful days, when she was still the innocent girl she once was, she would surely advise those love-stricken maidens to never engage in romance with deities, especially not with the god of death. Rosalind recalled that during this ordeal, she had angrily shouted at Nethers, "You are nothing short of a devil," to which he had replied, Don't underestimate me. Devils are merely my subordinates. I command all the devils as the god of death. The room was quite lavish, and Rosalind lay on the soft bed, listlessly toying with the heart of God. Nethers had departed only 10 minutes prior. She mustered the strength to sit upright, slowly leaning against the headboard. Her once coiled platinum hair cascaded down, disheveled. She curled her legs close to her body, wrapping her arms around them, resting her face upon her knees. Grasping the heart of God, her dim eyes focused upon it. For mere pawn, had she truly sacrificed so much? Was it worth it? Tears gathered in her eyes, each droplet cascading down her cheek onto the sheets as memories flooded back. For a man who existed only in her recollections, one with whom she had merely held hands, had she truly given her life for this? Her thoughts returned to the present. What significance lay in seizing divine authority? All for the sake of the Empress? Did not the believers wish for their deities to safeguard them in return for their faith? Yet, what had she gained? Rosalind gripped the heart of God, pondering the inexplicable. Should she not live for herself? Just then, a lightning sorceress entered, lantern in hand. At "My lady, I apologize that I will return shortly." The sorceress laying realized that the lady was not clothed and prepared to step outside. However, she was abruptly halted by Rosalind. "Wait." Rosalind's gaze suddenly sharpened as she inquired, "I ask you, if a man were to possess your body and you had no right to resist, would you submit to him or choose to defy him?" The sorceress Lei Ying's pupils widened in surprise. She was perplexed as to why the lady would pose such a question. Yet her gaze was resolute, earnest, and filled with an urgent desire for an answer. "So, is this man handsome?" "Indeed, he is both handsome and youthful. Is he powerful, the strongest in the world?" "Does he care for you?" "He desires my body." 3 questions, 3 answers. The sorceress Laying provided her assessment. "My lady, I believe such a man is a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens, the strongest in the world. What more could you wish for? As long as you lean on him, please him, and speak sweetly to him, perhaps he shall grant you your desires." That Rosalind's once distracted gaze now sparkled with a newfound brilliance. She descended from the bed and donned her usual haughty attire. Indeed, why should she live for others? Now, there stood a man beside her, 100 times more powerful than the queen, capable of providing her with everything she desired. All she needed to do was to attach herself to him, serve him well, and heed his words. Why could she not ascend to divinity? His disciple was the sun god. His maid was the god of ruin. His daughter was the god of destruction, and could not his plaything stand tall atop Teyvat? Side by side with the gods, the 8th seed of the Fatui, she had long since wished to be rid of that position. She would live for herself. Rosalind shot a glare at the sorceress laying beside her. "Go, announce to Liyue and Mon that the lady withdraws from the Fatui today and shall establish a new organization. The wicked ones, those who wish to follow me, may do so. Those who do not shall meet their end." Now, she could collect the goddess heart herself. Why should she hand it over to the queen? And why should she demean herself as the 8th seat of the Fatui? After enduring so much hardship, why should she not plot everything for her own gain? With Nez at her back, why could she not become the 8th god, independent from the 7 Archons of the world? My lady, I do not comprehend. Humph. Rosalind smirked wickedly, raising her chin. "That I said I shall ascend to godhood, and you may become the first seed of my wicked ones after my ascension. Do you understand?" The sorceress Laying dropped her lantern in shock. I wish to follow you, my lady." Chapter 66. The Ice Queen Neza strolled through Mondstadt, the morning air refreshing against his face. Quite nice, this city of freedom. He felt in high spirits, invigorated. After 500 years in Teyvat, it was the first time he found life so exhilarating. Why was I so dim-witted before? After a moment of self-reflection, Neza seated himself on a wooden bench by the roadside. After a night of splendor, it was time to attend to serious matters. The serious matter referred to the Abyssal Apostles still struggling on the Abyss Island. Neza was intent on negotiating with him and his overseer. He could not allow him to perish so easily. Upon entering the Hall of Souls, Neza's gaze focused on the Abyss Island. The fellow was indeed still alive, with roughly half a day past. Only 27 individuals remained on the island, most of whom were of the caliber of the Archons or greater. Neza leaped into the jungle of the island, the abyssal apostle was merely 100 meters ahead. Though he had concealed himself within the void, evading detection, was he hiding there from the start, planning to remain concealed until the end? If that were the case, Neza's design for this game would lose its significance, as there were far too many formidable beings on the island that surpassed the abyssal apostle. Yet few could comprehend and effectively wield the power of the void, just like the creature behind him. Resembling a mountain-like toad, the Rugian Dragon King. Neza turned to face the Rugian Dragon King, yet the latter seemed undeterred by Neza's presence. With every step it took, the surrounding space trembled violently, its eyes blood-red. As if in a frenzy. Hey, hey, hey. Neza waved his hand. The path ahead is off limits. You ought to ascertain your opponent first. Yet the Rugian made no reply and continued forward. Had it lost its wits? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the Rugian Dragon King let out a roar and charged, shattering the ground and stirring a fierce gust of wind. Before it could collide with Neza, the latter casually extended his palm. Bang! The Rugian Dragon King collided with the icy mountain like a freight ship crashing into an iceberg, causing both to tumble. The shockwave from their collision sent earth and trees flying, yet the dark-haired youth remained utterly unperturbed. The already dazed Rugian, after the impact, was overwhelmed with blood and energy, fainting on the spot. Neza had no interest in this game. He turned and walked away, approaching the space occupied by the abyssal apostle. Come forth. After nearly 3 seconds, the abyssal apostle timidly opened the spatial door, stepping out and bowing respectfully to Neza. My lord, you once said that as long as I survived until the end, you would spare me. What is this? Neza cradled the back of his head. That I've changed my mind that a day is too long. I can't be bothered to wait. You will now go and inform your superiors to come meet me this afternoon for the Angel's gift. Then, you may return on your own accord, and I will open another island for you to continue your survival. If your lord can save you, I will let you go. The abyssal apostle was somewhat bewildered, asking vacantly, My lord, are you saying you are releasing me now to notify my lord, and then I should return for survival? If my lord can negotiate with you, you will spare me? What kind of logic is this? The abyssal apostle had never heard such reasoning. Neza nodded. Oh, you need not notify your lord. You may also attempt to flee, or even take your lord with you if you wish. It matters not. Neza extended a finger, lightly flicking the apostle's forehead, causing him to fly away like a rubber ball, vanishing instantly from the hall. There was no need to imprison anyone. Should Neza desire to find someone in Teyvat, capturing them would be effortless. The Hall of Souls could indeed confine the abyssal apostle. But with Neza present on the entire continent of Teyvat, was it not a cage in itself? The scene shifted as Neza returned to the wooden bench. Yet in that brief moment, another woman had taken a seat beside him. With golden hair, fair legs, and a delicate visage, she sat properly on the bench, enjoying the fresh air around her, a commendable woman, yet flawed. She wore a black satin blindfold over her eyes, indicating she was likely blind. Hello. She turned her face and smiled sweetly at Neza, her voice equally sweet, whom Neza acknowledged with a nod. She then turned her face to gaze at the church and the blue sky and white clouds beyond. What refreshing air! I believe the weather outside must be splendid, yes? Neza nodded in agreement. Indeed, but such beautiful things are best experienced personally. With that, Neza turned to leave, but before doing so, a soul escaped from his body, swiftly entering the woman's form. The girl did not comprehend. Moments later, she seemed to realize that her eyes were now filled with vitality, radiating warmth and light. Instinctively, she attempted to open her eyes, and miraculously, her eyelids indeed parted. Before her lay a pair of clear, bright, azure eyes, simply stunning that I can see. In the nation of winter, the Ice Queen sat upon her throne. Below her were the highest combatants of her domain. The Fatui Harbingers. There should have been 11, yet now the 11th was in Liyue, and the lady was in Mondstadt. Your Majesty, Rosalind has betrayed us. The Harbinger closest to the Queen, the Jester, reported that truly surprises me. I once saved her from the flames of annihilation and suppressed her body, which burned with the potential for destruction. Yet, she has betrayed me. The doctor, arms crossed, mused, fascinating, for the sake of a god's heart. She has forsaken her faith, abandoned the Fatui, and even established a new organization, The wicked ones at is this still the Rosalind I once knew? The young woman replied, nonchalantly, Hee, my spirit has informed me that it is not merely the goddess heart. The doctor inquired, Young lady, what do you mean by that? A young girl spoke of a formidable man named Neithers, who appeared to be her pillar of support. However, when the spirits sought to gather information about Neithers, they found it impossible to approach him. Perhaps he indeed possesses extraordinary abilities that that moment. The Ice Queen upon her throne slightly raised her eyelids. Neithers, wasn't he the audacious lad who had stolen her stockings hundreds of years ago? 13 pairs in total. Back then, she had intended to track down this bold youth, only for him to abscond to Liyue. Bound by a contract with an elder from Liyue, who subsequently vanished, she had no choice but to swallow her indignation. Now it seemed he had resurfaced. The queen gazed down at her subjects. Dr. Scaramouche, coordinate with the young master from Liyue to bring Rosalind before me. If the opportunity arises, assist me in teaching that lad named Neithers a lesson. Chapter 67. Negotiation with Abyssal Ing. The angel's gift that in the innermost corner, a square table was set, with Neithers leaning against the wall. Opposite him sat a well-known figure from Teyvat, the disdainful girl. Ing. Yet, she bore no emergency rations with her, and her demeanor lacked any semblance of disdain. Her golden hair shone brilliantly, her large eyes exuded cuteness. However, her expression belied her appearance. She was stern, melancholic, and tinged with anger. It was evident that she harbored a grudge against someone, for her adversaries. Neithers was well aware that they were the heavenly principles and the seven gods, the very ones responsible for the destruction of the kingdom of Kenria. Mr. Neithers, we of the Abyss Order do not intend to offend you. We merely wish to make contact and seek your assistance. Ing sat composedly, her demeanor calm. This determination and poise stemmed from her mission to restore the kingdom of Kenria and her vision of overthrowing the throne above the heavens. As the leader of the Abyss Order, she embodied this essence well. Neithers raised his teacup and drained it, replying with a smile. In truth, approaching me for negotiation directly would yield better results. I am a peculiar deity. Unlike any other, I will not shy away from collaborating with you simply because you are the princess of the Abyss Order, nor will I hesitate because you seek to restore Kenria. I am indifferent to the threats posed by the heavenly principles and all higher beings on this continent. Do you understand? Ing gazed at this youth, who articulated her intentions with such clarity. She affirmed a truth. He was fully aware of all that she knew and possessed the means to counter them. Neithers was undoubtedly the person she had long sought. She was convinced that with him by her side, the restoration of the kingdom of Kenria could transcend mere rhetoric. Cautiously meeting Neithers' gaze, Ing tentatively inquired, Mr. Neithers, are you willing to assist us? Neithers chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table to remind her, Princess, despite your Abyss Order having offended me, I have extended the courtesy of inviting you to sit opposite me for this negotiation, which signifies considerable respect. However, do you not find your approach somewhat dismissive? Ing hesitated, lowering her head, uncertain how to respond to Neithers. Indeed, negotiations require both parties to present equitable stakes, and she had already provoked him. The imbalance was apparent. Furthermore, he possessed unparalleled strength and profound understanding of space, time, and the soul. Deep down, Ing felt unworthy to share the same negotiating table with him. Conversely, since Neithers had invited her, it indicated an opportunity. Opportunities are fleeting. She must leverage all she possessed as bargaining chips. In the face of confronting the heavenly principles and revitalizing the kingdom of Kenria, nothing else mattered. Mr. Neithers, if you can assist in the restoration of the kingdom of Kenria, I am willing to offer you everything I possess, including the entirety of the Abyss Order. Neithers had heard the response he desired. He summoned a waiter to pour himself a cup of hot tea, leisurely finishing it before stating, You claim you are willing to dedicate everything to me. To what extent can this be specified? The girl before him appeared somewhat perplexed. Specified? What do you mean? She did not comprehend Neithers' true desires, yet in the face of confronting the heavenly principles and the monumental task at hand, she felt compelled to fulfill all that he and the Order could offer. Anything within my and the Order's capacity, I shall undertake if you wish it. Very well, Neithers replied, resting his head back. In fact, nurturing a nation can be quite intriguing, especially with the princess as my charge. Henceforth, your code name shall be Princess. Princess? She echoed. Indeed, Princess, Neithers affirmed that by the way, Kenria is a nation without gods, and you now seek my protection. Does that not imply that the entirety of Kenria would come to revere death? Ing seemed unfazed by this dilemma. Sir, the kingdom of Kenria once lacked faith, free from the constraints of the seven nations and unbound by the heavenly principles, which ultimately led to its destruction and divine retribution. This serves as a historical lesson. Moreover, there were no deities like you emerging at that time. Neithers nodded. Your thinking has shifted swiftly. Very well, I shall protect you from facing annihilation until your Kenria fully matures. However, Princess, you and your people must adhere to the covenant and dedicate everything to me when I require it. Absolutely, Ing exclaimed, slapping her chest with conviction. Then, as if a new question arose, she cautiously added, however, given the deep-seated enmity between Kenria and the Teyvat continent and the necessity of significant resources for the kingdom's expansion, there may be instances where aggression is required. Should we incite war on the continent? Would you oppose us? At this point, Ing hastily gestured with her hands, insisting, of course, Kenria would never invade Liyue. She anticipated that mentioning this would provoke a change in Neithers' demeanor, perhaps even incite his wrath. However, he merely smirked, as if he found the notion rather entertaining. Isn't it quite fascinating that you think this way? Neithers had long wished to engage in a game of conquest within this world. 7 nations perpetually warring, only for one to dominate all and achieve unity across the continent. To amalgamate all the proud, aloof, charming, and graceful cultures under the leadership of Liyue, establishing a harmonious and beautiful Teyvat family. Would that not be splendid? I do not oppose you instigating war, nor do I deter your incursions, nor will I prevent you from taking action against Liyue. However, one stipulation remains. You may seize resources, but indiscriminate slaughter is forbidden. Thoughtlessly trampling lives will only burden Hu Tao with more work. As a deity of death, it is best not to overexert your agent. Furthermore, should a war indeed erupt among the 7 nations and the kingdom of Kenria, I shall remain impartial. Indeed, as a god, there is no need for me to partake in the conflicts of humanity. However, impartial implies that I shall not personally intervene in the battles. Should I do so, the struggle for dominance would devolve into farce, or rather, it would merely become a spectacle of me suppressing the entirety of Teyvat. With this, the terms of negotiation were largely settled. It was time to discuss the specifics of collaboration. Neithers met Abyssal Ying's gaze. For the Abyss Order to evolve into a nation, 3 core elements were essential. First, the people. The Hilichurls scattered across the Teyvat continent are your citizens. Either I or my maid possess the capability to purge or absorb the foul energies from the Hilichurls. Second, land. There exists a lawless territory known as the Snow Mountain, located at the border of Liyue and Mondstadt that on paper, it falls under Barbatos' dominion. Yet in truth, no deity intervenes there. It shall serve as the new Kenria's stronghold under the protection of death. Third, civilization. The knowledge and heritage of Kenria reside within the Abyss Order today. You may continue to advance your alchemical technologies, and at the appropriate moment, I shall lend my hand to elevate your alchemical prowess further. Neithers poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward Ing. Understand? Yes. Ing did not take the teacup. Instead, she rose, placing her hand on her chest and bowing deeply to Neithers. Thank you, she straightened up. She found herself at a loss for words, cautiously asking, May I have the Abyssal Apostle returned to me? Mr. Neithers? Chapter 68. Grandfather has come to bet with me again. Had it not been for Ying's mention, Neithers might have entirely forgotten about the Abyssal Apostle, so how to deal with this impudent fellow who had offended his daughter? Neithers lifted his teacup, quietly observing Ing. Some sins may be forgiven, yet others are inescapable. Ing furrowed her brows. She had heard Nasus's words clearly, yet their meaning eluded her. Typically, one could evade the death penalty but not the lesser crimes. Now the situation seemed reversed. What could that imply? Without hesitation, Nasus waved his hand to summon the Abyss Apostle. The towering figure steadied itself. A purple line swept across its neck, and with but a fleeting touch, its head was severed from its body. Notably, as the head fell, it bore an expression of astonishment. The sound of the head hitting the ground sent a shiver down Ying's spine. She glanced at the still open eyes of the severed head on the floor before turning her gaze back to Nasus. "Sir, is he dead?" she asked, her voice trembling. Nasus nodded affirmatively. However, once is not enough, he extended his index finger and lightly pointed into the void. In ripples of purple, time in the localized space surrounding the abyss apostle began to reverse. Blood was drawn back, and the fallen head slowly ascended, eventually reattaching itself to the apostle's neck. The brain regained consciousness, and, as the apostle touched its cheek, it was about to plead for mercy. But before the words could escape its lips, another purple line swept by. The head fell once more. Thus commenced an endless cycle, repeating every 30 seconds. It is worth noting that during the interval, when the head was severed and fell, the abyss apostle remained conscious, experiencing both pain and fear. One could only hope that in this fear, it would sincerely repent its transgressions. For the next 3 days, it would be trapped in this cycle as a form of punishment. "You have no objections, I trust?" Nasus inquired of Ying. "None to speak of," she replied, increasingly apprehensive. Thankfully, she had previously instructed the apostle to ensure that no harm befell Klee. Otherwise, she too might have found herself ensnared in this cycle. "By the way," Nasus suddenly recalled something. "You participated in the Liyue War as well." "The Liyue War?" Ying inquired, her brow furrowing. "Yes, on the day of the Rite of Dissension, you were to lead the entirety of the Abyss Order in a full-scale assault on Liyue." The larger the spectacle, the better to be frank. Ying felt a bit bewildered. Liyue was the very realm upon which Nasus depended for survival. This much was indisputable. Yet now, the directive was to utterly annihilate it, which was somewhat incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Ying refrained from pressing for clarification. With her back against Nasus, she needed merely to heed his commands. "Very well, I shall lead the order to the snowy mountains to establish a base. When the day arrives, we will emerge in full force." Ying departed the tavern, while the apostle would be teleported back to the snowy mountains upon the completion of its trial. For a moment, Nasus found himself at a loss for what to do. Having spent a day away from home, it was time to return to his duties. He made his way toward the tavern's entrance when, just as he reached the counter, a tall, aloof gentleman with green hair obstructed his path. With striking crimson eyes and a chiseled visage, clad in an eye-catching black outfit, he exuded an aura of coldness and handsomeness. Nasus met his gaze and greeted him warmly. "Green Grandpa, why do you block my way?" "Humph," the gentleman snorted, arms crossed. "This is my tavern. Is it not reasonable for me to obstruct your path?" In truth, Dialek was a man who valued his pride immensely. That day at the Knights of Favonius, in front of a crowd, to have his hair dyed green by Nasus and his daughter was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Today, encountering Nasus at the tavern without reclaiming his honor would render him a laughingstock in Mondstadt. "That's so. What is it, Grandpa Lu?" Nasus inquired. "Humph," Dialek repeated. "I am not a shameless person. Should I lose a bet, I will accept the consequences." However, his icy gaze fixed firmly on Nasus. "Since I have lost, I must win it back. Are you bold enough to wager with me again?" Oh, Nasus became intrigued. Having always been the provocateur, being challenged for the first time felt rather exhilarating. "All right, what shall we wager on, and what shall be the stakes?" He gestured dismissively. "Anything under heaven and earth. I welcome all forms of competition," he declared, eager for a thrilling challenge, even one in which he was not proficient. Dialek turned to the counter. "The Angel's Gift is the largest winery in Mondstadt, and my ancestors and father achieved renown through their wines. And I have honed my skills to become an excellent winemaker. Shall we compete in winemaking?" As the words left his lips, Dialek added, "Of course, I shall not take advantage of you as an outsider. I will give you a week to seek out the finest winemakers across the continent for our contest. Regardless of who they are or how many varieties they produce, I shall compete with only a single bottle of wine. Do you dare?" "Winemaking." Nasus furrowed his brow, then shook his head. "Why go through such trouble?" The patrons nearby, having overheard Dialek's challenge to compete in winemaking, eagerly gathered around. Could it be that today they would witness the famed winemaker at work? It was said that Dialek seldom intervened, yet his prowess far surpassed that of the winery's own vintners. Even the bartender, smiling at Nasus, remarked, "Young man, let me tell you a secret. All the winemakers at Angel's Gift have been personally trained by Grandpa Liu. He simply prefers not to involve himself, but in reality, he is the strongest winemaker in Mondstadt." Nasus, still cradling the back of his head, remained indifferent to the chatter around him. So, what are the stakes? Upon hearing this, Dialek realized that Nasus had accepted the challenge. Setting aside the rest, he found himself admiring Nasus's courage. Beyond battle, winemaking was Dialek's forte. To exploit another's weaknesses to strike at their strengths was not a feat everyone possessed the audacity to undertake. "If I win, you shall restore your hair to its original color, while you will dye green. Should I lose, I shall carry this green hair with me until the world's end. How does that sound?" Nasus blinked, taken aback by the grand stakes. "You truly aren't afraid of losing?" Dialek's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "I have never feared a challenge. I only worry about the absence of worthy opponents." Nasus shrugged, raising a finger to Dialek and the assembled crowd, that "I shall produce but a single bottle of wine, no matter how many years pass or how many winemakers I seek out. As long as you can surpass me, the stakes remain valid." Then, Nasus retrieved a slime soul from the Hall of Souls, shaping it in his palm until it resembled a bottle of wine. Chapter 69. Let me teach you a trick. The wine was colorless, transparent in appearance. The bottle that held the wine was also made of clear glass. Notably, a label affixed to the bottle read, "Guizhou Maotai." Of course, mere Maotai could not possibly be the unparalleled, extraordinary wine in this extraordinary realm. Nasus would need to elevate it further, imbuing the wine with true essence and soul. He raised the wine above his palm, unleashing the power of the soul to envelop the bottle. Though it seemed unchanged, the wine was propelled through time, experiencing the passage of a millennium in an instant. It would be no exaggeration to claim that, across the vast world, only Nasus could apply the passage of time in such a manner to wine. And there was also one other, the time's sovereign, Istithan. Nasus's eyes widened. A cold-haired woman with purple locks emerged within the wine, drawing forth a blade from her chest, intending to unleash a strike that would surpass all on the continent. The essence of this strike, along with its pursuit of eternal perfection, was fully infused into the wine. Next, a man adorned in a richly embroidered ancient robe, wielding a spear, faced the land of Liyue. His lips parted slightly as he spoke with indifference. "Though I have no desire to hunt, I am aware of the suffering of the people. Thus, I shall cleanse the land and protect a corner of this transient world." The sense of helplessness forced upon him by the divine war, along with the steadfast resolve to guard Liyue's civilization, mingled seamlessly into the wine, allowing it to embody the weight of 6,000 years. Finally, a pure, innocent, and intellectually gifted little grass deity gathered wisdom into the wine, as if it had acquired sentience, frolicking and leaping within the bottle like a child playing in the water. The tea last, the winemaking concluded. Nasus tossed the seemingly unremarkable Maodai onto the table before leaving the tavern with an air of nonchalance. The patrons watched him depart, puzzled by the nature of his concoction. This wine. It looks more like watered." "I think so too. Look at this wine. It's colorless and tasteless. There's not a hint of fragrance." Including Dialek is also quite peculiar. He paced the counter, casually picked up the bottle of liquor encased in glass, and twisted off the in that fleeting moment. The rich aroma of the wine, previously restrained by the cap, permeated the entire tavern, cascading throughout Mondstadt. Ancient, weathered, embodying the essence of eternity, safeguarding the lofty aspirations of the common folk and the omniscient wisdom that stretches from the heavens to the earth. On this day, it was indelibly etched in the minds of every citizen of Mondstadt. The tall, majestic figure draped in purple, the all-encompassing Geo-Archon, and the warm-hearted Dendro-Archon lingered in their eyes, evoking a profound reminiscence. This intoxicating scent possessed the essence of time's river, the quintessence of eternity, the weight of stone, and the wisdom of the world tree. Dialek, trembling as he held the wine, could no longer maintain his icy demeanor. His lips parted slightly, and 2 streams of tears unwittingly trailed down his cheeks. Upon hearing the word wine, Dialek vigorously shook his head, declaring that such a description was an affront to this bottle of liquor. This was a true gift from the angels. He hastily tightened the cap and cradled the bottle protectively. Though he cherished wine, he understood that he was unworthy to partake of this one. It was a miracle. Nay, perhaps even the gods would consider it a luxury to indulge in it. The patrons of the tavern were either rendered dizzy by the rich fragrance or lost in the grand aspirations of the three archons. Unable to awaken, or parched and longing for that bottle of wine, that moment, a green figure pushed open the tavern's grand door, with eyes sparkling like stars and drool escaping his lips. He exclaimed, "What a strong aroma! I could smell it from the moment the wind began to blow. Grandfather, can you sell it to me? I'll trade you Turin for it." Dialect turned to look at Vinny, knowing he was the Bard of Mondstadt, yet questioning, wasn't Turin the Anemo dragon? Impossible. This bottle of wine would be treasured in the winery, revered like a national treasure, and he would never part with it. "Oh, come on, grandfather, this wine has the flavor of my friend. Please give it to me." Vinny edged closer to Dialect, his face reflecting an insatiable thirst. Half an hour later, Neza strolled through the streets of Mondstadt. In the distance, he heard a green-haired elder wielding a wolf's end, unleashing fiery birds that wreaked havoc on the buildings, while in pursuit was Vinny, clutching that bottle of Mautai. One chased, the other fled, as if there were an insurmountable grudge between them. Alas, Barbatos, why did you steal the elder's treasure? Neza made a facepalm gesture. He then reached in his pocket and pulled out a bottle identical to the one Vinny coveted. Aiming it at the direction Vinty was fleeing, striking him down from the air. Afterward, Neza returned home. Little Klee was playing alone, dressing her little companion in colorful attire and feeding it peculiar food. "Where are Kiki and Aunt Shinha?" Klee, engrossed in her task, replied excitedly without looking up, "Daddy, Aunt Shinha went to find a maid, and Aunt Kiki is outside the city walls, fighting a very fierce uncle." "Oh," Neza acknowledged, then headed outside the city. The fierce uncle must be Xiao. Could it be that he foolishly sought Kiki for a rematch? Indeed, losing to a mortal could be quite a blow to his pride. When Neza reached the grassy area outside the city, the scene was as he had imagined. Xiao lay motionless on the grass, while Kiki dashed towards Neza, exclaiming, "Teacher, you've come." Neza nodded. "Are you bullying the Adeptus again?" "Hee." Kiki giggled like a crescent moon, waving her hands. "No, the senior said he wanted to spar with his disciple." Neza patted Keek's head. "What is there to spar about?" "You, inheritor of the light of the sun. Pose a challenge of a higher dimension to an Adeptus that IT hardly qualifies as sparring." Neza strolled over to where Xiao lay, sitting beside him. Xiao appeared utterly exhausted, gazing at the sun above, then spoke indifferently. "Neza, I was once a dutiful Yaksha, even achieving numerous feats during the Archon War. Yet, I find the pressure of becoming your assassin overwhelming." Neza was puzzled by Zhao's statement. He was unaware that during this time, Xiao had challenged Kiki 7 times, only to be defeated each time in an instant. He had also challenged Shinha, his disciple, 5 times, suffering the same fate, and even attempted to spar with a harmless Klee, only to be sent flying 2 miles away. Was it truly necessary for him to be an assassin? Xiao slowly turned his head. "Would you consider finding someone else?" Neza dismissed the idea. "Xiao, I admire you, not for your strength, but for your resilient spirit forged through hardship. That is what makes you the most suitable assassin in my eyes. This position belongs to you alone." As he said this, Neza stood up, helping Xiao to his feet. "Moreover, do not let misguided perceptions cloud your understanding of power. The sun is undoubtedly powerful, and the cataclysm is indeed terrifying, yet it is not the ultimate strength." Xiao remained silent, quietly observing Neza. He could not fathom that there were other forms of power capable of overthrowing the sun and the cataclysm. Soon, Neza placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling, "As my assassin, how could you possibly be weak? Come, I shall teach you a lethal technique, one that is truly lethal." Chapter 70, Cause and Effect with the Puquan. The scene abruptly shifted, and, as consciousness returned to Xiao, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Darkness, silence, oppression, and the howls of souls. "Where is this?" Xiao surveyed his surroundings and inquired. "Your inner world," Neza replied nonchalantly. Indeed, although many souls were imprisoned here, it was not the realm of Neza's souls. Rather, it was a manifestation of the slaughter and grudges born from Zhao's years of warfare. They occupied Zhao's heart, tormenting him, tearing him apart, attempting to drag this god of death into the abyss. Neza harbored a certain admiration for Zhao. It was clear that these tormented souls were incessantly torturing him. Yet Zhao had persevered, not allowing resentment to consume him and reduce him to a mindless destroyer. "Why have you brought me here?" Zhao crossed his arms, his indifferent expression betraying no emotion. In truth, he was somewhat stirred within. He was reluctant to confront these grievances. They were the fruits of his own slaughter, and he ought to accept the retribution that came with it. Yet, the 5 great guardian yakshas had long since faded into the winds, while his retribution had yet to arrive. You feel guilt towards them. Yet when they seek to consume you, you grit your teeth and resist. Why? Zhao could not provide an answer. Perhaps it was an instinct inherent to being a yaksha. Neza found this response unconvincing. What is there to feel guilty about? While slaughter is indeed wrong, if it is done to protect what you cherish, then it is not wrong that in comparison, your acts of slaughter pale in insignificance to mine. Look at me. Am I not still living quite freely? Zhao merely dealt with a portion of the monsters within Liyue, while Neza had obliterated the entire continent multiple times. The disparity between them was as vast as the distance from the sun to the blue star. So far apart. Thus, you brought me here for what purpose? Surely it is not merely for me to repent before them. Neza faced the wandering souls and lingering grievances. He drew forth the polearm known as Puquan. Devoid of a blade, for thousands of years, you have slain demons and created slaughter. This is the cause you have sown. Thousands of years later, these demons transform into vengeful spirits and grievances, consuming your body and heart. This is the effect you deserve. Neza turned to Zhao with a smile. This is your cause and effect. It will torment you, and will also become your strength to not evade them. Learn to harness them. Furthermore, the sun, celestial bodies, and the elements of destruction are merely forms of strength based on material planes. Much like light, no matter how swift, cannot escape the pursuit of time. And as for the cataclysm, even the most potent destructive force merely devours within existing spaces, whereas cause and effect exist on a higher plane, equivalent to time and space. Neza glanced at Zhao. Noticing his dazed expression, he knew this pertained to a blind spot in the Adeptus knowledge. Simply put, every cause has its effect. If you utilize the power of cause and effect to mark the inevitable demise of a being or entity, then the result will undoubtedly be death. For instance, if you execute a powerful thrust, designating it as guaranteed to hit, the ultimate outcome will indeed be a hit. Although Zhao remained somewhat perplexed, he inquired, "How does one harness the causal power you speak of?" Nathursis extended the spear. He pu yuan, pointing towards the nearby vengeful spirits that were probing but dared not to attack recklessly. Utterly vanquish these spirits and their lingering resentment, disrupt the existing causality, and then instill a new concept of death. I shall infuse the new causality into he pu yuan through reincarnation, ensuring the cycle persists, allowing you to unleash it at any moment henceforth. The concept of death. Nathursis nodded in affirmation. Indeed, define the outcome of these vengeful spirits as death. When the tip of your spear strikes, it shall yield an inevitable fatality. He lightly tapped the vacant point of he pu yuan's spearhead, where a purple that hovered, entwined with remnants of reincarnation power, gathering the vengeful souls destined to perish at Zhao's hands into a new causality. Now that the outcome of death is defined, you must personally act to generate the inevitability of death. Zhao accepted he pu yuan from Nathursis. Remember, aim for a single lethal blow against each vengeful spirit. Otherwise, it will affect the probability of the death concept. For instance, if there are 100 fiends and you achieve fatality on only 99, your causality kill technique will possess a success rate of merely 99%. With so many fiends present, every loss would proportionally impact the outcome. And this was your causality. I cannot intervene. Understood. Leaving behind a fleeting remark, Zhao soared away like the wind, wielding he pu yuan, adorned with a devil mask, his eyes glowing green amidst the darkness, resembling a harbinger of death, that demon-slaying great sage. It is time to settle a millennium of grudges. The scene was chaotic, the air filled with curses and the clamor of battle. The green spear continuously unleashed dazzling spikes, piercing the malevolent beings, dissipating them into the ether. With each kill, a blood-red orb would leap from the tip of Hippo, revealing a rejuvenated spearhead, dark crimson at the tip and verdant throughout its length. When Nathursis had promised to give Xiao a divine weapon, this causality, Hippo, certainly qualified as one. Given that Nathursis had established the causal cycle, when Xiao completed his slaughters, the data surged into Hippo, simultaneously flooding into Nathursis' mind. Approximately 50,000 vengeful spirits had been vanquished, with only 2 escaping to ascend. The derived fatality probability stood at 99.996. This meant that in 100,000 swings of the killing technique, it would result in 99,996 fatalities, with a mere 4 failures. A pity about what? Xiao inquired, bewildered. If it truly guarantees death, then even 4 failures out of 100,000 swings is an extraordinarily formidable ability. What is there to lament? Nathursis elucidated the reasoning. For an ordinary individual, such a probability would suffice. Yet, should you encounter an opponent equally adept in causality, they could transform those 4 failures into a certainty of survival. In that case, a killing blow would become a blow that fails to kill. As Xiao gazed into Nathursis' eyes, he began to comprehend the triviality of the combat skills he had honed over millennia. Wield causality for a fatal strike, only to reverse it, rendering a kill impossible? Had it not been for encountering Nathursis, he might have spent his entire existence confined to ignorance. Let it be for now, that he mused, considering that few could adeptly wield causality in Teyvat, like the late Raiden Makoto, who spent 5 centuries nurturing a cherry blossom tree before it bore fruit. It was evident that causality was not something mere mortals could grasp. In summary, with a single shot, he had already approached the realm of invincibility. There was no need to pursue perfection. There was no merit in engaging in a battle of wits with the very air. Chapter 71. Kaching. The heart pierced, Nathursis took Hippo from Xiao, feeling the causal energy emanating from the spear's tip. He pondered aloud. This prompted Xiao to question, what is it? The slain spirit's resentments are too few. The gathered causality is insufficient. When you attempt to unleash that shot, you may only be able to cover a kilometer's radius to achieve a fatal strike. 50,000 spirits had met a tragic end beneath his spear, yet he deemed it insufficient. Even for Xiao, the harbinger of death, this statement sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, covering a range, Xiao now grasped that this spear, Hippo, possessed extraordinary powers, and only he could wield it. However, how to employ it remained a mystery to him. Yes, Nathursis faced Xiao. Enveloping an area of a kilometer centered on you, integrate your target into your causal cycle, and then release the shot to achieve a fatal strike. Speaking of which, since this shot carries causality, will it have an effect on you? Xiao could not help but ask. Nathursis regarded Xiao's earnest gaze. It will have an effect, albeit not a significant one. While within your domain, I too would face a guaranteed fatal strike. However, even if you were to kill me, I still exist in countless iterations. Do you understand? Nathursis was indeed not deceiving Xiao. The truth was that within Nathursis, who could encompass billions of souls, they formed a collective yet could also manifest countless individualities. A single fatal strike would only eliminate one among many souls that utterly eradicate Nathursis. One would need to execute countless fatal strikes in a remarkably brief span. Why must it be within a short time? Because Nathursis possessed the power to absorb souls. Any lost soul could be replenished with a mere swing of his axe. Returning to reality, on the prairie outside the city, Kaching, clad in a purple robe and skirt, sat amidst a cluster of grass, her black stockings encircling her bent legs. Embraced by her delicate hands that a breeze swept through, stirring her purple hair, revealing her exquisite features and flawless forehead, merging beautifully with nature, a picturesque scene. If the weeds and wildflowers beneath her were to pierce her stockings, it would only enhance her beauty, Nathursis thought to himself. Teacher, Senior Xiao. Kaching noticed Nathursis and Xiao materializing nearby, hastily rising to her feet and brushing off the dirt. Rushing over with a radiant smile, akin to a purple butterfly eager to alight. Nasus also smiled, instinctively extending his arms to welcome this blossoming butterfly back for a long-awaited embrace. However, Keqing, still smiling, bypassed Nasus and approached Xiao. "Senior, did the teacher teach you any powerful techniques?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She knew that whenever her teacher intervened, it would entail formidable prowess. "Nothing much, just a spear technique," Xiao replied, arms crossed, casually stating, "Would you like to give it a try?" Once a renowned immortal, infamous for his slaughters, had been slain 7 times in his battles against mortals, forever marking him with shame. Now, having grasped the essence of killing and comprehended the causality of death, he was reborn, destined to cleanse his past dishonor. Of course, Keqing's purple eyes ignited with battle fervor. Inheritor of the sun's light and her teacher's sole disciple, she must triumph over anyone in this world, barring her teacher. Otherwise, she would bring shame to her master. With her spirits lifted, her momentum surged, leading her to boldly declare, "Senior, no matter what power you acquire, it shall pale in comparison to the sun's radiance. I wager my teacher's lifelong happiness against you, that if you can defeat me, then the teacher shall be unable to find his beloved from this day forth." Nasus instinctively touched his cheek, feeling somewhat offended. Pondering whether the outcome truly concerned him, that he intended to address Keqing with a mentor's demeanor, only to find that Xiao had also become enthused. "That I accept," an impressive aura emanated from Xiao, ruffling his light green hair. "If I lose, my employer shall forever find no favor with the fairer sex. Even if he does, it shall not be true love." Nasus. One was his disciple, and the other his assassin. Now they openly wagered against him. Nasus could not tolerate this. He stepped forward to reason with them, only to be pushed back by Keqing's hands against his chest. "Teacher, step aside. This duel concerns your lifelong happiness. I cannot afford to be careless. Trust me, I will prevail. I cannot trust you." But upon careful examination of this wager, neither has concluded that it would be preferable for Xiao to emerge victorious. Should Keqing lose, she would merely be a wife without rightful claim. And aside from that title, nothing further is stated. Moreover, from now until the end of time, it does not preclude the possibility of finding a wife in the cycle of reincarnation. However, if Xiao were to lose, what a disgrace that would be, leading to nothing but arrogance and tyranny, devoid of true love. "Xiao, you must strive for victory." 2 minutes later, Neithers retreated to 100 meters away, sitting cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on one hand. Facing him, on his left side was Xiao, and on his right was Keqing. Keqing spread her legs apart, lifting her long sword, which had been pointing towards the ground, now aimed at Xiao, exuding both sensuality and authority. "Senior, please make your move first." "Yes, if I strike first, it will be but an instant before you are no more." Xiao neither accepted nor declined. Silently placing the causal spear, he put upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, darkness enveloped the area in an instant. Even the sky transformed. The originally serene grasslands and azure skies turned abruptly into chaos. "The domain has been unleashed." Neithers, also shrouded in darkness, shrugged his shoulders. Only he understood the true nature of the powers possessed by these two. One embodied the pinnacle of speed, the other guaranteed death. It was impossible to discern who was stronger. Whoever made the first move would claim victory. Suddenly, as the situation shifted, Keqing furrowed her brow, the oppressive atmosphere sending shivers down her spine. In a flash of golden light, she prepared to flee, yet as she did so, Xiao leaped into the air, aiming his spear at her. "The causal thread has been woven. Your future is sealed in death." This moment, Keqing had already escaped thousands of meters away at the speed of light, far removed from the realm of death. However, the moment Xiao initiated his attack, the causal thread of death was set. No matter where Keqing fled, she would be condemned to die. Gasping, Keqing found herself atop a massive tree. Gazing into the distance, the oppressive darkness truly was stifling. Having fled so far, she hoped she was safe. Now it's my turn to strike." But before she could finish her sentence, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. And in the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she glanced down at her agonizing chest. Had her heart been pierced? Chapter 72. A conversation among servants. Neithers rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and turned to look at Xiao. This fellow had already retracted his spear, preparing to leave. He must be confident that I can resurrect Keqing. From the perspective of life and soul, Keqing was utterly deceased at this moment. Conventional methods would certainly not suffice. It would require the highest power of time, reincarnation. Neithers advanced to the spot where Keqing had stood during their confrontation. 2 minutes and 47 seconds had elapsed since the battle commenced. Do not inquire how Neithers knew this with such precision. As the master of temporal reincarnation, he distinctly recorded every second of time's passage in this world, alongside the spatial and material changes that accompanied it. With a single step forward, a purple square array expanded instantaneously, enveloping the battlefield, sealing it within. Subsequently, the flow of time within the cubic prison began to reverse, regressing to its prior state. Not underestimate this manipulation of time. Even if there exist other beings in Teyvat capable of controlling time, specifying a particular area to revert requires an immense mastery of temporal essence. In other words, while external time continued its normal course, the time and space within the square formed a world unto itself, independent of worldly laws. In a sense, this was akin to creation itself. Time reverted to 2 minutes and 47 seconds prior. The green-haired Xiao stood at a distance, while the purple-haired Keqing appeared beside Neithers, her face a portrait of confusion. Suddenly, their feet were ensnared by darkness, plunging Neithers and Keqing in a Zhao's realm of death. Neithers admired his impeccable timing, having intervened just before Xiao unleashed his domain and the fatal causal strike. This moment, Xiao had leaped into the sky. He too was puzzled by Neithers' sudden involvement. But the domain had already been established, marking Keqing with the concept of death. Regardless of whether he hurled his spear, Keqing was destined to perish. Xiao was even curious about how Neithers intended to counter this shot. He had previously stated that even if he were marked, he would still face death, yet he had countless lives to spare. But the target was not himself. It was Keqing. How could she withstand it? The dark red spear tip descended from the heavens, cleaving through the air with a glimmer of cold light. Approaching within 10 meters of Neithers, the fierce energy ruffled his short black hair. Meanwhile, Keqing, positioned behind him, was bewildered by his intervention and did not flee at light speed. Instead, a look of confusion graced her fair face. My teacher truly concerned that I cannot evade such an attack. Soon, the spear tip breached Neithers' 10-meter radius, poised to pierce Keqing's heart in the next moment. Neithers slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger to meet the dark red spear tip with a resounding clash. The equal forces collided, yet not a whisper of wind pressure escaped their confrontation. After 5 seconds of standoff in midair, the spear's might dissipated entirely, falling uselessly to the ground. The so-called fatal causal spear ultimately failed to fulfill its purpose. Leaving Keqing unharmed behind Neithers, Xiao descended, gazing perplexedly at the two figures in the distance, ambling over to retrieve the fallen heaping, then turning his gaze to Neithers. With indifference, he inquired, "Wasn't that supposed to be a guaranteed kill? What is the principle behind this?" "Quite simple," Neithers replied. "The fatal causal thread only manifests between you and Keqing. When you initiate the fatal strike and she becomes the target, the moment a third party intervenes, the causal connection becomes muddled, and the fatality is rendered void. It is akin to the situation in League of Legends when Jinx fires her ultimate shot. If the target is within the fatal threshold, the bullet will guarantee a kill. However, if it is blocked by her allies en route, the shot is nullified. The difference lies in that your lethal strike was aimed at full health, while Jinx's was at a target already weakened." Neithers did not linger with this Xiao for too long. He reached out and clenched his hand into the void, retracting the purple square array into his being, causing Xiao to vanish as well. Only Keqing remained present. "Hey, teacher, why has Senior Xiao disappeared? That was the past Xiao, one who ought not to exist at Keqing was perplexed. "Then what about the contest between the disciple and him? It is no longer relevant. You have already perished once." Upon returning home, Neithers had accomplished his purpose for coming to Mondstadt to obtain the goddess heart and retrieve Klee. There was no need to linger. He could hasten back to Liyue and commence the long-anticipated Archon War. However, the home was desolate. It was evident that Klee had slipped out to play. "Teacher, Should I go fetch Klee back? No need. Neithers waved off Kitching's suggestion. Let the child enjoy her play. There is little danger. In this corner of Teyvat, there truly is no one who can best my daughter. Those who could are her closest uncles and aunts. By the way, Klee mentioned that Shunha went to find Noelle. I should check on how their conversation is progressing. The mere thought of Shunha potentially becoming a competent maid brought Neithers an innate sense of comfort. After all, who wouldn't he desire a maid capable of managing their daily affairs? Ensuring their needs were met? He mused that Noelle, being such a meticulous girl, would surely teach Shunha well. The Knights of Favonios, in the most secluded corner of the library, though the lights within shone brightly, illuminating the entire room. The corner remained shrouded in shadow due to the bookcase. Two young women were huddled there. One was a graceful fairy, surrounded by an ethereal aura, while the other was a well-dressed, obedient girl. It is worth noting that the library's floor was immaculate, requiring shoe changes upon entry. Yet these two had entered barefoot. As they leaned forward, their feet playfully swung behind them, one clad in black stockings, the other in white. Sister Shunha, must we also adhere to this rule? Noelle pointed at a small booklet placed before the two of them, scrutinizing it with diligence. That It stated that a qualified maid must warm the bed for her master before he sleeps. And if her master has a penchant for hugging pillows while slumbering, then the maid must willingly assume the role of that pillow. She lay on the floor, her hands folded beneath her head, turning her gaze in a daze. Her petite face was flushed, burning with embarrassment. It was her first encounter with the knowledge of professional maids. Had it not been for Sister Shunha's guidance, she would have remained blissfully ignorant. So it turned out that I've been merely an apprentice maid all along. That explains everything. As for whether Noelle harbored any doubts about the authenticity of the rules, the answer was a resounding no. The leader of the harpists once mentioned that Liyue's cultural development surpassed Mondstadt by 2 decades. Thus, the brand-new maid strategies brought forth by Sister Shunha must undoubtedly be the most authoritative. I must earnestly learn from Sister Shunha. Naturally, Shunha turned to face Noelle, resembling a mature older sister imparting life lessons to an innocent young girl. That I have practiced this, though my master does not verbally express it. He particularly enjoys it in both body and spirit. Therefore, we must diligently adhere to the guidelines. Noelle earnestly gazed at the equally serious Shunha and responded emphatically, yes. Then Sister Shunha, please teach me more. I wish to learn everything. Chapter 73. Klee's wonderful adventure. The atmosphere in the library was tranquil. Scholars quietly sought knowledge, either leaning against bookshelves or sitting on the floor. It was a harmonious scene. Of course, Nethers did not disrupt this tranquility. He removed his shoes and entered the library. After surveying the surroundings, he finally spotted 2 pairs of delicate legs and stockings swaying in a corner. The two were facing away from Nethers and the rest of the library, paying no heed to whether they were wearing skirts. Observing the 2 young girls engrossed in studying the booklet, Nethers felt an uncanny sense of deja vu. It was reminiscent of boys huddling together during their school days, secretly watching educational animations. Shunha, what are you two doing here? Nethers inquired. The 2 girls, startled like cats caught in the act, quickly tucked the booklet into their chests and faced Nethers. Master, you have arrived. Shunha then explained, I am discussing maid knowledge with Noelle. Upon hearing this, Noelle's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. Nethers questioned, is it really necessary to be so bashful while studying maid culture? Shunha appeared unfazed, but Noelle's face resembled that of someone who had just encountered something extraordinary. Moreover, Nethers began to wonder if it was somewhat beneath their talents to be maids. One possessed innate strength capable of confronting deities, while the other was immensely powerful, reputed to wield a 40-meter giant sword. This is a mandatory course for maids. You need not concern yourself with it. Master, Shunha stated, by the way, I wish to take Noelle back to Liyue. Is that permissible? I summoned you here to study, and you wish to whisk her away to Liyue? Nethers regarded Shunha, perplexed by their discussion. Consequently, Noelle hurriedly interjected to clarify. No. Sister Shunha is considering my interests. Her face was flushed as she clenched her delicate fists and exclaimed to Nethers, I am an apprentice maid of the Knights of Favonius. But I have been unable to acquire professional knowledge. I am immensely grateful for Sister Shina's guidance. However, even if I learn this knowledge, I currently lack a suitable master for practical application. Thus, Mr. Nethers, could you be my temporary master? The girl's voice carried a tinge of hope, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Nethers scratched his cheek in bewilderment. What kind of situation is this? Yet regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed to be a positive development. Well then, how about you call him a master and let me hear how it sounds? In truth, by making the suggestion, Nethers had already tacitly agreed it was merely a casual remark, allowing Noel to address him in that manner. However, to Noel and Shinha, that statement took on a different flavor. They were the most professional of maids, meticulously analyzing every word and action from their master to provide the best response. Noel recalled the tactics Shinha had just taught her regarding how to address a master most professionally. Shinha gently patted Noel on the shoulder, encouraging her not to be nervous. Go on, apply the knowledge you've just learned, and express it to the fullest. I am certain my master will appreciate it. Yes. Noel took a deep breath, her white stockings touching the cold floor as she fixed her gaze on Nethers' eyes and approached him step by step. What is she planning to do? Apply what she has just learned. What kind of knowledge? Nethers suddenly recalled the scene from the Wangshu in when Shinha had burst in his room clad in a bunny girl outfit. In a way, I brought Shinha here to study. And she turned around and sullied herself? This is not knowledge. This is clearly a self-destructive act that tempts one to commit a crime. Yet, Nethers found himself somewhat intrigued that a maid dressed in foreign attire approached him delicately, each step accompanied by the soft rustle of her stockings against the floor that he eagerly anticipated how she would address him as master. Soon, Noel drew near to Nethers, her bashful head gently tilting upward as she gazed into his eyes from below. Her tender hands resting upon his shoulders, their bodies seemed to gravitate toward one another as if a magnet were placed between them, drawing them closer. The warmth and fragrance of the girl enveloped Nethers' senses. Ah, this is the scent of innocence. Then Noel grew bolder, wrapping her arms around Nethers' neck, bringing her delicate face even closer at almost zero distance. Her lips brushed against Nethers' cheek, glistening with a hint of moisture as she whispered softly into his ear. Ah, master, would you accept Noel? I promise to be very obedient. Her sweet voice, combined with the warmth of her breath, resonated in Nethers' ears like a 3D surround sound, soothing and exhilarating, immersing him in delight. Nethers responded. That's wonderful. Noel dashed over to Shinha's side, bubbling with excitement as she exclaimed, Sister Shinha, how was my performance just now? Quite impressive. You utilized your charming attributes effectively. Shinha tucked a strand of her white stockings behind her ear. There is still much knowledge for us to learn, especially regarding our master's morning routines and bedtime rituals. There's an abundance of coursework to cover. In short, keep up the good work. Yes, Noel replied, brimming with anticipation. In that moment, Nethers found himself at a loss, unsure whether this was good or bad. Although the subsequent antics of the two maids were peculiar and did not align with his preconceived notions of maid servitude, it appeared to be a more favorable arrangement. Besides, one need not necessarily be a maid to manage all affairs. Couldn't he simply hire a secretary instead? Outside Mondstadt, Klee strolled across the lawn with her backpack. Her large companion, Xiao, trailing behind her, surveying the surroundings for any potential dangers. Should slimes or hilichurls emerge from the thicket, Klee would point them out, instructing Xiao to unleash precise missile strikes. By now, the uneven terrain from Mondstadt to their current location was littered with remnants of destruction. Xiao, do you think Razor and Bennett are nearby? Indeed, little Klee. This area is known as Wolfendomain, the entrance to the Northwind Wolf territory. Klee's objective was to find Razor and Bennett to play it as Klee stepped into the ruins. A boy's scream echoed, followed by a figure being hurled from above. It's Brother Bennett. Bennett rubbed his dazed head and stood up. Brother Bennett, are you busy? Or just slacking off? It's you, Klee, Bennett said sheepishly. Scratching the back of his head, I was participating in the trial of the Northwind Wolf King. This big fellow is quite formidable. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his enthusiasm mirroring Klee's. They say that those who pass the trial are the chosen ones. As the leader of the Bennett Adventure team, I must conquer it. A trial? Wow. Klee wants to play too. P.S. In truth, The quality of the subsequent content will significantly decline. Readers may peruse it at their discretion. The earlier sections were indeed formidable, and the narrative strength has somewhat faltered. I pen these lines. I realize the task has become less effortless, covering my face in embarrassment. Chapter 74. The Dance of Eula. Upon exiting the library in Mondstadt, Nasus clasped his hands behind his head, reflecting on the journey from Mt. Aozong. When Shenhe was initially brought forth, the adept of Liyue, Liyue, had advised him to look after Shenhe, ensuring her integration into the fabric of civilian life. Now, Shenhe had evolved from her previously aloof demeanor into a persona Nasus could scarcely have envisioned. She had even taken on the role of a missionary, leading the obedient Noel astray. Oh dear, if Liyue, that protective celestial being, were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly chide me with her sharp tongue. However, Nasus wore a subtle expression, pondering that perhaps this transformation was not entirely unwelcome. Tise, such thoughts are rather unworthy, akin to a dog clutching a red rose. After musing idly for a while, Nasus did not dwell too long on it and strolled through the city of Mondstadt. His intent was to locate the acting grandmaster to discuss Noel's impending return to Liyue with Shenhe. After all, Noel was a trainee maid of the Knights of Favonius, and whisking her away without a word would be rather inconsiderate. Although Nasus possessed formidable strength, allowing him to disregard any rules, he believed in the importance of human sentiment. Yet, the acting grandmaster appeared to be in a state of utter disarray. The reason for her distress was the announcement of a new faction in Mondstadt, led by none other than Rosaria. T.O.B. Frank. Even Nasus was taken aback by this news. While Rosaria was known for her ruthless methods and ostentatious malevolence, she did not strike him as the type to betray her former master. At this moment, Nasus suddenly paused. Yes, she is now my plaything. So it is of no concern, from Nasus's perspective, whether Rosaria chose to establish a new organization was entirely her prerogative, even if it were for nefarious purposes. After all, as a mere toy, he relished Rosaria's haughty demeanor and her wealth of cunning. Nasus had often remarked that having a respectable person engage in unseemly actions was the true essence of amusement. Thus, seeing a proud woman like Rosaria providing heartfelt services to others would undoubtedly be a delightful contrast. Indeed, Nasus had been enjoying himself these past few days, returning to the matter at hand. Given the Grandmaster's pressing obligations, Nasus chose not to disturb her. With a moment of leisure on his hands, he ventured outside the city for a brief exploration. The sunlight streamed at an angle, while wisps of white clouds adorned the azure sky, the wind whispering through the vast grasslands, accompanied by trees, streams, and slimes. The scenery beyond Mondstadt was indeed quite splendid. Standing on the lawn, Nasus stretched lazily. It would have been even more delightful if a female companion were by his side. Regrettably, Keqing was engaged in a duel with Xiao. Rosaria was preoccupied with her new faction. Shenhe and Noel were exchanging maid knowledge, and Ying was busy pioneering the snowy mountains. Nasus found himself quite alone. Discontentedly, Nasus pouted, plopping down onto the grass and crossing his arms. Humph, how dull. I long to embrace a lovely figure in black stockings and drift into a blissful afternoon slumber. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. Nasus cast a sidelong glance. Unbeknownst to him, having deliberately shut off his sole perception, a girl nearby was engrossed in a graceful dance with her sword. She had short, pale blue hair and lively eyes, her massive sword swaying gracefully in tandem with her movements. So elegant, truly breathtaking. Moreover, she donned a black body-hugging outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form, if Keqing embodied a delicate beauty with sharp features. Then the woman before him epitomized voluptuous allure. To embrace her would surely evoke a profound sense of satisfaction. Why has she stopped dancing? Nasus, still yearning for more, noticed that the blue-haired girl had ceased her movements, sheathing her massive sword on her back, and then charging towards him with fierce intent. Hey you, how rude of you to spy on me, she exclaimed, leaning forward and pointing an accusing finger at Nasus. Her eyes ablaze with indignation. Nasus chuckled and waved dismissively. Oh, lovely lady, do not take offense to dance as graceful as yours deserves an audience. To lack one would be a disservice to nature itself. Dusting off his backside, Nasus rose and extended his hand toward her. "Madam, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Nasus. Let us be friends." One must always begin with friendship. Upon his first glimpse of Eula, Nasus was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable desire for romance. Despite his outward confidence, he had never truly been in love. His encounters with Rosaria had been merely physical pleasures, hardly qualifying as a romance. While his relationship with Kaching remained that of mentor and disciple, none had crossed that threshold. "Say, Klee, would you mind if your father sought out another auntie?" With a swift motion, Eula slapped his hand away. Who would wish to befriend someone of her dubious background? Surprised by Nasus's candidness, Eula considered for a moment. Although she did not dislike forthrightness, she had approached him to address his spying, which remained unresolved. Moreover, befriending someone like him could lead to regret. Eula turned her gaze to the distance, lost in thought that in Mondstadt, those who chose to befriend her often faced tribulations that Eula's lineage had been cast aside by Mondstadt due to historical grievances. Her family, the Lawrence clan, had once wielded noble power to subjugate the city, but after their fall from grace, they were met with scorn and derision from the populace. Despite her disconnection from such matters, the people of Mondstadt were still anchored in outdated beliefs, branding her as a sinner. "Who cares? I wish to befriend you. Let anyone dare oppose me. I shall deal with them accordingly." Barbatos himself would be no exception. Nasus grinned broadly, feigning a fierce demeanor as he clenched his fists. "You are quite the character," Eula replied with a chuckle. "You dare jest about Lord Barbatos? Do you not fear he might elevate you to the skies?" Eula was amused by Nasus's unexpected antics and remarks, her hand covering her lips as laughter escaped. Judging by his attire, he seemed to hail from Liyue, which perhaps emboldened him to jest about the Anemo Archon. However, it had been long since she had smiled in the presence of others. The only individuals she could treat as ordinary friends were those who wandered in from distant lands. Eula had initially wished to converse further with Nasus, but she soon spotted members of her nightly squad approaching. She mused to herself that, while she was uncertain of Nasus's character, their conversation had been rather enjoyable. "Eula, we have discovered members of the Fatui and the Abyss Order clashing near Windrise. Should we intervene?" "Oh, is that so? I shall head there at once." Eula responded briefly to her comrades before redirecting her attention back to Nasus. "You heard my name, did you not? I am Eula Lawrence, infamous as the scion of sinners in Mondstadt. We shall discuss friendship another time. I have duties to attend to. Farewell." Chapter 75. I am who I am. I'll join you. I simply adore a good spectacle. As Eula and her squad turned to depart, Nasus interjected, catching Eula's attention with a peculiar expression. "Even if you come from Liyue, you must be aware of the Fatui, right? They are ruthless, and you wish to join in the fray? Do you not fear they might turn on you?" Eula questioned, hands on her hips, her demeanor calm as she spoke of the terrifying prospect. Nasus gazed into her eyes, remaining silent for a few moments. He pondered that not only the Fatui, but even their queen could be trampled underfoot. Yet he wished to maintain the rapport of ordinary conversation with Eula, replying with a smile, "Fear not. I possess considerable combat prowess. And besides, you are here too, Captain Eula." Nasus even offered Eula a mock salute. "Oh dear," Eula sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. "Well, you're not directly involved, so they likely won't target someone like you. Just try to stick close to me. I would rather not have my foreign friend meet an unfortunate fate on the grounds of Mondstadt." "Very well." Nasus nodded with a sense of self-awareness. The feeling of having protection was quite delightful. Soon, he followed Eula's squad to a vast prairie in the Windrise region. Concealed behind a rock, he stole glances at two opposing groups not far off. There was indeed a sense of familiarity reminiscent of a village brawl. One side was led by the sorceress Rain, while the other was commanded by the fire debt handler, AS for the Vanguard troops. They prominently featured soldiers such as the Thunderhammer Vanguard and the Frostgun Heavy Guard. Both sides had a similar composition. Who would have thought that the Fatui would face division one day? Eula remarked, leaning against the rock. Following her words, Nasus glanced sideways, and in a moment of distraction, his peripheral vision caught sight of Eula's waist and shapely form. Given her current posture of leaning forward against the rock, certain features became even more pronounced. Nasus had initially thought Shinha was unparalleled, but it seemed Mondstadt truly harbored hidden talents. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. Being human. No, being a god, how he yearned to experience such pleasures. Hey, where are your eyes wandering off to? Eula seemed to have noticed his fleeting gaze. Hastily, Nasus summoned an ice slime from the Hall of Souls and placed it on the ground behind Eula. Patting his head, he pointed at the ice slime and exclaimed, "Oh, I was just admiring this cute little slime." Eula looked down at her feet and, to her surprise, indeed found a slime there, wondering why she felt as though someone was watching her. With a swift motion, she crushed the ice slime underfoot, crossing her arms defiantly. "Humph, that's what you get for peeking. I, Eula, am quite vengeful." Nasus feigned laughter in response to Eula, while internally thinking, "Well done, little slime. In your next life, I shall reincarnate you as a demon god, so rest assured and embrace your demise." However, after a moment's reflection, he felt it was unfair. That ice slime was merely a soul entity, already obliterated and thus had no chance for reincarnation, that he chuckled at his own unkind thoughts. The scene shifted as the Abyss Order and the Fatui began to clash in the distance. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, thunderous explosions, and steam rising from melting ice. The fight was nothing short of exhilarating. Having never participated in a brawl, Nasus felt an urge to run in and swing his axe. Eagerly, he suggested, "Captain Eula, how about we charge in and turn the tide?" Eula paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you a knight, or am I? Why are you more excited than I am?" The Knights of the Order had the right to intervene when foreigners clashed in Mondstadt, as it was akin to a military exercise in their homeland. Yet, this seemingly frail youth, witnessing such chaos, exhibited no fear and even wished to charge in. This was unexpected for Eula, especially since the 4 knights in her squad looked utterly terrified that we must intervene, but with our squad alone, it seems unlikely we can handle them. Let's wait for them to weaken each other first, Eula thought, confident that her words were clear and easily understood. The 4 knights nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Nasus stood up, having somehow procured a long-handled axe. Resting it on his right shoulder, and confidently declared, "Got it. We wait until they are both exhausted before we strike, right? I'm just going to go over there and give their heads a good whack." The knights and Eula were left speechless as he leisurely walked towards the fray, axe in hand. Was he not afraid of death? "We must go." Eula gritted her teeth, urging her knights to follow, regretting her decision to bring him along. She had thought Nasus was joking, but he was genuinely willing to charge in. Then, a comical scene unfolded. With the intrusion of Nasus and Eula's squad, both the Abyss Order and the Fatui seemed to reach a silent understanding, halting their attacks and curiously observing the new arrivals. Coincidentally, Nasus had chosen the central position between the 2 factions at that moment. Eula drew her massive sword, positioning it protectively in front of Nasus. Vigilantly watching the surrounding Fatui in her eyes, he was merely a foolish foreigner, oblivious to the danger posed by the malicious individuals before them. However, to Eula's surprise, Nasus stepped forward, greeting them. "Hello, comrades of the Abyss and Fatui. My newly acquainted friend has suggested you 2 should weaken each other, so please take turns coming at me. That way, we can make this efficient. Otherwise, who knows how long we will wait." Nasus raised his axe, grinning widely. Both the Abyss Order and the Fatui, along with the knights and Eula, were left dumbfounded. What was this situation? In the midst of a chaotic battle, he stood forth and suggested they line up to take turns being struck. Such logic was beyond the realm of human comprehension. After a moment of silence, a chubby heavy gunner from the Fatui retorted, "Who is this fool? Don't interrupt our cleansing of the Fatui ranks, or we'll take you down too." From the opposing side, another heavy gunner emerged from the crowd, sharply countering, "You think the Fatui are worthy of such attention? I will personally see Lady Rosalind ascend to the throne in this era." Known as the Abyss Order, with a flourish of bravado, a water bubble shot forth from the gun of one heavy gunner, while another launched a bubble aimed squarely at Nasus. Seeing this, Nasus shook his head. "Why go through all this trouble? I specifically requested you line up to take hits, yet you insist on being unconventional. Don't expect to reincarnate later." Initially, he had hoped to engage with them as an ordinary person, but he was met with alienation instead. "Fine," Nasus's expression shifted. "I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm the desert." In an instant, Eula yanked behind her. "You fool, get behind me," with a swift step. Eula positioned herself before Nasus, her dazzling blue greatsword whirred forth, imbued with the power of ice, freezing the incoming water bubbles mid-air, which shattered into a shower of ice shards moments later. Phew, that was close. Eula exhaled, relieved, then shot a glare at Nasus, her voice tinged with urgency. You need to be more aware. That is the advanced weaponry of the Fatui's vanguard. Getting hit by a bubble will ensnare you. And if a shot from her gun follows, you will evaporate. Nasus feigned enlightenment, memories from 500 years past flooding back. This scene felt oddly familiar. Had something like this happened before? Regardless, the atmosphere ignited as the previously separated Abyss, Order, and Fatui, as if receiving a signal, charged forward in a frenzy. Nasus and Eula's squad found themselves at the epicenter of the battle. Observing the fierce determination of the combatants, mediation seemed impossible. Eula realized that her only option was to defeat both sides and take them captive. At that moment, a warm presence pressed against Nasus's back. "Leave your rear to me," he declared, gripping his AX-Y great axe has been longing for action. "Why you?" Eula hesitated before shaking her head. "Just stay behind me. Your safety is my utmost priority, that I can handle these Fatui." Indeed, as Eula had asserted, the vanguard troops that approached her were swiftly felled by her mighty sword strikes, in contrast to the brutal tactics of the vanguard. She moved with the grace of a dancer, gliding and spinning, standing tall with her greatsword behind her, her cloak billowing elegantly. It was as though she was performing a waltz of love amidst the chaos of battle. Regrettably, Nasus lacked the knowledge of dance. Otherwise, he would have rushed forth to take her hand and share the dance. With a resounding thud, a heavy gunner charged at them, only to be met with a thwack from Nasus's axe. Ding! Soul Drain strike, 52 levels. Total accumulated levels, 364. Upon seeing the notification, Nasus couldn't help but mock the heavy gunner. Seriously? You, a water gunner, are on par with a flower scammer. Meanwhile, upon the bough of a colossal sacred tree outside the arena, Xiao stood with one hand resting against the trunk. After losing a wager to Neza, he was appointed to the role of an assassin, remaining on standby within a certain radius of Neza. Whenever a formidable foe appeared, Xiao would swiftly materialize, piercing their throat with a single shot. However, it appeared that such adversaries did not require my intervention. Subsequently, he crossed his arms and remarked with an indifferent expression, "I never anticipated that both deities I serve have a penchant for playing the fool to ensnare their prey." On another branch of this towering tree, Keqing, adorned in a purple robe, stood gracefully amidst the verdant foliage, her lithe form causing the leaves to bend only slightly. Perhaps she had transformed her body into pure electro-energy, thereby lightening her physical weight. Much like Xiao, Keqing did not deliberate over whether to engage. Instead, her gaze was entirely fixated on Eula, who danced amidst the fray. Notably, Keqing wore a disgruntled feline expression, pouting her rosy lips as she pinched the flesh of her thighs through her black stockings. Why does this knight possess such a perfect figure and waist? Moreover, her countenance is so frigid, embodying the ideal of a mature woman that the teacher surely adores. Keqing sensed that circumstances were taking a turn for the worse. She stamped her foot, causing leaves to cascade from the branches, having end Xiao. Realizing that he had touched Keqing's ineffable scar, Xiao fell silent. Was this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Fortunately, they were not mere mortals. With the vanguard fallen, the Eula squad was eager to bring everyone back to the knights. Thus, Nessus refrained from following them, although his chance to impress Eula was snatched away by his disciple. At least he had forged a friendship with her. After all, he would seek her out in the future, and that shouldn't pose much of a problem without him pursuing a girl actively, enduring hardships only to win her over. Surely held a charm far superior to coercing her into submission. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Nessus found himself beneath a great tree, gazing upwards at two figures, one purple and one green. They leapt down from the branches, standing before Nessus. One greeted respectfully, "Lord of Death," while the other fidgeted, avoiding Nessus's gaze. "Teacher, how could you show off in front of your teacher?" Nessus pinched Keqing's delicate cheek until it flushed. While she stammered a response, "It's not my fault you approach beautiful girls to flirt." Nessus leaned back in astonishment, surprised by Keqing's boldness. "But surely, teachers have the right to pursue happiness too." Keqing's cheeks puffed up as she kicked at the flowers and grass beneath her. That doesn't mean you can just pursue any girl for your own pleasure. Her face began to redden, and she hesitated to continue. After all, how could she voice such audacious thoughts about wanting to share joyful experiences with her teacher? What do you mean by that? Under Nasus's probing gaze, Keqing thought quickly. Well, one must consider Klee's feelings, right? Don't you agree, Elder Xiao? At this, Xiao felt a surge of frustration he had intended to escape when he overheard their discussion. Yet somehow, the inquiry had shifted to him. Please, can we refrain from asking a sage such questions? But the other two, one a sun deity and the other a lord of death, made evasion difficult. Yes, indeed, Xiao replied stiffly. Exactly, Keqing seized upon Zhao's words, turning to Nasus. Teacher, think about it. If Klee had to call a stranger mother at such a young age, how pitiful would that be? Nasus considered Keqing's point, sensing the validity in her argument. Seizing on her success, Keqing added, even if you were really looking for a mother for Klee out of selfish desires, it should be someone she knows, right? For example, Nasus inquired. Keqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ready to respond, but Xiao interjected, from my recent investigations, I have discovered that Klee was originally a spark knight in the Mondstadt Knights, and a lady named Eula, the Spindrift Knight, is her colleague. They have known each other for quite some time and share a strong bond. For some reason, Xiao caught a glimpse of Keqing, who emanated a growing aura of menace. Klee has been out for quite a while. I must go check on her. Whoosh! Xiao transformed into a gust of wind. Vanishing in an instant. Chapter 78. The new kingdom of Conry and Nasus and Keqing returned to their lodging, having barely settled in the living room when Klee came bounding back from her outing. With a leap from 2 meters away, she launched into Nasus's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully nuzzling against him. Daddy, I'm back. She then opened her jewel-like red eyes, bursting with vitality as she exclaimed. Nasus pinched Klee's chubby cheek, soft and utterly adorable, feeling incredibly fortunate to have such a daughter. Thanks to the Lord of Death, he praised himself unreservedly. However, Nasus noticed 2 individuals who had followed Klee inside. One was a spirited young man with short white hair, and the other a wolfish boy carrying a large sword, Bennett and Razor. Klee looked up with her big eyes. Daddy, Brother Bennett and Brother Razor are Klee's good friends from Mondstadt. They're starting the Benny Adventure Team. And Klee really wants to join. An adventure team? Nasus mused, intrigued, as he had also contemplated forming an adventure team. If there were ever tasks requiring arduous journeys that he wished to avoid, he could assign them directly to the team he would establish. Whatever his daughter desired, he would certainly support as a father. Keqing would provide funding for this adventure team and handle task assignments, including remuneration AS for the team leader. Nasus would temporarily let Bennett take the role, but he planned to observe whether Bennett could truly fulfill it. After all, being the leader of an adventure team under the Lord of Death held the same status as his disciples and servants. Subsequently, Nasus spent several days in Mondstadt, during which he met with Eula a few times, transforming from strangers to friends. However, he remained uncertain about how to take the next step, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Despite possessing world-altering power, he was at a loss when it came to pursuing a girl. Was he truly left with no option but to resort to coercive tactics as he had with Rosalind? Incidentally, Ing had visited Nasus once during these days, informing him that the site for establishing the new Conria kingdom in the Snowy Mountains had already been selected. Some matters could only be handled by either Nasus or Shunha, prompting their group to consider an early return to Liyue. The departing party from Mondstadt split into 2 groups. Keqing, Klee, the Benny Adventure Team, and the discreet Xiao returned directly to the Keqing residence in Liyue. Meanwhile, Nasus, Shinha, and Noel made their way to Dragon's Pine. As for Rosalind, she had secretly informed Nasus of her desire to remain in Mondstadt for a while until her influence was entirely eradicated from the Fatui. Nasus regarded this with a sense of amusement, considering how Rosalind fancied herself the Ice Empress, aspiring to leverage her powers to become another of the 7 rulers of the world. Dragon's Pine, a land perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, was a place where cold and storms obstructed travelers from the meadows and rocky mountains to the point of deterring them from proceeding. Without a nearby source of warmth, it was hard to imagine anyone advancing through such an environment. However, Nasus and his companions were exceptions, Shuna even ascended the mountain clad in a cheongsam and stockings. "Master, why are there so many hilichurls heading towards the snowy mountains?" Noelle inquired, casting her gaze around. She noticed that the road leading to the mountain was teeming with hilichurls, surging forth like a tide. Whether they were ordinary hilichurls, hilichurl brutes, or hilichurl kings, even ruin guards were providing escort, regardless of how one viewed it. This was an extraordinarily peculiar situation. Typically, hilichurl's primary objective would be to attack those nearby, yet they chose to ignore them and head straight for the mountainous peak. That IT was indeed a fascinating sight. Shinha found it perplexing as well, though her cold, sharp gaze remained largely unfazed. Perhaps they are being summoned by their homeland. Nessus mused, casting a cursory glance at the horde of hilichurls before shifting his focus elsewhere. Offering a vague response. From a knowledge database within the Hall of Souls, it was evident that hilichurls were undoubtedly the indigenous people of the Khaenri'ah Kingdom, with the Abyss Order establishing the new Khaenri'ah Kingdom in the Snowy Mountains. They would surely call upon the hilichurls who had previously scattered across the lands of the Seven Nations. The Ruin Guards, on the other hand, were tilling machines crafted by the untainted hilichurls, serving as protectors of the nation and instruments of war. Nessus speculated that he might have sent a signal to the Ruin Guards in Teyvat, relaying the message of the kingdom's return to the nearby hilichurls. Hence the current scene in this light. It appeared to resolve a significant number of troublesome entities for Teyvat. Should we have a made deal with them, Master? Noelle suggested, drawing forth a Favonius greatsword and softly uttering reassuring words. While she had the capability to handle them, Nessus replied, "It's best to refrain. In the future, in Dragon's Pine, hilichurls will regain their human rights. Slaughtering them indiscriminately will be deemed illegal." Okay, Noelle didn't grasp Nessus's implication, but she understood that as long as she listened to her master, all would be well. She sheathed her sword, clasped her hands together, and smiled in agreement. "I'm off to meet an old friend. You two wait here for now." Nessus casually instructed Shinha and Noelle before taking his leave. Not far away, he sensed a familiar wind elemental power. It was Barbatos. After traversing several snow-covered hills, Nessus spotted a small green figure beneath a heavily snow-laden pine tree. "Ah, Brother Nessus." Upon their meeting, Vinny waved his right hand and winked with his right eye in greeting. "Were you waiting specifically for me?" Nessus approached Vinny, gazing into his lively eyes. "Well, haha." Vinny scratched his head, avoiding a direct answer and instead broaching another topic. "Actually, I wanted to inquire about the Abyss Order." Perhaps fearing that his question might provoke Nessus's ire and lead to a painful reprimand, Vinny asked with a certain shyness, "Petit is quite in line with the Anemo god. Indeed, you are the deity of Mondstadt. The Snowy Mountains should rightfully belong to you. Such matters ought to have been conveyed to you beforehand." Nessus continued, "However, despite the Snowy Mountains being part of Mondstadt, the ley lines have been disrupted by the Harbinger of Winter, rendering this land lifeless and inhospitable for the living. You, too, relinquished your dominion over this territory, did you not?" Yes, Vinny admitted hesitantly, acknowledging the truth. Once, this place mirrored the verdant beauty of the Mondstadt plains. But now it had succumbed to eternal snow. A.S. the Anemo god. He had no means to resurrect the dead ley lines and could only forsake the land. Furthermore, the indigenous people who once thrived here perished the moment the Harbinger of Winter descended. Even if there were survivors, they had long since returned to the current Mondstadt. Thus, I have claimed this territory, establishing it as the stronghold of the new Khaenri'ah Kingdom. Moreover, this Khaenri'ah is no longer a land devoid of deities. Their faith is now centered upon the god of death. Nessus's words stirred considerable ripples in Vinny's mind. This implied that Nessus would support the activities of the Abyss Order, granting them an opportunity to restore their former glory. "But, Brother Nessus, your actions may..." Vinny began, but then compromised with himself. "Indeed, you harbor no fear of Celestial Order, though." Nessus was quite surprised by Vinny's demeanor. "I expected you to exhibit a more emotional response. After all, it is only natural for you to feel something, considering that the land of Mondstadt is now the foundation for the Abyss Order's restoration." "Well," Vinny responded thoughtfully, "one could say I owe a debt to the Khaenri'ah Kingdom." A relieved smile graced Vinny's face as he waved his hand, saying, "In the past, I had no choice. Before the Celestial Order, the Seven Archons of the world were merely slightly more powerful pawns. When I received the summons from the Sky Islands to execute the annihilation of the Kenria kingdom, I could only choose to accompany them, for as one of the seven gods, I feared for my own nation becoming the next target for the Celestial Order's obliteration. However, Vinny did not complete his sentence. Yet Nasus understood the implication. Contact with forbidden knowledge led to corruption, necessitating their destruction lest the taint spread across the seven nations. Tragic, Nasus murmured as he gazed into the distance. As a symbol of freedom, do you also believe that the pursuit of knowledge should be restricted, even if such knowledge is deemed taboo by this world? Yet they have indeed become monsters. Vinti replied softly, acknowledging this fact. They merely sought to unveil the truth of the world. I could see that moment. Nasus raised his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds to the starry sky. The Kenria people, recognized as monsters by Teyvat, were, in truth, the world's sole pioneers. Only they persevered in exploration, gradually tearing away the veil of falsehood. Trapped within Teyvat's confines, birds were doomed to live a life devoid of freedom. Even if they brushed against the abyss and the forbidden, they still longed to glimpse the true nature of things. This was Kenria, 500 years ago and today, a singular embodiment of pioneering thought. Nasus, who had arrived 5 centuries prior, had not witnessed the annihilation of Kenria by the Seven Nations and the Celestial Order. Had he been present then, perhaps the truth-seeking Kenria would not have been so easily obliterated. The destruction of the most advanced civilization set back the historical progression of a continent by centuries. Is this truly the essence of truth? One must recognize that the essence of life lies in fostering the development and advancement of civilization. Otherwise, we might as well return to the trees and live as monkeys. Additionally, Vinny, I wish to convey to you that knowledge, in its essence, bears no taboos. Rather, it is this false world that cloaks knowledge in a veil of hypocritical prohibition, rendering those who seek such knowledge into monsters. Thus, why do they act in such a manner? Nasus posed a profound inquiry. Perhaps they are merely hurting us, Vinny mused, gazing towards the distant Sky Islands. Indeed, harmless beings are perpetually favored pets of the powerful. Vinny grasped the meaning. He had long understood this truth. Even as a deity, he was akin to other life forms of Teyvat, merely a god kept in captivity. Ironically, as a god, he often felt more helpless and submissive. Reflecting on it, he realized that as the Anemo god, he had indeed been somewhat derelict in his duties. After all, the Cryo Queen, another deity, was now bravely raising the banner of rebellion against the Celestial Order in pursuit of the truth. While he had yet to find the courage to seek the truth himself, the freedom dictated by a deity is destined to be a form of unfreedom. He had once conveyed this sentiment to Turin. But it was also a reflection of his own condition. So, Brother Nasus, do you intend to eliminate those in power? Nasus pondered for a few seconds. Removing them is simple. I could do so at any moment. However, the more crucial aspect is the advancement of civilization. I aim to initiate a new epoch for the continent of Teyvat, starting with Kenria, in order to compensate for the 5 centuries abandoned by time. Should anyone attempt to impede me, I can only say, I'm ready whenever. After all, some enjoyment can only be derived from those individuals. Then, brother, you must certainly take me along, Vinny exclaimed with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. In Teyvat, Inazuma and Mondstadt are the most impoverished. Do not forget Mondstadt in this wave of civilizational development. Previously, he had no choice, but now that Brother Nasus was about to take action, he had to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Well, that depends on how the leaders of Kenria perceive it, Nasus replied with a grin. You know, I am merely a deity, and deities usually take a laid-back approach, providing guidance only on broad matters. As for the details, they are best left to those below to handle. Nasus patted Vinny's shoulder like a caring older brother. Vinny felt a bit anxious. Oh dear. After laboriously finding motivation to improve Mondstadt, he discovered that Nasus did not intend to exert himself. I must have a thorough discussion with Jean, Dialek, and the others once I return. I need to ensure good relations with the people of the Snowy Mountains. Having concluded their discussion, Nasus turned to depart, but suddenly glanced back, asking, Aren't you going to take a look? Vinny chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I think I'll pass. After all, I played a part in their destruction back then. If I go up there, I'm bound to be besieged by the Abyss Order. Fear not. I shall protect you. Even with Nasus's assurance, Vinny still took 2 steps back, waving his hands. No, no, no. I can't handle those fellows. Better let Jean and the others deal with it. After an awkward laugh, Vinny slipped away. What kind of deity leaves the troubling issues to ordinary citizens? Get to the real business, Barbatos. Nasus remarked to the spot where the wind had blown away. Upon returning to the location where Shunha and Noel awaited, the single Abyss Apostle entered Nasus's line of sight. He knelt at a distance from the two, waiting until he could see Nasus, and then lowered himself to 1 Why, Lord Nasus, you have finally arrived. I apologize. I should have been here to greet you sooner. Rise, Nasus commanded, adding, by the way, this Abyss Apostle was the one who had previously failed to capture Klee and was subsequently cast into the Abyss by Nasus. Entering a cycle of despair, the Apostle trembled visibly, displaying an unmistakable reverence for Nasus, a clear indication of the indelible shadow left upon him. Next, the Apostle opened a blue spatial portal, standing respectfully beside it, waiting for Nasus and his companions to enter. Please, my Lord Nasus, and to you, esteemed maidens, this rudimentary spatial technology could be utilized in far more sophisticated ways by Nasus, who simply chooses not to indulge in such displays. Primarily, he wishes to accompany 2 maids on a scenic journey, engaging in discussions of romance and nature's beauty. However, the current snow-capped mountains seem rather unremarkable, making teleportation a more appealing option as they approach the portal. Noel appears somewhat anxious, grasping Shinha's waist with both hands, while Shinha affectionately strokes her head like a warm-hearted older sister. Do not fear, for your master is present. Upon emerging from the portal, they find themselves in a vast cavern illuminated by crystalline blue light. A breathtaking expanse filled with numerous icy bridges intertwining throughout, connecting each level seamlessly. From the vantage of these stone bridges, a staggering sight unfolds. Thousands of hilichurl warriors occupy every bridge, arranged in orderly ranks, interspersed with ruffians, hilichurl kings, and relic guardians. Then, at the command of the Abyssal Apostle, all the hilichurls collectively kneel, bowing before the trio of Nasus as a sign of reverence. We humbly welcome Lord Nasus, the Harbinger of Death, our deity who has descended upon the new kingdom of Kenria. Chapter 80. A reunion with old friends within the icy cavern. The scene of worship profoundly reshapes Noel's worldview. Having never ventured beyond Mondstadt, with her hands clasped in prayer, she stands anxiously beside Shinha, her expression one of astonishment. What manner of deity could command such monstrous beings to kneel in submission? She muses, even Lord Barbatos could not achieve such a feat, could he? It dawns upon Noel just how immensely powerful her master, Nasus, truly is. But how could the hilichurls comprehend such commands? Should they not be mindless creatures? Shinha gazes at the kneeling hilichurls and speaks from the depths of her heart. They were once Kenria people, merely corrupted by forbidden knowledge, their minds eroded. Nasus responds to Shinha's inquiry before addressing the Abyssal Apostle. Let them rise. As the Apostle stands, he hesitates before Nasus, who intuits his unspoken question. You wish to know how I shall restore them to their former selves? Nasus acknowledges that his visit to the snow-capped mountains is part of a pact made with Abyssaling. She, along with the entire Abyss Order, is to devote herself to Nasus, in return for which he promises to restore the Kenria people who have been transformed into monsters. Nasus scans the surroundings, pointing at a red hilichurl holding a torch. You, stop looking around and come here. After a moment of uncertainty, the red hilichurl scurries over, confirming Nasus's choice. How adorable. Shinha, take note, I shall only do this once. As a deity, Nasus need not involve himself in every matter. Otherwise, his status as the Harbinger of Death would diminish. The surge of purple energy envelopes the red hilichurl, lifting it into the air to match Nasus's height. He then uses his fingers to touch its forehead, channeling his own destructive energy to draw out the tainted energies within the hilichurl, subsequently consuming them. This explanation may only resonate with Shinha, who possesses a similar understanding of destruction. The hilichurls became what they are due to contamination by forbidden energy, resulting in their mutation. This forbidden energy embodies the principle of destruction, leading all things back to nothingness. Having identified the source of the ailment, the remedy lies in its expulsion or absorption. Thus, for Shunha, assimilating this tainted energy serves as a potent boon. The more she absorbs, the stronger she will become. In no time, Nez's fingers generate considerable attraction, causing the tainted energy within the hilichurl to rapidly converge at its forehead before breaking free from its corporeal form. The red hilichurl appears to suffer, flailing in the air as if drowning. Do not panic. The filth is merely being expelled from your body. The curse lifted, your rightful flesh and blood shall return to you, as Nez foretold. The hilichurl skin undergoes a miraculous transformation. Veins emerging throughout its limbs as blood circulates vigorously, and its body gradually regenerates. The mask falls away, revealing soft, fair limbs akin to jade, with eyes that glisten with intelligence. Well, this is quite a lovely woman, adorned with lustrous black hair. May I inquire your name? Nez gently lifts the rejuvenated maiden from the ground. Though she stands bare, she seems unashamed, instead tilting her head in curiosity at Nez's actions, even playfully poking his face and pinching his nose. Her mouth curves into a crescent smile, exuding a certain charm. The abyssal apostle, witnessing the transformation from hilichurl to vibrant woman, respectfully states, Lord Nez, we are eternally grateful. You have truly succeeded. Do not be hasty, for this is but half of the endeavor. Nez allows the maiden to play with his face without interruption. Were she still in her hilichurl form, she might have already received a swift blow. Indeed, in another world, appearance still holds significance. Thus far, he has merely lifted the curse, restoring her form. However, the tainted energy has not only corroded her body, but also her soul and consciousness. The abyssal apostle, enlightened by Nez's reminder, realizes that the woman before them resembles an infant devoid of independent thought. In other words, she has not yet fully reverted to her original state prior to the Kenria disaster. Lord Nez, even achieving this much renders us immensely grateful. The apostle struggles to articulate that I imagine it is quite challenging for you to restore her consciousness and soul. Therefore, this level of restoration is more than sufficient for new Kenria. As an abyssal apostle, he possesses a wealth of experience and knowledge. Perhaps, as the harbinger of death, Nez's could devise a means to restore the soul. However, the restoration of consciousness, that ephemeral essence, once lost, is nearly impossible to reclaim. After all, it is akin to creating an entirely new life. Nez smirks, observing the apostle. Are you questioning my capabilities? I do not deny that it presents certain challenges, but my notion of difficulty pertains to the general deities of this world. Taking the hand of the bewildered maiden, Nez declares, if the world has forgotten you, then I shall bring the world before you, allowing it to recognize you anew, with a firm step upon the ground. The forces of spatial laws surge forth, and in an instant, the darkened sky replaces the original snow-capped cavern with another location. They now find themselves in the pure goodness palace of Sumeru, a secluded palace. Nez suspends the maiden within a cage-like chamber, where another young girl peacefully slumbers. With pale hair styled into twin ponytails and wise green eyes, her cherubic limbs exude a youthful softness. As if they could burst with a mere touch, the girl senses the presence of guests in the palace. She awakens groggily. Who are you? Nazida. It has been centuries. Have you missed me? Nez beams. It's you. Nazida expresses mild surprise as memories surface. She recalls that centuries ago, shortly after her birth, Nez insisted on discussing knowledge with her. Moreover, he had, during her youthful navet, taken liberties that were rather inappropriate. With this recollection, Nazida places her hands on her hips, glaring at Nez. You're back again. This isn't the same as when I was just born. I won't let you bully me any longer. Upon hearing this, Nez sheepishly scratches his head. Oh, come now. Do not hold a grudge that I was newly arrived and rather impulsive, caught up in the thrill of the moment. You see, I have come to make amends. Chapter 81. I truly cannot hear. Nasus hovered before the weaker form of Nazida, and for some inexplicable reason, upon beholding her charming visage, he felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheek. Just as he reached out, however, his hand was abruptly intercepted. Nazaida, with an indignant stance and hands on her hips, retorted, "Don't even think about it. I'm no longer that naughty little Dendro Archon you once knew. If you dare to bully me again, I assure you, I will be quite upset." Nessus pouted, his enthusiasm waning. "Humph, if you want to let me pinch, then so be it. How stingy." It is worth mentioning that in the land of Teyvat, the only being that posed even a slight threat to Nessus was Nazaida. This girl, connected to the world tree, was the very nexus of knowledge and memories for all of Teyvat. Should she so desire, she could erase his existence from the annals of this world. Although Nessus possessed the ability to forcibly enter the world tree and reverse its effects, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Nazaida, with a slight pout, turned her back to Nessus, declaring, "You wish to utilize the world tree. Do you really need to seek the approval of this Dendro god? What a feisty little sprite." In truth, it was not merely a matter of borrowing. He had intentions far more ambitious. What? Nazaida did not comprehend, yet she sensed an impending misfortune. Well, just like this, without waiting for her consent, Nessus seized her right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy instantaneously flooded into her being. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson. Previously, she had not fully integrated with the world tree and was ignorant of many common truths. However, as her understanding grew, she found Nessus's actions increasingly outrageous. "Please, don't." The sudden influx of spiritual energy filled her with an unprecedented sense of completeness, her body gradually becoming accustomed to this newfound comfort. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. As Nessus's spirit penetrated her form, he established a connection to the world tree, gaining dominion over all its vast knowledge and memories. Following this, he withdrew the spiritual energy he had infused into Nazaida, as bodied a soft, bashful voice echoed in his ears, sounding rather peculiar. As he retracted his essence, a purple thread connected their right hands. Indeed, Nessus had forcibly established a spiritual link with Nazaida. This meant he could invade her body at any moment, connect to the world tree, and extract himself as he had just done. With the connection secured, the next step was to delve into the girl's memories and soul. Thus, through the purple thread linking him to Nazaida, Nessus surged back into her body. Upon connecting to the world tree, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, enveloping every branch of the colossal entity. Countless memories flooding into his consciousness. It took Nessus a full 1.32 seconds to locate the girl's memory amidst the vastness. Once found, he wasted no time, swiftly withdrawing from both the world tree and Naza's form. As for the essence of the girl's soul, a mere thought summoned it from his spiritual sanctuary. Consequently, a purple orb materialized in his hand, containing the girl's soul, while a green orb represented her memories. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them into the girl's body, gradually restoring color to her once vacant eyes. She began to regain her former self. "Where am I?" the girl wondered, bewildered by her surroundings. Wasn't I in the Canria Palace? She soon realized her vulnerability, completely exposed, and to her shock, a young man was hovering in midair. Watching her intently, clutching her body tightly, she glared at Nessus in indignation. "Don't you dare look! You pervert! Be careful, or I'll call the Black Serpent Knights to apprehend you." The girl's reaction indicated the success of the churl restoration plan. Yet Nessus pondered a pressing issue. With so many cursed churls to restore, each requiring entry into Naza's body, would she be able to withstand such frequent incursions? Contemplating this, Nessus turned his gaze back to Nazaida. At that moment, she knelt on the ground, her exquisite face tilted upward, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Nessus inquired. "What is the matter, Nazaida? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall help you resolve his chagrin." His words only served to elicit more tears from her eyes. Slowly, she rose and approached him, sinking her teeth into his neck. "Ouch!" She bit down with all her might, refusing to relent. "What are you doing? Let go. I'm the one who is supposed to be the dog here." Nazaida. Despite the tumultuous proceedings, Nessus managed to return from Sumeru unscathed. He vividly recalled the look in Nazaida's eyes as he fled, her lips quivering and her eyes glistening with tears. This Nazida, once so endearing, had transformed into a fierce little creature, as he rubbed the bite mark on his neck.